Chapter 31. Sure, Yuan wanted to see clearly what the shadow behind the black token was, but it disappeared after appearing for a moment, leaving only the ferocious and terrifying snake head. She thought she was knowledgeable, but she didn't recognize what kind of token it was, but instinctively felt that it was dangerous, so she put it back into the black scale wooden box and put it into the space ring, preparing to let Qiqian check it out later. The next day, the news that a black talent died in the blood forbidden land spread, and because the murderer was not caught, it was not certain who did it. Some military school students knew the people in the patrol team last night, and knew that the murderer had great means. They discussed in the forum whether it was the hand of the military school, or the external infiltrator. Some people thought it was impossible that the military school killed the person, because Xingyao Military School had a rule that military school students who captured or killed black talents in the blood forbidden land would not only not be held accountable, but also receive points as rewards. This can not only make you famous, but also earn you a lot of points. Only a fool would hide it secretly. And the space ring of the black talent was taken away by someone. Obviously, it is more likely that the black talent is robbing the black talent. Some people have given other speculations on the above issues, such as whether it is possible that the military academy students in the school have colluded with the black talent, providing them with black crystals to obtain a lot of benefits, and finally fighting because of the uneven distribution of spoils. In short, Sure Yuan entered the post and took a few glances. There are all kinds of guesses, and the analysis is very logical. If it weren't for the burly man she killed, he would have been convinced by those reasons. Not long after, new news broke on the forum. When the instructors searched the blood forbidden land, they found a base of black talents, but it was empty, and only 2 bodies were left. No one was caught. This surprised Sure Yuan. None of the black talents she knew had extraordinary combat power. When the incident happened, they were all hunting alien plants on the other side of the blood forbidden land. They should not have discovered that something was wrong so quickly and escaped without a trace. The combat power of the instructors of Xingyao Military Academy is mostly at the 2nd and 3rd levels of extraordinary. Even if they cannot catch all the people, they should not return empty-handed. It seems that the wild speculations in the forum are not completely off the mark. Although the matter of the black talents has caused a lot of uproar, after the search last night, the instructors of the patrol team have almost eliminated the safety risks. Even if there are still fish that have slipped through the net, they dare not run out and make trouble at this juncture. Therefore, the training location of the freshmen of the Combat Command Department has not been changed because of this incident. After more than a week of training, the cadets in the first combat class are no longer rookies, who know nothing about the blood forbidden land. In the cross-country missions, everyone has almost figured out the environment outside the blood forbidden land, and roughly observed what kind of alien plants exist outside the blood forbidden land, which is much more useful than the instructor's long lectures on theoretical knowledge for the cadets. Today, Instructor Yan Rui did not arrange a cross-country mission, but led the cadets into the blood forbidden land to hunt alien plants. Before the mission began, everyone received a group list in the teaching system mailbox. Sure Yuan looked at the group arrangement on the light screen. There were 4 people in a group. She had basically no intersection with her 3 teammates, but she was randomly assigned as the team leader. She is now a well-known name in Xingyao Military Academy. Apart from her identity as a pure-blooded glutton who was stranded outside since childhood and returned to her family after growing up, nicknames such as Wei Sister and Waste Miss have made her completely famous on the forum. Some people are disappointed with her, some people treat her as a joke, and some people want to use her as a stepping stone. Sure enough, Sure Yuan heard someone in the queue behind him mention his name. He didn't say anything harsh, but his disdainful sneer was enough to represent the other party's attitude. The group list was determined by Instructor Yan Rui. Ji Qinglian was a little unhappy that she was not assigned to the same group as Sure Yuan, but she also knew that with her strength, she could easily complete the hunting task, so she didn't need to worry too much. Instructor Yan Rui did not let the cadets start the task of hunting alien plants in groups directly, but took everyone into the bloody forbidden land together. When they encountered an alien plant, they caught it and asked the cadets about its type, level, attack method, etc., and conducted on-site teaching. The cadets stood together in small groups. Sure Yuan didn't sleep much last night. She felt bored listening to these trivial contents and yawned several times. Her 3 teammates saw this scene. Su Yue ranked in the top 10 in the Xingyao Military Academy entrance examination. She looked down on Sure Yuan, who couldn't even complete the cross-country mission independently. Now she was forced to be assigned to the same group with her. Seeing her lazy appearance, she couldn't hold back her resentment. Ji Qingyuan listen carefully. If you encounter the same alien plant later, don't be unsure of how to start and drag us down. Sure, Yuan hummed twice. I won't hold you back. Her tone was very relaxed, and she yawned after she finished speaking. She was not embarrassed at all, which made Suyue feel like punching cotton. He snorted coldly. It's better this way. Another girl named Wenqian in the group thought his words made sense, but it was too disrespectful to point fingers at others and scold them. She gently pulled Suyue's sleeve, indicating that he should not be so straightforward. The grouping was a foregone conclusion, and it was useless to complain. If he offended Ji Qingyuan, he would be causing trouble for himself. Suyue looked down on her for being so cautious and took 2 steps to the side. It's true that Ji Qingyuan is the eldest daughter of the Tianduji family, but his family is in the Yuqiong seat. No matter how long the Taotai family's hands are, they can't reach into the constellation ruled by the Qilin family. He doesn't need to treat her like a princess. Wenqian had good intentions, but she looked a little embarrassed when he turned her face away like that. As for another member of the team, his name was Shinji. He was born on a remote planet, and was very low-key. He didn't talk much, and kept to himself. If it weren't for Sure Yuan's memory, he wouldn't have been able to match his face with his name. He always stood 1 meter away from the 3 people, and didn't comment on the friction between them. It seemed that he didn't care whether his teammates were strong or weak. Instructor Yan Rui spent about an hour explaining to the military academy students several common alien plants in the blood-forbidden land, and issued a task to each group to hunt for B-level attack alien plants. The combat power of B-level attack alien plants is equivalent to that of talents of level 4 to 6. The combat power of most military academy students in the class is at level 4, and a few are at level 5 or 6. There are only 3 people at level 7, Ji Qinglian, Yushiza, and Ingyu. The mission of their team is also different, which is to hunt 3 B-level attack alien plants, and 1 ordinary A-level alien plant. The military academy students who were assigned to the same group with them were originally happy to hold their thighs, but after hearing the instructor's arrangement, they all looked bitter. The purpose of Instructor Yan Rui's arrangement of the task is very obvious. In order to complete the hunting task within the specified time, the team members must work together. If one person does not cooperate, the difficulty of the task will be greatly increased. Instructor Yan Rui blew the whistle, and the 12 teams separated on the spot, and went to different directions to hunt alien plants. Suyue took the lead and walked in front. He has a level 5 combat power, and is quite confident in his strength. He is confident that he can hunt a B-level attack alien plant alone. The instructor stipulated that the team members must act together, otherwise it will not be counted, so the 3 had to follow him. Most of the plants active in the outer area of the blood-forbidden land are C-level plants, and occasionally you can see B-level plants. Suyue didn't want to waste time looking for plants, so he went straight to the middle circle. When Qian saw his thoughts, glanced at Sure Yuan, who was playing hide-and-seek with the kitten on his shoulder, and Shinji, who was walking with his hands in his pockets and his head down, and secretly complained in her heart. Why was she assigned to the same group with these 3 people? An arrogant man who didn't care about his teammates at all, a weak young lady, and a stupid muggle. When Qian struggled for half a minute, and felt that the middle layer was too dangerous, she couldn't help but say, Suyue, the instructor said that there are not only B-level but also A-level plants living in the middle circle. If you are unlucky, you will encounter S-level plants. We don't know the terrain of the middle circle, and the team is relatively weak. It's better to hunt plants in the outer circle. B-level plants can also be seen in the outer area closer to the middle circle. We don't need to go too deep. Suyue, who was walking fast in front, stopped and looked over impatiently. How many B-level alien plants can be found in the periphery? The group ranking is based on the time to complete the task. Do you want to be the last one? When Qian was hoarse. She didn't want to be the last one, but she knew her own strength. She only had a 4th level combat power. She didn't have much experience fighting alien creatures before entering Xingyang Military Academy. It was only when she completed the cross-country mission recently that she began to explore how to fight sea-level attack alien plants. At this time, it was obviously impossible for her to convince Suyue alone, so she had to cast her eyes on Sure Yuan, who had more say, thinking that she should stand on the same front with her. Before Sure Yuan could speak, Suyue, who saw Wen Qian's actions, laughed out loud. What? Do you want this young lady to call Ji Qinglian over? He crossed his arms and said maliciously, If Ji Qinglian is willing to come and lead us, I will naturally obey the young lady's orders. Sure Yuan met his provocative gaze, and said indifferently, You want to go to the middle circle? Nonsense. Suyue sneered. Sure Yuan looked at Shinji. What about you? Shinji didn't expect her to ask him, and was stunned for a moment before answering, I can do anything. Sure Yuan asked Wen Qian again, don't you want to go? Wen Qian pursed her lips and nodded, it's too dangerous. Shinji and I are only level 4 combat power. You have just awakened your mimicry. If you encounter an A-level alien plant and ask the instructor for help, we will be counted as a mission failure. Wen Qian would rather be the last one than fail the mission. Although the points she gets are not as good as the top group, at least there are points to be gained, and no points will be deducted. After listening to her reasons, Sure Yuan nodded and said to Su Yue, then let's go to the middle circle? The three of them were stunned at the same time. Wen Qian was the first to react, and said angrily, I have said it so clearly. Why do we have to go to the middle circle? If the instructor had not stipulated that the team members must act together, she would definitely turn around and leave immediately. Sure Yuan pinched the kitten's short legs, pulled out the hair caught by the little claws, and answered without raising her head, if you don't go and take a look, how do you know what's going on inside? She took the little bad guy off her shoulder and put him in her arms, looking distressed. If it's really dangerous, I can call you third brother. Wen Qian, Does this night girl know that Su Yue's words just now were mocking her, not praising her? She let out a deep breath, too lazy to waste words with him, and began to prepare herself mentally for the instructor to deduct points for failing the task. Seeing that they finally stopped talking nonsense, Su Yue sneered and continued to move forward. Sure Yuan fiddled with the little ears of the cat, and whispered, who did you learn bad things from? You actually grabbed my hair. The cat raised its head, and whimpered without knowing the meaning. Wen Qian saw that she still had the mind to play with mimicry, and her eyes rolled up to the sky. It was true what was said on the forum. The blood of the totem family came to Xingyu Military Academy just to be gilded. A waste like Ji Qingyuan, who didn't have to do anything, could become the commander of the Tao Tai Corps after graduation with the advantage of pure-blooded Tao Tai being able to communicate with totems. Even if ordinary people tried their best to climb up, they would just be their vanguards, and use their lives to exchange for their glory from generation to generation. Shinji remained silent, but he only paid attention to the surrounding environment before, but now, he would occasionally look at Sure Yuan, observing and thinking. Su Yue had already prepared himself to lead the entire group, and he was too lazy to pay attention to them. He kept releasing his mimicry to drive away the low-level alien plants on the road ahead. The alien plants were well aware of the principle of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. When they sensed a stronger aura than themselves, they would actively avoid it. The process of everyone going to the middle circle was very smooth. The environment of the outer and middle circles of the blood-forbidden land did not change much, and the gifted people could only make judgments based on the content of violent star power in the soil. Half an hour later, Su Yue stopped running, landed on the ground, picked up a handful of red soil and carefully sensed, this is it. He ignored the three people who had not followed him yet, released his mental power to sense the situation nearby, and soon, he noticed that there was a B-level red fur hidden in the bushes in front. It was indeed the middle circle, and a B-level alien plant was found at once. If it was in the outer circle, it might not be found even if you dug 3 feet into the ground. Su Yue was overjoyed, and immediately completed the mimicry and weapon, holding a knife, and killing the red fur. Wen Qian, who had just landed, saw that he had acted without even notifying him, and cursed him for being sick, and quickly completed the mimicry and weapon, and went to help. Sure Yuan landed lightly on the ground, and tilted his head in confusion. Shinji happened to see her action, retracted his right leg that had just stepped out, and stood beside her without moving. Sure Yuan noticed his little action and asked, aren't you going to help? Shinji replied, he probably doesn't need it. As he was talking, Wen Qian shouted, what are you two doing standing there? Come and help. The combat power of this red fur is equivalent to that of a level 5 gifted person. It is not difficult for Su Yue to hunt it. It only takes some time. Hearing Wen Qian's words, he sneered, why call those two trash over? Are they causing trouble? Wen Qian was almost speechless, but she was a caring person. Even if she didn't like Su Yue, she couldn't just stand by and watch. Looking at the two people standing there in a daze, she felt even more uncomfortable. The noise of their fight was not small, which overwhelmed the slight rustling sound in the bushes. Shinji, who had just stood still, pulled out a dagger from his waist and said to Sure Yuan, be careful, something is approaching. The two people who were fighting with the red fur did not realize that they had been regarded as prey by other plants. Sure Yuan blinked and said, your perception is so sharp, they are still 100 meters away. The perception ability of a gifted person is closely related to the level, and is affected by the strength of mental power. Under normal standards, a first-level talent can only sense the situation within a radius of 1 meter, and the one-way perception is 2 meters. A second-level talent can sense the situation within a radius of 2 meters, and the one-way perception is 4 meters. By analogy, a fourth-level talent can sense the situation within a radius of 8 meters, and the one-way perception is 16 meters. When Qian said that Shenji is a fourth-level talent, so how strong must his mental power be to get at least the perception bonus equivalent to that of a seventh-level talent? Shenji did not expect that she could accurately tell the location of the approaching alien plant, and unconsciously tightened the dagger. Your perception is also very sharp. It is not something that a second-level talent can have. Sure, Yuan seemed not to hear the hidden meaning of his words, and held the little kitten with a smile on his face. My kitten is ranked in the top 10 of the top mimicry. Isn't it normal to be more sensitive? Shinji glanced at her profile with his peripheral vision, and finally determined that this delicate young lady, who had to lie on her brother's back to complete the off-road mission, was playing the pig to eat the tiger. Even a pure-blooded glutton could not give such a strong perception ability to a gifted person who had just awakened. Can you sense how many plants there are? Shinji wanted to test the upper limit of her ability. 6 plants. Sure, Yuan answered accurately. All are B-level alien plants. When alien plants with low levels determine the target for hunting, they usually act together with other alien plants to increase the success rate of hunting. Such accurate information. Shinji was even more curious about her strength, and deliberately said, if there are only 4 of us, we can't deal with it. Sure, Yuan gave him a trusting look. I think you can do it. Shinji, He didn't understand why this young lady was so confident. Was she really not going to take action? Or was she just more perceptive? But her combat power was not very good. It's coming, Sure Yuan reminded. Shinji couldn't figure out what she was thinking, and he didn't want to put his 2 teammates in danger, so he stepped forward and reminded them loudly. There are 6 B-level alien plants in the bushes on your right. Be careful not to be attacked by them. As soon as the voice fell, a vine suddenly jumped out of the bushes, like a venomous snake accumulating power to hunt, and rolled towards Wen Qian's ankle at lightning speed. Shinji's eyes condensed slightly, and he decisively threw out the dagger. The blade broke through the wind and accurately cut off the vine that sprang out. The half-meter-long vine fell to the ground, like a broken snake tail, twisting and struggling on the ground, and the tissue fluid oozing from the incision sank into the red soil on the ground, making a sizzling corrosion sound. The sudden change scared Suyue and Wen Qian. They turned around in a hurry, and saw 4 or 5 vines rushing out of the bushes. The trapped red fruit fur took advantage of their distraction, and immediately threw out its needle-shaped leaves to launch a sneak attack. The dense needles completely covered the 2 people's retreat, and they could only hold up the star power shield to resist. But the violent star power on the needles gave it extremely strong penetration, but in just a few seconds, the star power shield hit cracks. The 2 people survived the needle rain in a mess, and before they had time to catch their breath, 5 vines rushed in front of them, tied their wrists and ankles, and began to secrete corrosive tissue fluid. Shinji pulled out the dagger nailed to the tree, and bounced up with the force. The sharp blade passed through a touch of cold light, and the vines ready to prey were like broken glass, breaking into sections and falling to the ground. Sure Yuan bit a star fruit and commented in a low voice. The speed is quite fast, and the weapon is not bad. The instructor really won't let the trash gather together. Shinji landed easily with the dagger in his hand. Wen Qian was stunned. After reacting, she quickly raised the crossbow in her hand and shot an arrow at the red fruit fur that tried to release the needle rain again. Suyue was also a little surprised, but when he thought of Shinji's mimicry as a shadow cat known for its speed and stealth, he immediately suppressed his surprise and looked at the vines that retreated into the bushes, saying angrily, "Why are there so many alien plants?" He could easily deal with a B-level alien plant, but suddenly there were so many. If there was no Ji Qingyuan, the useless young lady who only watched the fun in the team, maybe there would be a chance to fight, but now, the arrow shot by Wen Qian did not hit the target. The speed of the red fruit fur was not slow. She lacked combat experience and did not have much predictive ability. After missing the first strike, she was a little disappointed. Knowing that she had missed the best hunting opportunity, she immediately retreated. The 3 of us can't deal with 7 B-level alien plants. Let's retreat first. Suyue unwillingly clenched the hilt of the knife. The red fruit cedar is already at the end of its strength. You 2 hold these alien plants. I will kill it and leave. After saying that, he immediately raised the knife and killed the red fruit cedar. Wen Qian wanted to call him, but hesitated again. Just now, she and Suyue cooperated with each other, and had indeed forced the red fruit cedar into a desperate situation. They would be able to hunt it down soon. If they left now, not only would they waste time and energy, but they might not be able to find the lone B-level alien plant. Shinji knew what she was thinking by looking at her expression. Listening to the movement in the bushes, the alien plants hidden in it were about to launch a new round of attacks. Without hesitation, he pulled out another dagger from his waist and rushed towards the alien plants that had thrown out vines again. His speed was quite fast. He dodged left and right, leaving behind a barely noticeable afterimage. He easily avoided the vines that tried to attack him and immediately approached the bushes in front of him, stabbing the alien plant hidden inside with all his strength. Huff! A huge flower disc rushed out from inside, with densely packed sharp teeth biting at high speed, and sticky tissue fluid sprayed out, right in Shinji's face. Wen Qian's pupils dilated, and just as she was about to shout the word "be careful," Shinji had already turned his head and brushed past the highly corrosive tissue fluid. The dagger left his palm and pierced the round flower disc vertically. The pure black star power bounced off the tissue fluid stuck on the dagger, and Shinji caught the dagger with his backhand. With a flexible horizontal cut, the huge flower disc was separated from the stems and leaves, and fell to the ground with a bang, splashing sticky tissue fluid. He chopped off the root of the alien plant, dug out the black crystal inside, and nimbly jumped several meters away before the alien plant next to him launched an attack. After a set of movements, it was smooth and flowing. Wen Qian was stunned again. She couldn't believe that Shinji easily hunted down a B-level attack alien plant alone. Before she had time to think about why Shinji had such a strong strength, a scream suddenly came from the side. The two hurriedly turned their heads, and saw Su Yue sitting on the ground with his right leg covered. Blood gushed out from his fingers, and stained his combat uniform in an instant. A bloody needle pierced the ground behind him, and the tail was shining with a cold light. The sharp edge made people subconsciously want to look away. The red fruit fur that was supposed to be cut by Su Yue suddenly expanded to 2 meters high, and the rough bark cracked, revealing the dark red star power flowing in the fiber tissue. The needles that were almost exhausted also emerged again, like bamboo shoots after rain, becoming harder and sharper. Wen Qian's pupils dilated. Oh no! This is a violent alien plant. When some alienated creatures are on the verge of death, they will choose to stimulate all the power in the alienated crystals, break through to a higher level in a short period of time to improve their combat effectiveness, and are called violent alienated creatures. This state is difficult to distinguish in advance, so when fighting with alienated creatures, gifted people will try to kill them quickly to prevent them from entering a violent state and increasing the difficulty of hunting. The black crystal of this red fruit fur obviously stores a lot of energy, helping it break through to level A in one fell swoop, allowing her to have the combat power equivalent to that of a level 7 gifted person in a short period of time. Shi Yuan, who was eating melon, sighed and lifted the kitten in his arms onto his shoulders. Su Yue's right leg was pierced by needles. The severe pain made it impossible for him to stand up. The shadow of the red fur covered him, and sharp needles pointed straight at him. The bursting branches pressed back, making the action of launching needles. If Su Yue was stabbed by these needles, he would definitely die. It was too late to ask the instructor for help. Shinji held the dagger tightly, turned into a faint light, and disappeared on the spot, wanting to save Su Yue before he was stabbed into a hedgehog. At the same time, dense needles shot out from the branches of the red fir. The large-scale attack range completely blocked Su Yue's retreat, leaving him no possibility of escape. Pain and fear stimulated Su Yue's nerves, and red bloodshot climbed up his wide-open eyes. He did not dare to look directly at the sharpness of the needles, and subconsciously raised his hand to block his eyes. On the verge of death, he heard his own heavy breathing. His pounding heart was like thunder rolling in the sky, pressing on his eardrums, and the blood in his body was like boiling water, rushing through his blood vessels. Is he going to die? Is he going to die? The expected pain did not come, and a series of crisp crackling sounds replaced the drumbeats of his heartbeat. The silver-gray bone sickle spun at high speed, and the needles that should have pierced Su Yue's body were easily cut off by it, and fell to the ground like rain. A slender and graceful figure appeared in Su Yue's vision soaked with sweat. She stood in front of him, and the little kitten on her shoulder roared at the red fruit fur, and her white fingers pressed the sickle handle flexibly, turning at a speed that was difficult to capture. The silver-gray hair fluttered in the wind, with a not-so-obvious arc, and the sunlight on the horizon coated her with a layer of light golden light, and the perfect profile made people reluctant to look away. When the last needle fell to the ground, she raised her lips slightly, stepped on Su Yue's uninjured leg, and swung her sickle at Chiguoshan, who was about to charge and fire needles again amid his screams. The huge bone sickle turned a dangerous arc in her hand, and the blade and the breeze acted as bowstrings, playing a pleasant short tune, like a believer's tribute to the gods. The pure white star power dragged out a long tail of light. surrounding the gorgeous bone sickle and turning into a ferocious Taotai phantom. Taotai raised its front hooves, let out a deafening roar, and rushed towards the frightened Chiguoshan with infinite momentum. As the silver light danced, Chiguoshan's swollen body trembled, as if it was cut by countless sharp steel wires in an instant, and fell apart after a slight click. The shadow wrapped around Shinji gradually dissipated, and he stopped his steps at some point, staring blankly at the girl in front of him who swung the huge bone sickle. She easily retracted her momentum, stood on tiptoes in front of the sweaty Suyue, looked down at him, and responded to his previous ridicule. Third brother has his own things to do, so it's not good for him to always take care of me. Chapter 32. The body of Chiguoshan fell to the ground, and the black crystals in his body were completely shattered due to the exhaustion of energy. His end was simply horrible. Suyue, who had escaped death, was gasping for breath, and beads of sweat slid down his forehead. His clothes were completely soaked with sweat. He looked like he had just crawled out of the water, and even forgot the pain in his legs. Shinji saw his miserable appearance, took out a repair potion from the space ring, pinched his chin and poured it into him, and then took out a bandage to wrap his injured thigh for him to prevent him from dying due to excessive blood loss. Suyue came back to his senses during his actions, pursed his lips tightly, opened his mouth to say something, but it seemed that there was a big stone blocking his throat, and he couldn't make a sound. It was not until Shinji helped him up from the ground that he exhaled deeply and whispered, "Thank you, thank you." Shinji raised his eyebrows in surprise, probably because he didn't expect him to thank him, and replied, "You're welcome, I didn't save you." Suyu was slightly hoarse, and tilted his head to look at Shiryuan, who was waving a silver-gray bone sickle, and easily cut down 5 alien plants hidden in the bushes under the blade. Her movements were smooth and flowing, like a dancing butterfly. The 2-meter-high bone sickle in her hand was like a child's toy, easily cutting off the waving vines, and cutting off their flower stalks in one fell swoop before the alien plants reorganized their offensive. The bone sickle hooked down, split the remaining rhizomes in two, and took out the black crystals growing in the root system. When Qian was completely stunned, or rather, she had not come back to her senses since the beginning. She felt that she must be dreaming. Otherwise, how could Ji Qingyuan, who could not even complete a cross-country mission independently, be like a top hunter and kill 5 B-level alien plants as easily as chopping melons and vegetables? But the corpses of several alien plants lying on the ground told her that everything that happened before her eyes was true. Shiryuan didn't care how much shock he had caused to his 3 teammates. He took the greedy holy side, gave 4 of the B-level black crystals to Wen Qian, and put the other one into the space ring. The kitten wanted to pounce on it to eat it when it smelled the aroma, but she grabbed its waving paws and signaled it to behave itself. She would give it more food when she returned. The kitten glanced at the people around it, wilted and put away its short legs, and buried its head in her hair. It was so cute that people wanted to kiss it hard. When Qian frantically held 4 black crystals, her mind still a little dizzy, the hunting mission. It's done, so easy. Wait. Didn't Ji Qingyuan awaken the mimicry less than 3 months ago? How could she have such a strong fighting power? The remaining 5 B-level alien plants have the fighting power equivalent to that of a level 5 talent, and she easily solved them in less than 2 minutes? But she was clearly a level 2 talent before, playing the pig to eat the tiger. These 5 words emerged in Wen Qian's mind, and she secretly glanced at the girl standing in front of her. After she put away the gorgeous bone sickle, the calm and composed temperament around her was completely restrained, and she turned back to the innocent and simple eldest lady as before, as if everything that happened just now was just her illusion. When Qian thought of her previous evaluation of Shiryuan, and suddenly felt particularly embarrassed. Sure enough, how could the future heir of the totem family be a naive person? Even if she is, Marshal Ji Wu will make her a naive person. It is said that there is a strong competitive relationship between the major totem families. Is Ji Qingyuan pretending to be innocent and harmless in order to let the heirs of other totem families relax their vigilance? When Qian's thoughts began to diverge wildly, and she thought she had guessed the truth. She also thought that Ji Qingyuan exposed her strength in order to save Suyue, and suddenly felt that she really grew up among the common people, and she did not have the arrogance of most nobles, and even saved people who had looked down on her many times. The Taotai Corps is such a commander who has felt the suffering of the people. It must be easier for the common people to climb up than it is now. Shiryuan didn't know that she had so much in her mind, and asked casually, "Do you want to stay here? Or go back to deliver the task?" When Qian was pulled back to her senses by her words. Her first reaction was to go back to deliver the task. If it was before, she would definitely express her opinion immediately, but now she hesitated and did not speak. The team completed the hunting task so quickly, which would definitely attract the attention of other teams. Ji Qingyuan deliberately concealed his strength and must not want to be the focus. It would not be appropriate to go back at this time. When Qian cast her eyes on Shenji, who was carrying Su Yue, and wanted to hear his opinion, Shenji still gave the same answer as before: I can do anything. With the strength he just showed, it is not difficult to hunt B-level alien plants. He can move in the outer area of the middle circle, and his mimicry is a shadow cat, so he can run away if he can't win. Su Yu lowered his head and didn't express his opinion. It was very different from his previous arrogant appearance. It was obvious that he had suffered a big blow in the previous incident and had some self-knowledge. When Qian was secretly happy to see him like this. She was from an ordinary family. She was lucky in the entrance examination and ranked high, and was assigned to the first combat class. In the past, she had been in contact with people who were similar to herself or slightly richer than herself, or some small nobles, and she didn't feel a more obvious class gap. After enrolling in Xingyao Military Academy, she realized that she, who was very good in middle school, could not get a place here at all. Level 4 talent was just the threshold for admission. She was often ridiculed and despised by Su Yue and others because of her limited knowledge and poor combat skills. She could only complete the tasks assigned by the instructors. She could not help but feel angry. However, she never did anything to offend others. Although she was almost overwhelmed now, her expression did not change much. She knew that she had no say, and the person who really made the decision was Shi Yuan, so she gave her a look and stuttered, Qingyuan, you decide. I have no opinion. You can't judge a person by his appearance. She will restrain her judgment criteria with strong subjective intentions in the future. Shi Yuan didn't know her psychological activities, but he knew why she gave him the decision-making power. Her eyes swept over Su Yue's injured thigh. Although she drank the repair potion and bandaged it with a bandage, the violent star power attached to the wound was not so easy to remove, so it was still slowly oozing blood. In this state, Su Yue couldn't move on, let alone hunt alien plants. The task assigned by the instructor had been completed. Shi Yuan didn't want to waste time and energy protecting the burden, so he said, let's go back first. His injuries need treatment, and the bloody smell can easily attract high-level alien plants. When Qian had a filter of hard mouth and soft heart in her mind just now. As expected, she quickly put away the 4 black crystals in her hand and volunteered, then I will go to the front to lead the way. Shi Yuan touched the kitten, who had passed the greed, and poked his head out again to look around curiously, and walked forward. Su Yue originally tilted his head, not daring to look at Shi Yuan with his face. When he heard her say that her injury needed treatment, his brain suddenly became like a rusty machine, with only a buzzing sound, and he didn't know how to think. When he reacted, Shi Yuan had already walked several meters away. Thinking of her blocking in front of him and taking all the needles, Su Yue suddenly felt like ants were crawling on his body, and the heat on his face, which had just eased a little, started to roll again. He bit his tongue cruelly, and the clear pain gave him courage. He closed his eyes and said loudly, Ji Qingyuan, thank you for just now. Su Yue almost shouted this sentence with all his strength. After he said it, the hot breath rushed up from his ears and rushed straight to the top of his head. His body seemed to be exhausted and slid down softly. If Shenji hadn't held his arm, he would definitely fall to the ground. His voice was loud enough that Shenji tilted his head to the side and couldn't help but complain in his heart, this guy is so eager to thank me. Why did he do this if he had known this would happen? He turned his head to look at Shi Yuan, but found that she was playing with the kitten on her shoulder and walking straight forward, as if she didn't hear Su Yue's words. Su Yue didn't expect her to react like this. She was stunned, and her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The heat behind her ears also disappeared in an instant, and her congested cheeks turned pale. Shenji saw his changes and felt speechless. This young master was probably used to being praised by others, used to pointing fingers at others, and didn't know his own weight. He found that Ji Qingyuan was not worthy of the identity of the heir of the Taotai family, so he pointed fingers at her, and felt that if he exchanged identities, he would definitely do better than her. Now that his inherent cognition was overturned, and he was saved by someone he looked down upon, he finally lowered his face to thank him, but the other party did not take him seriously at all. His mentality of condescending to others was completely crushed. Su Yue did not even think about it. Ji Qingyuan did not even care about the princess, so what kind of dish was he? Just at this moment, a wave of air mixed with the breath of the viper suddenly surged from a certain direction in the middle circle, and Shi Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. It was Qi Huan's breath. Is he in danger? she immediately said to Shinji, "You go first, I go over to see the situation." Without waiting for anyone to answer, she nimbly jumped onto the treetops and disappeared in a few bounces. Shinji swallowed the good word that was on the tip of his tongue, frowned slightly at the direction where she disappeared. But he quickly retracted his sight, completely lifted up the absent-minded Suyue, and went to meet Wen Qian in front. The noise came from the middle circle towards the inner circle. When Shi Yuan hurried over, he only saw the trees falling and the half-meter-wide pit left by the fist. Qi Huan was nowhere to be seen, but there was extremely violent star power, and the breath of the tongue snake that could not be ignored, indicating that he had fought with someone here with all his strength. Shi Yuan half-crouched down, and his white fingertips gently pressed on the gap of a broken tree. Extraordinary level 2. No wonder the battle ended so quickly, but Qi Huan, a level 6 talent, had no power to resist. With Madame Qi's regard for Qi Huan, he must have the totem blessing, but the totem blessing did not take effect, indicating that his life was not in danger, but he was taken away. Was it the black talent who was in the same group as the man last night, that boss, dared to take action in broad daylight? It is too arrogant. Shi Yuan was about to get up when she suddenly felt a secret presence behind her. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and when the other party raised his hand to chop at her neck, she fell to the ground. A strong arm lifted her up from the ground, and his eyes fell on her face. He whistled and sighed with a hoarse voice. "What a pretty girl. I take her back to be my wife." Chapter 33. Tick. Tick. Water seeps out of the pipe and falls into the puddle on the ground, making a crisp echo. The whirring sound of the wind rushes through the ventilation duct, like the howling of the devil in the rainy night. The blazing white light shines down from above, illuminating the two people who are tied up. The heavy footsteps come from far away, and the iron door is pulled open, making a long creaking sound due to disrepair. A tall man over 1.9 meters tall stands at the door. He is wearing a thin red shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong arm muscles. 2 buttons on the collar are unbuttoned, and the collar droops to both sides, revealing his wheat-colored chest muscles. The man has a very eye-catching red hair, which is kept in a wolf head hairstyle. He wears a bean-sized ruby earring on his right ear, which adds a bit of unruly temperament to him. If you look closely, you will find that the earrings are not just ornaments. The faint light on the surface of the ruby is silently absorbing the violent star power emanating from him. Although he is so tall, his presence is minimal. His dark green eyes are frighteningly cold against the dim light outside the door. If someone familiar with the Star C wanted list is here, he will definitely recognize that he is the 10th most wanted criminal in the Interstellar Bounty, a black talent codenamed Red Wolf. 3 years ago, he escaped from the Tianyuan prison where the Yongnao Empire held serious criminals, killed a former 5th prince, the younger brother of the current emperor, who happened to be on patrol at the time, and triggered a riot in the entire Tianyuan prison, leading countless vicious criminals to escape. Since then, his whereabouts have been unknown, and now he has appeared under the noses of the Tongxi royal family on Xianyao Star. He is really brave. Qilang looked down at Shi Yuan and Qi Huan, who had fainted in the corner, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Haven't they woken up yet?" The two were tied up with special scale ropes, their mouths were taped, and they leaned against the wall. The damp basement was empty, so it was convenient for the guards to see their situation at a glance, without any blind spots. The young man leaning against the door with his eyes closed said, "No." His hair was chestnut and naturally curly. At this time, he crossed his arms across his chest, his eyelids drooped as if he was in a deep sleep, and his temperament was lazy and a little gloomy. "Shouldn't it be? I didn't use that much force." Qilang tilted his head and said meaningfully, "Pouring a basin of manure should wake them up." The wool-curled young man did not comment. Qi Huan, who was pretending to be unconscious, froze and immediately opened his eyes with a dazed look. He pretended to be just awake and pushed Shi Yuan with his head, making a humming sound, trying to wake her up. His acting skills were full of mistakes, but Qilang did not expose them, just sneered, "Look, isn't it awake now?" When Qi Huan and his team members were hunting alien plants together, he accidentally dropped the jade pendant on his body. A certain alien plant sensed the abundant star power contained in the jade pendant, picked it up and ran away. If it was an ordinary ornament, it would be fine, but the jade pendant was a birthday gift from his brother before he died, and it could not be taken away by alien plants. Qi Huan lost his way while chasing the alien plants, and finally got the jade pendant back by chance, but met Qilang, who recognized him as a pure-blooded snake. He fought with the other party with all his strength, but he didn't catch a single move. He woke up a few minutes ago and knew he was kidnapped. He didn't dare to act rashly, so he pretended to be unconscious and tried to find out something. However, the young man with curly hair in charge of guarding him didn't make any movement, so he had to continue pretending patiently. Moreover, he didn't expect that Shuri Yuan was also captured. When he sensed her breath, he almost exposed himself. He finally calmed down and tried to think about the purpose of the other party capturing them, but he couldn't think of anything. Under Chi Huan's unremitting efforts, Shuri Yuan's slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and slowly opened his eyes. The beautiful silver-blue pupils saw Chi Huan close at hand, and were stunned for a moment, and then seemed to realize something, slightly widened their eyes, looked around, and tried to struggle with both hands, but the scale armor rope was tied tighter and tighter. Feeling that there were two other breaths in the not-so-wide space, she stopped struggling and looked warily at the red wolf standing at the door, with one hand in his pocket, and the young man, with curly hair yawning with his head down against the door. Noticing her eye color, Qilang raised his eyebrows, touched his chin meaningfully and said, "So you are the little Tao Tai of Tianduji's family. No wonder you are so beautiful. It's not a loss for you to be my wife." The sleepyhead of the wool-curled young man was instantly scared away by his words, and hesitantly said, "Boss, do you want to be hunted down by the Tao Tai army for thousands of miles?" "That's the Tao Tai army, the most brutal and fierce army among the 7 totem armies. The Tao Tai army that can even penetrate the Rose army of the Winston Empire. I'm Ji Wu's son-in-law. I'm one of us. Why are you still hunting me?" Qilang refuted him, and his wishful thinking was crackling. "Then, there will be no need to hide with you guys, who are good for nothing but fighting. Let's go to Xingguan City to eat and drink." The wool-curled young man, who was hit on the head by the word idiot, said expressionlessly, "Just be happy." Chi Huan's eyes widened when he heard the conversation between the two. The word son-in-law and wife of the chieftain kept repeating in his brain. When he realized what was happening, he immediately showed an angry expression and moved his body to block Shuri Yuan. Qilang saw him trying desperately to get a pupa and said, "Look at our little snake. It wants to be a flower protector." "What? Is this little glutton your girlfriend? Speaking of which, I caught her to find you." Chi Huan was stunned by the word girlfriend at first, and then he opened his eyes wide to speak after hearing the second half of the sentence, but his mouth was tightly taped, and he could only make a whining sound. Qilang was amused by his reaction. "You want me to let her go?" Chi Huan nodded immediately. Qilang was surprised and said, "She is the wife I like. How can you let her go? If you let her go, how can I become the son-in-law of the Tianduji family? That's a lot of wealth." His tone was very brisk, but his dark green pupils were full of malice. Shuri Yuan, She didn't expect that one day, she would be described as a lot of wealth. It didn't feel bad, but it was a little subtle. However, Qilang's eyes were not friendly, but there was no obscene intention. I think he said it deliberately to stimulate Chi Huan or satisfy his own low-level bad taste. As the 10th wanted criminal on the Shanghai bounty list, he must know that she and Chi Huan were blessed by totems. If he didn't kill them, it would be a hot potato in his hand. He could have knocked them out and left them there, but he didn't do that. Instead, he brought them back. He must have had other intentions, and the intentions were most likely related to the totem family. For example, the Xiao Bai Zai she had accidentally heard before. Qilang didn't know that Shuri Yuan had guessed his plan before he said anything. If he knew, he would definitely regret bringing her back. But there is no regret medicine in this world, let alone mind reading. He still thought he was playing the role of a hunter, enjoying the trembling appearance of the two preys with interest. As expected, Chi Huan made a humming sound again, completely blocking Shuri Yuan, who lowered his eyes, and showed a fearful and uneasy expression behind him. Qilang pulled the chair next to him, and sat in front of them with his legs crossed. His hands in black gauze gloves were placed on his knees, and his index fingers beat the rhythm from time to time, trying to break the psychological defenses of the two people in this way. Chi Huan was not good at guessing people's hearts at all. He was controlled by Qilang's emotions, and made humming sounds many times to speak. Qilang just smiled, like an old cat that caught a mouse, but didn't eat it, looking at the prey at its mouth with a bad taste, trying to escape but unable to. Finally, he raised his right hand, and the invisible star power attached to the tape that blocked the mouths of the two people, and tore it off with a swish. Chi Huan didn't even have time to breathe, and hurriedly said, "Let us go, you can make any conditions. You don't want to offend the Tingsha family, and the Tao Ai family at the same time, right?" Qilang was not scared by him, and smiled and asked back, "You all saw what I look like. If I let you go, will I be able to leave Xianyao Star alive? It's better to take a gamble, and rely on my wife to jump over the dragon gate." Chi Huan heard him talking about his wife every 3 sentences, and gritted his teeth. "We met you by accident. We have no grudges before. If you let us go, we will pretend that this thing never happened. You should know that the descendants of the totem family have the totem left by the Saint Domain strongmen in their bodies. You can't kill us, so there's no need to fight to the death. Qi Lang seemed to be shocked by his words and sighed. Well, it's not impossible to let you go, but I need you to do a small favor. Qi Huan saw that his words had worked, and immediately asked back, what favor? Qi Lang smiled meaningfully, took out a storage box from the space ring, and put it in front of him. Without waiting for Qi Huan to ask, he took the initiative to hook his fingers and open the lid of the box, revealing the neatly stacked A-level black crystals inside. Sure, Yuan sighed in his heart and guessed Qi Lang's thoughts. The most unbreakable alliance in the world is to jointly uphold a secret that cannot be told. Qi Lang did not have the qualifications to establish a cooperative relationship with the heir of the totem family, nor could he tell his secrets to others at will, so he could only create a handle that could restrain each other. Qi Huan was stunned when he saw the black crystal. The killing of a black talent in the blood-forbidden land was a hot topic. He wanted to follow Madame Qi's wishes and become the leader of the Yaoguang camp. Naturally, he could not miss such a big news. He immediately had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Qi Lang loosened the scale rope that bound the two people, pointed at the black crystal and said with a smile, "Absorb these, and I will let you go." Black crystals can help talents quickly improve their strength. The side effect is that it will affect the personality and temper of talents, making them irritable, cruel, and bloodthirsty. In addition, once the black crystals are absorbed, the violent star power will flow into the body of the talent, destroying the original star power structure and making the talent dependent on power. If the absorption stops, the cultivation will stagnate. Almost no gifted person can endure the pain of not being able to become stronger after experiencing the benefits of rapid progress in cultivation, which will lead to a vicious cycle. Yongnao Empire has expressly prohibited gifted people from absorbing black crystals. If the pure blood of the totem family is found to be a black gifted person, they will directly lose the right of inheritance. Lose the right of inheritance. These words circled in Qi Huan's mind like a spell. Qi Huan stared at the neatly stacked black crystals in the box. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and a slight dizziness appeared in front of his eyes. A terrifying voice came out from the bottom of his heart, screaming, "Promise him. Promise him. If you lose the inheritance, you can live the life you want. You will not be a puppet in the hands of your mother. You don't have to be enemies with your brothers and sisters. Qi Lang saw him sweating profusely, and said with disdain, "A pure-blooded snake is just like this. A few black crystals scared you like this?" At this point, he changed his tone. "If you don't want to absorb it, let the little Taotai behind you come. She will absorb it all, and you can leave safely." Hearing his voice, Qi Huan came back to his senses as if startled, and then thought about his words, and said reflexively, "No." "Okay." Sure Yuan's voice was synchronized with his. Qi Huan looked over in panic. The girl lowered her eyes quietly. A red mark appeared on her fair cheek because the tape was too tight. Her hair was a little messy, and draped over her shoulders. She looked well-behaved and pitiful. At that moment, one after another, faces that disappeared from his world because of his mother's intervention appeared one after another. Friend, he only had Ji Qingyuan as a friend. If she disappeared, he would completely become a puppet in his mother's hands. "No!" Qi Huan shook his head vigorously and asked loudly, "Are you crazy? You finally got home. You are the only pure-blooded Taotai in the Tianduji family. How can you be ruined here because of me?" Sure Yuan felt that his mood was a little wrong, and was about to speak. Qi Huan turned his eyes away first, and said in a trembling voice, as if he was brainwashing himself, I am different from you. In addition to me, my father has many children. One more and one less is not a big deal. If I become a black talent, my mother will not force me anymore. She can no longer force me. I am not my brother. I will never become a person like him. Why didn't I die? In that case, my mother would not be sad. My father would not think that I am useless. It should be me who died. It is because of me that you were caught here. If it was my brother, he would definitely not let you fall into such danger." Qi Huan began to talk to himself, repeating words like mother and brother one after another. The whole person seemed to be possessed by a demon, and even Qi Lang was slightly stunned by his strange reaction. "Qi Huan." Sure Yuan frowned and called Qi Huan's name. He seemed to be unable to hear it at all. His light brown eyes stared straight at the black crystals with dark red starlight flowing, and in the next second he reached out his hand, grabbed one and crushed it directly. His movements were too fast. When Sure Yuan realized that something was wrong and grabbed his hand, it was too late. The dark red star power that escaped rushed into his fingertips, and disappeared without a trace. The slight sound of the crystal shattering seemed to turn on some kind of switch in Chi Huan. A wanton smile appeared on his lips, and bloodshot eyes appeared. The violent star power stimulated his nerves, and the devil's screams in his heart became stronger and stronger. He rushed over and crushed all the remaining black crystals, like a desperate person offering his soul to the devil, and gained a brief freedom by fighting like drinking poison to quench thirst. Red Wolf clapped his hands and laughed. This is a real man. He was about to say something, but suddenly there was a sound of light footsteps outside. The young woman with short hair stopped outside the door, glanced at the situation in the basement, pushed the black-framed glasses on her nose without any expression, and said to Qilang, who turned around, "Boss, the rat is here." Qilang flicked his tongue, looked at the two people on the ground with regret, shrugged and said, "It seems that I can only ask you for help later." He looked down at Chi Huan with red eyes and encouraged, "Young master, I hope you have broken through to level 7 when I come back." After speaking, he took out another box of black crystals, and put it in front of Shi Yuan, raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Miss, how about trying it too? It tastes wonderful, you will like it." Shi Yuan looked up at him, and there was no panic in his silver blue eyes that his companion was about to become a black talent, but it was like a lake under the moonlight, peaceful and beautiful. She said softly, "Thank you for the hospitality." Red Wolf didn't expect her to say that, and was stunned for a moment, but before he could think deeply, a huge force hit the building above, and even the basement shook. He took a deep breath, suppressed the impatience between his eyebrows, and said to the wool-curled young man, "Keep an eye on them. Let the young lady absorb this box of black crystals." As for the fact that one of them absorbed the box of black crystals just now, and both of them could go together, it was just to coax the young master. The young man with curly hair nodded as usual. The rusty iron door closed, and the heavy footsteps gradually faded away. He looked at the two people kneeling in the corner, yawned lazily, and decided to watch the show for a while. After all, you can't usually see these high-ranking young masters and young ladies in such a miserable state. Chi Huan's condition was very bad at this time. Black crystals can improve cultivation, but they cannot be absorbed in large quantities in a short period of time, otherwise they will lose their normal consciousness and cognition, like the slightly fat man that Shi Yuan saw before he found the black talents in the blood-forbidden land, and only want to vent the negative emotions suppressed in the heart, showing behaviors of attacking people or self-harming. At this time, a large amount of violent star power poured into Chi Huan's body, destroying the original star power balance in his veins, and even invading the spiritual power spring, affecting his mimicry. The threat of pain pressed Chi Huan's nerves, his breathing became rough and heavy, and his chest rose and fell violently. The tongue snake hidden in the spiritual power spring sensed the invasion of external forces, and roared fiercely, as if trying to wake up its master. If Shi Yuan could see Chi Huan's spiritual power spring, he would find that it was barren in the form of a forest, and the trees seemed to have been drained of vitality, emitting a gray and decayed atmosphere from the inside out. The shadow of the tongue snake swam out from behind a dead tree, but it did not have the fierceness that it had when it shouted at Yushi Lake on Xiaomeng Star. There was no trace of the tongue snake totem in the gray-black sky. Shi Yuan ignored the woolly curly young man, who was leaning against the wall to watch the fun. He pursed his lips and held Chi Huan's wrist, probing the star power into his meridians, trying to draw the violent star power in his body to himself, and then purse it with the Tao Tai totem. But before she could do so, she was driven away by the breath of the tongue snake, which sensed the breath of the Tao Tai. The stronger the mimicry, the stronger the sense of territory, not to mention that the tongue snake and the Tao Tai are more ferocious than each other. No matter what the other party is thinking, they will identify the other party as an invader of the territory. Perhaps the tongue snake is strong enough. Chi Huan gradually regained some of his blurred consciousness, clenched his fists, and forcibly endured the pain caused by the violent star power rushing through his body. In his unclear vision, he saw Shi Yuan pursed his lips tightly, with a cold look between his eyebrows. He tilted his head and showed her a pale smile, just like his brother used to protect himself. "Qing Yuan, I'm fine, don't worry. I can protect you, you are the first friend I made after my brother left. Even if you are not Ji Qing Yuan, I can protect you." If he was strong enough, the friends he had made in the past would not be strangers to him because of his mother's intervention. The fault was not with those who stayed away from him. They didn't dare to offend their mother, so they had to give up on him. It was because he was too incompetent and could never become as strong as his brother. If only he could become his brother. If only he could protect his friends like his brother protected his friends. Now he did it, at least once. Chi Huan. Shi Yuan called his name again. This time his voice was very cold. There was no worry in the previous voice, nor was it as kind and gentle as any other time he called him. He just called out this nickname coldly, completely separating the emotion from the person who had this nickname. Chi Huan was stunned. He thought he was hallucinating and tried to see the girl in front of him clearly, but found that she was looking at him with a very heavy and cold gaze, and there was no emotion in her silver blue eyes. Sure Yuan lifted Chi Huan's collar and sneered at the surprised look of the curly-haired young man. Chi Huan, why are you so impressed? Her fingertips touched the end of Chi Huan's eye, where tears were flowing from pain, and flicked the tear away in his dilated pupils. Then she punched him in the face the next second. The girl's fist was not big, and it was hard to tell how much power it had when she clenched it, but she knocked Chi Huan flying. The forehead hit the uneven wall, leaving a big cut, and blood flowed down, pressing Chi Huan's eyelids, reflecting his unbelievable eyes. Sure Yuan stood up and looked down at him. Protect me? This is just an excuse for you to resist Madame Qi, and a shell you try to put up for your weakness and incompetence. The one who can really protect me doesn't need to sacrifice himself and let me bear the moral burden. You are dissatisfied with Madame Qi's control over you, but you use such a ridiculous way of running away from home to resist? Chi Huan, are you 3 years old? I thought the arrogant Ji Qinglian was stupid enough, but I didn't expect you to be even worse. You don't want to inherit the position of the head of the tongue snake family, but you want to escape by absorbing black crystals and self-destructing. If I were another pure-blooded tongue snake, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Sure Yuan swung the silver-gray bone sickle, and the blade was only a millimeter away from Chi Huan's neck. She raised her chin slightly and said contemptuously, Don't be moved by yourself, idiot. If you don't want to be controlled by Madame Qi, then die. If you still have some backbone, you can hit me yourself, cut off the artery, wait for the blood to flow out, and completely escape the shackles that imprison you. The cold edge slid all the way to the tip of the bone sickle, and the pupils of the wool-curled young man slightly opened. How is it possible? Didn't she drink the weakening potion? During the duration of the potion, the mimicry power cannot be gathered. How can she use the mimicry weapon? An ominous premonition surged in his heart, and he completely lost the mood to watch the show. He grasped the gray-scaled long whip hidden at his waist. The girl holding the bone sickle anticipated his idea one step ahead of time. She touched the ground with her toes, and disappeared on the spot. The sharp blade and the flying long whip collided with each other, making a sharp friction sound and splashing tiny sparks. In a moment, the gray-scaled long whip shrank and transformed into a serrated long sword, blocking the blade that broke through the wind. The two collided again, and the crisp symphony was like a bassist at a dance party playing to his heart's content. Every note was so full, and every tune was so passionate, the dense sword lights and sword shadows broke into Chi Huan's bloodshot eyes. In the gray pupils, Sure Yuan was reflected, who fought with the wool-curled young man, who was an 8th-level talent but did not lose. Her expression was so relaxed, as if she was not fighting a life-and-death battle, but just experiencing a simple warm-up exercise. As if she noticed his gaze, the girl looked back. Although there was no emotion in her pupils, Chi Huan's heart seemed to be suddenly tightly grasped by a big hand. Something in the depths of his mind was struggling violently, trying to break out of the cage that trapped him. Weak. Chi Huan, you are just a weak. You want to get rid of the shackles, but you try to bind others in the name of protection. Let me out. Let me be you. Let me change everything. I will get everything you want for you. At the moment when the violent star power surged, Chi Huan looked at the red and white lights on the ceiling, shook his pupils, and fell to the ground weakly. Sure Yuan noticed the movement behind him, frowned slightly, and turned the greedy holy scythe to cut off the sword light of the wool-curled young man, who was chasing him, and landed beside Chi Huan nimbly. The battle paused briefly. The wool-curled young man's chest rose and fell sharply, and beads of sweat slid down his forehead. The shock in his heart was almost indescribable. Level 4. Is a pure-blooded Tao Tai at only level 4 so strong? Whether in speed or strength, it must be better than him. He has used 90% of his strength to resist her attack, but he is still like a mouse forced into a desperate situation by an old cat, and he can't see where to survive. The boss, that stupid wolf, does he know that he has brought back a killing god? And the wife of the village chief? Is it the Black Widow, who makes human meat buns? Sure Yuan didn't even give him a glance. He was about to check whether the idiot on the ground really couldn't stand the stimulation and killed himself. The hand that was originally soft on the ground suddenly raised up and grabbed her ankle. The breath is wrong. It's a tongue snake, but stronger, unlike Chi Huan's tongue snake. Sure Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and swung the greedy holy scythe at the boy who was slowly getting up from the ground. The other party let go of her ankle, and directly grasped the sickle blade. The sharp blade cut his palm, and blood gushed out, dripping on the ground. The boy seemed to feel no pain. He lowered his head, and stood up staggeringly with the help of force. The moment their eyes met, he slowly raised the corners of his lips, and smiled wildly at Shuri-Yuan. The originally slightly bright light brown pupils turned into a dark brown. The boy let go of the greedy holy scythe, grabbed the hair that fell on his forehead with his bloody hands and brushed it back, and said wantonly, "Qing Yuan, let me introduce myself again, my name is Qi Xian." Chapter 34. Qi Xian? Shuri-Yuan's pupils dilated slightly, examining the boy who was so close to her. His temperament was completely different from Qi Huan. He was not as lively as Qi Huan, but more confident and arrogant. If he did not have a face exactly like Qi Huan, and she saw him climb up from the ground with Qi Huan's body, she might have thought he was Qi Huan's twin brother. Qi Xian was 3 years older than Qi Huan, and he was already dead, otherwise the Tingsha family would not have brought down a raging rage to slaughter the A-level stars of the Yuqiong constellation, offended the Qilin family to death, and was criticized by the entire galaxy for this. No, he was not Qi Xian, but another personality derived from Qi Huan under the long-term mental oppression of Madame Qi. He appeared as his most admired brother, and did what he wanted to do, but felt he could not do. Shuri-Yuan stared at him and asked, "Where is Qi Huan? Is he dead?" Qi Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled strangely. "Didn't you say he was a fool? You should find him annoying, right? He can't do anything right. He's played around like a fool. He's totally useless. Why do you still care about him? So he escaped from reality and let you out?" Shuri-Yuan followed his words and asked. Qi Xian didn't answer but asked, "Don't you welcome me?" Shuri-Yuan smiled slightly. "No, I'm just a little disappointed. He's not as brave as I thought." She didn't stimulate him with negative words like stupid and fool as before, but used positive words to slightly deny him, telling the coward who chose to escape that he could have done better, but he failed her expectations. Qi Xian's thick eyelashes trembled, and he frowned and turned his head quickly, saying coldly, "That really disappoints you. He is a complete waste. Now, the one standing in front of you is me, Qi Xian. Of course, if you really can't bear to part with my stupid brother, you can also treat me as him. After all, we share the same body, and in the end, we are still the same person." Qi Xian's eyebrows raised, with a special meaning. Sure enough, because he didn't recognize himself in his heart, the split personality also had a strong malice towards the main personality, and looked down on him as a powerful brother. "I say." The sudden voice interrupted the conversation between the two. The young man with curly hair raised his head slightly, his eyelashes drooped down, and half covered his gray pupils. He said unhappily, "Are you two going too far? Do you treat me like air?" A dark shadow hovered under his feet at some point. The violent star power was like a vicious giant snake, spitting out its tongue and moving upward until its sharp fangs appeared from his shoulders. The young man with curly hair suddenly opened his eyes, and the red vertical pupils replaced his pupils, revealing a gloomy and cold light from the inside out. Compared to before, his aura was more than twice as strong, approaching the 9th level talent. The higher the level of the talent, the greater the gap between adjacent levels, the stronger the bonus of mimicry to the talent in all aspects, and it is more difficult to defeat the opponent by leaps and bounds. Shuri-Yuan guessed that he had used special means to improve his strength, and this state would not last long. He raised his eyebrows and said politely, "Sorry, your presence is too low, and it is indeed no different from air." The young man with curly hair did not expect that she could say such provocative words. A dangerous light appeared in his red vertical eyebrows. He immediately turned the black scale 2 sword into a black scale long whip, and killed her without saying anything. Shuri-Yuan glanced at Qi Xian beside her. "Didn't you say you are Qi Xian? Then let me see the strength of the first genius of Yongyao Empire. Don't be a paper tiger that will be broken by a blow." She turned the greedy holy scythe, the blade flowed, shook off the blood stained by Qi Xian, and took a step back briskly, not intending to attack. Qi Xian heard her words and said, "Then you'd better watch out." As soon as the words fell, a majestic and fierce breath of the tongued snake suddenly released from him, powerful, fierce, arrogant, a real pure-blooded tongued snake. Qi Xian clenched his hands, and the breath of the tongued snake rushed out from his shoulders, turning into 2 flying tongued snake phantoms, circling and crashing into his palms, turning into 2 dark red short knives, mimicry of the weapon, tongue snake red fawn double blade. The blade is like the 2 fangs of the tongue snake, flowing with scorching dark red flames, and the back of the blade seems to be unable to withstand the high temperature, showing mottled scorch marks. With a few sparks falling, burning fine charred pieces on the ground. The temperature in the basement suddenly rose, and Qi Xian's dark brown pupils glowed with a faint red light. The next second, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only a burned black footprint. Clang! The two blades of the red fang crossed into a cross, easily blocking the attack of the black-scaled long whip. When the tail of the whip was about to hook back, Qi Xian jumped from the ground, deftly turned 270 degrees in the air, and landed accurately behind the wool-curled young man, avoiding the blind spot of the black-scaled long whip. During the fall, he did not hesitate at all. The fingertips of his left hand pressed the handle of the red fang blade, and the short knife spun at high speed, instantly changing from a normal grip to a reverse grip, and stabbed the wool-curled young man's head fiercely. If this attack hits him, he will definitely die. How could the curly-haired young man who has been in the dark world for a long time be so easily attacked? He is not one of those useless low-level thugs. He keenly sensed Qi Xian's intention, and the black-scaled long whip in his hand immediately retracted into a black-scaled toothed sword, accurately blocking the attack from the top of his head. Ding! The tip of the knife and the teeth of the sword collided with each other, making a crisp buzzing sound, and then quickly separated in the next moment. The black-scaled long whip was swung out again, and the waving scale blade was like the long tail of a poisonous scorpion, spiraling towards Qi Xian, who had landed on the ground. Vowing to let this ignorant boy taste the pain of having his scapula pierced, Qi Xian showed no fear, and once again turned the short knife to a normal grip, and the breath of the viper surged, condensing into an enlarged red fang phantom. The blade was sharp, and it was unstoppable, and instantly pressed towards the aggressive black-scaled long whip. Ping! Pong! Pong! The sharp weapons collided, leaving afterimages in the air. Sure, Yuan held the greedy holy scythe, and yawned boredly. Qi Xian, is this all your strength? It seems that you are not as strong as Qi Huan thought. Her voice was lazy, like a child's innocent whisper, but this tone was the most cruel and heartbreaking. Qi Xian narrowed his pupils slightly, not liking that she always called Qi Huan. In a moment, the ferocious tongue snake phantom quietly emerged behind him, and the crimson tongue snake's breath poured out dark red violent star power. The violet tongue snake spread its wings and roared deafeningly at the giant snake phantom on the tip of the wool-curled young man. The giant snake phantom was frightened by the upper mimicry and froze for a moment, but the black star power wrapped around it suddenly rose, swallowing up the suppression from the tongue snake, making the snake-shaped phantom gradually become clearer. Black scales emerged from its head, gradually covering the long tail wrapped around the waist of the curly-haired young man. Seeing this scene, Sure Yuan crossed her chest with one hand, holding her chin with a thoughtful look. Her eyes swept through the black star power attached to the giant snake phantom inch by inch, and she remembered the black scale wooden box found in the space ring of the burly man. The black star power entrenched on the token was exactly the same as the black star power wrapped around the mimicry of the curly-haired young man at this time, but she felt the danger of being stared at by the abyss from the token. But the giant snake phantom did not give her such a strong threat. Is it just borrowing part of the power? This state of strengthening combat power is quite similar to the situation of the mimicry totem increasing combat power. Could it be that the token is the carrier of some kind of mimicry power? Judging from the number 72, there should be more than one, and the number is not small. While she was thinking, the battle in front did not stop. The giant snake phantom was unwilling to be suppressed by the tongue snake totem, and roared angrily at it, and even formed a confrontation with the tongue snake phantom. The not-so-large basement could not accommodate the flying black-scaled whip. The sharp scale blade penetrated the stone wall behind Qi Xian and dug a deep hole. The rubble flew, and under the influence of the black star power, it turned into the sharpest hidden weapon, and rushed towards Qi Xian, who was about to attack again. The area covered by the rubble was too wide, and Qi Xian could not pass through the dense rubble to continue the attack. He could only wave the red fangs in his hands to resist the overwhelming rubble. Pieces of rubble fell to the ground, like hail falling from the sky, crackling non-stop. While he was busy defending, the young man with curly hair retracted his black scale whip and disappeared as a shadow. The next moment, he hid in the dense rubble and thrust out the fierce black-scaled sword with an absolutely strong attitude. Puff! Blood gushed out, splashing on the damp and moldy wall. Sure Yuan sighed. This brother's combat quality is indeed better than Qi Huan, and his mimicry aura is even stronger, but his body and cultivation have not changed. The gap of nearly 3 levels of combat power is not a joke, not to mention that the wool-curled young man also used the mysterious and dangerous black power. It is not easy to defeat him. At this time, Qi Xian looked down at the black scale-toothed sword that pierced his shoulder blade. His eyes were cold. The wool-curled young man didn't care about his emotional changes at all. He held the hilt of the sword and smiled contemptuously at Qi Xian, who was imprisoned by the Black Star power and could not move. Young master, you are only level 6. Even if you use the power of the tongue snake to the extreme, you are still no match for me. Just surrender obediently. Don't waste time. Really? Qi Xian tilted his head slightly, and his dark brown pupils suddenly turned into red vertical pupils. The red fangs and double blades that he had held in his hands disappeared without warning, and in a moment, pierced through the shoulders of the young man with curly hair. The pain of his scapula being shattered stimulated his nerves. His body was pushed out an inch by the huge force. The warm and wet feeling stuck to his skin. The young man with curly hair opened his eyes in disbelief. How is it possible? How can a person controlled by the black evil move? Is it the power of the totem? Before he could figure out the result, Qi Xian had stretched out his long legs and kicked him hard in the abdomen, kicking him backwards and falling right at Shi Yuan's feet. Shi Yuan was just about to take action, but suddenly there was no need, so he swung down the greedy holy side to restrain the curly-haired young man who was about to stand up. She chuckled and said, "Look, you also treat me as heir, don't you?" The sickle blade against the young man's neck was shining coldly, and the ferocious Taoga's breath was roaring silently. He had a very keen insight into murderous aura. Facing the pair of silver-blue pupils full of smiles, he suddenly felt a chill rising from his tailbone and rushing straight to the top of his head. Such a strong murderous aura, even the boss has never had it. The word fear surged in his heart, and the wool-curled young man seemed to see the piles of white bones piled up behind the girl. He shuddered and surrendered. Looking at Qi Xian, who was nailed to the wall by the black-scaled-toothed sword, he directly grasped the scale blade of the black-scaled-toothed sword just like he grasped the greedy holy sickle before, and pulled it out and threw it on the ground in the shocked eyes of the wool-curled young man. The sharp blade cut his palm, blood dripped down, contrasting with the blood gushing from the shoulder blade, adding a bit of crazy beauty to the pale boy. Qi Xian seemed to feel no pain, licked the blood stain on his lips with the tip of his tongue, walked to the front of the curly-haired young man, who was held by the greedy holy side, and could no longer organize an attack, and lowered his head like a beast to look down at him. Although I think Qi Huan is stupid and useless, he is my brother after all. He is most afraid of pain. A wound that penetrates the shoulder blade will take at least a week to heal. You have to pay a price for hurting this body, right? He raised his foot, and stepped heavily on the knee of the curly-haired young man. Ah! A shrill scream came out of the basement, and echoed in the empty corridor. Despite such a loud commotion, no one came. The only response was the continuously shaking walls. It seemed that in addition to the intruding rats, there must be a more powerful existence that blocked the red wolf's hunting. Shi Yuan glanced at the curly-haired young man, with a limp right leg and sweating profusely, and reminded him, "Don't kill him, I can still use him." Qi Xian had to stop the second step he took and looked at her, with a slightly complaining look. "It's just a broken leg, you won't die." Shi Yuan paused at his look and reminded him, "You are Qi Xian, don't look at me with such a coquettish look, I'm going to get goosebumps." Qi Xian immediately retracted his gaze, and said with a fake smile, "My stupid brother can do it? He can't do it either." Shi Yuan gave a negative answer. Qi Xian was slightly satisfied, half squatted down, and grabbed the curly-haired young man's right hand with bulging veins, took off the space ring, and fumbled around on him again, finding the space rings of Qi Huan and Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan swung the greedy holy scythe, and used the back of the sickle to break the arms and one remaining leg of the wool-curled young man, making him unable to move. He then put away the greedy holy scythe amidst another round of screams. Qi Xian looked at her neat and swift movements, paused and said, "Don't kill him, you can still use him." Shi Yuan took the space ring he handed over, put it on her right index finger, and replied calmly, "It's just a broken hand and foot, you won't die, you can't be as stupid as him, who has clearly stabbed you through and won the battle, but still fell to this point because of a cruel word?" Qi Xian, The wool-curled young man, who was in so much pain that tears flowed down his cheeks, I've learned it. In the future, when fighting, break people's hands and feet first, and you can say cruel words later. In this way, no matter how clever the opponent's means are, if their limbs are cut off, the flow of star power will become stagnant. Even if there is a means of sneak attack, the power used will drop sharply. Give me his space ring, too. Shi Yuan spread out his palm. Qi Xian naturally pressed the blood-stained space ring on his sleeve to wipe it, and then put it into the white palm. Shi Yuan saw it, and said to him, "Stop your bleeding, don't faint, and let me carry you." Qi Xian said took out a high-level healing potion from Qi Huan's space bracelet, pushed off the seal, and poured it directly on the wound. The green light attached to his wound, trying to repair its damaged cells, but the black star power left by the wool-curled young man was like a copper wall, blocking the healing potion firmly outside. Qi Xian frowned slightly and tried to expel it with the breath of the viper, but the effect was not obvious. Shi Yuan reminded, "Try using your totem power." When she observed the token, it was the totem power given to the kitten by the Tao Tai totem that was superior, causing the black star power to shrink into the token. The black star power that the wool-curled young man could control was far less powerful than that in the token, and the totem power would definitely solve it easily. As she said, after Qi Xian used the power of the tongue snake totem, the black star power attached to the wound was like a mouse seeing a cat, and it rushed out and drilled into the body of the wool-curled young man. Qi Xian was surprised. "Can you run away?" Looking at his miserable appearance now, it is obvious that he can no longer use his mind to control the black star power remaining on his wound. If he can run away, it means that the black star power has a strong attachment effect on him, and when he encounters danger, it will hide in his body first. Shi Yuan also saw it, but did not express anything, but looked through the space ring of the wool-curled young man, thinking that he would find the second token in it, but there was no token. She looked thoughtfully at the young man with curly hair lying on the ground with cold sweat, and asked, "Where does the black power in you come from?" "He is a black talent, but not just a black talent. The black star power is obviously stronger than the violent star power, and he can control the violent star power." The young man with curly hair collapsed on the ground with his eyes slightly closed. Even though he was used to being injured and used to pain, his body still twitched slightly instinctively. He never thought that he would fall so hard at the hands of a 6th-level talent. The little Tao Tai who could easily compete with him in physical skills and combat skills did not even make a move. Are all the pure-blooded heirs of the totem family so abnormal? No wonder they can stand on the top of Yongyao and pass on for thousands of years without decline. The curly-haired young man didn't want to die, so he answered Shi Yuan's question very sensibly. "It comes from a token. I don't know what it is, but for people like us, anything that can improve our strength is a good thing. Just as every black talent knows, absorbing black crystals is like drinking poison to quench thirst, but they can't resist the temptation of improving combat power anyway. Where is the token?" Shi Yuan was not interested in listening to his self-deprecation and continued to ask. The curly-haired young man swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva and answered with a gasp, "Lost." Afraid that Shi Yuan would think he was dishonest, he quickly added, "The token was on the black talent who died in the bloody Forbidden Land yesterday. The boss also met you by accident when he was looking for his space ring. Emotional fluctuations are normal. If a person is not specially trained, he cannot control muscles and micro-expressions so perfectly. He should not be lying." Shi Yuan followed up his question and asked, "Qi Lang asked us to absorb the black crystals. What does he want us to do for him?" When the curly-haired young man heard her accurately say the code name of Qi Lang, he was shocked at first, then realized that anyone with a little connection could enter the Star Sea. It is impossible for the blood of the totem family to have not browsed the bounty rankings of the Star Sea. Qi Lang's appearance is not a secret. It is not surprising that Xiao Taotai can recognize him. The pain gradually paralyzed his nerves, and he took a breath and said, "I don't know either. The boss never tells me what he wants to do." "You are lying." Shi Yuan interrupted him. The two people who were responsible for hunting alien plants and collecting black crystals in the blood forbidden land knew that the boss wanted to find Xiao Baizhe. The relationship between the curly-haired young man and Qi Lang was obviously different from that of ordinary subordinates. Shi Yuan didn't even need to analyze his subtle facial expressions and muscle changes to know that he was not telling the truth. The curly-haired young man moved his lips, hesitated for a few seconds between firmly denying and confessing, and finally chose the latter. "I can't tell you. If you are dissatisfied with this, you can kill me." Shi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "You are honest." From the beginning, he was different from those who would rather die than surrender or lie. In order to save his life, he could answer some questions that were not so important to him, but in order to keep an important secret, he could also choose to sacrifice his life. The curly-haired young man said honestly, "It hurts so much. If the young lady wants to kill me, please give me a quick death." It is said that this pure-blooded glutton was a completely ordinary person before returning to the Tianduji family. It has been less than 3 months since he awakened his mimicry. How could he be so sophisticated in dealing with captives? Could the so-called wandering outside be a smokescreen released by the Ji family of Tiandu? In fact, this young lady has been receiving secret training from the Tao Tai family. While listening to their conversation, Qi Xian took out a bandage from the space ring and wrapped it around his injured hand. The shoulder blade pierced by the black scale 2 sword no longer bleeds, But the wound cannot be healed by relying on healing potions alone. It needs a professional therapist to check, clean, and rest for a while. Just at this time, the basement, which was originally only shaking slightly because of the battle on the ground, suddenly shook violently. With a barely detectable click, a crack tore open from the ceiling, and the old ceiling lamp emitting a dazzling light shook and emitted a crackling sound of electricity. It seems that the battle on the ground has entered a white-hot stage. Qi Xian bit one end of the bandage, tied a knot unskillfully, and reminded, "This place is going to collapse. Shall we leave first?" Shi Yuan nodded, and was about to pull the curly-haired young man on the ground, but Qi Xian had already grabbed his shoulders and lifted him up, saying, "He is covered in blood and is very dirty. Don't touch him. Walk behind me." Is he playing the role of a protector again? Shi Yuan glanced at his wound, and after making sure that there was nothing serious, she let him go. She didn't know much about dual personality, but she also knew that once this disease appeared, it was not so easy to cure. Qi Huan's heart disease was not gone, and his imaginary brother would always exist. The main reason for his split personality was Mrs. Qi. If Mrs. Qi knew about this, she would not only not feel sorry for her son, but would also be happy that her eldest son, who she was proud of, was back, and she might even want to completely wipe out her younger son, who was not enterprising. Qi Huan probably knew this, so he had an omnipotent brother in the mental torture day after day. Bang! 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 The ground was shaking more and more frequently, and many cracks appeared on the wall of the basement. The strength of the person fighting the Red Wolf must be no less than his. The two quickened their pace, walked out of the narrow passage, and stepped onto the steep and wet stone steps. Suddenly, Shi Yuan sensed a faint breath of golden crow fire in the cracked wall. She blinked lightly, and a subtle guess came to her mind. She smiled meaningfully, stepped forward and said, "Qi Xian, do me a favor." Qi Xian was about to ask her what she wanted to do, but a knife fell on the back of his neck first, knocking him out directly. "I want you to faint." Shi Yuan added calmly, and took his uninjured arm and put it on his shoulder, letting the curly-haired young man with broken arms and legs slide to the ground, and said in his blank eyes, "If I'm not mistaken, your boss will be arrested by the Tongqi royal family." The curly-haired young man immediately opened his eyes wide, and before he could speak, he heard Shi Yuan say, "If you don't want him to be crippled of his spiritual power spring, and a group of you will be locked up in Tianyuan prison, just shut up and don't mention me." She raised her hand, drew a communication star pattern and a marking star pattern in the air, and injected them into the curly-haired young man's body. "Do you understand?" The 4 clear and cold words rang in the curly-haired young man's mind, and he pursed his lips and nodded. Shi Yuan no longer looked at the person, who was sitting weakly on the stone steps. His eyebrows drooped, revealing a panic expression, biting his lips, and struggling to carry Qi Xian forward. The curly-haired young man saw her face change in a second, and even her temperament changed drastically. His eyes, which had gradually narrowed into a slit in pain, suddenly widened. She was clearly threatening him with a cold face in the last second, and the next second she became a frightened little girl who was still trying to stay calm. No wonder the old man brought her back. Who could see through her pure and weak temperament and look at the cold soul under her body? Shi Yuan didn't care about his gaze on her at all, and raised her hand to push open the rusty old iron door. Before she could see the situation outside clearly, a tall shadow came down first, just covering her slender figure. The visitor saw her appearance, raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then said meaningfully, "Whose poor little girl is this? She looks so pitiful." Hearing the familiar voice, Shi Yuan's false expression stiffened for a moment. She raised her eyes to meet GCU's interested eyes, put away the embarrassment of being caught by an acquaintance, blinked her eyes, and said pitifully, "Brother, why did you come so late?" GCU's long black hair was tied behind her casually, and the humid air from the battle was pushed outward, and a wisp of tuberose breath hit Shi Yuan's cheek. He seemed to have rushed here in a hurry before he had time to dry his hair after taking a bath, but he was wearing the school uniform of Xingyo Military Academy very neatly, and buttoned the top button of his coat in a proper manner. The young man stood outside the old iron gate, and in this dark and narrow space, he wore the bright and flamboyant color matching to show a low-key and cold sense of abstinence. The kitten stood on his shoulder, saw the miserable state of his master, leaned forward slightly, and whimpered worriedly and pitifully, and wanted to jump on her on tiptoe, but was stopped by GCU. He tilted his head and scolded, "Your master is scared right now. He is weak and powerless. How can he withstand your jumping?" Shi Yuan, She shouldn't let her kitten go to this man just to make up for her mistakes. The kitten blinked its round eyes after being scolded. Although it wanted to jump on Shi Yuan, it held back when it saw the blood on her cheek, and made a series of howling sounds, but no one knew what it wanted to express. GCU glanced at the unconscious Chi Huan, chuckled, took off his school uniform jacket, and walked in from the door. He picked up Chi Huan's arm, and threw him aside, and covered her head with his jacket in Shi Yuan's puzzled eyes, and put his long arms around her waist and knees, and picked her up directly. The vision suddenly turned black, and the body felt weightless. Shi Yuan's mind was confused, and she subconsciously hugged GCU's neck. After she reacted, her whole body was stiff, and she immediately struggled, but GCU gently shook her, and she heard him hold back his laughter and whispered, "Don't move if you are injured." Shi Yuan? GCU filled in the plot for her. I know Chi Huan was seriously injured to protect you, and you are very worried about him, but he has others to take care of him. You'd better be honest and come back with me now. Shi Yuan, Pa. The kitten jumped off GCU's shoulder, found the gap in the school uniform jacket, and crawled in, rubbing against her cheek, making a series of baby sounds. Shi Yuan ignored the little debt collector's coquettish behavior, with a wooden face, and let GCU hold her and walk out. My cheap brother is so good at making up stories. It's a waste of talent for him to go to military school. There were rolling waves of air sweeping over one after another. They were the aftermath of the battle between extraordinary strong men. Shi Yuan's vision was blocked, but he could sense the burning golden crow fire, and the raging violent star power contained in the air waves. Is it Tang Xixing? Shi Yuan leaned against GCU's neck and asked, "Did you invite him?" She sensed Chi Huan's tongue snake breath in the bloody forbidden land, so she guessed that he might have met a black talent. In case of any danger, she left the cat nearby in advance, and then he was caught by the red wolf. Considering the changing situation, she asked the cat to find GCU. My cheap brother knew that her origin was not simple, but he did not tell Ji Wu about it. He also pretended to watch the show, and let her torment Ji Qinglan. Shi Yuan couldn't guess his thoughts. However, in the recent period of getting along, she has more or less understood his temper, and knows that as long as what she does not touch his bottom line, even if she puts the blame on him, and gives him enough benefits in the future, he doesn't mind helping to take the blame. GCU nodded without blushing. The Crown Prince is obsessed with you. He never goes to the cafeteria, but he went to eat with you for 2 consecutive days. If it weren't for Ji Qinglian, that idiot, he would definitely continue to accompany you. The Crown Prince was hit hard by your rejection, and was quite angry that you cared more about the idiot's feelings. He wanted to reconcile with you, but couldn't bring himself to do so. Isn't this a good opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty? As a soft-hearted and kind brother, I naturally couldn't bear to see my sister suitor sad, so I fulfilled his wish. At this point, GCU sighed. Who would have thought that he was so useless that he couldn't get rid of the person in more than 10 minutes? Sister, you should take a look at other suitors. Otherwise, if you really encounter danger, you will have to protect him in return. Shi Yuan, She wore a school uniform with a faint scent of tuberose, pulled up her sleeves, and extended her fair arms to GCU, who asked in confusion, "What's the matter? Do you want me to take a bite?" Shi Yuan, brother, do you see goosebumps? No, they are white, like the big white steamed buns you chew every morning. GCU gave a metaphor with a very limited vocabulary. Shi Yuan, how do you know I chew steamed buns every morning? She pulled down her sleeves, put her hands back under her school uniform, pinched a button and twisted it. GCU sighed. Rong Miao, that guy, sneaks around in the cafeteria every morning, reporting to me at a fixed time what he eats, and who he eats with, and yelling that our sister can't be kidnapped. Shi Yuan, She imagined Rong Miao's noisy appearance, and said in a daze, "Then why did you call Tang Xixing?" GCU replied shamelessly, "Didn't I just say that? I am soft-hearted and kind." Shi Yuan, shut up. Without the fake skin of a nobleman, who can be more coquettish than this young master? She reasonably suspected that her cheap brother called Tang Xixing here, but he was just too lazy to fight with Qi Lang. Look, Tang Xixing was fighting a life-and-death battle with Qi Lang outside, and he easily saved her from the dire straits with the fragrance after bathing, and he would definitely ask her for benefits in the future. The golden crow flapped its wings and cried loudly, and then shook violently again. The red wolf was defeated by the siege of several military academy students with extraordinary combat power, and was hit by Tang Xixing's flaming punch. He knelt on the ground with his knees bent, his arm muscles bulged, and blood flowed from his lips, dripping onto the ground, and was instantly burned into a charred stain by the scorching golden crow's fire. The fire receded, revealing the broken and sunken stone slabs. The original appearance of the building could no longer be seen in the ruins. Shi Yuan quietly showed half of his head from under his coat, glanced at the situation nearby, and found several corpses lying in the corner. They were killed by a punch on the head, and their skulls were broken. The one who did it should be Qilang, who was very strong. The rats in Qilang's mouth must be those corpses. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that the people who were looking for her and Qi Huan would come so quickly, and they became turtles in a jar. In addition to Qilang, 3 other people were caught by the people brought by Tang Xisheng, and they were kneeling on the ground covered in blood. The young woman who had been to the basement before was not among them. Did he run away? While watching, Ji Siyu asked her, "What are you looking at?" Shi Yuan retracted her head into her coat and said in a muffled voice, "Brother, be a good person to the end, don't let Tang Xisheng kill them." Ji Siyu was surprised. "You were kidnapped, and you fell in love with him?" Shi Yuan, She was too lazy to explain, so she just hummed twice. Ji Siyu held her and walked towards Tang Xisheng. Tang Xisheng had already seen them, and his eyes passed over the coat covering Shi Yuan, hiding the slight displeasure in the depths of his eyes, and asked with concern, "Siyu, when did you come? How is Qing Yuan? Is he injured?" Ji Siyu's coat was very large, covering Shi Yuan tightly, leaving only the blood-stained military boots exposed. It was hard not to guess whether she was injured. Hearing Tang Xisheng's concerned question, Ji Siyu said lazily, "I was protected by Qi Huan, nothing happened, I was just scared, and when I saw me, I cried like a kitten. I am embarrassed to see people now, please forgive me, your highness." Shi Yuan, Tang Xisheng hesitated a little, as if he was imagining her crying. Even the talents he brought looked at each other after hearing this, thinking that this young lady was too delicate. She cried over such a small scene. Tianduji clan might have trouble in the future. Ji Siyu saw that Tang Xisheng was a little distracted, and interrupted his inappropriate fantasy. "Your highness, please lock these people up first. I will bring Qing Yuan here to interrogate her in person, so that she can see the world, so that she won't cry when she encounters a little thing. If my mother finds out, she will blame me for not teaching her sister anything." At the end, he sighed, "It's really hard to be a brother." Shi Yuan, Tang Xisheng put away his broken thoughts and laughed softly. "Everything has a beginning. If Qing Yuan doesn't mind, she can come to the Tianshu camp. I will bring her. After she has studied for a while, she will not be at a loss when she knows and is familiar with some things." Ji Siyu refused for her, "Forget it. Qing Lan will definitely lose his temper if he knows that his sister has left him to go to another camp." He paused and deliberately said, "Qing Lan cherishes her twin brother the most, and your highness knows that too." Tang Xisheng, The corner of his eye twitched slightly when he heard Ji Siyu say "see you later," and then he saw him holding someone and walking out, leaning over and saying something to the girl in his arms, laughing in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Tang Xisheng slowly clenched his fist and quickly released it. In his opinion, the most difficult person to deal with in the Tianduji family is not Ji Wu, but Ji Siyu, who is careless about everything but knows everything. Sooner or later, Ji Wu will be swallowed by the power of the totem, and then the Tao Tai family will fall into the hands of the still immature Ji Qing Yuan. But if Ji Siyu controls everything for her and buys her time to grow, Tianduji clan will still be the most powerful totem family. Turning his head, Tang Xisheng noticed that the injured Qi Huan was being carried out of the basement by Ji Qi, who appeared at some point, and behind him was a bloody man being dragged with a whip. The man's hands and legs were broken, and he was only breathing. Tang Xisheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Ji Siyu's work? It was indeed cruel. Chapter 35. Ji Siyu took Shi Yuan to the mansion of the Ji family in Tiandu, and did not return to school. Qi Xian was handed over by Ji Qingqi to Qi Qingyu, who arrived late. Shi Yuan did not know whether he would be Qi Huan or Qi Xian after waking up, but no matter who it was, they had to face what happened next, and she had no right to interfere. When sitting on the Star Shuttle back to the mansion, Ji Siyu told her about the current situation of Xingyang Military Academy. Many people sensed the breath of the tongue snake released by Qi Huan and Qi Lang, including instructor Yan Rui, who had been paying attention to the mission of the military academy students. However, when he arrived at the scene, Qi Lang had already carried her and Qi Huan away. During a training session on hunting exotic plants, a pure-blooded Tao Tai and a pure-blooded tongue snake were lost. Xingyang Military Academy had an unshirkable responsibility. The night before, a black talented person died inexplicably in the blood-forbidden land. The patrol instructor conducted a thorough search. Although no one was caught, he determined that the blood-forbidden land was not dangerous and allowed the freshman's military training to continue. If there was any mistake between the two, the instructor involved would have to bear the wrath of the Tao Tai family and the Tongue Snake family, and the principal would have no chance of escaping unscathed. Therefore, Xianyao Star was under full martial law, and the Xingyao Islands where Xingyao Military Academy was located were only open to entry and no exit. The instructors were mobilized collectively to conduct a radial search with the blood-forbidden land as the center. Shi Yuan had no intention of implicating innocent people, and expressed to the principal that he had no intention of investigating further. As for Qi Huan, with Madame Qi's character, it was not so easy to let it go. From the fact that all the black talents ran away last night, it can be seen that some of the instructors or cadets in the patrol team must have done something unclean. It is necessary for the principal to be more cautious and conduct a thorough investigation of his subordinates. Therefore, Shi Yuan did not jump out to be a saint. After expressing his attitude clearly, he watched the development of the incident. When she finished taking a shower and went downstairs, she heard Ji Qinglian's angry voice from the living room. "Why didn't you take me with you? You took Ji Qinqi with you, but you didn't take me with you. Do you have any opinion about me?" Ji Xiu, who was questioned by him, took a sip of Yunning Luqing and said slowly, "Forgot." Ji Qinglian, Shi Yuan, Such a perfunctory answer. Ji Qinglian was about to get angry again, and Shi Yuan said in time, "Why did the third brother come here at this time?" Hearing her voice, Ji Qinglian's erected hair slowly softened back, raised his head, and looked up and down at his stupid sister. It seemed that she was not injured, and did not seem to be frightened. He snorted coldly. "If I had known that you were so troublesome, I should have carried you with me." He said how reliable he was. Shi Yuan blinked, and apologized in a good-tempered manner. "I'm sorry for making third brother worry." She knew how to control her stupid brother. A simple sentence softened Ji Qinglian's temper. She sat down on the sofa and muttered softly, "You can't be blamed. If you want to blame someone, blame those damn black talents." He gritted his teeth again. "If I were here, I would definitely kill those rats in the gutter. A bunch of blind dogs. It's okay to kidnap Qi Huan, but they dared to attack you. They simply don't take our Tianduji family seriously." Shi Yuan's eyes twitched slightly. "It's a pity that I didn't take you with me." She still has use for Qi Lang. She quickly changed the subject. "Has third brother had dinner?" "I'm hungry. Do you want to eat with me?" Ji Qinglian was distracted by her. "Not yet." Ji Xiu put down the teacup and returned the kitten lazily lying on his lap to Shi Yuan. "You guys eat. I have something to do, and I'm leaving first." After saying that, he took the opportunity to tuck a strand of hair that fell on Shi Yuan's temples behind her ears, and said meaningfully, "Sister, don't run around anymore. I'm not always free to save you." Without waiting for Shi Yuan to respond, he quickly walked out of the living room with Ji Qinglian's eyes. "You don't have time." "But I do. What are you showing off?" The kitten tucked his short legs in his arms, and whimpered at Ji Xiu's back as he left. Shi Yuan turned his head, and lifted the hairband hanging on his shoulder, and saw a cat's eye gem that was not there just now. "It's the star key. It's used up so quickly? I guess the bad thing has been done." No wonder he had the leisure to joke with her when he saw her in the evening. Because a black talent appeared in the blood-forbidden land and abducted Shi Yuan and Qi Huan, Xingyao Military Academy no longer dared to be arrogant and thoroughly searched the blood-forbidden land inside and outside. Finally, it was discovered that those black talents dug tunnels to enter, and dug more than one. After the news spread, the forum jokingly called it a rat hole. Shi Yuan rested in the mansion for 2 days in a very indulgent manner. When he was about to return to Xingyao Military Academy, Chu Jia said that Adlet had come. It was Ji Wu who heard Ji Xiu say that she was abducted and sent him here specially. He would stay in Xianyao Star in the future and help deal with some emergencies. Shi Yuan's understanding of Adlet was limited to that he was a perfect and thoughtful housekeeper who was mainly responsible for the food and daily life of her and her 3 cheap brothers. She greeted Adlet, and the old housekeeper gently asked her if she was injured, and brought the news that Madame Qi had arrived at Xianyao Star. After Qi Xian's death, Qi Huan became Madame Qi's eyeball. From her previous visit to Xiamaxing to look for someone, we can see how much she was worried about her only remaining son. Qi Huan was seriously injured this time, and Qi Qinyu certainly didn't dare to hide it from Madame Qi. It was completely within Shi Yuan's expectations that she would come in person. I just don't know if Qi Huan will reveal that he has split into a second personality in front of her. If that happens, Madame Qi might exercise more repressive mental control on him. But what is coming will always come, and outsiders cannot stop Madame Qi from educating her children. If Qi Huan does not make changes, but keeps hiding behind Qi Xian to escape reality, he will never be able to get rid of the shadow from his mother, and he will completely disappear into self-denial day after day. Shi Yuan took the star shuttle back to Xingyao Military Academy. After 2 days of fermentation, the atmosphere in the school is no longer as tense as before, but when she appeared, she still attracted the attention of many military academy students. Everyone didn't dare to talk about her openly, but they were discussing it heatedly on the forum. Because of the news that Chi Huan was seriously injured in order to protect her, some people who originally laughed at her for being a waste began to swear on the forum that it was because she didn't listen to the command when completing the hunting mission and ran around everywhere, and Chi Huan was afraid that she would get into trouble, and went to find her, so she was implicated and abducted by the black talent. The story was spread with details, and even more outrageous rumors were derived from it. The school never participated in the struggle between students, and the forum was not officially established, so there was no statement on this. Of course, Shi Yuan was not the first person to spread so much negative news in the forum. The competition between the Totem family, and the Totem family, and the Totem family, and the major nobles always existed. Mutual smearing is not a rare method, and the elders will not intervene in such trivial fights that are not worth mentioning. As a candidate for the successor of the Totem family, if he cannot even solve such a small problem, he should give up his unrealistic ambitions as soon as possible, so as not to be eaten to pieces after leaving the military academy. Shi Yuan was blocked by Tang Xia as soon as he arrived at the dormitory building. Her Royal Highness was so angry about the messy comments on the forum that her cheeks were puffed up, but thinking that she had just experienced a kidnapping incident, she should not want to hear those annoying news, so she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She asked with concern, "Qing Yuan, are you okay? I wanted to go see you, but my brother wouldn't let me, saying it would disturb your rest." Shi Yuan shook his head and smiled. "It's nothing serious, thank you for your concern." Tang Xia's ears were slightly red. You are my new friend. If I don't care about you, who should I care about?" Without waiting for Shi Yuan's response, she hurriedly said, "All those black talents were locked up by my brother, and one of them was the murderer who killed my fifth uncle. He was very vicious. Fortunately, you are okay." As soon as she finished speaking, a mocking voice suddenly came from the side. "Yes. They were obviously kidnapped together. How come Chi Huan was pierced through the shoulder blade by a sharp weapon, but she can stand here and talk and laugh with you safely?" Chi Qinyu and two military school students stood by the flower bed outside the dormitory building with their arms folded, almost not hiding the malice in their eyes. Strictly speaking, this was the second time Shi Yuan saw Chi Qinyu. She had an unconcealable arrogance, as if the people standing in front of her were not people, but two ridiculous bugs. Shi Yuan was a little confused about where Chi Qinyu got such a strong sense of superiority. Everyone in the Totem family knew that she was just a dog raised by Madame Qi, and she had to bite wherever she was told to. Madame Qi would rather train her good-for-nothing son than look at her. Tang Xia and Chi Qinyu didn't have much interaction. At most, they had met at banquets. They were not even nodding acquaintances. Suddenly, she took over the conversation, and it was directed at Shi Yuan. She was a little angry and immediately retorted, "You should ask those black talents instead of being sarcastic here." Chi Qinyu glanced at her indifferently and chuckled, "Your Highness is kind-hearted. No one minds looking at you a little more." Anyone could tell that she was not complimenting. Tang Xia blushed and immediately said in disgust, "Yes, after all, I can even look at you a little more." Chi Qinyu was caught off guard and choked by her words. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Thank you very much for your Highness's highness." Shi Yuan pursed her lips slightly and gently pulled Tang Xia. In her angry eyes, she showed a worried look and said, "Your Highness, don't be like a mad dog that has just been kicked by its master." Her voice was not loud, and she even deliberately lowered the volume like whispering, but it was still clearly transmitted to the ears of the people around her. Instantly, Chi Qinyu's face turned pale, and the two people standing behind her watching the fun looked at each other secretly, wishing they could dig a hole and bury themselves on the spot. Tang Xia blinked, and then looked at Chi Qinyu's gloomy face, and couldn't help sighing in her heart. "She is worthy of being the scheming green tea that I personally certified." One flat attack has attracted enough hatred. She immediately felt happy, her face was not red, and her temper was smooth, and she said lightly, "You are right, let's go." Tang Xia took Shi Yuan's hand, and pulled her into the dormitory, but was blocked by a wisp of wind. Chi Qinyu's cold voice came, "Who allowed you to leave?" Shi Yuan looked at her suspiciously. "Dog, are you going to bite someone here?" Tang Xia, shock. "Two little followers, help. Let's disappear on the spot." Shi Yuan seemed not to see Chi Qinyu's murderous eyes, holding his chin with one hand, and said distressfully, "Private fighting is prohibited in the school. Once discovered, students must self-examine in front of all teachers and students in the school and be punished with a serious demerit, and a large number of credits will be deducted." She stretched out her tone, glanced at Qi Qinyu, and smiled in an instant. You bite me? Tang Xia, shock. Sister? You are my only sister? The violent wind breath intertwined with each other, rubbing against the air, and making a sharp explosion. The military school students, who passed by or hid secretly to watch the excitement, were pierced by the eardrums and hurt, and they wanted to get away from here immediately. Shi Yuan, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He slowly withdrew his provocative look, and in turn held Tang Xia, whose eyes were almost full of stars, and walked into the dormitory building calmly. Xingyu Forum went crazy. Less than half an hour after the post titled, "Why Did the Tongue Snake Fight Against the Tao Tai?" was published, a 1,000-story building was built, and the video of the main building was even more popular among the military academy students. Everyone in Xingyu Military Academy knew the leader of the Kaiyang camp, the pure-blooded tongue snake Qi Qinyu. She was quite controversial in the school because of her extreme contempt for civilians, but she was quite capable and strong, and she still gathered a large number of noble fans, and she was domineering in various trials and competitions. People who didn't like her cursed her in their hearts, waiting for her to kick a piece of iron plate one day and break her head and bleed. However, Qi Qinyu was very good at judging the situation, and didn't mess with any of the difficult people in the major camps. She was still very successful after 3 years of school. I thought this situation would continue until she graduated, but a surprise came unexpectedly. Ji Qingyuan, the useless lady in everyone's eyes, confronted her head-on. Not only did she not show any fear, she also got close to her and called her a mad dog to her face. 19th floor. I was at the scene. I was stunned. 25th floor. How dare she? How dare she? That's Qi Qinyu. 37th floor. I'm dying of laughter. What is there to be afraid of? She is the only pure-blooded Tao Tai of Tianduji clan, and there are more than Qi Qinyu in Tianxiongqi clan. In terms of confidence, who is more than her? 43rd floor. Ha ha ha, I laughed my ass off. Qi Qinyu has come to this day. 51st floor. Look at her, look like she wants to kill someone, but doesn't dare to do it. Ha ha. I declare. From today on, I am Sister Yuan's dog. 78th floor. Ha 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 ha. Did you notice that San Gong? The Lord's eyes are full of admiration. If anyone tells me that Ji Qingyuan is a waste, I will give him a big bag immediately. Which waste dares to confront Qi Qinyu? 93rd floor. What are a bunch of idiots climaxing? If I were the only pure-blooded heir of the Tao Tai family, I would be more powerful than her. It's fun to confront Qi Qinyu, but how can this prove that she is not a waste? A waste is a waste. Ji Qingyuan is a waste. Tang Xia, who was sitting in Shi Yuan's dormitory, was originally happily reading to Shi Yuan the words that everyone on the forum said to ridicule Qi Qinyu. She was caught off guard and saw this reply, and she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She couldn't help but complain. What do these idiots who are quick to react know? They are not that powerful, but they judge you with a condescending attitude, which really disgusts me. Shi Yuan was eating the fruit slices that Adli prepared for her. Hearing this, he cut a piece of star fruit and put it to Tang Xia's mouth. Seeing her bite it, he said indifferently, "If you have time to watch these, you might as well go to the training ground and shoot more targets. Have you been lazy these 2 days?" Tang Xia quickly bit the star fruit and swallowed it. Of course not. I can hit 8 out of 10 arrows now. What about the moving target? Shi Yuan asked again. The princess instantly became depressed and whispered, 3 out of 10 arrows hit the target. Shi Yuan handed over another piece of star fruit and praised, "Not bad. It seems that you shot at the moving target last week and missed it completely." Tang Xia, She bit off the star fruit and covered her face and said, "I said it was last week. Forget it. Forget it quickly." Shi Yuan laughed softly. "Okay, you go to the number 9 training ground first. I will find you later." Tang Xia asked curiously, "Number 9 training ground? Aren't we going to the training ground we usually go to?" Shi Yuan replied, "There are too many people there. I don't like it. The number 9 training ground is outdoors, and there is basically no one at night. It is quiet enough." The princess said "oh" twice, no objection, and took away a box of fresh fruit slices when she left. Shi Yuan slowly ate the remaining half box of fresh fruit slices. She actually didn't want to confront Qi Qinyu so soon, but since the other party took the initiative to offer herself to be her stepping stone, she was happy to oblige. As a pure-blooded snake, Qi Qinyu couldn't have no desire for the position of the head of the family, especially since the brilliant Qi Xian was dead. With her personality, how could she be interested in Qi Huan, a naive person? Because of Madame Qi, she wouldn't do anything in public, but she must have been resentful in private that the other party would rather train the incompetent and useless Qi Huan again then give her the opportunity to compete for the position of the head of the family. Once the emotion of resentment grows, it will gradually expand, devour her rationality, and make her paranoid. When Madame Qi saw Qi Huan's injuries, she would vent her anger on her, who was kidnapped but not injured, but she could not do anything to her. So Qi Qinyu, who did not protect Qi Huan well, became the outlet for her anger. When Qi Qinyu appeared, she looked no different from usual, but Shi Yuan smelled a faint smell of blood on her body, thinking that she had been punished by Madame Qi. She had nowhere to vent her anger, and saw the culprit. She couldn't swallow the breath in her heart, lost her usual calmness and composure, and mocked in public. But she was a person who had lived cautiously since childhood, and needed to be cautious and considerate everywhere. If she pinched a soft persimmon, she would naturally be able to vent her anger, but she happened to meet Shi Yuan, a hard stubble, and could only become a laughing stock. After this incident, the two of them had a complete feud, and Qi Qinyu would never let her off easily. Shi Yuan finished the last piece of star fruit, smiled in an ambiguous way, and got up to go to the training ground. As for the group of Red Wolf, no hurry. Those who think they are very capable, and are used to rushing around will eventually learn their lesson. Huff. Huff. In the outdoor training ground shrouded in the night, Tang Xiao was wearing a gray sportswear and running around the long circular track, sweating profusely. When she first asked Qi Qingyuan for advice, the other party told her that martial arts and fighting skills are important, but without sufficient physical strength, no matter how powerful the martial arts are, there is no room for them to be used. Since then, Tang Xiao has come to the training ground every night to exercise her physical strength and endurance, and running is an indispensable training item. After half an hour, she was almost at her limit. She looked at the girl running by her side. Her steps were light, her posture was standard, and she looked as good as if she had just started running. But she had clearly started with her. Not only was she twice as fast as her, but she had also maintained this frequency from the beginning to now. She was simply a devil. Her Highness gritted her teeth and ran the last half lap. Then she put her hands on her waist and walked around the starting point to relieve the fatigue caused by long-distance running. Looking back inadvertently, she saw a figure coming from outside the training ground. When the other person walked under the street light and showed a silent and quiet face, she vaguely felt a little familiar. After thinking carefully, she found that it was a classmate. It seemed that his name was Shen. Shen what? Shenji keenly noticed the sight from the training ground. When he looked up, he happened to meet Tang Xiao's eyes. Because he didn't expect to see her here at all, a trace of surprise welled up in his eyes. Soon, he noticed another presence in the training ground. Looking around, he saw Shi Yuan wearing the same sportswear as Tang Xiao. Why are these two Buddhas here? Shi Yuan seemed to notice his gaze, turned his head, nodded to him very calmly, and continued to run forward. After a brief hesitation, Shenji still stepped into the training ground. If it was before, Tang Xiao would probably ignore him, but seeing Shi Yuan nod to him, she also nodded to him and started her next training project. Shenji put down his backpack and did stretching exercises a little awkwardly. Not long after the start of school, he found that this slightly shabby training ground was not visited by many people, so he occupied it alone. He really didn't expect it to be invaded by others so soon. After finishing the stretching exercises step by step, he secretly glanced at Tang Xiao, and then at Shi Yuan. The former was doing strength training, and the latter had finished running at some point, and was drinking water. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, revealing her smooth and delicate skin. She had several custom-made weight rings on her wrists, and Shenji couldn't tell how much weight they were. Because of the action of drinking water, she tilted her head slightly, and her silver-gray shawl-length hair was tied into a round bun, with a hairband wrapped around it, and a beautiful cat's eye gem dropped. That neck was white and slender, and when she swallowed, a watermark slid down from her lips and flowed into the clavicle. The milky white kitten suddenly appeared on her shoulder, tilted its little head, and gently licked off a trace of water left on her neck for her. Shenji quickly looked away, pressed the shadow cat that was about to stick its head out of his arms, and forcefully stuffed it back into the spiritual power fountain, and began to run with his head down. That's not your kind, stupid cat. Shi Yuan put down the water bottle, glanced at Shenji's figure running away, and said to the kitten, who was whimpering softly, "Child, can you fish?" The kitten raised its head, and thought seriously for 2 seconds, then raised its short legs, and waved them forward to show its ability. Shi Yuan laughed softly, and touched its little head. "Okay, put your little claws back. I take you to GC's yard in a few days, and let Song catch small fish for you." The kitten pricked up its ears and whimpered. Song, who was playing with his horse's hoof by the stream and patting small fish, snorted. Jisoo, who was lying on a rattan chair with his eyes closed, asked, Song, which mare misses you? Xianju appeared from behind him, lighting up the star power and riding in the air. Song is still a single horse. Song looked carefully at the crooked line of words floating in the air, and after a few seconds, turned his head away in disgust. What a crappy word. I can't understand it. Chapter 36. The bloody Forbidden Land was searched thoroughly by the instructors. All the rat holes were filled, and more stringent checkpoints were set up to prevent the black talents from poaching again. The second phase of the military training, which had been suspended for 2 days, finally went on as usual. It was still the same grouping as before. Shi Yuan returned safely, and Chi Huan was still on leave. The military academy students were inevitably affected by the rumors on the forum, and were curious about what happened to the 2 people who were kidnapped. But from the time the incident happened to now, no one has come out to explain the whole story. The onlookers scratched their heads and felt that many of the speculations in the forum were unreliable, and they didn't understand why Ji Qingyuan didn't come out to clarify. However, more people's attention was attracted by Shi Yuan's confrontation with Qi Qinyu yesterday, and they didn't dare to talk about her quietly during the military training as before. Su Yue's thigh was injured, but it was not serious, and there was no bone injury. After the school doctor's treatment and 2 days of rest, he was almost healed. At this time, he secretly glanced at Shi Yuan, who was standing with Ji Qinglian, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. He wanted to save face, so he didn't tell others that he was injured because he was arrogant and insisted on going to the middle circle of the blood forbidden land to hunt B-level alien plants. He almost lost his life, and was saved by Shi Yuan. He only vaguely said that when he was fighting with the red fruit fur, he accidentally stimulated it into a violent state, and he was attacked by it before he could react. Therefore, for his ridiculous self-esteem, Su Yue didn't tell others how strong Shi Yuan was. When Qian felt that Shi Yuan didn't want to expose his strength, and didn't clarify those rumors, she knew that she was not worthy of participating in the game between top nobles, so she silently closed her mouth and didn't mention anything. As for Shinji, he was a loner by nature. His presence in the combat team was so low that he was no different from a transparent person. It was even more impossible for him to announce to the public, like a loudspeaker, that Shi Yuan could fight against groups of B-level alien plants alone. In this way, the impression of Shi Yuan by other members of the combat team only increased. He was indeed the only pure-blooded glutton in the Ji family of Tiandu. It didn't matter if he was not strong enough. Qi Qinyu's face could be beaten at will. Instructor Yan Rui was also frightened by the disappearance of Shi Yuan and Qi Huan. The two were abducted in the blood-forbidden land, and he had a certain responsibility as the instructor in charge. The principal wanted to suspend him, but Shi Yuan interceded for him, so he was not held accountable. Before carrying out the alien plant hunting mission again, he seriously warned the military academy students not to go deep into the blood-forbidden land near the inner circle, and to give warnings in time when encountering danger, and not to show off their abilities. The military training of Xingyao Military Academy is very free, and it is inevitable that military academy students will be arrogant and go to places they shouldn't go and get injured or die. If there are casualties due to attacks by alienated creatures, the school only bears half of the responsibility, and this situation is clearly written in the school rules, and it is also a compulsory question in the school rules exam at the beginning of the school year. The principal made such a big move this time because there were black talents involved in the disappearance incident. The responsibility lies entirely with the school, and the deterrence of the Tao Hai family and the Tingsha family is secondary. Xingyou Military Academy was jointly established by the Tongxi royal family and the major nobles. The relationship behind it is complicated. Although they have to take care of the face of the totem family, they don't have to bow and scrape in front of the totem family. Entering the bloody forbidden land again, the military academy students have had the experience of the last time, and they are not as reckless as before, and try to complete the task safely and smoothly. Su Yue still wanted to go to the middle circle, complete the hunting mission first, get a high ranking, get points and stand out in the class, but he wanted to say it several times, but swallowed it back after seeing Shi Yuan's cold expression. The alien plants in the middle circle like to hunt prey in groups. With only him, and Wen Qian, going to the middle circle is undoubtedly a dead end. Shi Yuan obviously has no intention of taking him away, so he dare not make a decision on his own. He was about to give up the idea of going to the middle circle, and suddenly heard Shi Yuan say, "I want to go to the middle circle to hunt alien plants, get black crystals to exchange for points, and come back before the deadline of the mission. Do you want to go with me?" The purpose and interests are clearly explained in one sentence. Going with her, you can hunt alien plants together and get extra black crystals to exchange points with the school, but don't think about the mission ranking. Wen Qian agreed. She didn't pursue a high ranking in the mission, and the fundamental purpose of getting a high ranking was to get points awarded by the instructor, which was not much different from hunting alien plants and exchanging extra black crystals for points. Sometimes when Yuan and Shinji were there, she didn't have to worry about not being able to escape when she encountered danger, and she could save time searching for alien plants and accumulate experience in fighting with them. Shinji naturally didn't object. It was Suyue's turn. He moved his lips and thought that getting a high ranking would get points, so why bother hunting alien plants? But when he thought of Yuan's cold glance at him last time, he finally chose to shut up. He knew very well that he had no say in the group now. All members reached a consensus, and Suyue and Wen Qian were responsible for leading the way. Sure, Yuan held the kitten and asked Shinji, "Do you want to see who has hunted more alien plants?" Shinji didn't expect her to suddenly talk to him and compete in hunting alien plants. He wanted to refuse reflexively, but he swallowed his words before he could say them. He nodded and said, "Okay." Last time she attacked, she must have noticed that he had hidden his strength. Did she become interested in him? I heard that this pure-blooded Taotai joined the Yaoguang camp. He probably wanted to become the leader of the Yaoguang camp and develop his own power. So he planned to take him in, if he could become her confidant. Shinji lowered his eyes to cover the emotions in his eyes. Sure, Yuan didn't want to waste time. When he found the hidden alien plant, he immediately released the greedy holy scythe and easily blocked the alien plant's way with a few clever jumps between the branches. Shinji agreed to the competition, took a serious attitude, turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The short knife in his hand swung, and killed the alien plant hidden in another bush. Suyue had learned a painful lesson last time, and dared not be arrogant again. He honestly acted with Wen Qian, and blocked the way of a B-level alien plant. The sunlight moved quickly in the air, and the four of them killed all the way forward. The process was safe and sound, leaving behind a large number of alien plant corpses. These corpses will soon be corrupted by the violent star power in the soil, and do not need special treatment. It was almost time to go back. Sure, Yuan killed the last B-level alien plant, put its black crystal into the storage box, and said to Shinji, who was about to stop not far away, 103. Shinji used his mental power to scan his storage box, shrugged and responded, 99, I lost. Both of them killed B-level alien plants, and the victory was determined by quantity. Sure, Yuan raised his eyebrows and smiled, thank you. Suyue and Wen Qian, who were listening to them talking, were completely numb. Although the four of them acted together, Sure, Yuan and Shinji had not rested at all since the hunting mission began. Looking at their current state, they did not show any signs of fatigue, which made people wonder how much of their combat power they had used in the previous battle. Looking at the gains in his pocket, apart from the black crystal required for the mission, Suyue had an extra 10, while Wen Qian only had 7. Suyue felt a little uncomfortable. His gains were far beyond his previous level, but compared with Sure Yuan and Shinji, it was completely a small matter. Sure, Yuan was fine, she was a pure-blooded glutton, and the power of the top-level mimic was beyond his imagination, but Shinji was just a small figure from a remote galaxy. The mimic Shadow Cat was good at speed and concealment, not strength and attack, so how could it easily beat him? No one cared about his thoughts. When they returned to deliver the task, they were indeed the last team, but the group of Ji Qinglian, Tang Xia, Yu Shiza and others came back only a little earlier than them, and they probably spent their extra time hunting alien plants. When the group was disbanded, Wen Qian said goodbye to Sure Yuan very enthusiastically. She was not Suyue. The points that could be exchanged for 7 B-level black crystals were a good income for her. She also learned a lot of skills by observing Sure Yuan's battle with alien plants. This mission was a win-win. Tang Xia saw it, and came to Sure Yuan and said sourly, I also want to be in the same group with you. Let the instructor regroup. Before Sure Yuan could speak, Ji Qinglian had already stepped over and stood between them, and said condescendingly, You will be regrouped with me, when will it be your turn? Tang Xia was interrupted by him, and gritted her teeth in dissatisfaction. She wanted to say something, but Ji Qinglian pulled Sure Yuan over and led him away. Her Highness stamped her feet in anger, and her fans quickly surrounded her to comfort her. The young man with glasses also said, Have your Highness and Ji Qinglian's relationship improved? Tang Xia has been observing the behavior of the young man with glasses recently, thinking about what he said to her, and she feels more and more that he often seems to be concerned about her and asks for her opinion, but in fact he is giving her psychological hints and influencing her thoughts. She didn't understand why her brother thought such a person could help her, but she didn't want to give him a cold shoulder and make things difficult for him. So she said vaguely, "My brother told me that we can become friends, and then let her become my subordinate." Tang Xia raised her chin slightly. "Then I see how she can still show off in front of me." The young man with glasses smiled. "Your Highness is right." In the next few days, Shi Yuan completed military training as usual during the day, and went to the number 9 training ground with Tang Xia for daily training at night. Shinji gradually became familiar with her. Although he was still taciturn, he no longer felt awkward when training together. When Shi Yuan was concentrating on training, he would also remind Tang Xia what details she needed to pay attention to, and found that the princess was not as difficult to get along with as imagined, and she would share a portion of the prepared midnight snack with him. That day, Shi Yuan had just arrived at the training ground and was doing stretching exercises when the optical brain suddenly rang and the virtual screen popped up, showing that the caller was GCU. She kept moving, and did not avoid the two people beside her, and directly connected the communication. GCU did not hide in his luxurious dormitory, but walked in the night in school uniform. Sung followed him, 1 man and 1 horse behind the ground campus of Xingyang Military Academy, judging from the scene, not far from the number 9 training ground. Seeing her doing stretching exercises in training clothes, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Busy?" The virtual screen floated in front of Shi Yuan, and the young man's voice came from it, low and quiet, like a carefully treasured century-old wine, intoxicating for no reason, causing Tang Xia to look sideways. Shi Yuan ignored her little eyes, and answered obediently and softly, "I am preparing to complete my daily training. What do you want to talk to me about at this time?" This tone made Shinji, who was used to her cold and decisive character, feel like ants crawling all over his body. The corner of his eye slightly turned over, and happened to see GC walking on the virtual screen. It was just a casual glance, but the young man on the other side of the virtual screen seemed to notice something, and turned to look over, which scared Shinji. Before he could think, GC retracted his gaze, as if he just happened to look over. Shinji thought it was a coincidence. He had just arrived and was a distance away from Shi Yuan, so he was not in the camera at all. No matter how sharp GC was, he could not find someone peeking at him through the virtual screen. GCU patted Song's horses, but, motioning it to wait for him next to him, and said to Shi Yuan, "It's not a big deal. It has something to do with the people who took you away before." "The group of Qilang?" Shi Yuan asked back, "What happened?" Tang Xia was quite curious and listened quietly. She asked her brother about Qilang, and her brother only told her that the other party was a vicious wanted criminal, and would soon be locked up in Tianyuan prison, so she didn't have to worry about it. Shinji was afraid of meeting GCU's eyes again, so he didn't dare to look back, but his ears were perked up. Tang Xixing told me that Madame Qi sent people to the place where they were imprisoned. Qilang is now half dead, and will be escorted to Tianyuan prison in 2 days. Speaking of this, GCU paused and said mischievously, "I think my sister must see the world, so I'm going to take you there to have a look, so that you won't cry like a little cat next time." Shi Yuan, has your cheap brother not made it out of the play yet? Are you going tonight or tomorrow night? GCU asked politely, as if he didn't see her cold eyes. "Hasn't my brother come to see me?" Shi Yuan turned her head, and looked at the entrance of the training ground. As soon as her eyes fell on the street lamp, GCU walked out of the shadows. The dim light sprinkled on him, and with the military-style school uniform, he looked like a young marshal standing on the streets of the Republic of China. "The face and temperament of my cheap brother are incomparable to ordinary people, let alone imitation. If the people Shi Yuan has seen are compared to paintings, then he is undoubtedly the most colorful one, which is impressive and unforgettable." He did not come over either, but stood under the street light with a cake box, letting the virtual screen float in front of him, and even pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, "Sister's perception is so sharp." Shinji, who was facing the training ground, subconsciously looked over when he heard the voice, and happened to meet the cold and dark pupils. There was a smile between his eyebrows, but the bottom of his eyes was like a bottomless cold pool, without any emotion. "Danger? Extremely dangerous." Shinji curbed his pounding heart, lowered his head stiffly, and forced himself to avoid the cold gaze. Shi Yuan's eyes passed over Shinji and said to Tang Xia beside him, "I have something to do today, so I won't train for now." Tang Xia looked at GCU curiously, and felt that he seemed to be more handsome than the last time she saw him at the banquet. She quickly hummed twice, "You go first, I'm fine alone, and you can ask Shinji if you don't understand anything." "Really? Shinji?" she said loudly. Shinji nodded several times, like a frightened bird. Shi Yuan smiled and put on his coat, and walked quickly towards Jisoo. Tang Xian muttered softly, "Why are Qing Yuan's brothers so good to her? Only my brothers are good to me." When the training ended last night, Ji Qiqi, who was said to be aloof to everyone, actually rode a unicorn to give her fruit slices. She was so envious. Shinji raised his head slightly, just in time to see Shi Yuan smiling and taking the cake box handed to her by Jisoo, and the two of them disappeared under the street lights. "Shinji? Shinji! What are you thinking about? I called you several times. Why didn't you respond?" Tang Xia came over and asked curiously. Shinji said touched his nose and said, "Sorry, I was just thinking about something." Tang Xia didn't doubt him, and asked a few questions about training. Shinji answered patiently, and finally pretended to be curious and said, "Who is the person who just came to Ji Qingyuan? It seems very powerful." Tang Xia thought for a while. His name is Jisoo, the adopted son of Marshal Ji Wu, and he is a Star Seal Master. Besides that, there seems to be nothing special. You said he is very powerful? Star Seal Masters are famous for being scumbags. Shinji said awkwardly, "I accidentally looked at him just now, and it seemed like I was being scrutinized." Tang Xia laughed. "What's the big deal? The Taotai family is the most protective of their own shortcomings. You can see from Ji Qinglian that the brothers in Qing Yuan's family are of the same character." Shinji followed her words and responded, but he thought it was not the case. "That man is very dangerous." The brief glance just now almost saw through his soul. Shinji has seen many strong men, but none of them made him feel that he had nowhere to hide. Thinking of the conversation between Shi Yuan and Jisoo, Shinji reached into his pocket, touched the Xing Luo lying quietly inside, and said to Tang Xia, "I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to do, so I'm leaving first." Without waiting for Tang Xia to answer, he picked up the bag he had put down not long ago and left in a hurry. Tang Xia looked at his receding figure in confusion, muttering, "Is this guy always slow in doing things? He runs really fast when he's in a hurry." Jisoo looked at Shi Yuan, who was eating the cake box with relish, and reminded, "Don't spit it all out later if you eat so much now." The cakes were prepared by Adlet, who went back to the mansion in the evening and brought them over. The fruit slices that Ji Qingqi gave to Shi Yuan last night were also brought by Adlet. Ji Qinglian also had some, but he didn't have a greedy appetite, so he gave them all to his big-eating sister, and certified himself as a perfect brother. Jisoo and Ji Qingqi didn't comment on this. Shi Yuan paused while pinching the peach cake. It shouldn't be that bad. After she finished the peach cake, she finished it. "That's right, my sister is very brave. She won't vomit to death when she sees a little scene." Jisoo saw that she was eating happily, so he pinched a piece and put it into his mouth. Adelet's cooking skills are, needless to say, comparable to the chief chef of a high-end restaurant. "I threw myself into my brother's arms and cried like a little cat a few days ago. How can I be so brave?" Shi Yuan moved the cake to the side, not wanting him to eat the second piece. Jisoo's hands were long, so her little trick failed. He ate the second piece of peach cake and said seriously, "So my sister was so scared that she threw herself into my arms?" Shi Yuan, She was careless, and didn't remember how he made up a story in front of Tang Xishan. She pushed the cake box in front of her cheap brother, trying to block his mouth. Jisoo happily took the third piece and changed the subject. "Did you catch the little mouse that slipped through the net? My sister is so cautious that she won't casually talk to him." Shi Yuan has gradually become accustomed to his sharpness, and took back the cake box and said, "I found it by chance." Jisoo did not comment, and snapped his fingers at Song not far away. Song immediately stopped groaning at the grass in the bamboo forest, and flew over with flapping wings. Jisoo took Shi Yuan's waist, and took her to sit on Song's back. The pure black unicorn flew over the ground, flapped its wings and flew into the sky, facing the bright full moon in the sky, and disappeared into the night sky. Shi Yuan steadied the cake box in her hand, sat sideways on Song's back, calmly took out a piece of sweet date cake, and took a bite. Jisoo looked at her side face that seemed to be shining under the moonlight. "Sister, why are you so calm? I'm waiting for you to throw yourself into my arms, and cry like a little cat." Shi Yuan, Enough. It's impolite to continue this story. She picked up a sweet date, and stuffed it into her cheap brother's mouth, trying to make him shut up. Jisoo didn't expect her to do this. He was stunned for a moment, but after he reacted, he chuckled and bit the sweet date into his mouth. The two stopped talking, left Xingyou Military Academy in the moonlight, and arrived at the prison where Qilang and others were imprisoned. Jisoo had called in advance to come, so the people arranged by Tong Shijin naturally couldn't stop him, and the two entered the prison smoothly. This is the only prison in Xingya Islands, divided into several areas. Qilang was imprisoned on the 3rd floor underground, the most heavily guarded place. The prison guard led the two people in attentively. As soon as they entered the passage, they were hit by a strong smell of blood, mixed with a faint smell of rot. I think Qiang's prison life is very exciting. Cheap brother is right. People with poor acceptance ability will probably vomit as soon as they come in. Goodbye, Qilang. He knelt on his knees, his shoulder blades pierced by thick iron chains, his strong muscles were covered with whip marks, and the air still smelled of pepper water. The man's red hair was stained with blood, and strands of it stuck together. He hung his head as if he had fainted, but Shi Yuan knew that he had not. She bit her fingers and drew a communication star pattern and a marking star pattern at an angle where no one could see, and then stepped forward 2 steps while pointing at the star pattern. The prison guard quickly stopped her. Miss, this man is very fierce. He can hurt people even if he is beaten half to death. You can't get too close to him. Shi Yuan took this opportunity to use the shadow he cast to flick 2 star patterns into the body of the red wolf in the blind spot of the surveillance. She frowned, not quite believing it. He has his shoulder blade nailed down. How can he hurt me? The guard immediately told him how Qilang had hurt another guard, fearing that this young lady would also be hurt and would implicate him in the future. Shi Yuan took 2 steps back doubtfully, and caught off guard when the prison guard breathed a sigh of relief and pinched Qiang's chin with his mental power. The man's dark green eyes reflected the red and white light above his head. How could he still look down on her and Chi Huan in the basement with ease? The hunter and the prey switched positions, and he was in a very bad state. Despite this, the pair of dark wolf eyes still stared at Shi Yuan a few steps away, like a wolf king imprisoned by a hunter, imprinting the enemy's appearance firmly in his mind, hoping to take revenge in the future. Shi Yuan seemed not to see the fierce light hidden in his eyes, and chuckled and called out his codename, Qilang. The ending tone was light, innocent, and harmless. As the tone gradually faded, she tilted her head in confusion. Where is the wolf? Why do I only see a drowned dog? Qilang stared at her intently, and his eyes became darker. The prison guard standing next to him shuddered, wanting to leave but not daring to. Gcu said kindly, Sister, don't do things like beating the dog when it's down, so as not to be hated. Shi Yuan asked doubtfully, I haven't started yet. Gcu said slowly, then hurry up, I'm a little sleepy. Finish it early, and go back to sleep early. Prison guard, Didn't you just tell me to do less? Shi Yuan puffed up her cheeks. Do I look like the kind of villain who likes to kick someone when he's down? Reciprocity is the way of courtesy. I'm here to return the favor. She took out a small box from the space ring, put it on the ground under the doubtful eyes of the prison guard, and repeated the action that Qilang had done in front of her before, hooking her fingers to open the lid, revealing the neatly stacked A-level black crystals inside. The prison guard was shocked, not understanding what this young lady was going to do. Shi Yuan did not let him wonder for too long, and said to Qilang, Dog, remember? This is what you gave me before. Gcu said disdainfully, Why do you call everyone a dog? Brother, stop browsing forums. Shi Yuan stabbed him, and said to the prison guard, I heard that black talents can quickly recover from injuries after absorbing black crystals. Look at his half-dead appearance. I am afraid that if he is whipped a few more times, he will die. You ask someone to use these on him, and then use the whip dipped in pepper water and salt water to whip him hard until this box of black crystals is used up. Prison guard, I thought this young lady was a naive person, but I didn't expect her methods to be more cruel than Madame Qi. The people sent by Madame Qi were whipped, but this young lady came to make people live a life worse than death. Shi Yuan tilted his head and smiled. You should be able to do what I asked for, right? The prison guard patted his chest and promised, Don't worry, miss, there will be absolutely no problem. Shi Yuan smiled with satisfaction and flicked his finger to give him an anonymous star card. The prison guard hurriedly caught it, and after seeing what it was, he subconsciously glanced at the monitor. Shi Yuan comforted him, Don't worry, I gave it to you. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will definitely not blame you. She also raised her head and waved at the monitor, Your Highness, long time no see, I will treat you to breakfast tomorrow. Gcu yawned lazily, Okay, it's late at night. How can His Royal Highness the Crown Prince have time to stare at you behind the monitor like a filthy voyeur? Are you leaving? All those who are watching the monitor and know that Tang Shishing is watching the monitor, Is it too late to cut this part? Shi Yuan sighed regretfully, Well, the Crown Prince worked hard to save me, and I wanted to thank him, But it seems that I can only wait until next time. Without waiting for GCU to say something shocking again, Shi Yuan stepped out of the cell, walked out without looking back, and muttered, "It was obviously you who wanted to bring me here. Why do you think I stayed too long?" GCU followed her. "I see that you have made great progress after this incident. You should not cry like a little cat next time. I have to teach you not to learn those useless things to beat the dog when it is down." "Brother, are you scolding me?" "Huh? Where?" "Don't take it personally." The voice gradually faded away, and Tang Xixing on the other end of the surveillance stared at GCU's disappearing back and leaned back on the chair. There were several people standing in the study room. GCU's words were still ringing in their ears, and no one dared to say a word. As Tang Xixing's confidant, they naturally knew that GCU was not a good person, but they did not expect that he would dare to speak out under their noses and compare the crown prince with a peeping Tom. After a while, the young man with a scimitar standing behind Tang Xixing leaned forward slightly and asked, "Your Highness, do you want to do what Jiqing Yuan said?" Tang Xixing would not be angry because of GCU's words and implicate others. That is something only incompetent people would do. He sneered. She is really a little girl from a remote planet, so vindictive. People with narrow minds can hardly achieve great things. Doing what she said is just a small request. If GCU tells her that I can't do it, she will definitely hate me. The young man nodded in agreement. Chapter 37. The quiet lake reflects the sparse stars in the sky. The pale yellow lotus sways left and right in the breeze. The plump lotus pods poke their heads out from the gaps between the lotus leaves. Occasionally, one or two frog calls are heard, adding a little noise to the quiet night. No one noticed that a shadow stood quietly in the shadow of the rockery by the lake. A low and hoarse voice came from the other side of the rockery. It was unclear whether it was a man or a woman. "Are you in a hurry to call me out? Is there something important? You should know that this is an extraordinary period. It's best not to contact me." The moon quietly revealed half of its face from the clouds. The clear light reflected the ripples on the lake and illuminated the face in the shadow. It was Shinji who left Xingyou Military Academy not long ago. He stood by the lake, restraining his breath to the extreme, almost blending into the shadow. Hearing the words of the visitor, Shinji pursed his lips and said, "In 2 days, they will transfer Brother Lai to Tianyuan prison." "So soon? Where did you get the news?" The person next to the rockery was a little anxious, and walked out of the darkness, revealing an ordinary face. It was the woman that Shi Yuan had seen in the basement, but was not caught by Tang Xixing. She put her hair in a baseball cap, took off her glasses, and was wearing a very ordinary black sweater. Her facial features were disguised. Although she still looked the same, she was indescribably ordinary. It would be difficult to recognize her in a crowd. "I heard the video call between Jiqing Yuan and GCU. They said so. They went to the place where Brother Lai was imprisoned tonight. The news should be fine." Shinji answered in a low voice. They also mentioned that Brother Lai was seriously injured, and it was the mistress of the Tingsha family who had them do it. This was expected news. As one of the few 3S level wanted criminals in the Yongnao Empire, Qilang has always been a thorn in the eyes of the royal family. This time he came to Xingyou Military Academy and took a great risk. They thought that catching little Tao Tai and little Tingsha would stop their plan from going on, but it was still a mistake. The people of the totem family came too quickly, and they had no time to move, and became a turtle in a jar. The woman also suspected that the news had been leaked accidentally, but she and Lao Jiao were the only ones who knew that Qilang had captured people, and the problem was probably with the 2 hostages. The people of the totem family really couldn't be killed or kept, and they were more troublesome than hot potatoes. Seeing her lowering her head and not saying anything, Shinji couldn't help but say, "We can't let them take Brother Lai away. Tianyuan prison is where Yongnao Empire holds serious criminals. All prisoners sent there will have their spiritual power spring destroyed, and they will have to collect all day and night until their bodies are overwhelmed and die. It was completely a fluke that Qilang escaped last time. He will definitely be strictly guarded the second time he goes in. It is a fantasy to think of escaping again. They also have no ability to rescue people from Tianyuan prison." The woman sighed, "I think of a way. Don't act rashly. Since Jiqing Yuan wants to use you, you should stay in Xingyou Military Academy, and don't care about what happens next." Shinji immediately retorted, "How can that be, Brother Lai?" The woman's sharp eyes swept over. "Apart from that incident, he cares most about you. Only when you are safe and sound can he feel at ease to do anything." Shinji moved his lips, and wanted to speak. The woman knew what he was thinking and softened her tone. "If I can't rescue him in the end, you can only find out the truth of the past. We can't tell everything here. Remember? This sentence defeated Shinji's full of words. He clenched his fist hanging at his side, pressed his knuckles tightly with his fingertips, and finally responded in a self-compromising voice. Okay, go back quickly. Don't let people notice anything wrong. If I don't tell you that I have rescued Brother Lai within 5 days, you must destroy the star conch in your hand, and don't leave any evidence that may be implicated. After speaking, she patted Shinji's shoulder heavily as if entrusting him with something important, then withdrew her hand and walked into the rockery, and disappeared in an instant. Shinji stood silently by the lake, with his reflection on the lake in his field of vision. For a long time, he punched the air several times as if to vent, but restrained himself and didn't make any sound. The shadow cat raised its head from his arms, and meowed with worry. Shinji smiled weakly, stroked its round cat head, and suppressed all those messy emotions. Sister Yun was right, he couldn't be implicated. If the rescue plan failed in the end, he would be the only one who had the chance to rescue Brother Lai. He couldn't give up such a good platform as Xingyo Military Academy. He had to move up. After thinking it through a little, Shinji disappeared under the moonlight with the shadow cat. When he returned to the dormitory, it was already dark and there were not many people in the corridor. The talented people who could be admitted to Xingyo Military Academy were all the best in each constellation. They might think they were excellent before entering the school, but after comparing themselves with the heirs of the totem family, most people would put away their insignificant pride, work hard to become stronger, and strive to stand out from the crowd. Therefore, not many people would waste their time on laughing and playing. Using the little time to browse forums, eat melons, and chat about gossip is the most abundant entertainment activity for military school students. The dormitories of military school students are all single rooms. Shinji came back late, and no one would pay attention to his whereabouts. He pinched his eyebrows and walked through the corridor, stopped in front of his dormitory door, pushed the door, and turned on the light as usual, and the shadow cat squatted on his shoulder as if it had returned home, with its slender cat tail swaying back and forth. The bright lights gradually invaded the dark dormitory. Shinji's feet, which had just been raised, stopped. The strange breath made him alert instantly, and his sharp eyes were fixed on the figure sitting at the desk. The familiar profile appeared in the field of vision, and Shinji was stunned for a moment. The girl's posture was very comfortable. Her left hand held a best-selling history of the development of the totem family on the market, open to the catalog page, and her right hand turned the hollow silver leaf bookmark from time to time. At that moment, Shinji thought he had walked into the wrong dormitory. But that was impossible. The dormitories of Xingyo Military Academy used an iris recognition system. Even if he walked into the wrong dormitory, it would be impossible for him to successfully recognize the iris, not to mention that the furnishings in the room were arranged by him personally. At that moment, thousands of guesses flooded into Shinji's mind, but he could not clearly capture any of them. He just stood there stiffly, holding the handrail on the door tightly. After less than 3 seconds of hesitation, he took a step back as if startled, and reflexively wanted to close the door. Then he looked up at the dormitory number on the door frame, as if he remembered something. Perhaps there was a strong conflict between cognition and reality, and his expression was obviously blank. Looking at the back of the girl in the room, Shinji stuttered, Ji Qingyuan, why are you here? This seems to be my dormitory. His reaction was natural and perfect, not inferior to the movie star who had been immersed in the film industry for many years, and his heartbeat was controlled at a just right frequency. No one could see how guilty he was at this moment. Sure, Yuan seemed to have just discovered him. She stopped pinching the bookmark and turned her head blankly. Her expression was not much different from when she was a well-behaved sister in front of Ji Qingyuan. Shinji's heart was choked, and he quickly thought about the purpose of her appearance here. Wrong dormitory? This guess is ridiculous. His dormitory did not record Ji Qingyuan's iris, and she was not blind, so the probability of going wrong was 0. Did she discover the relationship between him and Brother Lai? Impossible. He has always been very cautious. Among Brother Lai's subordinates, only Sister Yun knew of his existence, and was studying at Xingyo Military Academy, and it was impossible for her to leak the news. Could it be because he left Xingyo Military Academy tonight? Ji Qingyuan followed him? Instantly, Shinji was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at Yuan again, she put one hand on the back of the chair and asked in confusion, Yes. This is obviously your dormitory. Why don't you come in? Why can she act like a master and say such words easily and naturally? Shinji suddenly regretted provoking this young lady. When he knew that she was hiding her strength, he should have realized that this pure-blooded Taotai was not a good person, and it was better to take a detour. What made him think that he could play tricks in front of her? But now, he has fallen into a dilemma. If he turns around and runs away now, he might be immediately pressed to the ground by someone who may be hiding in the dark, knocked unconscious and thrown into prison to accompany Brother Lai. After a brief hesitation, Shinji pressed the knuckles of his index finger with his thumb, stepped into the dormitory, and tried to stay calm and close the door. The girl sitting sideways on the chair smiled and asked with concern, like a girl next door, "You came back so late. You shouldn't have met any bad guys, right?" Shinji was not good at beating around the bush, and was even worse at dealing with a chameleon who could smile and greet people 1 second and kill people the next second. He asked directly, "Why are you in my dormitory?" Shiryu turned around, put the bookmark in his hand back to the original page, and answered casually, "Of course I'm curious about who you will tell after getting the news from me." Simple words completely shattered the last bit of fantasy in Shinji's heart. He looked at the girl who stopped smiling and slowly exhaled. "When did you know that I had a problem?" His identity background was clean, and he was careful enough after entering school. He also contacted Brother Lai and Sister Yun through Xinghua. Only today's news was too important. He wanted to know how Sister Yun was going to save Brother Lai, and he knew that he would definitely not tell these questions on Xinghua, so he went there in person. If it was exposed, it could only be that Ji Qingyuan followed him tonight. But this result was contrary to her behavior of actively revealing the news. Shiryu put the history of the totem family development back on the bookshelf, turned around and answered his doubts. "Of course, it was the Black Star power that you accidentally leaked when you wanted to save Su Yue in the Blood Forbidden Land that day that made me notice something strange. The star power condensed by the Shadow Cat is also black, but the Black Star power from the token is too special. Although it only appeared for a moment, it was still captured by Shiryu, who has a strong mental power. At that time, she just suspected that Shinji might be an accomplice of the burly man, and enrolled in Xingyao Military Academy to cooperate with them inside and outside, so as to facilitate poaching in the Blood Forbidden Land. He is not the only one like this. She never thought that she and Qi Huan were kidnapped by Qilang by mistake. When they fought in the basement, the young man with curly hair was forced to use the Black Star power obtained from the token. In this way, she could guess that Shinji was related to Qilang and others with just a little thought. Shinji was shocked. "You killed the one-eyed man." Shiryu raised his eyebrows slightly. "You reacted quite quickly. It seems that you guessed that the token on him is with me." Shinji was sweating profusely. He originally thought that Ji Qingyuan only hit her combat power of about level 6, but she didn't expect that she could kill the one-eyed man who was a level 7 talent. The one-eyed man was indeed only level 7, but he was doing a job that was on the edge of a knife. He had experienced many battles, and was a black talent. If he really had to fight for his life, at the critical moment of life and death, his combat power would not be inferior to that of a level 8 talent. According to the news on the forum, the person who killed him took only a few minutes. There were no extra wounds on the one-eyed man's body. He was killed by cutting his carotid artery. This level of killing, let alone the 8th level talent, the 9th level talent can't do it. It can only be a talent in the extraordinary realm. Ji Qingyuan. She is only 18 years old, and it has been less than 3 months since she awakened the mimicry. How could she be a talent in the extraordinary realm? Shinji felt like a big hand was strangling his throat. He wanted to say something but couldn't make any sound. Ji Qingyuan told him such an important secret because he was sure that he would not spread it. And only the dead can keep secrets. Shinji's clothes were completely soaked with sweat, and beads of sweat slid down his forehead one after another. Shiryu saw that he was so nervous and chuckled. "Why are you so scared?" "I don't eat people. This is simply a cold joke." She is scarier than a man-eating monster. She could detect the change of the star power in the battle, and now she is exposing her trump card in front of him. Shinji doesn't think that he, the accomplice of the kidnapper, will have a good ending. He swallowed hard and tried to find his voice. What do you want to do by telling me this?" If Ji Qingyuan wanted to kill him, she didn't have to come to his dormitory to tell him this. She could have pinned him down on the spot when he went out to see Sister Yun tonight. Shiryu pointed to the chair next to her. "Sit down." Shinji didn't dare to disobey her order, and moved over stiffly to sit down. The eldest lady was obviously quite satisfied with his obedience, and smiled again. "What is that token?" "Want to ask what the token does?" Shinji shook his head honestly. "I don't know either. I just know that it can increase my combat power and speed up my cultivation, and it won't make the gifted lose their minds like excessive absorption of black crystals. It will enter my body and spontaneously absorb star power and grow slowly." "No side effects?" Shiryu asked back. Shinji thought for a while. If you have to talk about side effects, does liking to absorb black crystals count? Are you also a black-gifted person? Shi Yuan asked again. Shinji shook his head again. I have never absorbed black crystals, so it has limited effect on my cultivation. There are not many hidden in my body, and I will only use them at critical moments. I didn't expect that such a subtle change was also discovered by you. At that time, he thought that the few people present could not detect such a subtle change in star power, and he couldn't watch Su Yue die in front of him, so he went to save him. I should have known not to save that arrogant guy, and he was the one who saved him in the end. No lie. The people under Qi Lang are more honest than each other. However, they all know a little about the black token. If they want to know more, they should ask Qi Lang directly. Shi Yuan glanced at the shadow cat hiding behind his shoulder carefully. Do you want to save Qi Lang? Shinji thought he was hallucinating, and it took him a while to react. You. What do you mean? I can help him escape from Tang Xixing, but from now on, you have to sell yourself to me. She smiled and raised her hand to the shadow cat. The black little guy stared with round cat eyes, hesitated for a while, and then slowly took a step forward. But before it jumped into Shi Yuan's palm, the kitten seemed to realize that someone was trying to compete with it for favor, and walked out from behind her shoulder with short legs, making a low howl at the shadow cat. It was not very powerful, but full of warning. The threat of the superior mimicry frightened the shadow cat so much that its fur stood up, and it immediately retracted its front limbs, and hid behind Shinji. Shi Yuan did not expect that her own kitten could have such a strong deterrent power. She bit her fingers and flicked its eyebrows. Where did you learn it from? So domineering? It had used its claws to hook her hair before, and she pinched its short legs, and taught it a lesson several times before it changed. The little kitten whined in dissatisfaction, and its forehead was stuck in her hair, trying to protest her intention to favor other cats in this way of caring about the head, but not the butt. Shi Yuan has always been helpless with this little bad guy, so he had to smooth its fur for it, and glanced at Shinji, who looked a little dazed. Have you thought about it? Use your life to exchange for the Red Wolf's escape from Tang Xixing. Shinji came back to his senses, as if waking up from a dream. He couldn't understand why his life was favored by this young lady, but he couldn't refuse the chance to save Brother Lai. He immediately replied, okay. Shi Yuan said in an ambiguous way, it seems that you have a close relationship with him. She once again probed him with a word, and Shinji didn't know how to react. He pursed his lips and said, as long as he can be rescued, what does my life matter? Besides, you went to great lengths to buy my life, but you didn't do it to kill me, did you? I'm alive anyway, so how can I not be alive? In fact, he knew that Sister Yun had no confidence in rescuing Brother Lai. With only the remaining people, whether they went to jail or hijacked the prisoner car, the probability of success was very small. Instead of making unnecessary sacrifices, it would be better for him to solve the problem without bloodshed. Shi Yuan tapped the table with his fingers. I just said I would help you get him out of Tang Xixing's hands, but I didn't say I would do it, so it's not a big deal. Shinji was shocked. The girl took the kitten that finally peeked out from her neck, stroked the soft fur on its back, and showed a distressed expression. After all, I don't want to offend His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He is the heir of the Yongyao Empire. If he holds a grudge against me, what if he makes things difficult for the Taotai army in the future? Shinji, wouldn't it be offensive if you instructed the third princess, who was almost ruined by him, to secretly improve her strength? He said sincerely. What should I do? Shi Yuan took out the star snail and exchanged the sound of the tide with him. Call your people, and wait for my order. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the earth, and the golden spots of light fell on Shi Yuan through the gaps in the treetops. Today she wore a light blue suspender dress, a thin gauze dress draped over her shoulders, covering her fair and delicate skin. Her silver-gray hair fell naturally, contrasting with the sapphire blue headband, showing a unique beauty. The cat's eye gemstone at the end of the headband was covered with a layer of light golden spots, adding a little agility and mystery to it. At this time, she folded her hands behind her back, wearing a pair of off-white high-heeled shoes, and was stepping on the toe-sized stones at her feet. Because she accidentally used too much force, the narrow heel of the shoe could not be stepped on steadily, causing her body to lose balance and fall to the side unexpectedly. She subconsciously waved her hands, trying to grab something, but there was nothing around her. Before she closed her eyes and prepared to accept the tragic situation of falling to the ground, a strong and powerful arm reached out, gently wrapped around her waist, and helped her steady. Shi Yuan opened one eye and met Tang Xixing's smiling eyes. His expression was dazed for a moment, but after reacting, he quickly stepped back a few steps, bowed his head, and thanked her repeatedly. Her voice was obedient and soft, and at this time, it was still obviously embarrassed. The blush climbed all the way from behind her ears to her cheeks. which was different from being cute. Tang Xixing's eyes paused slightly. He had seen Ji Qingyuan walking gracefully beside Marshal Ji Wu in a gorgeous dress, and he had also seen her standing in front of Ji Qinglan and Ji Siyu, and calling them brothers softly. He had also seen her looking down at the bloodstained Qilang, and wanted him to live a life worse than death, but he had never seen her so embarrassed. It is undeniable that Ji Qingyuan inherited the excellent appearance of the main line of the Tiandu Ji family. Even though Tang Xixing had seen countless beauties of all kinds, he could not count a few who could compare with her. He smiled and said, "Be careful, I may not be able to hold you up so well next time." The girl looked even more embarrassed, covering her face and muttering, "Forget it. Forget it. Forget it quickly. There won't be a next time. The third princess's trick is really cute. I've learned it." Tang Xixing laughed softly, and coaxed her patiently, "I've forgotten it." And he added very cooperatively, "Qingyuan, I just arrived. I kept you waiting for a long time. This emotional intelligence is amazing. My cheap brother can't compare to her." Shi Yuan put down his hand and blinked briskly. "I asked His Highness to come out and play, so there is no reason for me to be late." Tang Xixing deliberately asked, "What did you call me?" Shi Yuan was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he covered his lips lightly and shouted crisply, "Senior, it's getting late, shall we set off?" Half an hour later, the prison van escorting Qilang and others will depart from the prison, cross the south side of Xingyao Islands, fly over the Biqiong Sea, leave Xianyao Star, and head all the way to Tianyuan prison. This period of time is the best time to take action. Once the action is taken, Tang Xixing's people will definitely notice it, and report the situation to him as soon as possible. Qilang is a serious criminal. In an emergency, the escort team can shoot him, but Tang Xixing seems to want to get something from him. It has been a week since he was captured, but his spiritual power spring has not been destroyed. The escort team must ask him for permission if they want to kill Qilang. What Shi Yuan has to do is to delay the crown prince, and buy time for the people who are taking action. Tang Xixing finally waited for her to come to him, and Ji Qinglian hadn't come to disrupt the situation. He didn't think that he needed to watch over the whole process of transporting a serious criminal, so he naturally accepted her invitation. "Where do you want to go?" "To be honest, I've been in Xingyao Military Academy for 3 years, and I haven't had a good time." Tang Xixing walked beside Shi Yuan, sighing. Shi Yuan followed his words and flattered, "Dear, Senior is busy with all kinds of things, naturally unlike me, who always wants to play everywhere. My brother always scolds me for not being serious, and even complains to my mother." The two walked away, talking and laughing. Two heads popped out from behind the flower bed not far away. Feng Shiyuan gnashed her teeth and said, "This damn old crow, I knew he had bad intentions towards our sister. He bullied my sister who just came back. I don't know how many tricks he has." Rong Miao clenched his fist and agreed, "You, that guy, didn't remind my sister. I heard that my sister was captured by the Red Wolf, and the old crow rushed there in a hurry after hearing the news. Sure enough, he made his presence felt in front of my sister." Feng Shiyuan was full of anger. "No! I can't let my sister be deceived by the old crow." She slapped Rong Miao on the shoulder. "You keep an eye on him quietly. I go call GCU, that bastard. That guy really has no sense of being a brother." Rong Miao nodded vigorously. "Don't worry. I will never let the old crow do anything wrong to my sister." Feng Shiyuan rarely gave him a look that said, "I believe you," blew a whistle in exchange for her Mount Jiuxuan Luan, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. GCU was sitting under the grape trellis with his chin propped up, squinting at Ji Qi, who was carrying a fruit basket and picking his grapes to feed Lingling. "It's fine if your horse comes over to steal the grapes, but you picked them in front of me without even saying hello." "What do you mean?" Ji Qi followed his words, and said, "Hello, I picked your grapes." GCU, He thought about disrespecting his elders. Can these 4 words scare Ji Qi? Suddenly, he heard the cry of Zhuoxuan Luan from the horizon. He immediately pinched his eyebrows, stood up and walked to the small building behind him, and said to his younger brother, "When Feng Shiyuan comes, tell him I'm not here." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Shiyuan's voice had already come over forcefully. "GCU." "I heard it." GCU kept walking and almost bumped into the wall of fire that suddenly sprang up. He sighed, and had to retreat under the grape trellis, saying unhappily, "What's the matter again?" Feng Shiyuan landed on the cobblestone path, rushed over and pulled him up, and said viciously, "Go! Our sister is going to be taken away by the old crow." GCU became a little interested. "Oh?" Ji Qi, who was picking grapes, also looked at him sideways. Feng Shiyuan vividly described how Tang Xixing kidnapped her beautiful sister, and finally concluded, he definitely has bad intentions. GCU nodded in agreement. She definitely has bad intentions. Ji Qingqi ate a grape leisurely. So sweet, I give my sister 2 bunches when she comes back. Chapter 38. Why do I have to participate in your actions? At the corner of the mall, Ji Qingqi, wearing a rabbit head mask, was forced to hide behind a huge support column and said speechlessly. GCU, wearing a cat mask, answered slowly, how do I know? Feng Shiyuan, wearing a bluebird mask, said angrily, you 2 brothers are too incompetent. The light brain shook, and the virtual screen on her wrist popped up. Rong Miao's voice, like a thief, sounded. Report to the commander, my sister stopped in front of the claw machine. The old crow asked her if she wanted to play. Please give the next instructions. Continue to observe. Feng Shiyuan gave the order. Ji Qingqi showed a look that was hard to describe. He wanted to ask GCU how he became friends with these 2 guys, but he felt that it was not polite to ask so he closed his mouth silently. Listening to Feng Shiyuan and Rong Miao mumbling, GCU folded his arms and leaned against the support column with his eyes closed, refusing to participate in their sneaky behavior. Occasionally, passers-by looked at them strangely and walked away immediately. The little kid held his parents' hands, pointed at the rabbit mask on Ji Qingqi's face, and said in a baby voice, I want it too. Ji Qingqi felt very uncomfortable with the sights coming and going. He poked GCU quietly, why don't you keep staring at me? I go back to pick grapes for my sister. GCU opened one eye and glanced at him, pick 2 bunches for me too, and keep them in ice. Ji Qingqi was as if he had been pardoned. While Feng Shiyuan was not paying attention, he mixed in with the passers-by and ran away, but before he walked out of the mall, the star snail hanging on his waist suddenly shook. He picked up the star snail, and found that it was the sound of tide sent by Shi Yuan, who was grabbing the doll. He was a little puzzled. How could she have time to send him a message when she was with Tang Xixing? The sound of tide rang in his ears, and the voice of his sister was well-behaved and lovely. Second brother, you are so free, do me a favor, Ji Qingqi. I have a bad feeling. No. He is not free at all. Wait. How does my sister know that he is free? Did she find out that he followed her to the mall? Before Ji Qingqi could think carefully, another message came. Go to the Biqiong Sea and help me hijack a prisoner van, Ji Qingqi. Question mark. It's the one that transports the red wolf. Thank you, second brother. Remember to wrap yourself up tightly. I treat you and Ling Nang to a big meal later. Ji Qingqi, Is it too late to go back to the mall and continue sneaking? He looked at the gradually darkening sky, sighed, resignedly rode on Ling Nang, and disappeared under the thin night. Hua! 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 Layer upon layer of waves were rising and falling, and giant cargo ships were moving forward under the waves. The Biqiong Sea is quite vast, and the seafood produced is delicious. It is a top delicacy in the Yongyao Empire. A large amount of goods are sold to other planets every day, and sea transportation is extremely developed. Shinji stood on the side of one of the cargo ships, wearing an ordinary bionic mask, and his short black hair was messy in the sea breeze. He looked up at the dark sky, and his heart was pounding. In less than an hour, the starship escorting Brother Lai will fly over the freighter's route, and that will be their chance to take action. These days, Tang Xixing and Xingyou Military Academy have been sending people to search for the whereabouts of the black talent. Almost all of Dian's men were wiped out. Sister Yun and others were not doing well either, and were almost caught several times. And tonight, they have to rescue Brother Lai from those extraordinary strongmen. Can they really do it alone? What are you thinking about? Han Shuyun came over with a giant sword on his back, and asked in the rolling waves. Shinji smiled, a little nervous and a little scared. Nervous about participating in such an operation for the first time, afraid that the rescue would fail. Han Shuyun looked at him deeply. You shouldn't have come. Shinji's real strength is a level 6 talent. He is definitely a genius among his peers, but in this kind of operation, he is almost no different from cannon fodder. The people escorting Qilang are all talents in the extraordinary realm. Shinji shook his head. I have to come. This is both my idea and that person's request. Han Shuyun frowned slightly. Does she really want to rescue Qilang? Is it just a trick played by the noble lady when she is bored? After receiving Shinji's news, Han Shuyun thought that his identity was exposed, and he was kidnapped by Ji Qingyuan. Otherwise she really couldn't figure out why the timid lady in the basement wanted to save Qilang. If she wanted to vent her anger, there was no need to go to such great lengths. She could just kill him in prison. With her identity, even if Tang Xixing was dissatisfied, he couldn't do anything to her. Shinji remembered the deal between himself and Shi Yuan, and didn't tell Han Shuyun about their conversation. Hearing this, he said, I think she has other purposes. Asking him to sell himself is just an excuse. Ji Qingyuan can have as many subordinates as he wants. She wouldn't go to such great lengths to plan this action for him at the risk of offending Tang Xixing. Her real purpose? I'm afraid she's for Brother Lai. Han Shuyun looked at his expression, and a subtle feeling rose in her heart. You seem to be very confident in her? Shinji was stunned by what she said. Before he could think carefully, a bird suddenly cried loudly in the air, and then a strange and strong breath broke into his perception range, and fell vertically on the deck of the freighter without any greeting. The two immediately turned around, one holding the dagger behind his waist, and the other holding the giant sword on his back, looking vigilantly at the tall man who slowly stood up from a half-kneeling position. He wore a black peaked cap and a black mask, and his tight combat uniform outlined his strong chest and abdominal muscles. The tight lines of his arms and legs concealed amazing explosive power. The man was very tall, and his burly figure brought a strong sense of oppression. He had a pure black scimitar on his waist, and the handle was wrapped with circles of snow-white bandages. Although the knife had not been unsheathed, a terrible murderous aura had already burst out. Such a strong murderous aura. Han Shuyun subconsciously held her breath and asked coldly, Who is it? Did their plan leak in advance? Jing glanced at her and did not answer, but said coldly, Who is the black cat? Shin Jijing was overwhelmed by his momentum, and was caught off guard when he heard this sentence. He gritted his teeth and answered, It's me. Black Cat was the code name given to him by Ji Qingyuan. Only she knew that this man was hers? Sure enough, she would not let these shrimp soldiers and crab generals die. Jing An's cold eyes swept over. Miss asked me to tell you, after getting the person out, go directly into the sea. Whether you can survive depends on your ability. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw the palm-sized storage box in his hand to Shinji. The box fell into his hand and automatically opened the lid, revealing one round and plump A-level alienation crystal after another. Shinji was stunned for a moment, and after a closer look, he discovered that each alienated crystal had a star pattern engraved on its surface. Just as a surging wave hit the waves, the fishy and salty seawater splashed over, and the alienated crystal seemed to sense it, and a faint glow appeared on the surface, forming a transparent barrier that excluded all water droplets. It was a water-avoiding star pattern. Jing'an said nothing more, stepped on the side of the boat and jumped down, and 3 seagulls flew over, carrying him away into the night. He came as he said, and left as he said. Shinji was forced to choke on his throat when he wanted to ask him about his specific plan. Han Shuyun let go of the giant sword on her back and breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the items in the storage box and sighed. The top nobles are indeed arrogant. They use A-level alienated crystals to engrave the star patterns. But why did that guy leave? He doesn't really want us to rescue Brother Lai by ourselves, right? Shinji shrugged. I don't know either. He took out an alienated crystal and handed the storage box to Han Shuyun. With this, we can move freely in the sea. Sister Yun, please send them to others, and check the plan by the way. Han Shuyun made a yes gesture, and entered the cabin. Shinji looked at the sky over the sea again, which was rolling with layers of dark clouds. It might rain soon. Boom! Heavy rain poured down. The young man with a pot-cut haircut, and wearing the uniform of the Golden Crow Army's guard sat by the French window of the Xingzhou restaurant, looked at the sky full of lightning and thunder, and hissed, We are flying so high at night, we won't be struck by lightning, right? The young woman sitting opposite him with a high ponytail picked up a meaty shrimp, ate it slowly, and then said, Xingzhou has a very complete lightning protection system, and it is already lowering its altitude, so it won't kill you. The young man with the pot-covered hair said bitterly, Why are we the two doing this hard work? I also want to secretly watch His Highness and Ji Qingyuan date. The eldest daughter of the Tao Tai family is really beautiful, obedient and gentle. When I see her eyes sparkling and calling Ji Qingyuan brother, I really want to replace her. What virtue does Ji Qingyuan, that idiot, have? The woman with the high ponytail was speechless. Haven't you seen the video that went viral on the forum? How is she related to the words obedient and gentle? She looks like a two-faced green tea. The young man with the pot-covered hair sneered. Just tell me how many green teas are around His Highness, who are not two-faced green teas. It's rare to see such a pleasing tea, and I'm not allowed to take a closer look. The woman with the high ponytail, I was actually convinced. Seeing that she did not refute, the young man with the pot-cut hair was overjoyed and said, See, you also think Ji Qingyuan is beautiful, but it's a pity that she is the only pure-blooded Tao Tai in the Tianduji family, and cannot marry outside. It's not your turn to marry. The woman with the high ponytail stabbed a knife into his chest. The young man, with the pot-cut hair, immediately pretended to fall to the ground, and then revived with full blood. He looked around and asked in a low voice after making sure that there was no one around, "Do you think His Highness can take her down?" The woman with the high ponytail immediately slapped his head away. "Change your bad habit of talking nonsense. How dare you gossip about His Highness's affairs?" The young man with the pot-cut hair took a breath because of her slap. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a violent shaking from the steadily sailing starship. At the same time, the red wolf imprisoned in the cage slowly opened his dark green eyes. His upper body was naked, and his shoulder blade, which was pierced by the chain, had become inflamed and festering. His entire body was covered with whip marks, and blood was stuck to his skin and hair, having dried and turned black. The communication star pattern that had been silent under his skin began to move slowly until it reached the position between his eyebrows. Chilang noticed something and frowned slightly. A clear and pleasant voice sounded in his mind. "Good dog, are you ready to escape?" Bang! Another violent vibration. Bang! 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 The continuous vibrations alarmed everyone on the star ship. The young man, with a pot-covered head, and the woman, with a high ponytail, immediately rushed to the observation deck outside the restaurant. Whoosh! A heavy hammer fell from the sky through the storm and smashed directly over their heads. The two reacted quickly, jumping away, one on the left and one on the right, kneeling on one knee and falling to the ground. Their clothes were also wet by the heavy rain. Looking up, a burly man, with a height of more than 2 meters, lifted the hammer with one hand and carried it on his right shoulder, revealing a hideous smile in the heavy rain. Before he could identify the identity of the person coming, another scream came from the splint. The patrolman was hit on the bridge of the nose by a heavy punch, and flew backwards on the spot, leaving a sunken pit on the ground. His limbs twitched, and within a few seconds he completely went limp, with a distorted face, falling in the heavy rain. The woman with short hair on the left and long hair on the right retracted her fist, blew a long whistle, and looked provocatively at the guards, who hurried over from behind. In addition to her, one figure after another landed on the deck of the starship, rubbing their hands and walking towards the front of the cabin. Wanted criminals. These are all wanted criminals above S level in the Yongyao Empire. Aren't they only active at the junction of the Yongyao Empire and the Winston Empire? Why are they here together? The young man with the pot-cut haircut completely lost his previous playful smile in the restaurant, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Ran. Notify His Highness. Someone is coming to hijack the ship." As soon as the voice fell, white star power ignited from his body, and the ferocious white tiger swung its long tail and walked out from behind him, roaring at the wanted criminals, who suddenly appeared on the deck. The woman with the high ponytail did not hesitate, took off the star snail from her waist and retreated into the restaurant. A figure climbing on the side of the ship, like a frog, noticed her movements, bounced up in the dark rain curtain, and landed on another observation deck outside the restaurant in the blink of an eye. The phantom of the white tiger rushed over, and the young man with the pot-cut haircut smashed the observation deck with a heavy punch, and when the other party looked at him with a sticky look, he smiled coldly. "It's not your turn to be presumptuous here." A row of guards rushed to the deck, and surrounded all the wanted criminals with a low shout. Shinji turned into a shadow, quietly hiding in the dark, looking at these vicious wanted criminals. The shock in his heart was almost indescribable. He knew that Ji Qingyuan would definitely send people to help, but what about these wanted criminals? They were all vicious criminals, who only cared about money and not people. How could they be driven by her? Besides, how dare they come to Xianyao Star, the heartland of Yongyao Empire? Aren't they afraid of being caught in one fell swoop and never coming back? No. How did they pass through the checkpoints of various planets in Yongyao Empire, and appear in Xianyao Star in just 2 days? Before Shinji's thinking came to fruition, he heard a loud wolf howl from the cabin below. It was the Wolf King who broke free from the shackles that imprisoned him, and was hunting unscrupulously. Crash! The rain was pouring down, and the dark sky was dark without a single ray of light. Sure Yuan withdrew his gaze from the window, and sighed with regret. "I finally got to go out and play. Why is it raining? And it's raining so hard." Tang Shishing put the peeled shrimps into her plate, and his tone was as gentle as ever. "The weather on Xianyao Star is like this. The sky is clear 1 second, and it can be cloudy the next second. If you don't feel satisfied, I will accompany you to play next time." Sure Yuan immediately resumed his smile. "Senior is so busy. How can I bother you so often?" She picked up the round shrimp balls and looked at them. She looked at it and blinked her eyes and said mischievously, "Senior, the shrimp you peeled is so beautiful." Do you often peel shrimp for girls? Tang Xixing kept moving and blinked like her. Others don't have such an honor. Sure, Yuan laughed softly. It's really my honor. Tang Xixing calmly replied, it's my honor. Bang! In the corner of the restaurant, Feng Shiyuan poked a fork into the white and plump shrimp meat on the plate and gritted her teeth and said slippery. GCU drank the ice drink leisurely and did not comment. Rong Miao looked at the shrimp he peeled with heartache and whispered, if you don't want to eat it, give it to me. Feng Shiyuan's sharp eyes swept over him. Rong Miao instantly wilted and immediately started to peel the second shrimp for her. While peeling, he suddenly saw GCU fiddling with the star snail on his waist. He didn't know who had sent the message. He immediately stood up with an ice drink in his hand and asked in surprise, Yu, where are you going? GCU didn't even turn his head to answer, I'm going to help my sister eat shrimp. Feng Shiyuan, ? Rong Miao, ? The shrimps were sent to the plate one by one. What happened? Sure Yuan saw Tang Xixing frown after reading the message about the star snail, and asked with a worried look. Tang Xixing glanced at the food on the table that he hadn't eaten much. Just as he was about to say that he had something important to do and needed to leave, a shadow suddenly came from the side. Before he could see who it was, the other person sat directly next to Sure Yuan. The cold fragrance of tuberose hit him in the face. Sure Yuan showed a surprised expression, and then he looked away embarrassedly, like a child who had done something wrong and was caught by his parents, and he kept his head down and didn't dare to say anything. GCU calmly put the ice drink in his hand on the table, took the fork that Sure Yuan had placed on the plate, picked up a round shrimp ball, dipped it in the sauce on the plate, bit it into his mouth, and squinted his eyes to taste it. Tang Xixing swallowed the words that were about to come to his lips, and the smile in his eyes faded. GCU swallowed the shrimp meat, tilted his head and said, Sister, why don't you ask your brother to come out to play? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is busy with all kinds of things. How can he play with you? He picked up another shrimp ball, bit it into his mouth and chewed it carefully, and swept the edge of the fork with his tongue tip under Tang Xixing's slightly cold gaze. At that moment, Tang Xixing clenched the star snail in his hand. Chapter 39. Tang Xixing has a strong desire to win, which comes from the teachings he received since childhood. He is highly expected by his father, and is the heir of the Yongnao Empire. He warned himself that no matter who he faces or what he does, he must be the winner. But 3 years ago, he first tasted what it was like to lose more than he gained from GCU. Tang Xixing wanted to take back the victory he had lost from GCU, but the other party was like a bottomless swamp. No matter how he tried to confront him, he could easily resolve it and looked at him like a clown. He was proud of his calmness and composure, and his calculations on people's hearts were not worth mentioning in front of him. So GCU's defeat almost became his inner demon. For 3 years, this was the first time that GCU had provoked him so bluntly. What made him change? Ji Qingyuan? Tang Xixing slowly released the star snail in his hand, smiled and showed a surprised expression. See you, what a coincidence, you are here too? The tone was natural, as if the stiffness just now did not exist. It is quite a coincidence. GCU answered casually, without saying why he was here, and picked up another shrimp ball, and bit it into his mouth. Sure Yuan secretly glanced at him, and then secretly glanced at the Cheong shrimps on the plate that were about to run out, and whispered, Brother, you almost finished my shrimps. Carefully, like a poor little person with no family status. GCU suddenly looked at the only 3 Cheong shrimps left on the plate, put down the fork, pushed the plate in front of her, and said generously, You eat? It looked like you peeled the shrimps. Sure Yuan pursed her lips slightly, and picked up a shrimp, eating it in small bites, like a wronged young wife. Tang Xixing saw their interaction, his eyes flickered slightly, and when he was about to speak, the star snail vibrated again. GCU smiled at him. If your highness has urgent matters, why not go and deal with them first? He sounded very considerate. But as soon as he finished speaking, Sure Yuan cast a look of help at Tang Xixing, and the meaning was very clear, wanting him not to leave her alone to face GCU, who always scolded her. On one side was the old enemy who came to disrupt the situation deliberately, and on the other side was the person he wanted to win over. In the constantly vibrating star snail, there were government affairs that he had to deal with. This was an excellent opportunity to improve his favorability. As long as the operation was appropriate, he might be able to alienate their unreliable brother-sister relationship. The heavy rain washed the French windows of the restaurant, making a heavy crackling sound. The anxious syllables pressed Tang Xixing's eardrums, forcing him to choose between staying and leaving. Bang! The heavy wolf-toothed iron hammer hit the plywood of the star ship, and the metal bent and left a sunken pit. The Golden Crow guards retreated several steps in succession. A bloody smell rushed from his injured abdomen to his throat, overflowing from his teeth and nasal cavity. In the rain, the centipede-shaped scar on the face of the strong man looked even more hideous. He laughed twice and strode towards the restaurant with two big iron hammers. These vicious criminals had no intention of going down to the cabin to rescue people, but stared at the Golden Crow guards, enjoying the excitement brought by the battle and blood. The bowl-cut youth's clothes were completely soaked, and his hair stuck to his forehead and cheeks in clumps. The white tiger mimicry turned into a black and white armor covering his body, defending against the opponent's continuous punches. After another round of fists, the young man with the pot-cut hair retreated to Xia Ran's side and exhaled heavily. The Red Wolf has escaped from the cage. If this continues, we can't keep him. What are your instructions? Xia Ran wiped the rain off her face. Your Highness hasn't responded yet. Most likely, he was tricked by Ji Qingyuan. I knew that woman was not a good person. Why did she ask your Highness to go out and play at this time instead of making an appointment earlier or later? The young man with the pot-cut hair kicked away the frog-like mimicry man who tried to sneak attack, and sneered. No way, Xia Ran? Why did Ji Qingyuan trip your Highness? To save the Red Wolf? Who knows, anyway, I think she is not simple. Xia Ran jumped lightly into the air, turned the narrow knife in her hand to an angle, and fell rapidly to chop at the man, who was kicked away by the young man with the pot-cut hair, and had no time to maintain his balance. The man was slightly injured in the previous battle, and his speed was slowed down at this time, and he had no time to avoid the approaching blade. Sensing the imminent death crisis, he gritted his teeth and prepared to cut off his arm to survive, but suddenly felt a sharp wind blowing across his cheek with a wet splint. Clang! A dark silver scimitar came forward and easily blocked Xia Ran's powerful attack. When the 5 fingers wearing black leather gloves collided with each other, they decisively loosened the handle. The scimitar spun, and the sharp blade cut through the cold raindrops and pressed towards her throat. At that moment, Xia Ran suddenly opened her eyes wide, and at the critical moment, she bent down and dodged backwards. The owner of the scimitar obviously had extremely rich combat experience. He grabbed the swirl handle in an instant, and at the same time raised his straight long legs and kicked her exposed abdomen heavily. Two-pronged attack. Even though Xia Ran's reaction speed was fast enough, she was unable to avoid his second attack without revealing a flaw. She was kicked and flew backwards for more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye, hitting the French window of the restaurant and falling on the hard marble table with the broken glass. The man slowly retracted his long leg that he had kicked out, and the dark silver scimitar turned a beautiful knife flower in his hand, cutting a string of falling raindrops smoothly. He stood sideways in the dark night, wearing a bamboo hat and a pure black night suit, and a wide cloak that could cover his body, leaving no gaps on his body. The bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky, and were repelled by the invisible force before they approached him. The man stood there, obviously surrounded by greedy and bloodthirsty wanted criminals on both sides, but he had a calm aura. The young man, with the pot-covered hair, didn't have time to check Xia Ran's current situation. The moment he looked at the man through the dark hat, he suddenly felt a sense of panic from the bottom of his heart, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. So strong, extraordinary level 2? No, he is also extraordinary level 2. A talent of the same level can't give him such a strong sense of oppression. Extraordinary level 3? The young man with the pot-covered hair turned out all the contents of the wanted criminals above S level in his memory at that moment, but no one could match the man in front of him. Who is it? Who wants to save the Red Wolf? It is impossible to find so many helpers with those black talents, who are no different from stray dogs. Someone must be behind the scenes. As if he noticed that he was distracted and thinking about other things, the man raised his hand and pinched his finger bones, and in the next moment, he turned into a line of silver light and disappeared on the spot, and suddenly appeared in front of the young man with the pot-covered hair. Sorry, Qingyuan, I have something important to do now, so I can't accompany you. I treat you to dinner next time. Tang Xixing stood up from his seat with an apologetic look. Sure, Yuan was quite surprised by his choice, but he didn't show it. Instead, he showed a little disappointment, and quickly cheered up and nodded, Your Highness, go quickly. Don't delay your work because of me. Tang Xixing smiled, and when he turned around, he glanced at Ji Xiu, who was drinking a cold drink with a faint expression. He thought he was good at manipulating people's hearts, and he could see the deep desires of ordinary people at a glance, but when facing Ji Xiu, he couldn't see through or guess. Just like now, he couldn't figure out why the other party was sitting here. Just to prevent him from getting close to Ji Qingyuan? No, such a simple matter. He only needs to inform Ji Qinglian, the explosive barrel, and he can easily solve it. Or did he know that the star ship escorting Qi Lang was under attack through the cargo merchant ship of Tianduji clan in the Biqiong Sea, and deliberately came to see him laugh? Or maybe. One guess after another floated into Tang Xixing's mind. He clenched the star snail and remembered what his father said to him before leaving for school. If you can't figure out your opponent, do what you think you should do at the moment. Don't fall into the opponent's offensive rhythm. Hesitation and hesitation will only make you lose your advantage. Tang Xixing stepped out of the restaurant, injected a tidal sound into the star snail, and gave an order coldly, Luo Xia, if Qi Lang is about to escape, kill him without mercy. He sent messages to several other tidal sounds in succession. Principal, I have received accurate information that a large number of S-level wanted criminals appeared in the Biqiong Sea. Now, as the Crown Prince of the Empire, I ask the school to rush to help immediately. Qinhe, summon the Golden Crow guards to the Biqiong Sea immediately. I want those wanted criminals to never come back. Yunjing, send someone to keep an eye on GCU and Ji Qingyuan. I want to know their specific movements from now on. The star shuttle stopped at the entrance of the mall, and Tang Xixing bowed and entered. Looking at the star shuttle disappearing in the rain, Shi Yuan chuckled, this crown prince is really beyond my expectations. He has the common problem of nobles being high and mighty, but he is not arrogant. Between a small gain and making up for a big loss, he hesitated and finally chose the latter. She looked at GCU, who was picking up the shrimp balls on the plate and eating them again, tapping the table with her fingertips. With a special meaning, brother, you didn't trip him up either. I just came here to eat shrimp. GCU swallowed the last shrimp ball into his stomach and spread his hands. Okay. Shi Yuan seemed to accept his answer, fiddling with the star conch on his waist, sending out a sound of tide in front of GCU. At the same time, Qi Qian, who was leaning against the French window of the villa and looking at the hazy rain curtain and lighting a cigarette, picked up the star conch on his waist and listened to the information coming from it. According to the plan, Qi Qian blew out a smoke ring and said to Yunxing in the living room, Shaoxing, come to life. Yunxing put down the cookie mold in his hand and responded crisply. She closed her unfocused eyes, and her vision was no longer dark, but a specific scene appeared. The speeding star shuttle stopped at the largest port of Xingya Island, and the neatly lined Jinwu guards bowed to the young man who strode over. Yunxing opened his eyes and reported the precise time and coordinates. Qi Qian put out his cigarette at some point, walked over and touched her long smooth hair. You've worked hard. Yunxing held his hand and whispered, Brother Qi, be careful. Qi Qian laughed, found a certain tidal sound in the star snail, and sent the time and coordinates she gave. Afterwards, he put on his raincoat and went out. I don't know what evil things this crown prince did in his previous life to be targeted by that killing god. I think he will be skinned alive this time, and he doesn't know who is plotting against him behind his back. Well, why don't you just accompany our young lady for dinner? Chapter 40. Wei Yang, how are you? Can you move? Han Shuyan broke the iron cage, helped up the limp curly-haired young man, and asked in a tense voice. Wei Yang shook his head, his voice hoarse like the sound of a sickle sawing wood. I'm not dead yet, but the broken bones haven't been connected, so I can't walk. After he was thrown into prison, because of his serious injuries, the person in charge of the interrogation was afraid that he would die, so he had someone use medicine to keep him alive. But that was all. If it weren't for the black star power in his body, that had been absorbing the ownerless star power in the air to nourish his injured parts, he would have died by now. Han Shuyan heard this, carried him on her back, stepped over the two corpses on the ground and walked out quickly, gritting her teeth and saying, Those bastards really hit hard. Wei Yang knew she was talking about the people who interrogated him, pursed his lips silently, and did not answer, but asked, Where is the boss? How is he? When he was dragged out of the basement by Ji Qi, he still had a little consciousness, and vaguely knew that Qi Lang had also been captured. Someone will go to pick him up. You don't have to worry, my mission is to take you out. Han Shuyan replied. After the voice fell, a dull explosion came from the cabin on the other side. The domineering black star power pushed away like a wave, and the faint wolf howl was frightening. Boxes of black crystals fell to the ground. The muscles in the red wolf's arms bulged, and black star power in the shape of a wolf's head surrounded his body. Under the influence of this power, his skin, which was originally covered with whip marks, healed quickly, and his aura became stronger and stronger. Even though it had not yet reached its peak, it was quite shocking. Shinji knew that he had no ability to participate in the battle, so he used his mimicry advantage to quietly hide in the dark, observe the situation nearby, and find loopholes in the defense in time so that he could leave with his companions. Qilang had been imprisoned and tortured for so long that he had already accumulated a lot of anger. At this time, facing the siege of 3 extraordinary second-level talents, he did not show any fear. He was seen burning with red flames all over his body. He shouted and punched to meet the attack of a guard. The surging fire breath gushed out, and the two forces collided with each other, raising layers of air waves. The blade was like a sharp blade, breaking the white tiger armor on the pot-covered young man. He knelt on one knee on the ground, with a blood mark winding on his cheek. His rapidly beating heart and heavy breathing showed his embarrassment at this time. The man in the bamboo hat put away his knife gracefully and rushed forward in an instant, blocking a fatal blow for someone on the battlefield. In the pouring rain, he was as flexible as a swimming fish, leaning back to avoid the long spear stab by the guard, and then kicking out his strong and powerful long legs to the side, sweeping across the opponent's waist. He kicked the guard away, but he didn't take his life, but continued to rush forward. When the light and shadow intertwined, the silver scimitar was like a line of light in the darkness, dragging a long tail of light, but in a moment it came to the rear of the guard's empty defense. So fast, no! He wants to get off the cabin. Luo Xiao's pupil shrank, the breath of the white tiger burst out, and the roar resounded throughout the starship. Your Highness has an order. Strangle the red wolf. Sister, eat this. This is delicious. Feng Shiyuan picked up a piece of meat with a serving chopstick and put it on Shi Yuan's plate. Hearing her say thank you to him obediently and softly, he felt comfortable all over and picked up another piece for her. Rong Miao was jealous and picked up the serving chopsticks to serve Shi Yuan the restaurant's signature dish. As expected, he heard her smile and thank him. Feng Shiyuan was not to be outdone and continued to serve. Rong Miao immediately followed and soon filled Shi Yuan's plate. GCU said speechlessly, you two are almost done. What about feeding the piglets? Feng Shiyuan and Rong Miao glared at him at the same time. The former said unhappily, if you can't talk, shut up. Rong Miao also muttered, you. Come on, concentrate on eating yours, and stop meddling in your sister's business. GCU, who accused him of not being a good brother before. Shi Yuan ate like a little hamster, his cheeks puffed up, and his beautiful silver blue eyes looked at GCU very smartly. Watching the fun. GCU shut up, and also used the serving chopsticks to add a piece of small ribs to Shi Yuan's bowl, and complimented, Miss, please have a meal. Shi Yuan smiled brightly. Thank you, butler you. Feng Shiyuan and Rong Miao almost laughed out loud. After receiving Tang Xixing's order, Yun Jing, who was disguised as a customer who came to eat, sighed helplessly. His Highness seemed to care too much about GCU, and he had no motive to hijack Qilang at all. The heavy raindrops hit the ground, splashing circles of ripples. Qi Qian wore a bionic mask, a raincoat, and an umbrella and walked into the empty port. He put one hand in his pocket, and a layer of fine and dense cold sweat had already appeared in his palm holding Xinglue. There is a tidal sound in the star snail that was sent not long ago. Go to Pier 6 of Xingya Island and throw an iris to the sea. Stand there and wait for 5 minutes. Someone will come to meet you. Qi Qian stopped at the rough seashore, took out the iris from his space bracelet, and threw it into the sea. Splash! The waves hit, and the blue-purple iris was swallowed by the sea, and then turned out of the sea in a wave. The delicate petals could not withstand the ravages of the waves. After drifting a short distance, they disappeared without a trace in the rotating vortex. Qi Qian stood quietly on the dock, listening to the noisy rain and silently calculating the time. 300 seconds were just over, and a man in dock worker's clothes appeared silently behind him. Qi Qian's hair stood on end, but he did not turn around. He turned his back to him and relayed another sentence that Shi Yuan told him. In thunderstorm weather, the chicks leaving the harbor may not be able to withstand the wind and rain. The person did not make a sound, and his breath was completely hidden in the ripples of raindrops falling to the ground. Qi Qian could feel that the other party was staring at him without blinking, with no emotion in his eyes, as if he was considering whether to end his life with a knife. After 3 minutes of silence, the man's hoarse voice came, I haven't seen you, who are you? Qi Qian suppressed his anxiety, put on a mysterious posture, glanced at the other party, and said with a smile, Do you know Black Iris? Black Iris, the confidant of Duke Chris Hudson, the head of the Iris family of the Winston Empire, is responsible for intelligence and infiltration. There are not many people, but they are all elite, and everyone's identity is a secret. Except for Chris Hudson himself, no one knows their true face. Qi Qian threw out a token, the man held it accurately, and penetrated his mental power into it. Before he carefully checked the star power inside, he felt the strong expulsion from the Iris totem. No matter what totem it has a strong desire to possess its territory and will never allow external forces to invade. Once it senses an invader, it will give an absolutely strong warning. The man did not dare to challenge the authority of the Iris totem. He decisively withdrew his probing mental power, took a deep breath, and bowed with his palm on his shoulder. He held the token and handed it to Qi Qian respectfully, which was completely different from before. Qi Qian was shocked in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He put his index finger and middle finger together and pretended to take back the token easily. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! How thick is the thigh he is holding? Not only is it a pure-blooded Tao Tai from the Tao Tai family, but it is also inextricably linked to the Iris family, one of the 5 holy totem families of the Winston Empire, and is also entangled with the Blood Rose. Qi Qian was shocked beyond words, and was more convinced that he had found a great partner. He did not forget the purpose of his appearance here, and tried to restrain the various emotions that were whistling in his heart, and whispered a few words to the man. The rainstorm showed no sign of stopping, and it even got heavier and heavier. The noisy and dull sound of the rain made people upset. Tang Xixing arrived at the port at the fastest speed. Qin He, wearing a light armor, stood in the private port of the Tongxi royal family with a group of Jinwu guards. The starship was ready, and could take off at any time. Tang Xixing took the weapons and equipment delivered by the guards, and put them on his body, while walking in, asking, "How is the situation with Luo Xia and Xia Ran?" "Qin," he replied. "The support from Xingyou Military Academy left the port 5 minutes ago, and the Zuinyaxing government also sent more people. In addition to those wanted criminals above S level, there was also a mysterious person, who was suspected to be a 3rd-level supernatural person. His combat power was very strong. Luo Xia was no match, and Xia Ren was injured. Red Wolf is still trapped in the cabin for the time being, but I suspect they may have a backup plan. Your Highness might as well stay at the port and wait for the result. I will lead people to take down all those dangerous elements." Tang Xixing shook his head. "No, remote command is too troublesome, and there is a time difference. Since the person who planned this operation has spent so much effort to kidnap Red Wolf, it means that he knows the value of Red Wolf, and must not let him fall into his hands." Hearing his firm tone, and no intention of changing his mind, Qin He bowed his head respectfully, and stopped persuading. The starship left the port and flew into the misty Biqiong Sea. At the same time, a fleet of cargo merchant ships with closed cabins in the waves changed their original sailing direction, and sailed vertically in the turbulent waves towards the path that Tang Xixing was riding on. "I don't know when the rain will stop tonight." Sure Yuan held his chin with one hand, and the full plate of food had already been eaten. Jisiu said meaningfully, "It will stop when it's time to stop." "Then it shouldn't stop tonight." Sure Yuan picked up a thin piece of meat, and ate it slowly. Then, she sighed, "I also bought movie tickets, but unfortunately the senior had something urgent to do." Hearing the senior's name, Feng Shiyuan immediately stood up. "He can't watch it because he is unlucky, and it's the same for my sister to watch it with us." Rong Yang nodded repeatedly. "I haven't watched a movie for a long time. Which one did my sister buy?" "I buy the tickets right away, and we go over after we finish eating." Sure Yuan smiled and reported the name of the movie, and Rong Yang immediately made a gesture of understanding. The 4 of them went to the cinema in the mall. In order to get to the scene as quickly as possible, the Xingzhou drove at the highest speed, but this thunderstorm weather was not suitable for high-altitude flight. The boat pressed the waves pushed up by the sea all the way, and moved forward at a high speed. In order to ensure the safety of navigation, the Xingzhou was completely closed. Tang Xixing, who was fully armed, stood on the side of the ship that was visible to the outside in one direction. Somehow, an ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. The premonition flashed by, and he didn't have time to think more. Just then, an arc of electricity passed through the sky, bringing a dazzling light, illuminating the phantom of the cargo ship floating from the sea. Tang Xixing frowned slightly. In this extreme weather, very few cargo ships will continue to stay on the sea. In order to ensure the safety of goods and personnel, they will choose to close the cabin and go under the sea to avoid direct conflict with the ocean current. Boom! The thunder fell, deafening. In a flash, a terrible idea came to Tang Xixing's mind. Feint to the east and attack in the west. Is he the real target? Tang Xixing didn't have time to think deeply. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "Qin He, sink those cargo ships on the sea. Don't leave any." Qin He was standing one step behind him, and also noticed the cargo ships on the sea. He was stunned at first after hearing his words, and then he understood what he meant in an instant, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He picked up the star conch and gave an order, Golden Crow guards listen. Activate the fiery sun cannon. Target all cargo ships on the sea. The Golden Crow guards, who were always on standby, did not dare to delay for a moment. The mechanisms on both sides of the starship turned, and stretched out the muzzles one by one, blasting the S-level alienation crystals filled in the barrels towards the sea. The energy contained in ordinary S-level alienation crystals is comparable to the attack released by the extraordinary first-level talent. At this time, it turned into an energy light ball and shot out, evaporating the wet and cold rain into hot air, dragging a long steam tail and accurately hitting the cargo ship. The energy ball exploded, and a huge pit immediately appeared on the deck of the freighter that was hit. Tang Xixing looked at the deck of the freighter in the sky, and found that the deck of the freighter was empty. The cabin was gradually sinking under the impact of the waves because of excessive damage. Until the entire freighter was swallowed by the sea, no one appeared. They were like ghost ships from the deep sea, just playing a harmless joke on the fishermen who met by chance. Qin He frowned, but did not give the order to stop firing shells. Crack! The sound of something hard breaking was heard. The next second, a dark purple sharp blade penetrated from the outer shell of the starship, and the tip of the blade was close to Tang Xixing's eyeball. When the sharp edge was revealed, Tang Xixing turned his head to avoid the blade that could directly poke his eyeball, as if he had expected it in advance. The golden-red long sword swung out, colliding with the dark purple long knife, and the swords collided, bursting out with sparks of fire. Qin He held a long spear in his hand, and stabbed forward fiercely, but did not hurt anyone. The shell of the starship was like a hollow egg hit by a heavy hammer, and it broke completely with a crackling sound. Tang Xixing and Qin He quickly retreated, and the Jinwu guards surrounded them and protected them behind their backs. When the shell of the starship was completely shattered, one shadow after another fell on the deck accompanied by heavy rain. They were all slender, holding dark purple long knives, wearing evil ghost masks, and wearing black light armor. They stared at Tang Xixing with a cold expression in the rain. The leader raised the long knife and pointed it directly at Tang Xixing, and then quickly crossed the blade to offer a throat-cutting ceremony for the crown prince of the empire. Qin He's pupils dilated and shouted angrily, "How presumptuous!" The leader smiled contemptuously, and the blade cut through the rain, forming a short vacuum zone. Instantly, he disappeared from the spot, and the dark purple blade light drew a long light and shadow in the rainy night. It was the messenger of the god of death offering the highest loyalty to him. What's wrong? GC was serving popcorn to his chief sister, and when he saw her suddenly raise her hand forward to make a grasping motion, he couldn't help asking. Sure, Yuan said mischievously, "I wonder if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will regret not having dinner with me tonight. My sister did something bad again." GCU laughed softly. "She should regret it very much." Chapter 41. Bang! The star power vibrated, breaking the tightly closed hatch, and the two guards fell to the ground. The light armor on their bodies was burned by the fire breath driven by the Red Wolf. The fierce battle almost destroyed the entire cabin. If the materials used to build the outer cabin were not strong enough, I am afraid they would not be able to escape. The Red Wolf barely repelled the two guards, who attacked his companions, took a deep breath, and beads of sweat slid down his forehead, hanging on his chin and teetering. External injuries can be quickly repaired under the effect of black crystals, but internal injuries require healing potions and rest to recover. At this time, he could not withstand a long-term high-intensity battle, and was already showing signs of decline. Unfortunately, the attacking guards were not weak, and he could not cause a fatal blow to them. Instead, he was gradually consumed. If this continues, he and the people who came to rescue him will be trapped here. When he was at his wit's end, he heard Shinji's voice, "Brother, this way." The passage they came in through was blocked, so they could only consider leaving from other places. As long as they could find a weakly defended position, they could break through the siege and jump directly into the sea from the porthole in the cabin. Red Wolf did not hesitate, carrying his wounded companion beside him, and rushed toward Shinji. The guards received an order to kill Red Wolf without mercy, so how could they let him leave easily? A series of mimic breaths expanded, turning into star-powered dragons, all attacking him. If he was hit, he would be seriously injured if not killed. Red Wolf sensed the crisis behind him, cursed in a low voice, threw the injured into another person's arms, and was about to block the attack of the guards when an invisible force attached to the wall quietly came, and the flying star power suddenly spread, turning into an unbreakable star power wall. At the same time, two long whips came over, one strangled Qi Lang, and the other strangled the person next to him. Like two spirit snakes, easily pulling them up, and flying away from the spot in an instant. Qilang subconsciously wanted to struggle, but before he resisted, he realized that if the person who attacked him was the one who escorted him, the whip should have broken his neck by now, instead of dragging him away after blocking the guard's pursuit for him. After landing smoothly on the ground, Qilang subconsciously looked at the person who swung the silver-gray narrow whip around his waist. The strange hat and the black cloak that covered his whole body tightly successfully stunned him, but before he could speak, the sight hidden under the hat swept over and looked at him casually, as if confirming his identity. After making sure that he had not saved the wrong person, Ji Qiqi turned around and walked out. Shinji quickly pulled Qilang to follow. With the taciturn Jing and as a pearl and jade before him, he did not show much surprise at the strangely dressed Ji Qiqi in front of him. Seeing him following the man without any defense, Qilang frowned slightly, but did not say anything at this critical moment. The group quickly moved forward and met Han Shuyuan and others who came out of the prison on the other side. Ji Qiqi ignored their communication and decisively threw out the silver scimitar hidden in his sleeve. The silver light flashed in the passage and hit the wall in front accurately. There was a sound of snapping, and he caught the spinning scimitar and rushed forward first. At this moment, the wall that was hit hard collapsed, and the hot and humid air in the room was immediately swept away by the strong wind outside. The heavy rain suddenly came in, and the crackling sound of the rain overwhelmed the hurried steps deep in the passage. The shallow glimmer covered Ji Qiqi's whole body, and he accurately landed on a three-feathered gull flying low, and disappeared without a trace in a flash. Seeing that he left without saying a word, Qilang frowned slightly, not caring about them at all. But at this moment, he could not afford to think too much. The most urgent thing was to leave before the support of the starship arrived. He looked at the huge waves rolling up on the sea, grabbed Shinji beside him, and shouted, "Jump! If you don't jump, the people behind will catch up." Before the action, Shinji, Han Shuyuan and others had learned from Jing and how to escape the pursuit. Without hesitation, they jumped into the rolling sea like dumplings holding the energy crystal engraved with the water-avoiding pattern. Xia ran, covered in blood, hurried over with her broken right arm, and saw only a few scattered black spots being swallowed by the raging waves. She punched the wall and said coldly, "Notify Xingya Islands to block all ports and docks. Those entering and leaving, cargo ships, merchant ships, and Xingzhou must be strictly checked. No suspicious person will be allowed to be let go. Everyone else, go to the sea to find them. I want to see the person alive or dead." The guards responded hurriedly. Clang! The Golden Crow Emperor's sword collided with the dark purple scimitar, making a low humming sound, and the sword light and the blade cut into each other, dragging a long and piercing tail sound. Tang Xixing blocked the fatal attack of the sword, and at the critical moment, he counterattacked and jumped back to the observation deck of the Xingzhou. The burning golden crow fire evaporated all the falling raindrops, forming a hazy white mist around him. He consumed a lot of physical strength in the continuous high-intensity battles. At this time, the hand holding the Golden Crow Emperor's sword trembled slightly, and the chest was beating violently, and he exhaled heavily. It was indeed too difficult to fight against the extraordinary level 3 with the extraordinary level 2. Tang Xixing stared at the man who showed no sign of decline, met the cold and silent eyes, and suddenly smiled coldly. The golden red shadow of the Golden Crow was like a blazing sun shining on the earth. The dazzling light illuminated the dark sky. Lines of golden light quietly emerged, shuttling through the wet and cold rain curtain, forming a circular blazing sun-star array. The golden red light column burst out, and the Golden Crow shadow made a high-pitched cry, vibrated its wings and circled up, crashing into the Golden Crow totem that suddenly appeared above the blazing sun-star array. The ancient and mysterious Golden Crow totem broke through the thick cumulus clouds in the sky and brought the highest blessing to the believers. In a moment, small blazing sun-star rays unfolded from the feet of each Golden Crow guard present, and the surging star power poured into their bodies, making their strength surge, and the scorching Golden Crow fire breath attached to all the killers wearing evil ghost masks. Devouring the star power they released. Totem resonance. The pupils of the assassin leader slightly expanded, and the dark purple star power suddenly shook open, dispersing the Golden Crow fire attached to the surface of his body, and then turned the blade, turning into a shadow and rushing towards Tang Xixing. The pure-blooded descendants of the totem family have the ability to resonate with the totem. But they must at least obtain the strength of the third level of the extraordinary, otherwise they will be rejected by the arrogant totem because of insufficient strength. So far, there are only a handful of talents who can resonate with the totem at the second level of the extraordinary. No wonder the higher-ups have been paying attention to this fledgling, and the assassination orders have been issued again and again. This kind of genius should indeed be strangled in the cradle. Boom! Thunder fell, forming a round thunder ball on the sea. Immediately afterwards, the lightning accumulated in the thick clouds seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force, and all fell into the thunder ball, and then quickly split into thousands of small thunder balls the size of fists. The clouds disappeared, and the rain subsided. The lightning balls with arcs of electricity floated on the sea like bright lights, guiding the lost star ship in the direction of advance. A bright electric light passed through the sky and landed accurately on the deck of the star ship. The arc of lightning raged, and the terrifying pressure was overwhelming, like a heavy hammer that knocked the killer on the star ship to his knees. The straight long legs stepped out of the lightning, and the twisted arc of electricity passed through the pair of white military boots and turned around the woman's waist in the blink of an eye, hooking a graceful crescent on the spine of the back, and flowing through the long black hair that fluttered in the wind, and finally stopped on the sapphire of the jade crown and swirled around. She raised her hand lightly, and then quickly pressed down her index finger. The killer leader, who rushed to kill Tang Xixing, was suddenly like being subjected to 100 times gravity, and fell to the ground, smashing a huge human-shaped pit. The pressure and strength of the Saint Domain strongman deepened at the same time. The assassin leader, who was only at the 3rd level of transcendence, could not resist such a terrible attack. All his internal organs were displaced, and the bloody smell rushed straight to his throat. Tang Xixing, who was standing with a sword, had his pupils slightly dilated. After seeing the person coming, he breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace. He still tried to control his slightly trembling hands, maintaining the calmness and dignity that a crown prince should have, closing the blazing sun star array, and said slowly, "Principal." The person who came was Chu Yanning, the principal of Xingyo Military Academy, one of the Saint Domain strongmen of Yongnao Empire. Chu Yanning nodded slightly. "Is your highness okay?" The principal came at the right time. "I'm fine." After saying that, Tang Xixing glanced at all the assassins, who had lost their lives and fell to the ground. All of them were dead men, and they committed suicide immediately after failing the mission. Chu Yanning said, "In this case, please return to Xingya Island as soon as possible. The weather at sea is changeable, and a storm is coming in a blink of an eye. Your status is precious, and you should not put yourself in danger." Tang Xixing nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Principal. I was too careless this time. Principal, please make an extra trip." "No problem." Chu Yanning left 2 words, and turned into a flash of lightning again, and disappeared in the rolling sea. The thunder balls on the sea sank into the sea after she left. The dark clouds in the sky retreated, and the first ray of light at sunrise illuminated the blue sea. Tang Xixing looked at the lightning that disappeared in the sky and slowly tightened the hilt of the Golden Crow Emperor's sword. This is the strong man in the Holy Domain, like the wind coming and the air going. Even a gifted person as strong as the 3rd level of the extraordinary can be killed by just raising his hand in front of him. He covered his injured shoulder and walked to his side quickly, kneeling on one knee and said, "Your Highness, are you injured? I am responsible for this trip, please punish me." Tang Xixing retracted his gaze, shook his head and said, "The people behind the scenes are cautious, no one can predict this incident, the responsibility is not yours." Besides, he persuaded him before leaving, he didn't want to be a chess piece manipulated on the chessboard, and insisted on coming this time, but the chess player blocked his way when he gave the choice. Who is it, the Black Iris of the Winston Empire? Or GCU who appeared in the restaurant today in an unusual way? Or Ji Qingyuan who flew to the top overnight? Ji Qingyuan, does she have such a scheme and wisdom? If she really pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger, she would not be stupid enough to show her vengeful face in front of him, and she should not have a direct conflict with Qi Qinyu. GCU couldn't command the SS-level assassins of the Iris family, and with his carefree personality, it was unlikely that he would do something like robbing a prisoner van. Then, there was only one possibility left, that Ji Qingyuan had Black Iris by his side. Tang Xixing put away the Golden Crow Emperor's sword, hid his exhausted fingers in his sleeves, and said coldly, "Find out all the people who appeared around Ji Qingyuan. I want to know whether her invitation to me today was a coincidence or someone was behind it. Also, find out how those wanted criminals appeared on Xianyao Star. If someone helped them smuggle. Come to see me with your heads." He nodded and stood up to help him, but was blocked by Tang Xixing with a wave of his hand. "Let the star ship return. Your injuries are not light. Go and deal with them first." "I am fine." It was dawn, and the Red Wolf had probably run away. There was no need to continue sailing. He lost this round completely. It was even more embarrassing than losing to GCU. He failed to keep the Red Wolf, and left Ji Qingyuan to GCU, the cunning fox. It would be more difficult to alienate their relationship. He even alarmed Chu Yanning because of the siege, and owed her a favor. Boss! 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 Xiaoxing told me that those people are all dead. Qi Qian was yelling in Xinghua. Before going to the meeting, he only asked Yunxing for Tang Xixing's travel time and coordinates, and had no idea about the specific content she predicted. After leaving the port safely and returning to the warm and comfortable villa, Yunxing told him what would happen next. Shi Yuan, who slept until dawn in the mansion, sat on the bed and fiddled with the little ears of the kitten lazily. They are dead, why make a fuss? Qi Qian hesitated. Those were the boss's thugs, rounding off his colleagues. It's a pity that they are gone just like that. Shi Yuan seemed to guess what he was thinking, and said meaningfully, it's best if they are dead. Lest Chris Hudson know that someone is pretending to be Black Iris and suspect her. Tang Xixing had better be more powerful and find all the Black Iris and Purple Iris hidden in Xianyao Star, and get rid of them together, so that they won't smell her and chase her like a wild dog one day. Hearing her tone, Qi Qian, who already knew her, was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly realized that this game was about killing someone with a borrowed knife. As for who is the knife and who is the person, it depends on which side survives. No! No, Tang Xixing has the blessing of the totem, and there is also Chu Yanning, a strong man in the holy domain on Xianyao Star. No matter how powerful Purple Iris's killer is, it is impossible to kill him easily. The Crown Prince escaped death, and probably thought the game was over. When he recovered, he would investigate the matter thoroughly. As she expected, he targeted the spies planted by Winston Empire in Yongyao Empire, but he didn't know that he was still a pawn in her hands, working hard to clear the way for her. On the surface, she saved Qilang, but in fact, she used Tang Xixing's hand to clean up the hidden stakes of the Iris family, and took the opportunity to throw the dirty water of the prisoner car robbery on Winston Empire. She was clean from beginning to end, and even suffered grievances because of the broken promise. The identity of pure-blooded Tao Tai is the best protection color for Ji Qingyuan. No one would doubt that the heir of the totem family of Yongyao Empire would have 1,000 connections with the holy totem family of Winston Empire. After thinking about the above, Qi Qian took a breath in his heart, feeling both scared and excited, and very curious about the identity of the thigh he was holding. How could a normal person at her age have such a mind? I'm afraid it's not a 1,000-year-old demon who has become a spirit. Shi Yuan put away the star snail, and found that the kitten had slipped to the head of the bed at some point, and was struggling with her hairband. Its furry little legs stepped on the cat's eye gem on the headband, kicking left and right as if it had found some interesting toys. She picked up the energetic kitten, gently brushed the cat's eye gem with her fingertips, chuckled, and opened the drawer at the head of the bed. Inside was a hairband embroidered with various dark patterns, and 11 cat's eye gems that were exactly the same as the star key. Since GCU discovered that the cat's eye gem was the star key last time, she has been more careful to avoid being noticed by others because of wearing it, and bought a full 12 of them as backup. Now, the 12th one is on her headband, and as for the star key... Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knock on the door sounded, and Ji Qingqi's voice came. Qingyuan, are you awake? Qilon picked some grapes, and called you down to eat the grape cookies made by Adlit. At the same time, on a cargo ship, the surviving wanted criminals lined up neatly, holding the anonymous star cards with satisfaction, and passed through the Stargate back to Xiaomong Star. The woman with short hair on one side and long hair on the other whistled at Jingyan, who was wrapped up tightly. Handsome man, next time you have such a good thing, remember to find me again, I will give you a 10% discount. Jingyan made a gesture of invitation to the open Stargate with an expressionless face. Get out. The woman snorted, you don't understand romance. This good figure is really wasted. Chapter 42. Where did you three go yesterday without telling me? Ji Qinglian sat at the dining table, his eyes scrutinizing GCU and Ji Qingqi sitting opposite him, and after a circle, he stopped at Shi Yuan. The meaning was obvious. He knew that one of the two bastards on the opposite side would not answer honestly, and the other was good at pretending to be dumb, so he could only choose the relatively honest one. Shi Yuan was eating a big white and fat meat bun. He swallowed the food in his mouth after hearing this, blinked and said, Why do you say that, third brother? Ji Qingqi glanced at her. The younger sister was pretending to be good again. If he hadn't been a coolie last night, he would have been fooled by her innocent little appearance at this time. GCU was calm and composed, putting on a face of non-confrontation, as if he was not the one who held popcorn for 2 hours for his cheap sister last night. Ji Qinglian's attention was all on Shi Yuan, and he didn't notice Ji Qingqi's little move. He held a grape cookie between his legs, pointed at the two people opposite him without turning his head and said, Yesterday I went to find Ji Qingqi. He and Lingdang were not in the dormitory, And then I went to find GCU, but I saw Ling Dang and Song fighting for grapes, and he was nowhere to be seen. Finally, I sent you a message asking if you wanted to eat grapes, but you didn't reply. He showed an expression of I've been caught, and finally concluded, how can it be such a coincidence? It must be that you three secretly went out to play without me. Sure Yuan saw that he was about to be sad, and quickly replied, third brother misunderstood, it rained so hard yesterday, where could we go? It just happened that we all returned to the mansion. She also tilted her head and blinked at Adlet, who brought breakfast milk, right Adlet? Adlet smiled gently, that's right, Master Qinglian. Returning to the mansion without Song and Ling Dang? Ji Qinglian's instinct was that it wasn't that simple, but it was indeed not suitable to ride them in the heavy rain. Given Ling Dong's greedy personality, it was normal for her to sneak over to Song's place to eat grapes while Ji Qingqi was away. After a round of self-persuasion, he reluctantly accepted Sure Yuan's statement and snorted, you better not hide any little secrets from me, otherwise I won't play with you in the future. GCU put down his chopsticks and replied very unceremoniously, I'd love to. Ji Qinglian's eyes widened immediately, you really do have a little secret. Sure Yuan quickly picked up a big white bun for him, and said in a flattering way, don't pay attention to him, brother is full and is teasing you. Ji Qinglian stopped and picked up the big bun with satisfaction, you're right, he can't say anything good. GCU didn't care about his evaluation, showed a look of as long as you were happy, and got up and left. Ji Qingqi was afraid of getting into trouble, so he buried his head and concentrated on eating breakfast. Tang Shishing blocked the news of his attack. The Jinwu guards present were his confidants, and would not leak any news to the outside world. Therefore, even those who were well informed only knew that he led people out of the port to support the escort of the starship last night, but the Red Wolf still escaped. This was a great shame for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and no one dared to put the matter on the table. However, some military school students took advantage of the last day of the holiday to go out for fun and encountered several inspections in succession. They wondered if something had happened in the Xingya Islands recently and asked about it on the forum, which triggered a small-scale discussion. Tang Shishing changed his soaked clothes, leaned back in his office chair with a serious look, and glanced at the miserable Luo Xia and Xia Ran. Luo Xia's nose and face were swollen, and he could no longer see his original appearance. His legs were broken by Ji Qingqi, and he was sitting in a wheelchair. His potlet hairstyle was tangled together because he had not had time to take care of it. Xia Ran's high ponytail was cut off in a section during the battle, and her right arm was hit by a force far beyond her ability to bear, and it was broken abruptly. Now it was in a plaster cast hanging in front of her chest. They were Tang Shishing's capable men. Since they had been working with him, they had never been injured so badly. Moreover, the failure of the escort mission allowed Qilang to escape. At this time, they all lowered their heads, and were ashamed to see people. Tang Shishing was angry about Qilang being robbed, but he also knew that the people who planned the attack had made perfect preparations. It was not their fault that Qilang escaped. If someone else had sent him, the result would have been the same. The Black Iris had even calculated the support team sent by Xingya Military Academy, and sent them the message the Crown Prince was attacked, requesting support using the Star Snail, and arrogantly sent the precise coordinates, making the support team cautious and choosing the latter between rushing to rescue the escorted star ship and rescuing the Crown Prince. But he was not arrogant. The support team of Xingyo Military Academy encountered a sea ice storm on the way to rescue him, and was completely tripped up. They lost sesame seeds, and did not pick up watermelons. Thinking of the opponent's various methods, Tang Shishing sighed, thank you for your hard work. Moreover, the fact that they could injure Luo Xia and Xia Ran, who had extraordinary second-level combat power, into this state shows how cruel the newcomer was. Both of them bowed their heads, and said they dared not. Tang Shishing brushed aside the matter, and asked about the details of the attack on the escort star ship. After the two objectively described the situation at that time, Luo Xia added, Your Highness, I think those wanted criminals are most likely hired by the person behind the scenes. Their mission is to hold back the main combat force on the star ship, and another group of people took this opportunity to enter the cabin to rescue people. But they were in a stalemate with us at that time. Suddenly, a person who was suspected to be a third-level extraordinary talent appeared. He defeated me and Xia Ran as soon as he made a move. His aura was very strong, and he did not use mimicry. His weapon was a silver moon scimitar. I couldn't even tell whether he was a black talent. Luo Xia recalled the situation when he fought with the man in the bamboo hat. The feeling of being stared at by a ferocious beast came to his mind again, and goosebumps climbed up his arms uncontrollably. It was because the other party did not even use mimicry that he suspected that the man was a third-level extraordinary talent. A talent of the same level, even as strong as Tang Shishing, had never given him such a terrible sense of oppression. Tang Shishing listened to their descriptions carefully, and tapped the beat with his right hand on the armrest of the chair. Male, over 1.85 meters tall, weapon is Silver Moon Scimitar, third level supernatural, strong aura, no exposed mimicry. Weapons can be replaced, aura can be hidden, high characteristics are not obvious, and it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find such a person in the huge Xianyao star. Throughout the entire operation, the attackers of the star's ship were wanted criminals wandering on the border planets, and the black talents under the Red Wolf, and the one who surrounded and killed him was Purple Iris, who was responsible for assassination by the Hudson family. Only the man in the bamboo hat was hidden tightly, either a trump card or his true identity could not be seen by others. Even if he guessed the above 2 points, he couldn't find the person through those vague features. There was no news from the sea search and the port search. Several hours had passed since the incident, and not a single wanted criminal had been caught. Those people were like ghosts hidden in the depths of the sea, appearing and disappearing silently. Tang Shishing was a little angry, but he knew that anger would only make him lose his reason and judgment, so he slowly suppressed his emotions and said in a deep voice, "You two go down first, heal your injuries, and then participate in the mission." The two did not dare to show off, and responded one after another. There was a light sound of the door closing, and Tang Shishing couldn't completely suppress his anger. He grabbed the crystal ornament on the table and crushed it. Feeling the powder flowing from his fingertips, he exhaled, picked up the star snail, and sent out a tidal sound. He wants the irises of the Hudson family to die without a burial place. Shi Yuan took the star key from Jing'an and pinned it on his headband, asking, "How are the Red Wolf group?" Jing'an replied, "They are still well behaved and have been sent to the Little Star." As the Golden Crow Legion and the Holy Angel Legion were in a stalemate in the Rose constellation, the Ting Snake Legion no longer completely blocked the Star Forest and had opened it to the Little Star half a month ago. The mercenaries on the Little Star can enter the Star Forest to hunt alien creatures, pick high-value alien plants, etc., but they cannot go to the Rose 404 star. Shi Yuan had only a handful of people he could use, so he played a trick of using Qi Qian's strength to fight against him. Through the connections that Qi Qian had accumulated when he was a news dealer, he spent money to hire a large number of wanted criminals above S level, and took them to the Sea of Biqiong through the Star Gate, which not only made up for the shortcoming of insufficient manpower, but also confused Tang Shishing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And what she lacks the least now is money. Let alone the 1 billion Yongyao coins that Jisiu gave her. When Jiwu learned that she had been living a life of hunger before, he directly asked the Tiandu Ji family's financial management department to allocate 5% of her net income every month. The long string of zeros in the account balance can blind people's eyes. Shi Yuan deeply felt how happy it was to be a rich woman. The money she paid reduced the difficulty of her plan by more than half. This is just the share that the candidate for the heir of the Tao Tsai family can get. Who can refuse to become the blood of the Tiandu Ji family? Anyway, she can't. Jing'an said again, "The Red Wolf wants to see you." Shi Yuan fiddled with the cat's eye gem on the hairband. "Don't worry, let him sit for a while first. Let him think clearly about what to say when he sees me. I don't keep evil wolves around me." Jing'an is not good at guessing people's hearts, and at this time, he can't guess what she is thinking, so he stepped aside silently. At this moment, Yunxing came out of the kitchen holding a bowl of fragrant biscuits, smiling and saying, "Miss Qing Yuan, Brother Jing, do you want some biscuits? Brother Qi and I made them together, and I just tried one and it tastes pretty good." Shi Yuan smiled and said, "Okay." She got up from the sofa, took the plate from Yunxing's hand, and reminded him, "You can't see, try to go to the kitchen less often to avoid getting burned." The concern in her tone was very natural, as if she was not facing a subordinate, but a sister who needed care. Jing'an glanced at her subconsciously. Yunxing raised her lips slightly and nodded, "I be careful." In her life, there were only a handful of people who cared about her. Shi Yuan's concern might have been just a casual remark, but to her, it was precious, so she responded very seriously. The small cookies on the plate were very beautiful. Yunxing specially selected molds. They were star-shaped, small tree-shaped, and bunny-shaped. They were very childlike and cute. Shi Yuan picked up a piece of cookie and bit it into her mouth. It tasted sweet and crispy. Although it was not as good as Elite's craftsmanship, it was far better than the pastry chef in an ordinary dessert shop. She praised, "Delicious." Yunxing smiled immediately. "Then I pack a box for you to take back." "Okay," Shi Yuan responded. After eating the cookies, she suddenly asked, "What's wrong with your eyes and legs?" When Qi Qian was arrested before, his legs were also broken, and he was delayed for nearly a week. But with the treatment potion and the doctor's healing talent, he quickly recovered without any sequelae. Yunxing's situation seemed different. Speaking of the physical problem, Yunxing pursed her lips and subconsciously raised her eyes to look for the location of Jing'an. Her sight was out of focus, but she still found the person accurately. Jing'an's body tensed up slightly when he heard Shi Yuan's words. Seeing Yunxing's movements, he immediately stepped to her side and naturally held her hand. Yunxing felt safe and nestled against Jing'an's waist like a newly hatched bird. Shi Yuan was not in a hurry to get the answer to his question and ate the biscuits patiently. The slight chewing sound reached Yunxing's ears, and her aroused emotions subsided a little. She said softly, My eyes and legs were burned by the mimic flames, and ordinary healing talents are useless." Shi Yuan's eyes flashed slightly, and he understood. Golden Crow Fire? Yunxing suddenly widened his eyes. "You? How did you?" Even Jing'an looked at her suddenly. If it was the second time they met, he would probably draw his sword again. "Isn't it easy to guess?" Shi Yuan smiled. "The only mimic flame that can make Bai Zei's totem unable to dissolve easily is the totem flame that is equal to or more powerful than it. I counted the existing totem flames on my fingers, and only the Golden Crow Fire is more likely. Besides, you are obviously a pure-blooded Bai Zei. If you reveal your identity, you can return to Tianheng Star and invite the best mimic doctor in the Empire to treat you. But you hide, like a wanted criminal. I can guess that the extermination of the Bai Zei family 17 years ago is related to the Tongxi royal family." The secret was revealed again. Yunxing held Jing'an's hand tightly, and he patted her shoulder gently, silently giving her strength and companionship. Shi Yuan seemed not to notice Yunxing's confusion and fear. He gently lifted her chin, looked into her unfocused eyes, and asked softly, "Do you want revenge?" Instantly Yunxing's pupils shrank. Shi Yuan tucked her hair away, and his silver blue eyes full of smiles seemed to see through her eyes, and the truest thoughts in her heart. She slowly uttered two words, "You want to." But she added, "But you can't do it. A little Bai Zei with imperfect mimicry, blind eyes, and legs that can't walk is like a fish on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. It is difficult to even protect itself, let alone go against the prosperous royal family of Yongnao Empire." Yunxing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and a faint tear welled up in his eyes. Shi Yuan let go of his hand, and said slowly, "But I can." The last sound disappeared, and the living room was silent. Qi Qian, wearing an apron, stood by the kitchen door. He subconsciously touched the cigarette in his pocket, and then remembered that the eldest lady didn't like the smell, so he had to grab 2 handfuls of hair in annoyance. As early as when he knew Yunxing had exposed Bai Zei's identity, he knew that with the young lady's acumen, she must have guessed that there was another hidden story behind the massacre of the Bai Zei family, and was just waiting for a suitable opportunity to expose it and tie them up completely. This matter was a test. If they could execute it perfectly, they would have the qualifications to board the pirate's ship. After all, in the eyes of the young lady, she looked down on fools who only do bad things. I don't know how long it took. Yunxing finally suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, and said in a hoarse voice, Why do you want to help me? This will do more harm than good to you." Shi Yuan picked up a cookie again and answered calmly, "Because I don't like Tang Shihao." Tang Shihao is the name of the current emperor of Yongnao Empire. This answer shocked the 3 people. Has she met Tang Shihao? It can't be a nonsense reason. This young lady lied, and the 3 of them together couldn't see the slightest clue. Shi Yuan tapped the table with his fingers. "Now, tell me what happened 17 years ago." This time, it was not Yunxing who spoke to her, but Jing'an who spoke. "It is a crime to possess a treasure." These 4 simple words clearly explained the situation of the Bai Zei family at that time. The Bai Zei family has the ability to know everything, but is not good at fighting. It is the most low-key family among the 7 totem families. The first generation of the head of the family knew that this ability would inevitably arouse fear and covetousness, so he made a covenant with the 6 totem families, and never used the ability of foresight on the totem families in order to exchange for the safety of the clan members. But some things cannot be constrained by the covenant. For example, in your case, you accidentally drifted away from home when you were young. If Marshal Ji Wu asked the head of the Bai Zei family for help in order to find you, the head of the family could not refuse. And the covenant is just an agreement. It can't really limit Bai Zei's predictability, and the struggle for power between the major families is the most cruel and ugly. The totem family needs to maintain the glory and face of the top family, and will never allow scandals to be leaked. As time goes by, the 6 major totem families are more and more wary of the Baizé family, but the existence of the Baizé family is a constraint for other totem families. So the Baizé family has been passed down in this delicate balance for thousands of years until 20 years ago. The late Emperor Tang Xie killed. His father ascended the throne, and he was afraid that this would be exposed, so he wanted to get rid of the Baizé family, who could spy on the secrets of the past. His eldest son, the former Crown Prince Tang Xizhe, who was assassinated by the Killer 07 years ago, colluded with the demon army active in the desolate star field, slaughtered the entire Baizé family, and was named the Crown Prince for this matter. At that time, Xiaoxing was just born, and my mother took her and me to escape. Jing'an hadn't spoken such a long paragraph for a long time. His voice, which was without any emotion, became hoarse, and red bloodshot appeared in his eyes. Yuanxing lowered his head slightly, trying to control his tears from falling. Shi Yuan looked at the 2 pitiful people, not caring about their feelings at all, and asked, "She ran away, didn't Tang Xizhe look for her?" Jing'an answered, "The head of the family knew that the Baizé family would be in great trouble sooner or later, so he had been trying to hide the blood of the family, and send it out of Tianning Star. Xiaoxing and Xiao Baizé, who is now raised by the royal family, are twin sisters. At that time, the head of the family concealed the fact that the eldest daughter was pregnant with twins, so that the mother could take her away smoothly through the secret passage arranged in advance. But because the eldest lady was cursed by the golden crow fire burning in her body burned Xiaoxing, who was still in her belly, causing her to be blind and unable to walk since childhood. When Yuanxing awakened Baizé's mimicry, it was the first time she saw this world through Baizé Tianji. After hearing this, Shi Yuan lowered his eyes, and thought for a while before asking, "Since the head of the Baizé family has the idea of giving away the Baizé bloodline, are there other Baizé surviving?" Jing'an shook his head. "This is top secret. Even if there are, I don't know." Shi Yuan leaned back on the sofa and smiled. "There must be. Maybe he is hiding somewhere in the Yongyao Empire, spying on the Tongxi royal family that is in its heyday." Then, she changed her tone. "Since Baizé has the ability to predict, doesn't he know when he will be in trouble?" Yuanxing shook his head. "I can't predict my own fate, nor can I spy on the traces of my fellow tribesmen. When Baizé Tianji spy on someone's fate, it needs to pay the price of its own lifespan. The more it sees, the more lifespan it consumes. So when I use it, I basically only use it to find something. For example, she spied on Tang Xixing's whereabouts last night, which only consumed star power. Because he was the target of the talent, even if she saw that all the purple irises who went to assassinate him died, as long as she didn't say it before the incident happened, she would not be restricted by the totem." Shi Yuan asked some other questions, and almost understood the advantages and limitations of Baizé Tianji, and some loopholes that could be exploited. Yuanxing's biggest secrets were exposed by her, so it didn't matter if he told her these. Although they had met only a few times, she had developed an indescribable trust in Shi Yuan during their short time together, and felt that she knew her weaknesses and would not tell others. And for Baizé, who had no ability to protect himself, these weaknesses in his talent were not weaknesses at all. After the conversation, Shi Yuan took away the small cookies that Yuanxing had packed for her. As soon as she arrived at the dormitory building, Shi Yuan was blocked by Tang Xia again. Her Highness took her hand and showed a gossipy look. "Qing Yuan, how was your date with your brother? It rained heavily last night. Was it not affected? Then the impact would be great." Shi Yuan didn't plan to break the little princess's fantasy for the time being. He sighed and said regretfully, "Senior left for something in the middle of the meal. We only played the claw machine and had a 10-minute meal." Tang Xia opened her eyes wide. "What important thing? He actually left you alone in the mall?" Shi Yuan pursed his lips and shook his head. "I don't know, but it should be something very important, right?" Tang Xia saw that she was a little disappointed, and wanted to scold Tang Xixing to comfort her. But he felt that with his brother's tactfulness and thoughtfulness, he would not easily do such a rude thing. So he swallowed the words on his lips, and said guiltily, "Maybe it's really important." "Don't be angry. I ask him to apologize to you later. How can it be so serious? Besides, I wanted to thank the senior for saving me. To be honest, it was also my appointment time. That was not a coincidence." She changed her disappointed expression, and smiled a little. Tang Xia muttered, "Then he should apologize too. Why didn't you contact me yesterday? I would definitely fly over to have dinner with you." As she spoke, her eyes lit up. "Yes. We haven't gone out together yet. Qing Yuan, how about we go to the beach Yongxi to see the blue whales next time?" I heard that they have a gentle temper, and will dive with humans. Sure Yuan smiled and replied, okay. Tang Xia chattered about other attractions in Xian'ao Star, as if she was going to make a complete travel guide. Sure Yuan listened to her patiently, occasionally agreeing with her and giving positive feedback. When entering the dormitory, Tang Xia slapped her forehead and said in surprise, by the way, Qingyuan, have you seen the notification sent by the academic affairs system? What notification? Sure Yuan really didn't see it. Tang Xia said quickly, team competition. The first camp competition of this semester will be held in a week. Sure Yuan raised his eyebrows. So soon? Yeah. Will you join me then? Let's team up. We will definitely be a big hit. Tang Xia confidently put her hands on her hips. Sure Yuan glanced at her and said pointedly, how is your hit rate? Tang Xia instantly wilted, 9 out of 10, 7 out of 10 on moving targets. Sure Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Quite a big improvement. Tang Xia was energetic again and said happily, that's not right. I train completely according to your standards. And I absorb the star power to saturation every day before going to bed. I feel that I will soon become a level 5 talent. Sure Yuan encouraged her, come on, try to surpass Senior Tang Xi, he will definitely be very surprised. If it was before, Tang Xia would definitely feel that she couldn't do it, but now she doesn't know why, her heart is full of confidence. He nodded vigorously and said seriously, then I can become my brother's right-hand man. Sure Yuan responded with a smile, and then took out a small cookie from the space ring. Do you want to eat it? Tang Xia wanted to eat it, so she immediately came over to taste a piece and brought up the previous topic. You haven't said whether you want to team up with me? After asking, she frowned. Ji Qinglian will not force me, and you to separate, right? Sure Yuan replied, third brother should be with me. A 7th level talent, looking at the entire Xingyao Military Academy, is not an ordinary military academy student who has been studying for 2 to 3 years, so naturally he should stay by his side as a backer. Tang Xia felt relieved, but then became worried again. Brother wants me to be the leader of the Yaoguang camp, but I recently went to Yaoguang Island to take a look and found that the small groups in the camp either ignored each other or targeted each other. The leaders are all seniors, who have been in school for 3 or 4 years. They are old hands. How should we deal with him? Sure Yuan tilted his head, of course, we will use our fists. Tang Xia, question mark Ji Qi, who had just returned to the dormitory with 2 baskets of grapes, said, Achu. Chapter 43. The afternoon sun made the ground scorching hot. Although the gifted people could release star power shields to resist the high temperature, they could not withstand the constant consumption. The square in front of the library was empty. Since the sunlight could not see anyone, he sneaked into the room through the French window. The library of Xingyao Military Academy is a huge elliptical honeycomb building, 2/3 of which is built on the ground and 1/3 is built underground. It is open day and night, and is quite magnificent. There are hundreds of millions of paper books, countless electronic books, and many rare ancient books or rubbings. It is the place with the richest collection of books in Yongyao Empire besides the library of the 7 totem families. History collection area. The military academy students either sit at the table and look through the electronic catalog with a serious expression, or read books with relish. If you look closely, you will find that most of the books they read are related to the totem family. A light footstep walked into the bookshelf along the ground. The petite girl had a fishtail braid, and was not wearing a school uniform. She was holding a book called The General History of the Yongyao Empire in her arms, and looking up at the bookshelf above, as if she was looking for a book. After a while, her eyes lit up slightly, and her sight was fixed on the history of the development of the Baizé family. She reached out to take the book, but found that she was not tall enough. She stood on tiptoe, and tried twice, but still couldn't touch it. She moved closer to the bookshelf. Because of the tiptoeing, her face became a little pale, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on the tip of her nose, but she still couldn't get the book. When she put her hand down in frustration, a white and slender hand reached out from behind her. The light pink fingertips pressed on the spine of the book, slid across a small arc, and the index finger and thumb pinched the history of the development of the Baizé family, took it off the bookshelf, and handed it to the girl. The girl was slightly startled, and subconsciously looked at the figure beside her. Unexpectedly, she met a pair of silver blue eyes full of smiles. The small red mole under the left eye looked particularly vivid because of her smile at this moment. Sure Yuan pushed the book to her again and asked softly, "Don't you want it?" The girl came back to her senses as if she had just woken up from a dream, and quickly took the book and held it in her arms, saying hesitantly, "Thank you, thank you." she didn't seem to be very good at getting along with others. Just a few simple words, a light blush appeared at the roots of her ears, and it climbed all the way to her cheeks, which made the pale and sick face more colorful. Sure Yun smiled slightly. You're welcome. After that, she took down the history of the development of the Tao Tai family next to her, nodded to the girl, who secretly looked up at her, walked to the reading table next to her, and sat down lightly. The sun fell right beside her hand, reflecting the silver-gray space ring on her right index finger, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. The girl came to her senses belatedly, looked up at her, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally walked to the left of her 2 seats away and sat down as if she had mustered up her courage. While moving, she quietly paid attention to Sure Yun with her peripheral vision. Her eyes were full of curiosity and hesitation, her pink and white lips were slightly pursed, as if she wanted to do something, but finally she stopped her eager thoughts and opened the book to read carefully. If Yunxing was here, he would definitely find that this girl looked exactly like her, and he would guess that the other party was his twin sister, who he had never met, Xiao by Zhe Yunxiao, who was raised by the Tongqi royal family. Yunxiao slowly immersed his mind in the book, and before he knew it, the sun was setting in the west, and there were fewer military school students in the reading room. She looked around, and saw that there was no one around her. She stretched her body and relaxed. Halfway through the movement, she suddenly remembered something and turned her head to look at the seat next to her. The girl who had been sitting there before was gone. She held her chin and sighed slightly. I didn't make any friends today. When she was about to get up, she suddenly saw a hairpin inlaid with silver blue crystal under the chair where the girl had sat. The crystal on the hairpin was called Zhanqi, which was a very rare and top-grade crystal, and it was worth a fortune. Yun Xiao paused slightly, walked over with 2 books in her arms, picked up the hairpin and looked at it, and remembered that the girl who picked up the book for her in the afternoon happened to have such a hairpin in her hair. Did she drop it? Such a valuable thing fell here? If a passerby accidentally stepped on it, both parties would suffer losses. Yun Xiao took the hairpin and prepared to put it in the lost and found office. When she was leaving the reading room, a figure hurriedly walked in from outside and almost bumped into her. Both sides took a step back and were stunned when they saw each other. Sure Yun was the first to react and quickly asked, "Are you okay?" Yun Xiao shook his head. Seeing that she was in a hurry, he remembered the hairpin in his hand and handed it to her and asked, "Is this something you dropped?" Sure Yun saw the hairpin and immediately smiled. He took it and said in surprise, "Thank you for picking it up for me. This is a gift from my 3rd brother. If I accidentally lost it, I really don't know how to explain it to him." Yun Xiao was a little happy that the hairpin was not damaged when she heard her say that. She shook her head slightly. "You're welcome. You can find it when you come back." Sure Yun pinned the hairpin back into her hair and smiled with curved eyebrows. "Thank you anyway. My name is Ji Qingyuan." "What's your name?" "Ji Qingyuan?" Yun Xiao was slightly stunned, and only then did he notice her eye color and hair color, and said hesitantly, "So you are the Tao Tai of Tianduji clan." "My name is Yun Xiao." "Hey! You are Xiao Bai Zhe?" Sure Yun was surprised. She let out another wow. "You are more beautiful than I thought." Yun Xiao was stunned for a moment, and a little blush climbed up her cheeks. She whispered, "Thank you." Sure Yun smiled softly and invited, "I'm going to have dinner. Do you want to join me?" Yun Xiao didn't expect her to invite him. The 5 fingers holding the book tightened slightly, and there was obvious hesitation between his eyebrows. Sure Yun asked in confusion, "Is it inconvenient?" Her eyes were very bright, like the bright stars in the night sky, hiding a mysterious attraction, which made people unconsciously have a good impression of her. Yun Xiao was hesitant and shook his head when she looked at him like this. "No, will it bother you?" Sure Yun blinked. "Then let's go?" Yun Xiao responded softly. Xiao Bai Zhe obviously can't liven up the atmosphere, and his personality is dull. When Sure Yun doesn't want the atmosphere to be stiff, people walking with her won't feel awkward. She simply talked about the contents of the history of the development of the Bai Zhe family, and quickly eliminated the unfamiliarity between the two who just met. When Yun Xiao discussed the contents of the book, his eyes were bright, which was completely different from his previous appearance. Most of the descendants of the totem family can awaken the mimicry before the age of 10. The earlier they awaken, the stronger their talent. The information Sure Yun saw in Xingman City recorded that Yun Xiao awakened the mimicry a few months ago, and therefore obtained the qualification to study at Xingyang Military Academy. The Tongqi royal family wiped out the whole family, leaving only a baby girl. They were afraid of Bai Zhe's ability to know everything, but they were reluctant to give up the benefits they could bring. Looking at the dull and hesitant character of little Bai Zhe, it is expected that she has always lived a cautious life, or perhaps even worse. On the lawn outside the library, the baby was curiously looking around. The passing military academy students unconsciously looked at it. After recognizing it as a unicorn, they sighed that the Taotai family's walking beast was really handsome, and it would be great if they could have won. The baby held his head high, and was not afraid of the scrutiny of the people around him. Sure Yuan felt that it was too inconvenient to have no walking beast in the huge campus, so he brought the baby from the mansion and shamelessly fostered it in GCU's yard. Anyway, it was big enough, and there was already its song, so it was not a big deal to raise another baby. GCU turned a blind eye to this. Song was annoyed by this ignorant pony, and often taught it a lesson by acting like an elder, but the pony not only did not avoid him, but also became even more attached to the horse. When Shi Yuan and Yun Xiao came out, Bao Bao sensed the breath of its master and ran over with the clatter of horse hooves. He obediently leaned over and rubbed her raised hand. Happiness was written from the tip of his ears to his tail. Yun Xiao saw a unicorn for the first time and couldn't help but exclaimed. The beautiful amber pupils showed obvious curiosity. Shi Yuan turned over and sat on Bao Bao and stretched out his hand to Yun Xiao. It's not close to the cafeteria from here. Come, I take you there. Yun Xiao slightly widened her eyes, looked at Bao Bao and then at her, and hesitated. Can I? Can I? I've never ridden a horse before. I take care of you. What are you afraid of? Shi Yuan leaned over and held Yun Xiao's waist, and in her incredible eyes, he easily picked her up from the ground and sat her sideways on the baby's back. The sudden weightlessness made her subconsciously hold Shi Yuan's shoulders. Just as she stabilized her body, she heard her smile in her ear. Hold on. Under the traction of the reins, the baby spread its pure white wings and flew into the sky with a slight shake. Although it was a pony, it flew very steadily. The afterglow of the sunset cast a layer of light golden light on its pure white hair, which was warm and attractive. Taking into consideration that Xiao Baizhe was not in good health, Shi Yuan opened the energy shield, and only a few wisps of breeze leaked through. It was the first time that Yun Xiao experienced the freedom of flying in the sky while sitting on the back of a strange beast. When the breeze brushed across her cheeks, she gradually relaxed her nervous mood. She half-hugged Shi Yuan's shoulders, overlooking the entire ground campus, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." She had once sat in the Star Shuttle and looked down at the scenery of the military academy. She thought it was beautiful at the time, but it didn't seem so beautiful through the car window. Now she felt completely different. Without the metal frame of the Star Shuttle as a restraint, the wide field of vision allowed her to look at every building and every corner of the Xingyu Military Academy. The wind lifted her hair, bringing her a breath of freedom she had never felt before. Yun Xiao tilted her head to look at Shi Yuan, and saw that she was slightly closing her eyes, enjoying the feeling of the breeze on her face, and her heart suddenly trembled slightly. But soon, she turned her head, and tried to restrain her unbridled gaze. Once a person imprisoned by shackles has enjoyed the feeling of freedom, he will no longer be able to deceive himself that he can only stay in that small world. When the unicorn slowly landed on the ground, Shi Yuan was the first to get off the horse and reached out to Yun Xiao again. Yun Xiao felt the soft hair in her palm, and the uncontrollable reluctance and loss surged in her heart, but she quickly seemed to have given up something, holding Shi Yuan's hand, and was helped by her to get off the horse's back. Bao Bao snorted, stepped on the horse's hooves, and walked a few steps on the spot, looking very happy. Shi Yuan seemed not to notice her inner torment and entanglement, and smiled softly. Baby likes you very much. Do you want to touch it? Yun Xiao was surprised. Baby? Shi Yuan hummed twice. Is the name I gave you nice? She took Yun Xiao's hand, and gently touched Boba's long neck, which made it tilt its head and rub against Yun Xiao's arm. It sounds nice. Yun Xiao answered sincerely, but her 5 fingers curled up, and did not stay on Bao Bao's mane for too long. Shi Yuan chuckled twice, patted Bao Bao's horse butt, and signaled it to play in the secluded bamboo forest behind the cafeteria. Then she naturally took Yun Xiao's hand and walked into the cafeteria. She asked, "What do you like to eat? Is there anything you don't like?" Yun Xiao actually doesn't like close contact with others, but for some reason, she doesn't reject the girl next to her. She whispered, "Anything that is not too strong is fine." Shi Yuan said, "I like to eat spicy and fragrant food." They found a place to sit down. Shi Yuan didn't order the heavier food, she said, but ordered a few bowls of rice, a large basin of bone soup, and several dishes of meat and vegetables. Yun Xiao's eyes widened a little. So much? Can you finish it? Shi Yuan winked at her, and ate up all the food on the table in a whirlwind, and even ordered some desserts. Yun Xiao was dumbfounded, and then she realized that Tao Ai was a big eater. Looking at herself, She only ate 2/3 of a bowl of rice, and the rest was hard to swallow. Sure Yun patiently accompanied Yun Xiao to finish dinner, and then rode Baby to send her back to the dormitory, and finally said goodbye to her with a smile. When she was about to go back, a message popped up on her light brain, which was sent by Tang Xia. Baby flapped its wings, turned around and flew away. Yun Xiao watched her and Baby go away, drooping her eyebrows, and raised her hand after a long time, staring at the pale and thin 5 fingers, and smiled cautiously. In the not-so-large conference room, Tang Xia sat in the main seat, just as she was thinking about something with her chin on her hand. A seat on her left-hand side was vacant, and her fans were on both sides, not daring to interrupt her thoughts. The young man with glasses walked into the conference room, and happened to see the empty seat. He naturally thought that it was the seat that Tang Xia had reserved for him. He walked over and was about to pull out a chair and sit down when Tang Xia withdrew some of her thoughts, glanced over, and stopped her. "This seat is not yours, go sit somewhere else." The fans all looked over, not just the young man with glasses, they also thought that this seat was reserved for him. After all, from the beginning of school to now, he has been the most capable general under Her Royal Highness the Princess, and he has arranged everything properly. Her Royal Highness the Princess also trusts him very much. The others were not ranked in order of seniority, and sat down in the order of entering the conference room. Now only the seats at the back were left. The young man with glasses was caught off guard by the fans' gazes, as if he was suddenly put on fire, and his face suddenly felt dull, and his eyes gradually became cold. Seeing this, the military school student sitting in the second seat quickly stood up and said, "Brother Zhuang, sit here with me? I go to the back." While speaking, his eyes drifted to Tang Xia, and he was a little confused in his heart. He didn't quite understand what happened to the princess, who always obeyed Zhuang Yun's words. Did she finally find out that she was treated as a puppet by him? Tang Xia didn't care where Zhuang Yun sat, nor did she care about the fans' little tricks. She was scratching her head, and thinking about what Shi Yuan said to her yesterday. Use fists to deal with. The most powerful talent under her is only level 6, how can he beat those seniors in the extraordinary realm? Don't let others use fists to deal with him. Seeing that she completely ignored him, Zhuang Yun's eyes became even colder under the glasses, but after all, considering that Tang Xia was a princess of the royal family, he quickly adjusted his expression and smiled at the military school student, who gave up his seat. "No, I just sit in the back." A wooden straw bag, chasing Ji Qingyuan every day, being ordered around by her, and still not wanting to leave. I really don't know why the crown prince wants her to come to the Yaguang camp. A fool who only gets in the way. Zhuang Yun has suppressed the anger in his heart, walked to the last position under the eyes of the fans secretly looking at him, pulled out a chair and sat down. Since then, Tang Xia's fans have gathered. Some people think that Zhuang Yunhe is too good at making fun of others. No matter how stupid Tang Xia is, she is still a princess of the royal family, a pure-blooded golden crow who is in the same mind as the crown prince. She called people for a meeting, but he stepped over and put on too much airs. Now he deserves to be slapped in the face. At this moment, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside the door. The fans were curious about who else was coming because of what Tang Xia had just said, and they all looked over when they heard the noise. A pair of white military boots first entered everyone's sight, followed by a slender figure. The silver-gray hair slightly rose back with the girl's brisk steps, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. The fans looked at each other, and Zhuang Yunhe suddenly clenched his hands on his knees. Before this, Tang Xia had said that she wanted to subdue Ji Qingyuan and make her her subordinate, but Zhuang Yunhe didn't take her words to heart at all. He knew better than anyone how much the waste princess weighed. From the fact that Ji Qingyuan slapped Ji Qinyu in the face in public, it can be seen that she was not willing to be inferior to others, not to mention that there were two talented and powerful little gluttons in the Yaguang camp, Ji Qingqi and Ji Qinglan. If the Taotai family wants to gain a place in the 7 major camps, make a name for themselves among the military academy students, and recruit high-quality soldiers for the Taotai Corps, the 3 little Taotai must unite, and set their sights on the leader of the Yaguang camp. And the group of these 3 little Taotai will also become the most difficult thorn to remove in the Yaguang camp, and ordinary means cannot deal with it. Zhuang Yunhe has even prepared to confront these 3 Taotai after conquering other small groups, but he never expected that Tang Xia, the idiot, could really recruit Ji Qingyuan. Is Ji Qingyuan crazy? Or is she, like Ji Qingqi, not interested in becoming the leader of the Yaguang camp? No, she is the only pure-blooded Taotai in the Tiandu Ji family. Even if she is not interested, Marshal Ji Wu will never allow her to act recklessly. Countless thoughts popped up in his mind. When Zhuang Yunhe came back to his senses, Sure Yuan had already walked past him. She smiled at Tang Xia, who stood up from her seat. Why is it so formal? It makes me nervous. Tang Xia pulled out a chair for her. What's there to be nervous about? We all be family members in the future. Sure Yuan thanked her and sat down calmly. Tang Xia stood back in her seat, cleared her throat and said, everyone knows each other, so I won't waste time introducing them. Qing Yuan has joined our team, and will work with us in the future. I called you here today for the camp competition. Without further ado, before the camp competition, we need to add members, at least 100 people, to participate in the medium-sized camp competition. Regarding the recruitment, you can raise any ideas. Her Highness the Princess is a little naive, but after all, she has been a superior for more than 10 years, and she has the necessary momentum. When she shows off, she can scare quite a few people. It seems that Tang Xixing wants to use her status as a royal princess as a signboard to attract military academy students, who are not from highborn families, or have simple family relationships, and have no connection with other totem families, and who want to climb up. Tang Xia also listens to him and obeys him, so it is convenient for her to be a controller behind the scenes. The supporters looked at Sure Yuan and Zhuang Yunhe one after another, and seeing that neither of them had the intention to speak, they explained their ideas one after another. Some said that they would recruit with star coins, some said that they would merge with the small group secretly controlled by Tang Xixing, and some said that they would gather the freshmen first. There was always some truth in all the talk, but none of them was a good idea. After a group of people finished speaking, only Sure Yuan and Zhuang Yunhe were left silent. The latter pushed his glasses and said, I wonder what Miss Qing Yuan thinks. Sure Yuan was playing Candy Crush on her computer when she was called on. She looked up blankly, her posture and expression like a troublemaker who was called on by the teacher to answer a question after being absent from class. She calmly turned off the screen in the eyes of her fans. You haven't said anything yet, right? I'm not in a hurry. Fans, Are you sure you don't have any ideas at all? Zhuang Yunhe sneered. If that's the case, then I tell you my ideas first, and Miss Qing Yuan can think about it carefully. Sure Yuan hummed twice nonchalantly, and opened the screen again in public. This time, she didn't play Candy Crush, but opened the address book and chatted with others. Tang Xia secretly glanced at her, wanting to know what she was up to, but was embarrassed to ask in front of so many people, so she had to continue to put on a princess's airs and listen to Zhuang Yunhe's opinions. Zhuang Yunhe had considered this issue before, and now he was talking about it freely. I think we can do it in many ways. First, Your Highness is a princess of the royal family, and you have the support of the crown prince. You have great appeal among the freshmen, and you can gather them together first. However, the freshmen's combat power is limited, and they are not suitable for participating in the medium-sized camp competition. You can arrange for them to train in the small camp competition first. Secondly, we can contact those small groups or solitary military academy students, invite them to participate in the medium-sized camp competition, and promise them good points rewards. They will definitely not refuse the opportunity to get high points. Furthermore, Zhuang Yunhe has said a long list, and his fans nodded repeatedly. Tang Xia also thought it made sense. Finally, there are those highly united groups. They are more or less supported by the leaders of other camps. It is not easy to conquer them, so we can take it step by step. Someone clapped, and others also clapped. Zhuang Yunhe was very satisfied with the reaction. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly heard Sure Yuan's lazy voice. What a trouble. Zhuang Yunhe stopped sitting down, and the applause disappeared without a trace. The fans looked at each other quietly. The gods are fighting. This little glutton must be looking for trouble. Your Highness the Princess is really no match for this beast that dares to slap Qi Qingyu on the spot. Zhuang Yunhe pulled the corner of his mouth. Miss Qing Yuan, please teach me. Sure Yuan glanced at him lazily. With so many things, can you finish them within a week? I don't want to waste time on these boring things. The kitten at home is a big eater. She has to go to the Star Forest every night, and go to the library during the day to keep in touch with Xiao Baizhe. There are also a lot of compulsory and elective courses, plus daily training tasks. Seriously speaking, she could only spend a limited amount of time on the intrigues within the camp, so there was no reason to waste it. Zhuang Yunhe sneered, we are just freshmen. Even if your highness is of noble status, those old students will not buy it. What else can we do if we don't do this? Sure Yuan did not answer, but stood up and looked at the not-so-spacious conference room, turned to Tang Xia and said, this is too small. I see a better one. Do you want to go with me to take a look? Tang Xia was a little unresponsive to why she suddenly mentioned the size of the conference room, and turned to be quite embarrassed. She is indeed a royal princess, but she has no foundation in Xingyang Military Academy. Her brother is busy catching the killer of Purple Iris, and has no time to take care of the trivial matters here. She can only occupy such a small place as a base camp among the major camps and groups. However, after spending some time with Shi Yuan, Tang Xia could vaguely hear that her words had other meanings. Thinking of her calm and decisive killing of the black talent, she must have another plan this time, so Tang Xia nodded immediately. Okay. The fans didn't understand what the two young ladies were doing, and they secretly complained in their hearts. The real business has not been settled yet, but they have to go to see what conference room. Time is tight at the end, and the task will definitely be put on their heads. Shi Yuan turned around and smiled at the fans who kept complaining. Do you want to come together? We are all family members, and we should also come with me to see where the next meeting is, so as not to go to the wrong door. On Yoguang Island, the lights are bright. Because the camp competition for the new semester is about to begin, various groups are discussing how to divide the quota for large-scale camp competitions and medium-sized camp competitions, and military academy students are constantly coming and going. In the magnificent conference room, hundreds of military academy students were present. Hanmei, the largest group in the Yaoguang camp, was discussing matters related to the camp competition and the recruitment of new students. Ye Linghan, the leader of Hanmei, had been enrolled in Xingyang Military Academy for 3 years. He was promoted to the second level of extraordinary before the start of school. He was the top combat force among the military academy students. His wisdom and means were quite impressive. The members of Hanmei were very convinced of him. At this time, he was sitting at the end of the conference table. His long legs with smooth lines were crossed and tilted on the table. His posture was casual, and he held 2 crystal beads in his hands, playing with them from time to time. If there were outsiders here, it would be difficult to imagine that there was such a leader. Why did the military academy students sitting upright and concentrating on taking meeting notes? When the atmosphere of the meeting was just right, there was a commotion outside the door. It seemed that someone broke in. The military academy students in charge of guarding shouted at the intruder, but failed to stop the other party's invasion. The cadet, who was speaking, stopped talking and frowned in displeasure. The other cadets were also interrupted and turned their eyes to the door where the fighting sound came from. Hanmei is the largest group in the Yaoguang camp. Who dares to come and cause trouble? The cadet, who was sitting on the left-hand side of Ye Linghan and was responsible for taking minutes of the meeting, frowned and stood up, ready to open the door to see what happened outside. He took 2 steps, and the carved door was already opened by the star power, and fell on the walls on both sides with a heavy bang. The 2 cadets guarding the door rushed in with their mimics, rolled over several times on the ground, and finally rolled at Ye Linghan's feet in embarrassment. Ye Linghan, who had been closing his eyes to rest, and had no reaction even when he heard the movement outside, finally stopped playing with the crystal beads and opened his deep blue pupils to look at the door. The bright lights in the conference room and the corridor collided with each other, illuminating the inside and outside. The crisp sound of military boots stepping on the ground came from far away, and a slender figure slowly broke into Ye Linghan's sight. The girl had a pair of extremely beautiful silver blue eyes, reflecting the bright light in the conference room, just like reflecting the vast ocean full of stars, beautiful enough to make people's hearts flutter. Her hair was carefully groomed, with a royal blue headband running through it, tied into a soft and well-behaved droop-eared rabbit braid, which contrasted with her bright eyes, like an elf who fell into the mortal world. In an instant, a line of words popped up in the minds of everyone in the conference room. Pure-blooded glutton. Ji Qingyuan. The next moment, 4 more words were added. He is not friendly. Facing hundreds of pairs of eyes in the conference room, Shi Yuan smiled slightly. Ye Linghan narrowed his eyes, put down his long legs on the table, and stood up. From this perspective, he was really tall, over 1.9 meters, with broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs. At this moment, his right hand was in his pocket, and his left hand was holding a crystal bead hanging at his side, giving off a strong and unproblematic aura. When he was gathering his momentum, and was about to press toward Shi Yuan, a long leg stepped out from behind her. The boy was wearing a military-style school uniform, and his gluttonous aura was like a sword and a rainbow. He instantly blocked the pressure from Ye Linghan, and a cold light flashed across his silver blue eyes. He raised his chin slightly and said, "The one in front, my sister has taken a fancy to this conference room. Please make room for us." Chapter 44. Ji Qinglian had been in contact with the soldiers of the Tao Ai Legion since he was a child. He was not afraid of their murderous spirit that was baptized by blood on the battlefield. How could he be frightened by Ye Linghan's momentum? After breakfast yesterday, he heard from his sister Mao Mao that she would need his help in the future. He was so excited that he didn't sleep all night. Half an hour ago, he got the news and rushed here without stopping, preparing to show off his power in front of his sister so that she would know that she had more than one brother and stop hanging out with GCU, a jerk who had 800 minds and never told the truth. Seeing his arrogant expression, Niao Linghan sneered, "Ji Qinglian, even if you have tout eye mimicry, so what? You are just a level 7 talent. You are not qualified to show off in front of me. Xingyou Military Academy is not a place where your Tianduji family has the final say." As soon as the voice fell, a snow mountain giant ape rose from the ground behind him, and the huge and wide conference room instantly became cramped and narrow, and released a stronger pressure than before and rushed towards Ji Qinglian, which was the momentum of a high-level talent suppressing a low-level talent. He was going to teach Ji Qinglian a lesson. Ji Qinglian smiled coldly and stood still, without any intention of summoning mimicry. The breath of frost came in the blink of an eye, and the biting cold made the military academy students in the conference room shiver. The sharp ice cone almost pierced Ji Qinglian's eyes. Shi Yuan, who was not noticed by Niao Linghan, said softly, "Second brother, what are you watching?" Her voice was not loud, just enough for everyone present to hear. Tang Xia and her supporters, who followed her, were stunned when she led Ji Qinglian into the meeting room. Just as they came back to their senses, they felt a cool breeze blowing past them, and a figure appeared in front of them. The young man was tall, with white military boots and straight trousers wrapped around his thin legs. He only took one step, but he appeared like a phantom a few meters, or even more than 10 meters away. His silver and red military jacket raised a wanton arc as he moved. The fierce mimic breath pressed in, forming a blue star power shield, which easily blocked the pressure released by Niao Linghan, and then turned defense into offense in an instant, hitting Niao Linghan fiercely with an absolutely strong attitude. The flying snow that fell from behind Niao Linghan immediately rotated at high speed into an ice shield, forming a confrontation with Ji Qingqi's counterattack. The sharp edge formed by the collision of star power burst out, and the military academy students who were close to him raised the star power shield reflexively, but they still couldn't resist the two tit-for-tat powerful forces, and fell out on the spot. Fortunately, the people behind him helped him up, so he didn't really roll on the ground a few times. Ji Qingqi stopped and stood on the right side of Shi Yuan, and said indifferently, "It's not up to you to decide whether he is qualified or not." At this moment, he was completely different from his usual silence and low-key. However, with just one simple sentence, even the tone of his voice did not fluctuate much. It made everyone present change their faces. Tao Tai is Tao Tai after all. No matter how peaceful he is, it does not prevent him from being a famous beast. Everyone in the Youguang camp knows Ji Qingqi. He once defeated a first-level extraordinary talent with the strength of a 9th-level talent, and he was not afraid of a 2nd-level extraordinary talent. He is a rare combat genius in Xingyou Military Academy. Because he beat more than half of the extraordinary talents in the Youguang camp with his own strength, he got the nickname of a fierce beast. Originally, everyone thought that the Youguang camp was finally going to welcome its leader, but this guy didn't care what the person he beat up thought, or whether there were any military school students who wanted to follow him, and he plunged into the alienation zone without even seeing his shadow. When he appeared again, it was in the freshman individual challenge competition, where he set a terrifying record of 1-on-100. In the end, he felt that no one could beat him, and he was too lazy to even take the first-place trophy and enter the alienation zone again. The freshman chief instructor in charge of awarding the awards was in a dilemma, and the principal notified GCU to take it on his behalf. Since then, the name of the fierce beast has become more and more popular, and anyone who sees him will subconsciously take a detour. After a year of precipitation, the military school students of the Youguang camp tacitly agreed not to interfere in the competition between the various groups. When he wanted to participate in the medium and large camp competition, they also gave him a quota very sensibly, but did not dare to assign and use him, allowing him to be a fierce beast who kills gods and Buddhas. After being led by him and tasting the sweetness, the military academy students wished that he could join their group every time, but he was like an emperor who treated everyone equally and never participated in the camp competition with the same group. At this time, Ji Qingqi, who never participated in group battles, appeared in the conference room occupied by Han Mei, and it was obvious that he came to support his younger brother and sister. The military academy students in the conference room complained bitterly. It is said that this fierce beast went to the battlefield with Marshal Ji Wu during the holiday, and its strength must be stronger than before. These people on their side may not be his opponents. The major families adhere to the principle of prosperity and laws together. No matter how they fight internally, At least they should be united in public. It happened that Nye Lingen's words of contempt for Ji Qinglan were heard by the fierce beast, and tonight will definitely not end well. Ji Qingqi, I didn't know you were driven by others. Nye Linghan showed no fear. His eyes fell on Shi Yuan, and he sneered. Hanmei was a group founded by Nye Linghan. When Ji Qingqi just joined the Yaoguang camp, many groups wanted to win him over to add a strong force to their side. Hanmei was one of the few groups that did not make any moves. The reason was simple. Nye Linghan did not think that Ji Qingqi, as a top noble, would be inferior to others. The subsequent developments were as he expected. This guy was a hard bone that no one could chew. Thanks to his lack of interest in the identity of the camp leader, the several major groups in the Yaoguang camp still maintained the original delicate balance. But now, there are two more little Tao Tai in the Yaoguang camp. The arrogant one is not to be feared, but the pure-blooded Tao Tai who just returned to the family can actually command Ji Qingqi. Before Ji Qingqi spoke, Shi Yuan had already laughed softly. Sister asked brother to do a small favor. How can it be called driving? She walked into the meeting room with light steps, and glanced at the military academy students, who all stood up from their seats because of the conflict just now. Facing everyone's scrutiny or hesitation, she walked to Nye Linghan calmly, and passed by the imposing snow-ridged giant ape behind him. At such a close distance, the breath of ice should have frozen her shivering, but she seemed to feel nothing. She raised her hand and pointed at the main seat in front of the conference table. Her round and slightly pink fingertips swept across the edge of the seat, and finally stopped in front of the chair. Ignoring the Hanmei members present, she sat down unscrupulously. She also adjusted her sitting position to be more comfortable, and with one hand on her chin, she looked at the picture of winter plums hanging on the wall in front of the conference table, and said seriously, "Second brother, that picture is not good looking. How about changing it to a Tao Tai totem?" Ji Qingqi responded, "Okay. Also, the light above is too bright and dazzling, change it." Ji Qingqi responded again, "Okay. The chair was used by someone else, I don't like it, change it too." Ji Qingqi responded patiently, "Okay." The brother and sister sang in unison. Nye Lingen's face was so cold that it seemed to freeze, and the other members of Hanmei also showed anger. Only Tang Xia and others who were standing outside the meeting room, not knowing whether to come in or not, showed a look of inexperience. Shi Yuan picked out a few places that were not to his liking. In Ji Qinglian's words, change it. Change it all. My sister wants the best. After Shi Yuan finished picking the last item, the atmosphere in the meeting room was so depressing that it made people's scalps numb. She looked at the Hanmei members present like a fool who didn't notice anything, and smiled. "You are still staying in my territory. Do you want to give up the dark and join the light?" Immediately, she raised her voice. "Shenji, register the seniors who are willing to stay in our Yaoguang. I, Ji Qingyuan, have nothing else, but I will give you enough points." Shenji passed Tang Xia and his group, walked quickly to the right side of Shi Yuan, like a chief eunuch, unfolded his light brain, and put on a posture of those who want to change jobs. "Come to me to register. This is not just to challenge the club. It's clearly to get close to the face and fight. It's really my sister. She has the momentum to beat me." Ji Qinglian snorted twice in her heart, stepped back a step, and made a casual gesture of please outside the meeting room. "Senior Nye, please do as you please." Not only did she break in to grab the territory, but she also poached people in front of her, which was simply throwing Nye Lingen's face on the ground. If Nye Linghan left in disgrace today, he would become the laughing stock of the entire Xingyue military academy within an hour. He snorted coldly, and was about to move, when a light exclamation floated in from outside. The familiar tone made Nye Lingen's eyebrows jump. With a glance, he saw the face of his mortal enemy outside the door. Yunjing put her hands behind her back, and watched the situation in the conference room with interest. Her long scorpion tail braids slid from her shoulders to her waist. "Such a big commotion? What's going on?" she asked knowingly. Yunjing is the leader of the second largest group in the Yaoguang camp, Su Ri, and is also a chess piece planted in the Yaoguang camp by Tang Xishan. In the past, she had fought with Nye Linghan many times. The Yaoguang camp ranks last among the 7 major camps, and the internal struggle between Hanmei and Su Ri has contributed greatly. Tang Xia read the information of Yaoguang camp over and over again under Shi Yuan's advice. When she saw Yunjing at this time, she knew that she was here to support her. She wiped all the sweat on her palms into her pockets, and then quietly encouraged herself. She imitated Shi Yuan's calm appearance, looked up and smiled. Sister Yunjing came at the right time. "Take a look at our future meeting room. Is it big and spacious?" As she spoke, she spread her hands and walked in. The heels of her military boots stepped on the bright and transparent wooden floor, making a crisp tapping sound. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on her. Tang Xiao's heart was beating wildly, but she suppressed her guilty conscience and timidity. She walked to the empty seat on the right side of Shi Yuan with a smile and sat down, holding her chin and whispering, "Qing Yuan's vision is really good. I like this place too." Shi Yuan met her somewhat nervous gaze and blinked at her comfortingly. "That's it. You are a princess of the royal family. You are a pure-blooded golden crow. You deserve to be full of sharpness." The two smiled at each other, looking like a dandy bullying others. Of course, Xingyao Military Academy always speaks with fists. As long as no one is killed, the school will not get involved in the disputes between military academy students. If the strength is strong enough, Niao Linghan can also kick out all those who come to make trouble. The meeting room fell into a deeper silence. Everyone in the Hanmei camp realized one thing: Ji Qingyuan and Tang Xiao have formed an alliance. Ji Qingqi and Shuri, Hanmei is no match. Niao Linghan slowly loosened his clenched fist, and the Snow Ridge giant ape behind him disappeared into thin air. He looked at Ji Qingqi, who had a calm look, and said provocatively, "Good dog." They are both Tao Tai, but they are obviously strong and almost invincible in the same realm. However, because of their inferior bloodline, they are willing to be inferior to others. If not a good dog raised by the Ji family in Tiandu, what else can they be? Ji Qinglian exploded instantly. "What did you say, dog?" Ji Qingqi, who was implied, raised his hand to press his shoulder and said calmly, "No better than a dog that has lost its home." This level of provocation was not painful to Ji Qingqi. He also pulled Ji Qinglian over, made way, and gave Niao Linghan 2 words: "Get lost." Ji Qinglian frowned coldly, and because Ji Qingqi had already spoken, he forcibly restrained the anger in his heart. Shinji secretly glanced at Shi Yuan, who was playing with the space ring on her index finger with her head down, and seemed to have no reaction to Niao Linghan's words. But instinctively, he felt that Niao Linghan was going to be in trouble. This conference room was also snatched by Hanmei from other groups. Now it was just a matter of time, and Hanmei was the one who got snatched. It would be fine if Niao Linghan couldn't afford to lose, but he also wanted to sow discord, which must have upset this young lady. Seeing a group of people leaving, Shinji collected his thoughts, and was very curious about what the eldest lady would do next. In less than half a minute, Niao Linghan and his people left, and the huge conference room was empty, but Yunjing did not leave. She waved to Zhuang Yunhe and others, walked into the conference room with a swagger, and pulled out a chair to sit down. Ji Qinglian felt that Yunjing looked familiar when she appeared. Now that she calmed down, she immediately remembered her identity. Tang Xixing's lingering old crow. He really wants to get involved everywhere. Why is his awakened mimicry not a centipede? Looking at Yunjing's posture at this time, it is clear that he is not here with good intentions. Is this sending a tiger and welcoming a wolf? Ji Qingqi pulled Ji Qinglian to sit on the left side of Shi Yuan. Yunjing smiled at Shi Yuan, who bowed his head and said nothing. "Miss Qingyuan, you and the princess are good friends, but in a group, there must be a leader. We have just formed an alliance. Why don't we just settle things?" Shi Yuan asked curiously, "Who are you?" Yunjing's smile froze. Even Ji Qingqi was called over to calm the situation, which meant that she had already planned this. Moreover, she directly attacked Hanmei, the largest group in the Yaoguang camp, which was clearly a warning to others. She did not believe that this young lady did not know her identity. Fortunately, Yunjing was good at dancing with her sleeves, and did not lose her sense of proportion because of such a show of power. She replied, "My name is Yunjing, and I am the leader of Su Ri." Shi Yuan said, "Oh, are you here to join us?" Joining and forming an alliance are two different things. Yunjing's fake smile was reduced by 2 points. Seeing that she didn't answer, Shi Yuan deliberately took it as a tacit agreement and ordered, "Zhuang Yunhe, register this senior sister. We finally have a new talent joining Yaoguang." Zhuang Yunhe, Why does she order me around so naturally? Fans, As expected of Miss Ji, who dared to slap Ji Qingyu in the face in public, senior sister Yunjing was nothing in front of her. She gave her 2 choices in one sentence: either stay and listen to orders obediently, or get out of here and don't think about showing off in front of me. Yunjing's face changed several times, and she didn't know what to choose for a while. All the military academy students who wanted to unify the Yaoguang camp knew that Ji Qingqi was the hardest bone to chew. As long as he was taken down, other problems would not be a problem. If she left at this time, she would stand on the opposite side of Ji Qingyuan, and she would have to fight Ji Qingqi head-on in the future. With Ji Qingyuan's arrogant and domineering character, the Yogwang camp will never be able to maintain the balance of the past. With Ji Qingqi, the scattered small groups will all approach him, whether they admire him or want to get points. At that time, Ji Qingyuan's power is getting bigger and bigger, and no one will be able to compete with her. Even if the Yogwang camp cannot be completely united, it will never be as easy to control as it is now. The military academy students will also focus on the Tao Tai family, and join the Tao Tai Corps after graduation to inject fresh blood into it. But if they stay, it means that Ji Qingyuan is the leader of the group by default, and Tang Xia is a useless straw bag. It is impossible to pick peaches from the hands of this country lady, who has crawled and rolled on the marginal planet. What to do? Yuan Jing glanced at Tang Xia, who was thinking about something beside her, and cursed her in her heart. If she had a little brain, she should stand up and help her out at this time. While gritting her teeth, Tang Xia suddenly said, I think Qingyuan is a good leader. This conference room was snatched by her and Senior Qingqi. I didn't help much. The fans were all stunned. Yuan Jing stood up from her chair and swept her sharp eyes across Tang Xia's cheek, which hurt her like a knife. Tang Xia was not a fool. Of course, she felt the anger and contempt from her. She slowly clenched her hands hanging on her knees. It was true. The subordinates of her brother looked down on her. Zhuang Yunhe was. Yuan Jing was also. Is she really that bad? Suddenly, a furry little thing nudged her palm. Tang Xia looked down, and was caught off guard by the humming kitten licking her fingertips. She widened her eyes, and then saw it raise its soft little legs and pat her palm a few times, as if to comfort her, or as if to play with her. Tang Xia's eyes reddened, and she almost cried. Yuan Jing saw her lower her head after she finished speaking, and could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. She pushed the chair away, and walked away quickly. Trash! So stupid, the fans looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Chapter 45. Yogwang Island is extremely vast. In addition to the necessary training grounds and facilities, there are also some entertainment and leisure places. Among these buildings, the most eye-catching and the most authoritative one is called Yogwang Dome. Yogwang Dome is a spiral conference building with a total of 9 floors. Each floor is quite open and has different partitions, enough to accommodate thousands of people to move freely. There is an invisible strength ranking in the Yogwang camp. Whoever can occupy the highest floor of the Yogwang Dome is the group with the most say in the Yogwang camp. Hanmei and Su Ri have fought over this matter a lot. In the end, Hanmei was better, and had the right to use the 9th floor of the dome, which also established their position in the Yogwang camp. Many freshmen who join the Yogwang camp are considering whether to join Hanmei to participate in the next camp competition. After a day of training and learning, the old-timers who barely spared some time to slack off on the forum were posting replies in the spam posts, such as why are there no melons to eat recently? When the spam posts reached almost 100 floors, a new post quietly appeared, with a title that almost blinded people. The gluttons of the Ji family in Tiandu gathered together to force the emperor to abdicate and shake the dome. Under the impact of this explosive title, the melon-eating crowd immediately jumped into the post like sharks smelling blood. First floor, hot and fragrant big melons are fresh out of the oven. Picture. At the same time, the news that Niao Linghan and the core members of Hanmei were expelled on the spot by Ji Qingyuan and his men when they were meeting on the 9th floor of the dome spread to the forum. The poster posted more than 10 photos in total. It can be seen that they were secretly taken from a certain angle. Each photo only captures a limited number of people, but when they are put together, the amount of information provided is huge. The replies are also quite impressive. 2nd floor, your title has something to it. It's a waste of talent to go to military school. 16th floor, oh, look at me yelling. My sister Yuan is worthy of being my sister Yuan. She is so cute, but he is so fierce when doing things. Contrasting cuteness. 36th floor, oh my god. Ji Qingqi, Ji Qinglan, Ji Qingyuan, Tang Xia, Niao Linghan, Yuan Jing, all are here. I really want to dig a hole to feel the atmosphere. 53rd floor, I knew that the 3 little Tao Tai joined the Yogwang camp, and they must be going to make a big move. Sure enough, they directly attacked Hanmei. Ji Qingyuan has Ji Qingqi, the fierce blade, and even Niao Linghan will fall down. 72nd floor, our fierce beast. He appeared. He actually appeared on the Yogwang Dome. The Tao Tai family is a group of sister control. Who cannot like Cat's sister? Let the sister kiss Yuan Bao 030. 103rd floor. I just want to ask, is Hanmei really kicked out? I wanted to join them. 120th floor, report. Niao Linghan went to destroy the place of the sunrise, This guy is really not a pushover. 178th floor. I am dying of laughter. Feiyu on the 7th floor of the dome is already packing up to destroy the place on the 6th floor of the dome. 189th floor. Oh my god. What kind of drama is going on tonight? It is so interesting. If people from other camps could not go to Yubwan Island, I would have wanted to go to the scene to eat melons. 231st floor. Ha ha ha, I am eating melons on the dome. Nia Linghan ridiculed Yunjing for not moving to the 9th floor of the dome with her family. Did Miss G look down on her dog and kicked her to the side of the road? To be honest, this guy is really poisonous. 269. Ahoo! Who can do a live broadcast? Walking around, scratching his heart, roaring loudly. 304th floor. Report. Konggu from the 6th floor of the dome went to the 9th floor of the dome. What are they going to do? Are they going to fight the Tao Tai? Nia Linghan has never defeated Ji Qingqi, so aren't they just going to deliver food? 377th floor. Is it possible that Konggu is going to curry favor with someone? Knock knock knock. There was a crisp knock on the door. Yunjing left with a flick of her sleeves. Tang Xiao was willing to be inferior to Ji Qingyuan. The fans who were hesitating whether to leave or stay immediately looked towards the door like puppets with the switch turned off. A young man, with a clear and elegant appearance, stood outside the door, with the corners of his lips curved upwards, smiling politely at everyone in the conference room. Shinji, who was controlling the direction of the forum posts, played the role of a temporary secretary and stood up to ask, "What can I do for you, Senior One?" He looked at the information given by Shuri Yuan and knew that the visitor was named Wen Songshu, the leader of Konggu, and the strength of Konggu was only inferior to the three groups of Hanmei, Shuri and Feiyu. Wen Songshu lowered his hands and smiled. Feiyu occupied the 6th floor of the dome, and we have nowhere to go. I thought that Miss Qingyuan must be short of manpower when she first arrived, so I wanted to recommend myself and get a qualification to enter and exit the 9th floor of the dome. Tang Xia, who had gradually separated herself from the feeling of loss and sadness, shock. She held the cat lying on her knees with her palms, and her fingertips pretended to slide over the cat's soft ears. She looked at Shuri Yuan with admiration in her eyes. Not long ago, Ji Qinglian asked her, all the people of Hanmei ran away, and the people of Shuri are useless. Where can we get high-end combat power to participate in the medium-sized camp competition? Shuri Yuan answered him calmly, it's coming soon. Then, she asked Shinji to post on the forum, with a hot title, to publicize what happened tonight. The photo was also taken by Shinji secretly from an angle, when the two sides were confronting each other before she came. Nia Linghan led Hanmei, and a large group of people out of the 9th floor of the dome. Coupled with the pictures posted on the forum, it caused a huge sensation as expected. Less than half an hour after the post was sent, someone really came. Shuri Yuan smiled, and made a gesture of invitation to Wen Songshu, who then stepped into the meeting room. Ji Qingqi pulled out the chair next to him, and Wen Songshu walked over and sat down calmly, and smiled friendly at Tang Xia and his fans. He did not sit down like a wooden stick, but unfolded the light brain, opened the file on the desktop, and pushed the light screen in front of Shuri Yuan. This is the list of members of Konggu and some information. Please take a look. Shuri Yuan pointed at the light screen, his eyes swept across his face, and roughly looked at the distribution of combat power on the list, and said with a leadership style, Senior, you are thoughtful. So far, Konggu has a total of 156 members, 12 extraordinary talents, 37 talents above level 7, and the rest are all talents from level 4 to 6. As long as it is useful to you. Wen Songshu did not think of taking advantage of him at all, and said very modestly. After that, the meeting room returned to silence. Ji Qinglian had nothing to do, so he simply bit a bubble gum and blew bubbles from time to time. Ji Qingqi didn't want to be stared at by Tang Xia's fans, so he stood up and walked to the window to open his light brain and sent a message to Jisiu. I have a bell. Why didn't you join the Yaoguang camp at that time? Jisiu didn't know what he was doing, so he didn't reply to him immediately. Ji Qingqi looked at the starry night sky boredly and waited for a reply about 3 minutes later. Jisiu? ? He pursed his lips and sent another message. I have a bell. I go to your place to pick grapes later. Jisiu, at the conference table, Tang Xia didn't know what to do. She was focusing on the kitten on her lap, which was poking its head left and right. She carefully touched its ears, and then its short legs. Shuri Yuan suddenly showed her a light screen and said, take a look. Tang Xia hurriedly said oh twice, not daring to be absent-minded again, and carefully read the information on it. Shuri Yuan looked at Ji Qinglian, who was still blowing bubbles, and gave him another light screen. You can also take a look. Ji Qinglian frowned, but did not refuse, and honestly read the content on it. Wen Songshu glanced at them twice without leaving a trace, and smiled. It's not convenient to use my light computer to read it. Why don't you add me as a friend? Sure, Yuan, of course. So, Wen Songshu added everyone at the scene except Ji Qingqi, who was isolated in front of the window, as a friend, and created a group chat, and pulled Shi Yuan, Tang Xia, and Ji Qinglian into the group. Shi Yuan also pulled Shen Jian. Wen Songshu also sent some other files, which were related to the major groups in the Yoguang camp, including cooperation, friction, and other information that was not easy to check on the surface. Shi Yuan gave him an admiring look. On the 8th floor of the dome, Han Mei and Su Ri were fighting fiercely, and neither of them was willing to give in. The people from the two groups went to the training ground in a mighty manner to compete openly, attracting a large group of spectators. The forum became even more lively. The freshmen who had joined the Yaguang camp, but had not yet chosen a group, looked at the big commotion tonight, and they were all very unsure, and their original plans were also disrupted. When Yao Linghan defeated Yun Jing and won the right to use the 8th floor of the dome, a new post appeared on the internal forum of the Yaguang camp. Announcement: Ji Qingyuan established the Yaguang organization and invited everyone to join. First floor: Ji Qingyuan is the president, Ji Qingqi and Wen Songshu are vice presidents, and the rest of the members are listed below. The president is the name given to the leader of the group by each major camp. As soon as the post was published, the Yaguang camp exploded, and the heat of the victory or defeat between Han Mei and Shiri was immediately suppressed. Let alone Ji Qingqi, the living signboard, Wen Songshu is no small figure in the Yaguang camp. Although he looks gentle and handsome, he is actually smooth and experienced, and is best at changing his attitude according to the situation. In terms of combat power, the military academy students of Konggu are completely inferior to the three groups in the first echelon, but the points they obtained in the camp competition are not less than them. Konggu rarely conflicts with other groups. Every time he sees that the situation is not right, he slips away faster than a rabbit. This time, he was forced to leave by Feiyu, and he left so cleanly. The group on the 5th floor of the dome saw that Konggu had lost the 6th floor, and was hesitating whether to pack up and bully the group on the 4th floor. Unexpectedly, Wen Songshu went directly to the 9th floor and embraced Ji Qingyuan's thigh. Now, the announcement was issued, and Wen Songshu just surrendered and got the position of vice president of Miss Ji, and was on an equal footing with Ji Qingqi. The small groups that were originally trembling and afraid of being affected were like opening the door to a new world. Ji Qingyuan's leadership ability is still unknown, but Ji Qingqi is a real humanoid killer. With him in charge, are they still worried about not getting points in the small and medium-sized camp competition? Moreover, even if the eldest lady is not good at management, she has Wen Songshu, the vice president, to back her up, so she can be a hands-off boss. For a time, small groups flocked in. When the members of the Hanmei and Shiri groups returned to the Yaguang Dome, they found that the 8th and 7th floors were occupied. After a closer look, they found that the people sitting on the 8th floor were Ji Qingqi and Ji Qinglan, and the people sitting on the 7th floor were Wen Songshu and Tang Xia. Meeting Niao Lingan's sharp gaze, Ji Qinglan leaned against the conference table, showing a bullying posture, and once again gestured to the door. Senior Nia, we have too many Yaguang members, and one conference room is not enough. Please move again. Niao Linghan went to the 7th floor with a cold face, and happened to meet Yun Jing, who was also invited out in the star ladder. The two people, who had many new and old grudges, snorted together, and took the star ladder to the 6th floor together. The members of Feiyu sat in the conference room, and they were completely in no mood to discuss the camp competition. They all frowned and browsed the forum with their light computers, wanting to see the future direction. People who sat close to them whispered a few words from time to time. Before they could figure out what was going on, the door of the conference room was suddenly kicked open. Nia Lingan's sharp eyes shot straight at Lei Lai, the leader of Feiyu, and he coldly spat out a word: "Get lost." Lei Lai was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Niao Linghan ran to the 6th floor. When he came to the 5th floor with his nose pinched, Yun Jing gave him a solid "get lost" and immediately suppressed the anger in his heart, and led his people to the 9th floor. Chapter 46. The commotion on Yaguang Island lasted for most of the night, and the people from the other 6 camps were all watching the gossip on the forum, with new posts opened one after another, as lively as the new year. Shi Yuan never paid attention to these things. After achieving her goal, she was very good at assigning the task of recruiting to Wen Songshu, and Shinji supervised from the side, while she left Yaguang Island with her 2 stepbrothers. As for Tang Xia, she volunteered to stay and study, and Shi Yuan certainly would not stop her. It is a good thing to be motivated, but if you know that you are not valued by others and still don't want to change, then you are really hopeless. I'm going to pick grapes with my eldest brother. Do you want to come with me? Ji Qingqi asked. After leaving the Yugwang Dome, his aura was invisibly relaxed a lot, but because he always had a calm and cold face, no obvious changes could be seen. Shi Yuan smiled and replied, okay. Ji Qingqi tonight was very different from usual. He didn't have the aloof attitude of not bothering to care about anyone. When he confronted Niao Linghan, everyone was afraid of his sharpness. No wonder Ji Wu knew that he loved to be lazy, but didn't do anything to correct his character. Her cheap second brother. Very insightful. If she hadn't returned to the Tiandu Ji family, Ji Qingqi would have been the best choice for the leader of the Taotai Corps. Ji Qingling didn't become the most prominent brother tonight, and he felt a little disappointed. He gritted his teeth and said that he would improve his strength quickly in the future, otherwise his sister would not look for him for support. He was about to say that he would not go, but when he heard Shi Yuan's words, he swallowed the refusal back into his stomach and muttered, has Lingling not finished eating the grapes on the shelf? Lingdang likes to eat star fruits. The grape seeds in GCU's yard are from the alienated area. They are extremely rare and the grapes are sweet and juicy, which is beneficial to the cultivation of gifted people and alien beasts. Last year, GCU sent a basket of grapes to Ji Qingqi. Lingdang tasted it once and kept thinking about it. This year, when the grapes are ripe, she flew over when she smelled the smell. Sometimes Ji Qingqi couldn't find its shadow in his yard, but if he went to GCU's place, he would definitely see it and Song snorting. Having such a greedy horse really makes the owner lose face, but Ji Qingqi has gotten used to it and said calmly, I should be able to pick a few more times. Anyway, it's not in front of outsiders. On the grass in front, Lingdang, who was grinning at the marshal, seemed to sense that someone was saying bad things about her, and snorted. The immature baby stood between it and the marshal, and he didn't know what happy thing happened. He jumped and stepped on the grass with his hooves. He soon found the three people not far away and ran over immediately. Shi Yuan laughed, held the saddle and rode on the baby's back, and said to his two cheat brothers, I go first. The baby spread his wings and fluttered gently, and flew into the night sky. Lingdang and the marshal followed closely with their masters and soon caught up. When the three unicorns landed in GCU's yard, he heard the movement, pushed open the window of the small building, and cast a disdainful look at Ji Qingqi. You came just now, and you brought your family with you? He seemed to have just come back, still wearing a school uniform, and the coat had been taken off, only wearing a thin white shirt. Ji Qinglian snorted at him. What? Do you have to buy a ticket to enter this broken place? He asked the marshal to go play, and he walked to the rattan chair with his long legs, sitting, lying, and crossing his legs in a series of smooth movements, just like he was at home. Ji Qingqi shrugged his shoulders, and was about to pick 2 bunches of grapes to quench Lingling's thirst. When he turned around, he saw that the big horse behind him had disappeared without a trace. He looked again, and saw that it and the baby had gathered under the grape trellis, and were self-sufficient. Shi Yuan didn't care about the word being polite, and took out the kitten, who didn't want to go back to the spiritual power spring from his pocket, and prepared to put it on his shoulder. There was a whoosh sound, and she looked up. Just then GCU, who was standing in front of the second-floor window, jumped over the windowsill, and landed in front of her with a gust of cold wind. He grabbed the kitten's neck skin without saying anything, held it in his hand, and immediately turned around to prevent her from grabbing it. He said shamelessly, Ticket fee. Shi Yuan, 3 people entered the door together. Why should she be the only one to pay the ticket fee? If you want to pet a cat, just say it. GCU didn't care what she was thinking. He took the kitten and sat under the grape trellis, put it on the white jade chessboard on the stone table, supported his chin with one hand, poked its furry ears with his fingertips, or pinched its short legs, and shook a cat teaser in front of it. The kitten was unmoved and yawned lazily. I don't know where the lazy cat poked GCU's funny point. He suddenly laughed. Is he crazy? Or did he encounter something good? Shi Yuan sighed, and sat down opposite him. He didn't care that the tea in the teapot had gone cold. He poured himself a cup and drank it all in one gulp. Ji Qingqi glanced at the two of them, then looked away, and concentrated on picking grapes. Lingling and Bao Bao had already started eating. The marshal also came over curiously. He first licked a grape with his tongue tentatively. He didn't taste anything, but then he smelled the sweet smell of the grape flesh being bitten. He simply bit it, and chewed it twice, and swallowed it into his stomach. So, 2 horses eating grapes became 3 horses eating grapes. Song, who was lying by the stream, opened one eye and snorted disdainfully, as if he was laughing at a group of stupid horses who had never seen the world. Ji Qinglian, who was lying comfortably on the rattan chair, suddenly thought of something and stood up and said, "Qing Yuan, how do you plan to arrange the follow-up matters of Yaoguang? Han A and Shiri must be removed, but they have been rooted in the Yaoguang camp for a long time, and the group cohesion is very strong. A considerable number of people have their own pushers behind them, so it can't be described as a simple group. The Yaoguang camp has always been the most chaotic camp among the 7 camps. A leader who can lead the camp has not appeared for a long time. The military academy students who joined the Yaoguang camp either saw the freedom here and could spend their time as they wished, or they did not want to get involved in the struggle between the totem families, and focused on improving their strength and made a choice after graduation, or they felt that they were quite capable and wanted to form a small group, preferring to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. The competition between the camps was fierce, and the Yaoguang camp without a unified leader was like fish on a chopping board, and anyone could chop it. Tang Shishing had already led the Tianshu camp, but he was not satisfied and wanted the Yaoguang camp to be in his pocket. The leaders of other camps more or less had the same idea and were aware of the intentions of their competitors. The bloodline of the totem family is not short of supporters. Just sending some people to mess up the situation is enough to make the Yaoguang camp suffer, not to mention multiple forces messing up the situation together. One after another, the situation of the Yaoguang camp, which was already at the bottom of the list, has become even worse. Although so many groups came to surrender today, no one knows what they are thinking, and they may also come to mess up the situation. Now they look very well behaved, but maybe something will go wrong at the beginning of the camp competition. Especially since Shi Yuan had offended Qi Qinyu not long ago. With her personality, she would never pretend that nothing happened, and maybe she is holding back something bad at this moment. If the Yaoguang camp loses miserably in the camp competition, what will happen if Ji Qingyuan suppresses many military school students by force? She is still a useless young lady without any command and management talent. Such remarks will be rampant. This is a big pit. Shi Yuan listened to Ji Qinglian's long chatter, and her eyes sparkled as she said, "Third brother, your brain has become more flexible." She originally thought that the cheap third brother was reckless, but she never thought that the eldest young master had a bad temper and didn't like to use his brain at ordinary times. He could still see some power at critical moments. After all, he was a top noble who had been trained as an heir since he was a child. Under the influence of his family, his knowledge and vision were not comparable to ordinary people. Ji Qinglian didn't know that he had gained a lot of points in her mind compared to before. He raised his hand and grabbed a handful of hair, wondering if she was praising or scolding him. Ji Qingqi couldn't help but chuckled. Ji Qinglian, very good, it's not a good thing. The eldest young master gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not a blockhead." Shi Yuan closed her eyes and flattered, "Yeah, third brother is the smartest." After that, she didn't give Ji Qinglian time to think whether she was perfunctory to him, and poured another cup of herbal tea, and said slowly, "That will only work if they can do something weird." Ji Qinglian didn't understand what she meant. The undercover wanted to cheat people, could she stop them? And it wasn't just one or two. He was about to ask his bad sister what she wanted to do, when she stretched out her white hand to Jisiu and said confidently, "Brother, lend me some points." Jisiu, who was playing with the kitten, was suddenly called out and glanced at her. "You haven't paid back the 50,000 points you borrowed last time." Shi Yuan said confidently, "Pay it back together next time." Jisiu said stingily, "Why don't you borrow from your second brother? He is richer than me." Shi Yuan blinked. "Second brother will do the work, you will pay the money, and we will all have a bright future." Jisiu, Ji Qingqi couldn't help laughing this time. It seems that even if he didn't join the Yaoguang camp, he couldn't escape the clutches of his sister. Jisiu threw her the student card and stabbed her. The debtors are all masters. Shi Yuan swiped the huge points in it to his own student card, and thoughtfully left him 1,000 for dinner. Jisiu took the meal card she returned and said unhappily, 1,000? Zhou Bapai was really a scoundrel, who had to leave 3 taels of meat in front of his cheap sister. Shi Yuan said without blushing, "If brother is short of points for meals, he can ask the second brother, he has more points." Ji Qingqi's upturned mouth froze. Ji Qinglian couldn't stand it anymore, and suddenly appeared beside the stone table with his hands folded on his chest like a ghost, looking down at the 2 brothers and sisters, who were friendly and respectful, and asked, "Then what should I pay?" He stared at Shi Yuan, as if he would keep her here tonight if she didn't explain. Shi Yuan answered calmly, "Third brother is of course on a mission." Ji Qinglian asked curiously what mission. The bad sister was being mysterious, and he had been confused since just now, and of course he couldn't figure out what she was up to now. Shi Yuan motioned him to come closer, and Ji Qinglian sat down on the stone bench, and the two of them whispered for a long time. Ji Qingqi listened to her words, and picked a bunch of grapes to wash by the stream, and put them on the stone table. Ji Xiu picked one and ate it quite naturally. At the same time, in a secluded corner of the Xingyang Military Academy's ground campus, Qi Qinyu leaned against a camphor tree with her arms folded across her chest, squinting her eyes, and taking a nap. After a while, light footsteps sounded, and a figure appeared under the dim streetlights. The young man was tall and had long legs, and he had an elegant temperament. He was looking at Qi Qinyu with one hand in his pocket, smiling and saying, "Thank you for waiting for me, President Qi. I have too many things to do tonight, and I can't get away." If Tang Xiao was here, she would definitely recognize that the person who was talking was Wen Songshu, who had said goodbye to her at the Yoguang Dome not long ago, and the first person to come with Kongdu to surrender to Shi Yuan. Qi Qinyu sneered, "You are doing very well in front of Ji Qingyuan." Wen Songshu seemed not to hear the sarcasm in her words, and said calmly, "Isn't this all thanks to President Qi's guidance? Miss Ji is innocent and simple. How could she know that I would be the undercover you sent? I am ashamed that she trusts me so much now." Qi Qinyu was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and stroked her newly made nails, and said, "In the camp competition, I want her to lose miserably." Chapter 47. Shi Yuan didn't intend to get rich overnight. She knew very well that trying so hard to deal with Hanmei and Su Ri, two highly cohesive groups, would most likely end up with more losses than gains. She was not the one whose territory was taken away and left the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors of the dome. What she had to do at this stage was to take care of the existing military academy students under her, lead the camp to victory, and let the camp members see substantial benefits. No one can refuse victory. Is there no force associated with other totem families in the camp led by Tang Xixing and others? Of course there is, but they can still command the entire camp and lead the camp members to victory. The reason is simple. When Tang Xixing and others lead the military academy students to realize the value of their own pursuit, they will reject and despise things like being an undercover agent or a troublemaker. The talented people are admitted to Xingyang Military Academy not to play palace fighting, but to show their own value and improve their abilities in order to have a bright future. There are indeed conflicts between the totem families, but if the talents in the constellations they govern want to move to other constellations, they cannot send out the totem legion to suppress them. If they really do this, they will be laughed to death by other totem families. Therefore, it is not uncommon for talents from the Jade Qiong constellation to join the Golden Crow Legion, or talents from the Snake Spear constellation to join the Tout Eye Legion. This is also why the bloodline of the totem family will aim to become the leader of the camp after entering the Xingyang Military Academy. Not only are the totem families competing with each other, but they also regard themselves as the living signs of their own legions to attract more outstanding talents to join. The fierce and ruthless competition of the totem family has made them stand at the top of the eternal light for a long time without decline, because the weak and useless ones have basically been eliminated in the competition, and those who remain are either extremely capable or cruel. But prosperity and decline are the inevitable laws of the development of things. Among the 7 major totem families, the bloodline of the Tao Tai family is declining, and the Qilin family only has Yushi Zhe as a single seedling. If there is no turnaround, being cannibalized is the inevitable result. Shi Yuan does not want to change from a rich woman to a poor little person who has no food to eat, so she naturally cannot be trampled under the feet of other totem families. Ji Wu did not investigate her past in detail, and the reason is actually easy to guess. No one can resist the tremendous power of the totem family, and she has pure Tao Tai blood, which is a fact that cannot be faked or changed. If she can become a talent, what if Ji Wu bribes her with the entire Tianduji clan? Shi Yuan has already realized that the notorious Marshal Ji Wu is a crazy gambler. Qing Yuan, what are you thinking about? Tang Xixing asked. A week later, the Crown Prince finally made time to apologize to Shi Yuan. The place of apology was still the same restaurant as last time, and he personally peeled a bowl of Xiong shrimp for her. This time, there was no GCU to disrupt the situation, and the dining atmosphere of the two was very pleasant. Shi Yuan came back to his senses and sighed helplessly. Senior is really amazing. Tang Xixing laughed in surprise. Why are you praising me suddenly? Shi Yuan muttered softly, my mother asked me to choose a camp in Xingyang Military Academy to be the leader, but I just returned to the family. I don't know anything, and I can't understand many documents and materials. How can I manage such a large camp? My brother also laughed at me for being a little fool. He is so hateful. At this point, she snorted, and then quickly changed her mood and looked at Tang Xixing with her sparkling eyes, with a little admiration in her tone. Senior, you can manage the Tianshu camp in an orderly manner and lead them to become the leader of the 7 camps. You are really amazing. No one doesn't like to hear good words, especially when something they are proud of is recognized and praised by others. Tang Xixing's gloom of the past few days was dispelled a lot, and he laughed softly. How can it be as exaggerated as you describe? I just have a good growth environment since I was a child. I have seen more and learned more than ordinary people. You will be able to do better than me as you get in touch with it slowly. Then I must work hard. Sure, Yuan seemed to be inspired to fight. Let my mother look at you with new eyes. Tang Xixing's eyes flashed slightly, and he followed her words. Marshal Ji, we will definitely be proud of you. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Apart from anything else, I am quite experienced in commanding a camp. Thank you first, Senior. Senior Feng also told me the same thing. I am so lucky to meet people like you who are willing to help me. Sure, Yuan sighed innocently. Tang Xixing paused while pouring juice for her and asked, Feng Shiyuan? Yeah. My brother told me to stop messing around and learn from senior sister Feng how to be a good leader of a faction. So I followed her example and asked my second brother to help me drive Han Mei out of the 9th floor of the Yaoguang Dome. As a result, many groups really wanted to join us. She talked about her cleverness and sighed that Feng Shiyuan was so powerful. Tang Xixing listened to her calmly, thinking to himself, with Ji Wu's pressure, Ji Siyu will not sit idly by and watch Ji Qingyuan. There are conflicts and cooperation between the totem families. It is no secret that Ji Siyu and Feng Shiyuan have a good relationship. Even the fact that they have become close friends is due to Tang Xixing. At this time, when Shi Yuan said that Feng Shiyuan generously told her how to become a qualified leader of a camp, Tang Xixing felt a little relieved and became a little depressed. However, he did not reveal his inner thoughts, but continued to play the role of a reliable senior, giving a few words from time to time, using euphemistic and gentle words, without any intention of giving orders. Shi Yuan also cooperated and put on a humble attitude to ask for advice, and the play was performed with ulterior motives. Back to the dormitory downstairs, Shi Yuan saw Qi Huan, who had not appeared for a long time. He sat on a stone chair next to the pool, looking up from time to time, and the last glance happened to see Shi Yuan. The two looked at each other. Qi Huan waved happily, stood up and trotted towards her. Qing Yuan, you're back. Shi Yuan looked at him twice. Waiting for me here? Why didn't you send me a message? It was indeed Qi Huan, not Qi Xian. Judging from his expression and attitude, he had returned to the time when they first met on Xiamengxing, free and easy, like a little son, without any gloomy feeling after entering Xingyao Military Academy. Not normal. Qi Huan hesitated. I came to apologize to you. I got you involved in the last incident. Remember the kidnapping incident? It was the group of black talents who arrested me, not you. What are you apologizing for? Shi Yuan was a little confused about his current situation, and thought for a while, and said, Where is Qi Xian? Qi Huan slightly widened his eyes, and talked about other things. You know my brother? This reaction was even stranger. Shi Yuan asked tentatively, He saved us, didn't he? Qi Huan's eyes widened, and after a few seconds, he showed an excited look. He looked around, pulled Shi Yuan to a place where no one was, and whispered, You have seen my brother. He didn't look like he would be stimulated. Shi Yuan nodded. Qi Huan let out a long breath, like a person who was carrying a big secret and unloading a heavy yoke. He chuckled twice. Is my brother very powerful? He praised me for making a good friend. Can you communicate with him? Shi Yuan asked. Yeah. Qi Huan said excitedly. He also told me that I can't just listen to my mother. I have to have my own ideas. I will do whatever I want, and he will help me. Shi Yuan listened to him patiently, and almost understood Qi Huan's current situation. His second personality can communicate with him, and as a brother, he can release the thoughts that have been bound in his subconscious mind and become a free person. Qi Huan gained confidence from Qi Xian. Perhaps because of his spiritual dependence, he did not think that there was anything wrong with having a brother living in his body? That's great. Shi Yuan agreed with him with a smile. The two of them returned to their previous mode of getting along. Suddenly, Qi Huan's light brain sent a message prompt. He unfolded the light screen, and saw that the person who sent the message was Qi Qinyu. Shi Yuan glanced at the message note, and looked away and said, Is there something important? Qi Huan clicked on the dialogue box between the two, saw the content inside, frowned and said, It's some boring things, but I can't not go. Shi Yuan chuckled, Then go solve it, you can do it. Chi Huan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he nodded vigorously. I can do it. He clenched his fists as if to encourage himself, and waved goodbye to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan smiled as he watched him leave. Qi Qingyu is in trouble. Qi Xian, who was born out of despair and expectation, is not a good person. He is Qi Huan's sharpest knife, and will cut through thorns and thorns for him and move forward. Is there no news from Black Cat yet? Qilang sat on the bed with his upper body naked, allowing Han Shuyun to check his body injuries. He has always been cautious about Shinji's affairs. When he learned that he had a code name of Black Cat, he called him by that name. Even in front of Han Shuyun, who knew Shinji's background, he was very careful when mentioning him. Han Shuyun shook his head. He told us to wait patiently, and not to act rashly. That person. He is definitely not a soft-hearted person. He went to great lengths to save them, but has not shown up until now. He must have a big plot. What is their plot worth plotting? Qilang responded absent-mindedly. It has been nearly a week since the escape from the Sea of Biqiong. Miss Ji, who helped him escape, seemed to have forgotten him, and did not make any moves. Qilang has dealt with all kinds of people, including cunning and difficult wanted criminals, noble lackeys who are arrogant, and self-important nobles, but he has never come into contact with real top nobles. During the time he was imprisoned, he thought about what happened before and after he was arrested dozens or hundreds of times, and finally concluded that it was not his people who made mistakes, but Ji Qingyuan and Qi Huan who were tricky. But it was too late to figure it out by then. He was imprisoned. Time could not be reversed, and there was no regret medicine in the world. When he thought he had no chance of escaping, Ji Qingyuan appeared with a face full of arrogance. At first, he thought she really wanted to torture him by giving him the box of black crystals. While being whipped, he secretly hid a part of the violent star power and waited for the opportunity to escape. When he successfully escaped, he learned from Han Shuyun that the person who planned the prisoner car robbery was Ji Qingyuan, and he almost thought he was dreaming. After settling down and contacting Shinji, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine when thinking about what happened before and after. He guessed that the trick was with Ji Qingyuan. The other party played him around, and he was rescued, but he didn't know who was behind it. He thought the other party was an arrogant second-generation rich. If the totem family cultivates such ruthless characters, it's no wonder. No wonder the eldest brother would. Suddenly, Qilong's sharp eyes swept to the shadow at the door and shouted, "Who is it?" I don't know. When a figure appeared there, silent and ghostly, the moonlight shone down, reflecting the corner of the black leather boots. Han Shuyun was startled by his sudden words, and reflexively followed his gaze to look outside, and his fingers touched the dagger hidden behind his waist. Qilong's voice also alarmed the people guarding the yard. The messy footsteps sounded and hurried over here, but the people hiding in the shadows were not affected at all, and walked out slowly. She was wearing mid-calf leather boots and a black cape. Her right hand, which was covered with leather gloves, was tossing a piece of A-grade black crystal from time to time. It was the slight sound of her tossing the black crystal that caught the attention of the Red Wolf. On the black crystal, there was a water-repelling star pattern. Qi Lang's pupil shrank suddenly, and he immediately stood up from the bunk bed and said to the black talents who surrounded him, "We are one family, you guys should leave first." Shi Yuan caught the black crystal that fell from the sky again, walked into the house slowly, and found a random seat to sit down. Qi Lang walked up to her quickly, and Han Shuyun glanced at her quietly. Knowing that the two had important things to discuss, she went out and closed the door, and personally guarded outside to prevent anyone from approaching. The room became quiet inside and outside, and the atmosphere was very silent. It was only a few seconds, but it made people feel a chill on their backs. The long week was enough for Qi Lang to think about many things, but waiting also made him restless. I never thought that Shi Yuan would appear in this way, and Qi Lang's previous psychological preparation was not useful. However, he knew what chips he had, and what he wanted to achieve, and he also knew that these top nobles, who were used to being high and mighty, liked to show off. Since they wanted to cooperate and trade, and he had accepted the other party's favor, he was willing to lower his posture. He took a deep breath, put his hands on the seams of his pants, bent down straight and said, "Thank you, Miss Qingyuan, for saving me this time. I am very grateful." Shi Yuan took off his hood and looked at him lazily. "Thank you?" Her voice was very light, as if she had heard something funny. When her tone turned back, she sneered, "How much is your gratitude worth? Is it worth the money I spent?" Qilong's heart skipped a beat. Not to mention the illusory gratitude, even his life could not afford to hire the people who participated in the action in the Sea of Biqiong that day. Let alone the group of wanted criminals, who only recognized money and not people, Just the man in the bamboo hat who went to meet him was not someone who could be hired by money. While thinking, the cold voice sounded again, "Have you figured out how to deal with me?" The red wolf immediately withdrew his mind, completely lost the mentality of luck, and it was impossible for him to be arrogant like a cat playing with a mouse when he forced her to absorb the black crystal. Thinking a lot, he withdrew all his temptations, made up his mind, and knelt on one knee with a bang. "If you need me, I will go through fire and water without complaint." He knelt quickly. Sure, Yuan chuckled. When this evil wolf caught her, he probably never dreamed that one day he would kneel in front of her and try to figure out her thoughts. "I don't need you to go through fire and water, but I have a few questions to ask you." That being said, she didn't mean to let anyone get up. The evil wolf, who was used to being the leader, would never lower his proud head like a dog wagging its tail to beg for mercy even if he was taken home by a hunter. Xi Lang thought of what Shinji had revealed, pursed his lips and said, "You want to know about the token?" "Sure," Yuan said. "This is just one of them." "How about you tell me first?" Xi Lang pressed the knuckles of his index finger with the tip of his thumb, and after a moment of hesitation, he decided to confess, "This is something left by the Demon God Core." "Demon God Core?" Sure, Yuan pretended to be surprised. Xi Lang licked his dry lips. "Yes, but that was more than 10 years ago." Sure, Yuan motioned him to continue. Xi Lang thought about it, and simply started from the beginning. "You can accurately call out my code name. You must know my origins. I was a member of the Demon God Corps." The Demon God Corps was originally just a bandit organization formed by a group of black talents, who had nowhere to go, and wanted criminals, who fled to the desolate star field. At that time, it was not called the Demon God Corps. For a period of time, the Yongnao Empire vigorously rectified the marginal star field. In order to survive, the bandits were forced to enter the depths of the desolate star field. Someone accidentally discovered a Stargate ruins. I was only a few years old at that time, and did not participate in their actions. I only remember that most of the people who went in died. My eldest brother survived by chance, and got the inheritance in the ruins. After my eldest brother came out, he kept silent about the things in the ruins, but I once heard him vaguely mention the 3 words Demon God Tomb in a nightmare. Demon God Tomb? Sure, Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and asked again, "Are you sure you heard it right?" There is a legend that above the Holy Land is the God Realm, and those who achieve the God Realm are immortal, but she has never heard of any gifted person breaking through the Holy Land. Xi Lang said, "There are 3 words in total, and it is impossible to mishear the word Demon God." After that, my eldest brother incorporated all the bandit organizations in the desolate star field, and named them the Demon God Legion. As for whether it is a tomb or a species, or other species, I can't give an accurate statement. Sure, Yuan asked, "Then this token, did he bring it out from the Demon God Tomb?" Xi Lang nodded. "Before he died, he gave me the token and asked me to wait for the temple to open." "The temple is open?" Sure, Yuan repeated his words, and then glanced at him with a smile. "I think you are not an honest man, but you have described the matter in such detail. There is no conspiracy, right?" Xi Lang was still waiting for her to ask what the temple is, but he was caught off guard by such a sentence, and smiled. "You are joking. How am I not an honest man? I have received your life-saving grace, so I should tell you everything I know. It would be ignorant to hide it." Sure, Yuan did not expose his little thoughts, and changed the question. "Since he entrusted this thing to you, it should be very important. How could it fall into the hands of others?" Xi Lang quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and realized that he was actually nervous in front of a little girl who had just grown up, and felt quite ashamed. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and smiled bitterly. "I was hiding it at first, but the black star power inside can help us speed up our cultivation, and will not affect the emotions of black talents. In order for my subordinates to have the ability to make a living, I let them extract the black star power inside to assist in cultivation. As a result, a traitor appeared among my subordinates, and the token was stolen by him. He was the one you killed in the blood-forbidden land." At the end, his tone was a bit gnashing of teeth. If the token had not been stolen and the person had not died in the blood-forbidden land, he would not have met the ancestor in front of him and almost lost his life. Sure, Yuan glanced at him. "Why didn't Tang Xixing destroy your spiritual power?" The question was so jumpy that it made Qilong's eyebrows jump violently. Sure, Yuan seemed not to notice the change in his expression. He fiddled with the black crystal in his palm from time to time, and said meaningfully, "You are a wanted criminal who escaped from Tianyuan prison. Isn't he afraid that you will run away again?" And this wolf did run away again. "If I were him, I would definitely destroy your spiritual power spring, and leave you no room for resistance. And if I remember correctly, in order to prevent criminals from rioting, the spiritual power springs of the gifted people, who were imprisoned in Tianyuan prison would be destroyed uniformly. I checked your file, and what happened? It was destroyed. I can't find out whether you were a gifted person or an ordinary person before you were imprisoned. If you are a gifted person, it means that Qi Lang's spiritual power spring was destroyed once. When the spiritual power spring is destroyed, the mimicry disappears, and the gifted person will not be able to cultivate to become an ordinary person. If you are an ordinary person, the current mimicry is awakened after being imprisoned, but there is almost no precedent for ordinary people being imprisoned in Tianyuan prison. At this point, the meaning is already very clear. If Qi Lang still wants to achieve his goal, he can only confess. He sighed resignedly. You guessed it right. My spiritual power spring has been reshaped, relying on the black star power in the token. After my eldest brother died, I fled with Xiaoji. In the end, I couldn't escape, so I could only send him to the door of the orphanage and hide the token. Because my eldest brother was cautious and never told people about our brotherly relationship, when I was arrested, they just thought I was a small fry, so they only destroyed my spiritual power spring and threw me into Tianyuan prison. It was only after I was imprisoned for a year that I discovered that my spiritual power spring had been reshaped, and the mimicry had not disappeared, so I was able to escape from Tianyuan prison 3 years ago. Tang Xixing wanted to learn from me how to reshape the spiritual power spring, but I refused to tell him. His claim to send me back to Tianyuan prison was probably a cover, but he didn't expect that I would be intercepted by you before I even left the Biqiong Sea. At this point, Qi Lang had to admit that the ancestor in front of him was indeed an ancestor, and he had everything planned out. He only looked for him to verify his guess. Shi Yuan lowered his eyes. The black star power can not only prevent black talents from losing control of their emotions, but also reshape the spiritual power spring and increase the cultivation speed of talents. It is just a panacea. But how can there be such a good thing in the world? If you want to take it, you must give it first. This is a delicious dessert on the trap, demon god. It doesn't sound like a good thing. Shi Yuan temporarily put aside the speculation and thoughts related to the black token and mentioned another thing. 17 years ago, what happened to the demon god army slaughtering the Baizhe clan? Here it comes. Qi Lang was shocked and didn't hesitate at all before. He answered straightforwardly, it wasn't my eldest brother who did it. We were framed. Shi Yuan already knew the truth about the massacre of the Baizhe family. Now he just came to listen to what happened that year from another perspective. She showed a little surprise. I have read the investigation materials of that year. There are traces left by your demon god army everywhere. How come it wasn't you who did it? After the Baizhe family was in trouble, the Tongqi royal family and the Tingsha family arrived at Tianhing Star first, collected the bodies of the victims, preserved the traces at the scene, and waited for the other 4 families to come. Qi Lang said coldly, I was only 14 years old at that time, and did not participate in the affairs of the demon god army, but I remember very clearly that a secretive person came to my brother and wanted to make a huge deal with him, but was rejected by my brother. That night, my brother told me that in this world, there are some people we can offend, and some we can't, otherwise the good days will be over. The people, he said, were the 7 totem families of the Yongnao Empire, and the 5 holy totem families of the Winston Empire. How could he just tell me not to offend the totem family, and then go and slaughter the entire Baizhe family? But the incident happened too suddenly. When we received the news that the Baizhe family was almost destroyed, the 6 totem legions were already at the gates of the city, and the demon god army was wiped out. At this point, Qi Lang sneered. In that deal, the demon god corps had no choice at all. They were the butcher knife chosen by the executioner, and the shield put forward by the people behind the scenes. Shi Yuan asked, so you want to find Xiao Baizhe to find out the truth of that year? Qi Lang admitted, yes. But how easy is it to meet Xiao Baizhe? There are spies from the Tongqi royal family everywhere around her. If a stranger approaches her, being investigated for her ancestors is the worst, and being directly killed is the worst. He can't let Shinji take that risk. So, when he met Qi Huan and Shi Yuan in the blood-forbidden land, he wanted to arrest the 2 and force them to become black talents, so that they can get on the same boat with him, and then use their identities to contact Xiao Baizhe. Shi Yuan sneered, idiot. Qi Lang was stunned by her scolding. Do you know why you are kneeling in front of me and begging for mercy? Shi Yuan looked down at him with contempt. The 4 words begging for mercy successfully made Qilong's forehead veins pop. You want to find Xiao Baizhe, which is so important that even your minions know about it. Are you afraid that the news will not be leaked? You used the token left by your elder brother to improve the strength of your subordinates, and it was stolen by a 7th-level black talent. It's really ridiculous to tell people about it. So what if you met Xiao Baizhe? Why would she believe you, the enemy who slaughtered her entire family, and find the truth for you. Just because you said that the demon god army was framed? Do you think that in exchange for the secret of the token, I will help you contact Bai Zhe? Jilang, more than 10 years of prison life, 3 years of desperate life, have you grown such a little brain? The token is in my hand. The things you said only confirm my guess. You don't know what it is used for. I don't think you know where the demon god's tomb is. With such a small amount of capital, what makes you think you are qualified to trade with me fairly? For 3 years, the Tongxi royal family didn't find you and killed you. You are such a waste. With every word she said, Qilan's face became worse, and the blue veins on his forehead were bulging, as if he was a wolf with its tail caught in a trap, and he might suddenly hurt people at any time. Sure Yuan pulled up his hood, stood up and walked out, as if he didn't see his extremely ugly expression. In just a few seconds, big drops of sweat gathered on Qilan's forehead, and they rolled down and dripped on his heaving chest. Sure Yuan's words and recent events played in his mind like movie clips, torturing his cognition again and again. He didn't know people well, lost the token, and let it fall into the hands of others. The matter of Xiao Baizhe was so important that he let his subordinates know about it. He was too soft-hearted to eliminate the trouble forever, and he didn't think about remedying it, which led to more and more people knowing about it. He never considered whether there were secret tracking marks on the blood of the totem family, and directly took them back to his own place. One by one, it was simply stupid. He couldn't see through Ji Qingyuan at all, but still looked down on her because of her age, and tried to play tricks in front of her. Deal? When did Ji Qingyuan agree to make a deal with him? Because she spent a lot of manpower and material resources to rescue him, and even let him know the existence of the Star Gate, so he was flattered, thinking that she must have something to ask of him, and that he was a guest invited on board by her. No! He is not. He is just a chess piece that Miss Ji twisted out of the chess box when she was bored. If it wasn't him, there would be someone else. Qilang was sweating profusely. When he opened his mouth to call out to Shi Yuan, the other party had disappeared without a trace, just like he had appeared without warning not long ago. He sat down dejectedly on the ground, realizing that he had missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shi Yuan took off his cloak after returning to the dormitory from the Star Gate inside. I'm so tired, I can't carry it anymore. It's really hard to save a fortune. Why don't she just lie down? Forget it. Just leave it alone. Eating other people's food is not as good as eating your own food. Chapter 48. The camp competition is divided into 4 types: full, large, medium, and small. As the name suggests, the full camp competition is a super large event that all military academy students from each camp who have not gone out for trials must participate in during the opening period. It will only be held once each semester, usually before the end of the semester. The large camp competition has 1,000 participants and is held 4 times each semester, with 3 games each time. The medium camp competition has 100 participants and is held once a week, with 5 games each time. The small camp competition has 5 participants, and 3 groups can participate in the same game, which is held once a day, with 20 games each time. The 7 major camps are ranked according to the total points obtained by the military academy students of each camp in the camp competition. The 9th floor of the Youguang Dome. In Shi Yuan's personal office, Tang Xia, Ji Qinglian, Shen Ji and several group leaders who have joined the Youguang organization are on both sides of the conference table, and when Song Shu is reporting on his work. 10 days have passed since the reshuffle of the Youguang camp. According to Shi Yuan's idea, when Song Shu integrated the members of the organization and collected the members' information again. Lei Lai, who came to join the organization, seemed to want to be the vice president. He suggested breaking up the small groups to prevent the situation of forming groups and excluding others in the organization, but was rejected by Shi Yuan, who only released the organization management regulations. It clearly stipulates that during the camp competition, members of the same organization are absolutely prohibited from targeting and harming each other. Violators will be expelled from the Youguang organization. This kind of management regulations, each camp has, and before the reshuffle of the Youguang camp, each group also has it. It is a routine process. When Soshu thinks that this young lady is still too naive. Did she think that by integrating the military academy students together, she could sit firmly on the high platform, like the leaders of other camps? Ji Qingqi's strength can indeed overwhelm many people, but it is not enough to manage an organization by force alone. The various groups in the Youguang camp have accumulated a lot of hatred because of the competition for the camp competition quota in previous years. Everyone is in a period of youth and competition. If the problem of the military academy students grouping is not solved, even if they are in the same organization, it will be no different from the previous situation of scattered sand. The situation that occurred within 3 days of the start of the camp competition was exactly the same as he expected. The participating teams with old grudges were assigned to the same camp competition. Before the people from other camps came to make trouble, they started fighting first. In the end, of course, they were eliminated miserably. When Songshu obediently reported the situation without making any comments. The small camp competition lasts 2 hours, and 20 games are held every night. In each game, 3 teams from each of the 7 camps, a total of 21 teams with 105 people, participate in the competition. Similar to the daily dungeons in the game, each camp will play all 20 games. The participating teams are not determined by the camp leaders, but by the academic system through random selection of teams that participated in the competition registration the day before. Sure Yuan's newly established Yogwang organization is in discord, and he has made enemies with Hame and Su Ri. He also has to guard against people from other camps. Under internal and external troubles, the points obtained in 3 days are pitiful. There are many posts mocking Sure Yuan in the forum. Ji Qing'an is furious and wants to go to the line, but she is pressed down. Sure Yuan looked through the results of the 3 days of competition and chuckled. What do you think? Her expression and attitude were relaxed and natural, with no signs of being angry at all, which made the group leaders present a little confused about what she was thinking now. Ji Qing'an crossed her index fingers to show that she had no opinion. Tang Xian knew her own weight, so she did not give any advice, but said, I want to hear the opinions of the seniors. Shinji positioned himself as the temporary secretary of the eldest lady, silently acting as an invisible person, not being the one who stood out and was targeted by the gun. The others looked at each other and cast their eyes on Vice President Wen Songshu. Wen Songshu thought for a moment, glanced at the group leaders who were holding their own agenda at the conference table, and said with a smile, the Yogwang organization has just been established, and I think everyone has not changed their mindsets yet. I think it would be best for you to restrain your former group members first, and not fight against each other, so that other camps can take advantage. The Kongu he brought with him had 156 members, and they all signed up to participate in this small camp competition as a team. They were the party that caused the least trouble, and most of the group points currently owned by the Yogwang organization were earned by them. Several group leaders cursed in their hearts. Treacherous villain. Sure Yuan was a freshman, and only a level 4 talent. The military academy students present were all higher than her, so how could they really be convinced by her? They came to surrender because they were attracted by Ji Qingqi's strong combat power, and wanted to wait and see the direction of the wind. If Sure Yuan could make a name for herself, it would be okay for them to follow her. If she was just a show-off, they would have time to quit halfway. It was more or less their contribution that the small faction competition turned out to be like this. It was a show of force, and also a way to see if this young lady was capable. When Songshu is cunning and treacherous, and flatters Ji Qingyuan. With him as a control group, and proper restraint of his subordinates, the leaders of other groups appear mediocre and ineffective. If they really do what he says, Ji Qingyuan, as a leader, will be too comfortable. Why are they the ones who work, and Ji Qingyuan is the one who sits on the high platform and gains fame? Someone immediately said that the military academy students he brought were so honest and obedient, and it must be someone else's fault. No one liked to hear this, and they began to say it collectively. For a while, the conference room was full of sarcastic words. In a nest of fighting, who is not someone else's mortal enemy? What's wrong with a few sarcastic words? If you don't agree, go to the training ground. My people are more honest than yours. It must be you who found the fault first. There is only one purpose for the quarrels, anyway, the pot of trouble must not be put on your head. Tang Xia had never seen such a scene before, and was dumbfounded. She looked at Sure Yuan with some concern, but she saw that she was listening with great interest, as if the 100 ducks on the conference table had nothing to do with her. Ji Qinglian frowned, and wanted to get angry, but because her sister had told her before the meeting to just watch and don't get involved, she had to suppress her dissatisfaction, and listen to them fighting back and forth. When Songshu had been playing the role of a peacemaker, but how many people at the conference table liked him? Even he was criticized. Knock knock knock. The sound of knuckles knocking on the table was crisp and loud. The group leaders who were openly arguing but actually paying attention to Sure Yuan's attitude immediately looked like a goose with its neck strangled, and they showed an embarrassed expression as if they realized it belatedly, and dared not quack anymore. When Songshu wiped the hot sweat on his forehead from trying to persuade the quarrel, and said politely, "What do you think, President?" Sure Yuan said, "Don't worry about the small camp competition. It's a newly established organization, so everyone must have some time to get used to each other. It will be fine after a while. The group leaders who heard this sighed in their hearts. She is really a wild girl who came home halfway. She is so naive. If the heirs of other totem families were to sit here, they would be in trouble. Sure Yuan seemed not to notice their contempt and continued. What is more important is the medium-sized camp competition to be held in 2 days. If we can get a higher group score in the medium-sized camp competition, we can completely make up for the losses in the past few days. When Songshu felt something was wrong when he heard her say this, but he couldn't tell what it was. He glanced at Ji Qinglan from the corner of his eye. The young master was looking at his laptop without saying a word, and he looked like he didn't care. Looking at Tang Xia again, she was worried, but this princess was also a young shoot that had just emerged, and she was useless. He suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and said appropriately, what the president means is. Sure Yuan said, please join me in forming a team to participate in the medium-sized camp competition. In addition, you post an announcement in the organization forum, allowing military academy students who are willing to participate in the medium-sized camp competition to enter the organization registration system, and I will randomly select members from them to fill the remaining quota. The group leaders looked at each other, and Lei Lai, who had been silent, asked tentatively, President, are you only going to register one team? The medium-sized camp competition will be held 5 times at the same time, which means that only 5 teams from each camp can participate, and the other camps will just listen to the leader's arrangements. The situation in the Yoguang camp is different. Everyone registers for their own, and even in order to compete for quotas, they will arrange everyone in the group. In this case, large groups have an advantage, and are disadvantageous to small groups. The principal changed the rule of randomly selecting teams to participate. When the academic affairs system detects that different groups in the same camp have registered, if one of the groups has already been selected, the teams of other groups will be selected first. The Yoguang camp is now in a 3-way competition, and some small groups are waiting and watching the situation in a neutral manner. A careful calculation shows that only 5 groups have more than 100 people. If the Yoguang organization only registers one team, it will definitely be selected. Of course, quality is more important than quantity, isn't it? Sure Yuan said with his chin propped up. Lei Lai couldn't help but complain in his heart. What the hell? You're almost a laughing stock. And the medium-sized camp competition is an important way to accumulate points in the early stage. Other camps will definitely send elite teams to participate. The shabby tent you built is about to collapse. Who can you beat? Of course, he couldn't say these words, but echoed, what the president said makes sense. After flattering, he mentioned his previous suggestion again, I still think it's better to break up the members of each group first, so that it's easier to manage. Sure Yuan didn't respond, but just tapped the table with his fingertips, beating the rhythm from time to time. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became quiet, cold and heavy. Lei Lai was the most guilty, but he still had to pretend that I think this method is very good. After half a minute, Ji Qinglian seemed to notice that the atmosphere was not right. He pulled his mind away from the light screen and looked at the silent cat sister with his eyes downcast in a strange way. He raised his hand and waved it in front of her in front of everyone's gaze, muttering, What are you daydreaming about? Are you sleepy? Sure Yuan cooperated and acted as if he had just come back to his senses. He showed an apologetic look to the group leaders. Sorry, I was distracted by thinking about something just now. As if she hadn't noticed the subtle atmosphere at the conference table, she continued to say what Lei Lai had just said. What Lei Senior said is not without reason, but everyone can fight to the death if they are not in the same team. If we are assigned to the same team to compete together. At this point, she paused, smiled and met Lei Lai's gaze, and slowly said, Won't the situation be even worse then? Lei Lai's heart skipped a beat when she looked at him. Mingming's almond eyes were extremely beautiful, and when she smiled, people could not help but feel close to her. At this moment, when he looked at her, he felt like he was suddenly stripped naked and thrown into the street, with nowhere to hide. He laughed. What the president said makes sense, it's my lack of consideration. A wise man will make mistakes even if he is careful. Senior is not a wise man, so it is inevitable that he will make some omissions. I don't mind. She spoke softly and slowly, and it was obviously not a derogatory word, but it made Lei Lai uncomfortable all over. Sure Yuan didn't give him a chance to speak, and looked at everyone present. You've worked hard. If there's nothing else, let's stop here today, right? The group leaders all laughed and said, of course, it's right, and the atmosphere returned to its previous relaxed state. After everyone left, Tang Xia hurried over to close the office door, sat next to Sure Yuan and whispered, Why do I feel that they all have their own little thoughts, and they are winking at each other? Ji Qinglian sneered, Local snakes? How can they bear the sudden pressure of a huge mountain on them? They must be doing something. Maybe there are other camps involved. The effect of Yuan's strong expulsion of Hame 10 days ago has gradually faded, and most of the posts on the forum are mocking her for pretending to know and giving up her position as soon as possible. Tang Xia sighed, we are all in the same camp, why can't we work together to move forward? Yuan looked at her. Otherwise, why do you say that Her Royal Highness is naive? Where there are people, there are struggles, and where there is power, the struggles are even worse. There are thorns in other camps, who want to stand out, but they are all suppressed by the leaders of the camps, and become their elite soldiers. She reminded, don't just look at the problem from your position, think more from their perspective. If she was penniless and entered Xingyao Military Academy, she was doing well, and suddenly someone came to pick peaches, she would have to turn the world upside down. Unfortunately, the person who came to pick peaches was her, and those who wanted to turn the world upside down should just stay honest, and go back to the Five Fingers Mountain. Tang Xia hummed twice thoughtfully. Ji Qinglian also pinched his fingers in a trance after hearing her words. Shen Ji silently reduced his presence and did his job. Yuan didn't disturb them. She suddenly realized and opened the public forum and the faction forum to check. Compared with 10 days ago, the wind direction had completely reversed. She knew with her knees that someone was behind the scenes. She found someone in the address book and sent a message. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The news that Yuan was going to lead the troublemakers of the Yaoguang organization to participate in the medium-sized faction competition had completely fermented. There were all kinds of things on the forum, and one of the posts with rhythm had thousands of posts. 2132F. Help! Have you seen the list of participating teams decided by the eldest lady? They were randomly selected using a small program. Does she really think that she is invincible with Ji Qinqi? I heard that Qi Qinyu sent elite troops to snipe her. 2166F. The elite troops of the Kaiyang camp? Not really. Does Qi Qinyu still have any shame? 2184F. Ha 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 ha. Does Qi Qinyu still have any shame? 2201F. Not really the elite troops, but the number of extraordinary talents she arranged for the medium-sized camp competition is indeed double compared to last year, and the configuration of the 5 participating teams is the same. Like, it's definitely to prepare to snipe Ji Qingyuan. 2216th floor. Fight! 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 Let's see who will be the winner in the fight between these two young ladies. 2237th floor. Ha ha ha, I'm already squatting in front of the live broadcast of the game. 2263rd floor. Hey! Why doesn't Qi Qinyu go on the field? If she and Ji Qingyuan go head to head, this game will be more interesting. Of course Qi Qinyu can't go on the field herself. With her strength and status, going to the medium-sized camp competition to compete with the fledgling Yuan is helping her carry the sedan chair and giving her face a little lesson for this ignorant person, so that she can realize her own worth is enough. Yuan didn't know how lively the forum was. She was wearing combat uniforms, and followed the instructor with 99 companions through the Star Gate to enter the alienation zone to prepare for the battle. There is a live broadcast entrance for the camp competition in the teaching system. As long as you are a student of Xingyao Military Academy, you can watch the live broadcast of the competition. The live broadcast of small camp competition and medium camp competition is usually not watched by many people, because small camp competition is generally used by major camps to train freshmen, and there is not much to watch. The situation of medium camp competition will be better, but the top combat forces of each camp will only participate in 1 or 2 responsible for leading the team, and there is not much to watch. Only freshmen will watch and learn. In addition, there are 30 instructors responsible for supervision in the medium camp competition, and several assistants will assist. The camp ranking is calculated once a month. The Kaiyang camp led by Qi Qinyu won the 3rd place in the last camp ranking of the last semester, and got the right to use 11 star gates. The alienated area that Yuan and others were assigned to was called Spider Rainforest, which happened to be the territory of Kaiyang camp. Standing on the star ship heading to the starting point of the competition, Tang Xia couldn't help muttering, with so many star gates, how come I randomly got the star gate held by Kaiyang camp? Qi Qinyu must be so proud now. There are a total of 69 star gates assigned to the 7 major camps by Xingyao Military Academy. The first ranked camp has 15, the second ranked camp has 13, and so on. The Yaoguang camp only has a pitiful 3. Looking at the military academy students in the same camp behind him, their combat power is uneven. The military academy students of the original group are crowded together, and don't even look at others. If it weren't for Ji Chi, the Buddha, Tang Xia felt that they would definitely turn the world upside down, and she was even more worried about the outcome of this game. Tang Xia didn't quite understand why Shi Yuan, since he wanted to win this game, didn't gather all the high-end combat forces, but randomly selected military school students, including freshmen who just enrolled this year. God knows that some of them are like her, a complete scum in combat. If Shi Yuan hadn't said that she had to come, she would have wanted to step down and let the wise man go. Outside of the game, some military school students, who wanted to participate in the medium-sized camp competition were full of complaints, because Shi Yuan only allowed the Yaoguang organization to register one participating team. Some even quit the Yaoguang organization and joined Han'e or Shiri. Tang Xia was so angry that she almost died. Shi Yuan looked at the dense vegetation and rain, and said meaningfully, "Who said that going to someone else's territory will definitely be at a disadvantage?" Chi wanted to put her face in front of her and let her slap her, so she would not be polite. Tang Xia wanted to ask her what her plan was, but she was afraid that the undercover would hear it and take the opportunity to make trouble, so she had to hold back her words. Shi Yuan smiled at her and sent a list to the leaders of each group. It was the members of the team they were going to lead. There were 9 people, and each person was divided into 9, no more and no less. The rest of the people were under her charge. Lei Lai and others had not participated in the combat meeting or received any competition arrangements since the list of participating teams was announced. They were muttering in their hearts. When they saw the list, their eyebrows jumped and guessed her intention. When Songshu curved his lower lip imperceptibly. This list has no extra words, but the meaning is very clear. The people under you are disobedient. You can't control them during the small camp competition. Now I'm pulling you to compete together and assigning people to you. If you use the excuse of not being able to control them again, don't blame me for being rude. Look at the eldest lady again. She is chatting with Her Royal Highness the Princess, and pointing to which side has the better scenery. She has no nervousness of participating in the competition for the first time. Ji Qingqi leaned on the side of the boat next to her with a faint look. Ji Qing'an was playing with the star conch in his hand from time to time. I don't know what he was thinking. After a while, the star ship arrived at the destination. The instructors paid attention to the competition time. When there were 10 minutes left, they arranged for them to get off the star ship. As soon as the star ship left, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and it would rain soon. Chapter 49. The medium-sized camp competition lasts for 1 day. The content of the competition is to hunt down the marked alien creatures on the field and transport their bodies to the end of the competition. The instructors will select the top 5 teams based on the number of alien creatures brought back by each participating team, the degree of preservation, the number of military academy students remaining on the field, the time to complete the task, and other factors. Among them, the first-ranked team can get 200 team points, the second place 180 team points, the third place 150 team points, the fourth place 110 team points, the fifth place 60 team points, and the 2 teams that did not get ranked 0 points. The team points are recorded in the camp ranking, and the individual points have other rules and algorithms. Shi Yuan's purpose of participating in this camp competition is very simple: to get the first place and get 200 team points, and reverse the extremely poor performance of the Yaoguang organization in the previous 5 days of small camp competitions. But how to get it so that the military academy students who have joined the Yaoguang organization are convinced is a science. When Songshu lined up and counted the people, and after confirming the number was correct, he reported to Shi Yuan. At this time, less than 3 minutes before the start of the game, due to the promotion of various parties, more and more military academy students paid attention to this matter, and the live broadcast room and forum of the game were unprecedentedly lively. Feng Shiyuan and Rong Miao were gathered in GCU's yard to watch the live broadcast. Rong Miao said excitedly, You? Stop tossing those broken star patterns of yours. Come over and cheer for your sister. Feng Shiyuan also said, Are you still a good brother? Your younger brothers and sisters are all in the game, and you don't even take a look? GCU. You are not a 3-year-old child. But it's a kitten in March. Feng Shiyuan retorted. Rong Miao quickly agreed. That's right. That's right. My sister has only awakened her mimicry for more than 3 months, and she's still a kitten. GCU, I just worry about you too. He didn't go over and said, Anyway, we can win, what's the point? Feng Shiyuan and Rong Miao, shock. You think my sister can win? They said in unison. Shi Yuan's current situation can be described as a shattering start. The people under him have their own little thoughts. They are obedient on the surface, but who knows what tricks they will do behind the scenes. Ji Qingyu is also determined to teach her a lesson. No matter how powerful Ji Qingyu is, it will be difficult for him to lead her. Ji Qiyu twisted the black candle and said calmly, "They can't handle such a small matter. The three of them can drop out of school and go home." Feng Shiyuan snorted at him, "Don't say sarcastic words. If you were in this situation, how could you solve it?" Rong Miao sighed, "If my sister had a supernatural realm, the situation wouldn't be so bad. The combat power of the 4th level talent is too weak to convince the crowd. Even with Ji Qingqi's shocking performance, it won't work unless she can show leadership that far exceeds her combat power and make people convinced." Ji Qiyu ignored them. "President, the game will start soon. What arrangements do you have?" When Song Shu took the lead in asking. Under normal circumstances, the participating teams will make several sets of prediction plans before the start of the game, and divide the work among the participating members in advance, such as who is responsible for reconnaissance, who is responsible for opening the way, and who is the main combat force. But in today's game, none of them were available. Even though Song Shu was good at guessing people's minds, he couldn't tell what Ji Qingyuan was trying to do. Even if she didn't understand these things, Ji Qingqi would definitely know, so how could he not remind her? He wanted to watch the fun, but Ji Qingyuan's actions were completely out of the ordinary, which made him feel a little anxious that things were out of control. Sure, Yuan still had a faint smile on his face. "Don't worry, wait for the location of the marked beast to refresh, and I will naturally assign you tasks." At this point, when Song Shu couldn't urge him anymore, so he had to shut up and wait for the long 2 minutes to pass. Finally, when the countdown was about to end, the star conchs of all the participating military academy students popped out at title sound. The game began. The star disc in Shi Yuan's hand that was used to locate and mark the beast in real time refreshed 10 red dots, some of which stayed in place, and some were moving fast or slow. As long as the 7 participating teams hunt one of the marked beasts and bring its body back to the finish line, they can get 10 additional team points, 2 additional 20 points, and so on. If a team can bring back 10, an additional 100 points will be awarded. But since the Xingyao Military Academy set up the camp competition, no participating team has been able to make the participating teams of other camps win nothing. Sure, Yuan glanced at the distribution area of the beasts on the star disc and said to Wen Song Shu first, "Senior One, please lead people to the location of the number 1 beast. Can you reach the destination within 3 hours?" Wen Song Shu was the first to receive the task and was given a time to complete it. His eyelids twitched. "President, given our current situation, it is best to unite and aim at one of the beasts, hunt it down and bring it back to the finish line. Even if we can't get the first place, the results will not be bad. If we disperse the manpower." He stopped talking, but his meaning was very clear. Originally, everyone was at odds with each other. Who knows what might happen when hunting strange beasts? Now that they were separated, without Ji Qingqi to keep the peace, they would slack off along the way. Even if they had passed the time she had set, they would not reach the destination. They would say that they were attacked by strange beasts during the journey, and could not arrive at the expected time. What can she do? Sure, Yuan smiled and replied, "Teams from other camps must have the same idea as us, but there are only 7 participating teams and 10 marked beasts. If we act at the same time, we can create a time difference, and maybe we can get the remaining 3 beasts that no one wants first. And there is a high probability that 2 or 3 teams will target the same beast, and we can take the opportunity to hunt more beasts. Seniors are all veterans. It must not be their first time to come to the spider rainforest. Even if they are not as familiar with this place as in their own backyard, they are not completely in the dark. There must be no problem for them to reach the destination within the time I set." She smiled at all the military academy students present, but the words she said made people's eyes darken. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't breathe after hearing these words, and they were crazy in the comment area. "Ji Qingyuan doesn't know anything. Can you please stop giving blind orders? It really pissed me off. Such a simple thing. Can't the teams at other camps think of it? You want to take advantage of the situation, and so do others. But no one is as greedy as you, and you want to take advantage of the rest. At most, you can split the team into 2 and move towards the location of the 2 marked beasts at the same time." I'm really speechless. Does she think she's so smart? Ji Qingqi can fight 100. Can others do it? Most of the talents of the same level can't even win against 5, let alone 1 against 10. 1 against 2 may not win. She wants to split the team into 10, which is basically giving up her few advantages. Oh my god! Can anyone take this troublemaker away? With her IQ, if she really becomes the leader of Yoguang will be completely finished. Damn! When I thought she would be the leader of the Tao Ai Legion, the future commander-in-chief, it would be better for her to continue to wander outside. Will the Tiandu-ji clan destroy her? I thought she could compete with Qi Qinyu before, but seeing this, I have to count out a President Qi. This idiot is really unworthy. Will Qi Qinyu just let her do whatever she wants? I don't believe he doesn't understand these simple principles. Come on! She is a pure-blooded Taotai. Marshal Ji Wu's biological daughter. Qi Qinyu is just a branch of the family. How dare he speak to her? With his solitary character, who doesn't care about anyone, he was ordered by her to participate in the group competition between the Yoguang camp. Isn't it enough to show that he has become a discarded child? Forget it. I won't watch this rubbish game. It's only been a few minutes, and I'm so angry that I have a myocardial infarction. Qi Qinyu, who had just finished training, opened the light brain to take a look at the game situation and sneered. Stupid enough, it seems that Qi Qingyuan can kill herself without her people doing anything. Feng Nancheng was sitting on a stool next to him drinking water. He caught a glimpse of her reaction from the corner of his eye and smiled. What good thing happened? What good thing could it be? Qi Qinyu turned off the light brain, took out a bottle of water, and sat down on the stool on the other side. I heard that you and Qi Qingyuan are against each other. Speaking of which, I haven't seen her yet. Feng Nancheng put down the bottle of water in his hand, opened the light brain and looked at the trend in the forum. Almost all the posts on the homepage are related to the Yaoguang camp. He said meaningfully, it's a big commotion. He didn't know whether Qi Qingyuan was stupid or not, but Ji Wu and Ji Si were definitely not related to this word, and they would never let her mess around. If she lost the game today, when the news was passed back to the Tiandu-ji family, it would definitely shake the confidence of the Taotai core in her. Even if she was just a mascot, she couldn't cause such a scandal. Qi Qinyu narrowed her eyes slightly. What do you mean? Feng Nancheng spread his hands. What can it mean? I just want to remind you not to be used as a stepping stone. Looking at the evaluation of Qi Qingyuan on the forum after she entered school, she was called a useless young lady by military training, and she was called a bad temper after confronting Qi Qinyu. She was called bullying others with power after the reshuffle of the Yaoguang Dome, and now there is one-sided abuse in the forum and live comment area. None of them are good evaluations. But think about it carefully, after she slapped Qi Qinyu in the face in public, how many people called her a useless young lady again, and Qi Qinyu became a laughing stock, and anyone who mentioned Qi Qingyuan had to step on her. Didn't the Yaoguang Dome do a good job? No. Quite well. No matter what the leaders of those groups think, at least they can't refuse her orders openly. If it weren't for the manipulation of various parties behind the scenes, wanting this pure-blooded glutton to fall, Qi Qingyuan wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament now. No one is optimistic about her. The military academy students who joined the Yaoguang organization are probably all thinking about returning to their own small groups after the game is over. But what if she wins? What if she wins beautifully in such a terrible situation now? Those who want to run away now will all submit to her. The broken shed that has just been built will be transformed into a magnificent palace in an instant, and the cohesion of the Yaoguang organization will be unprecedentedly strong. Intuition. Feng Nancheng felt that Qi Qinyu was going to fall this time. When Qi Qinyu heard the word stepping stone, her face immediately fell. Recently, there has been a lot of ridicule on the forum for her to put her face under Qi Qingyuan's feet for her to step on. Now that the situation is so good, Feng Nancheng actually said so, she said with a fake smile. Then tell me, how can she win this game before I become her stepping stone? Feng Nancheng spread his hands. How should I know? Unless all the military academy students in the participating teams are replaced by talents above the extraordinary realm, even he can't think of a way to break the situation in such a short time. Tang Xixing can't do it either. Seeing that she had offended Qi Qinyu, Feng Nancheng smiled indifferently and left the training ground with the half bottle of water left. Sure, Yuan didn't know that Feng Nancheng had also started to pay attention to her, or maybe she didn't care even if she knew. She took the lead in making a pleased gesture to Wen Songshu, indicating that since he had received the task, he could leave early. Looking at her calm and peaceful face, Wen Songshu felt for a moment that she had discovered his secret connection with Qi Qinyu, but after realizing it, he felt that this guess was ridiculous. He has always been the most honest and most appropriate subordinate, giving very pertinent advice, and completing the work at hand very carefully. Qi Qingyuan suspected that no one could possibly suspect him. When Songshu swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and obediently led the 9 military academy students to the place, she said. The second person Shi Yuan pointed out was Lei Lai, who asked him to go to the location of the number 8 alien beast. Lei Lai had seen the scene of Wen Songshu's defeat, and realized how arbitrary this young lady was, so he silently accepted the task and led people away. The two people with the most say left, and the other group leaders naturally couldn't jump out to accuse Shi Yuan of how ridiculous his action plan was. They went to their own mission locations with the idea of we're going to lose this game, and we disband after the game. They didn't even want to do any small tricks. Without them, this newly built shed would collapse. It's better to be honest, lest the young lady get angry and grab their tails and retaliate after the defeat. Oh! Otherwise, try your best and try not to lose so badly as to save some face for the young lady before disbanding, and also to leave a way out for yourself after graduation. The troublemakers had similar psychology, and they were much more honest for a while, and obediently rushed to their destination. Shi Yuan watched the last team leave, curved his lips slightly, and turned his eyes to the remaining people in the team. Ji Qingqi still looked independent from the world, because his eyebrows were sparse, there was no expression, and his temperament was cold, so people didn't dare to approach him. When Songshu glanced at him just now, as if he wanted him to stop Shi Yuan's outrageous task deployment, but he didn't even move his eyelashes, and his ability to pretend to be deaf and dumb was quite amazing. Ji Qinglian stood one step behind Shi Yuan, and he was a door god with a stern face from beginning to end. Perhaps because he was arrogant and domineering and had a reputation as a sister-loving demon, no one asked him to save the situation. As for Tang Xia, the three words silly and sweet were almost written on her face. Who would count on her? Shinji had no sense of existence, and it was obvious that he was just a little follower, and was directly ignored. The remaining 5 people were all freshmen who enrolled this year. Among them, there was an acquaintance, Wen Qian, who teamed up with Shi Yuan to enter the blood-forbidden land to hunt alien plants during military training. The remaining 4 people, 1 studied in the medical department, 2 studied in the star martial arts department, and the last one studied in the star pattern department. None of them were very good at fighting. If you count carefully, you will find that among the 10 people, including Shi Yuan, only Ji Qingqi is not a freshman, and Ji Qinglan, who has the highest combat power among the freshmen, is only a level 7 talent. This 1-19 configuration successfully made Ji Qingqi's fans rebel, accusing Shi Yuan of being a vampire in the comment area of the live broadcast room. The freshmen were obviously a little panicked. They joined the Yaoguang organization under the influence of public opinion about the Yaoguang Dome Force Palace incident. They thought they had a thigh and were about to move towards a bright future. Who knew that things would develop into what they are now? It's really hard to advance or retreat, and it's hard to get off the tiger. Only Wen Qian was not panicked, and there was a hint of understanding and complacency between her eyebrows. It's a pity that no one can see her psychological activities, otherwise you can see a palm-sized little person with his hands on his waist and raised his chin to look down at a large group of little people below and laugh at us. We will definitely win this game, so don't be surprised when the time comes. Shi Yuan comforted the 4 freshmen, don't be nervous, just follow my third brother. After saying that, she said to Ji Qinglian, third brother, they are in your hands. Ji Qinglian was quite reliable in serious matters. When he went to GCU's courtyard to pick grapes that day, he also promised Shi Yuan that he would complete the task she assigned seriously, and nodded and said, no problem. Shi Yuan smiled and blinked at him, not caring how many people were watching him through the live broadcast, and then turned his eyes to Ji Qingqi, who nodded slightly. According to the plan, I will go first. Before several freshmen and military academy students watching the game outside the field reacted to what he meant by this sentence, he had already turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The shadow fell into the hot rainforest and turned into a ferocious and bizarre glutton and disappeared in an instant. This situation completely stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. Where did the plan come from? Wasn't the plan to divide the 100-man team into 10 and deliver food to other camps? No one explained it to them. Shi Yuan nodded slightly to Tang Xia and Shinji. Shinji was obviously a little nervous. Tang Xia, on the other hand, made an okay gesture and turned into a golden crow and flew back and forth in the air. When she flapped her wings and flew into the sky, there were 2 cats on her back, one white and one black. It was not the first time that Shi Yuan sat on Tang Xia's back. He laid down naturally and comfortably with his 2 short legs tucked in. On the other hand, Shinji looked like a cat who had been cast into a fixed shape, and his hair was about to explode. He had never dreamed that one day he would be carried into the sky by a pure-blooded golden crow. Outrageous. Too outrageous. If Brother Lai knew, he would definitely pat him on the shoulder and sigh, you kid really brought honor to our Shin family. Tang Xia felt that he was as hard as a stone sculpture, and laughed twice. Shinji, get down a little. If you fall down later, I won't save you. Shinji knelt on her back with a duong. Tang Xia laughed even louder, without any previous restraint, and did not think that doing so would damage the face of her royal princess. Before she finished scolding Sherry Yuan's stupid task in the comments section of the live broadcast room, she was completely confused by the situation in front of her. Did any of the big guys see what they were going to do? I feel like something is wrong. Did I curse too early? Did Ji Qingyuan want to use his speed advantage to get to the location of a marked beast first and kill it? To be honest, Jin Wu's flying speed is really fast. Tang Xia seems to be only level 4, and ordinary level 7 or 8 flying mimics can't catch up with her speed. With just their little tricks, what's the point of getting there first? Can they kill the marked beast? All the marked beasts in the medium-sized camp competition are S level, and other teams have flying mimics. How can they arrange for the flying mimics to be there? It is a common practice for military academy students to go for reconnaissance in advance, right? Hey! Hey! They are not going in the same direction as Ji Qingqi. It's over. I don't understand what Ji Qingyuan wants to do at all. What can she do? She broke up a good team into pieces. Even if Ji Qingqi has all the skills, he can only hunt down a marked beast at most. He does have an impressive record of 100, but that is one-on-one. The faction competition is about teamwork. He has no teammates to support him, so he can't take the marked beast away even if he kills it. The live comment area was very lively, but compared with the one-sided ridicule and sarcasm not long ago, many people became curious about Ji Qingqi's acting according to the plan and continued to watch the live broadcast patiently. The spider rainforest is as its name suggests, with all kinds of spiders living there, some with a diameter of several meters, and some as small as ants. It is a relatively dangerous alienated area. The cadets need to release the star power shield at all times to form a protective barrier, otherwise they will be bitten by the poisonous spiders. Injury is secondary, and there is a possibility of losing their lives. Regarding this point, the instructors have warned the cadets many times before leading them into the spider rainforest. Each team has a medical team to follow them from a distance, and each area has assistants on standby at any time to avoid accidents as much as possible. The spider rainforest has abundant rainfall, warm and humid climate, tall and lush vegetation, and it is not easy to travel fast. And judging from the weather, it will rain soon. When it rains, the alienated creatures will not move frequently, and the risk factor will be much lower, but it will also slow down the cadets' travel speed, affect the progress of the reconnaissance operation, and increase the difficulty of hunting and marking the alien beasts. But this kind of weather is very good in Sherry Yuan's eyes. Heavy rain makes it easy to hide one's tracks. With Shinji's hidden talent, Tang Xia is not so easy to be discovered in the air. It's only been 20 minutes since leaving the starting point. Layers of dark clouds are like waves on the sea, rolling endlessly. Thunder rumbles, mixed with arcs of electricity. Tang Xia lowers the flight altitude. Bean-sized raindrops come in the blink of an eye, hitting the tall vegetation in the rainforest, making a crackling and dull sound. A giant spider that was hunting its prey was hit by the sudden heavy rain. It quickly curled up its long legs covered with bristles, rolled into a ball, and lay on the large web wrapped around tree trunks, shrinking its head and sticking its butt out to avoid the rain. Some small spiders could not stand such a heavy downpour and quickly hid in the nearby tree holes, staring at the leaves that were drooping under the rain with their dark eyes. Sherry Yuan stretched out the energy shield a little, covering Tang Xia and Shinji, who was a little relieved but still stiff. After flying for another half an hour, Sherry Yuan looked at the position of the strange beast marked on the star disk and communicated with Tang Xia using the communication star pattern. It's a little distance to the destination. Find a place to get off. Tang Xia responded crisply and stopped in front of a thick tree trunk. Shinji quickly jumped off her back, turned back into human form, and rubbed his knees and elbows that were slightly sore and numb from kneeling for a long time. Sherry Yuan also jumped onto the tree trunk with a cat step, and his well-behaved and arrogant appearance made the bloody storm in the forum and comment area stagnate for a moment. Such a cute cat. What's wrong with being a little stupid? But soon, the career brains of the cadets defeated their cat brains, and they continued to quarrel and analyze. The cadets with a god's perspective noticed that the Tianji camp's participating team was coming in the other direction, where Sherry Yuan and others were staying. Their scouts had arrived in advance, and they were also cadets with flying mimicry. They patrolled the area twice, and locked the location of the marked beast. The location of Sherry Yuan and the other two was just outside their patrol range. Are we here too early? Tang Xia also jumped onto the tree trunk, changed back to human form, and hid in the dark shadow of the giant tree. Sherry Yuan shook her head. Just in time, a reconnaissance team of one of the participating teams has arrived. There are 3 people, and their mimicry is that of a red-crowned white crane, a poor kite, and a gnu. If I'm not mistaken, it's the participating team of the Tianji camp. At a distance of 1,000 meters, she accurately said the mimicry of the reconnaissance team and the camp they belonged to, shocking the comment area that had gradually quieted down and once again erupted in shocking discussions. As we all know, the basic perception range of a 4th level talent is a circular area with a radius of 8 meters, and the farthest one-way perception is 16 meters. 1,000 meters. If the spiritual power of a talent is at an ordinary level, only when he is promoted to the extraordinary realm can he have such a long-distance perception ability. Ji Qingyuan is only level 4. How strong must her mental power be to ignore the gap of 5 small realms and 1 large realm, giving her such a terrifying perception bonus? Red-crowned white crane, poor kite, and new or not rare mimicry. It takes at least hundreds of pages to find them in the mimicry encyclopedia. Most people may not recognize them. Ji Qingyuan not only recognized them, but also accurately locked onto the Tianji camp. This means that she is very likely to have learned in detail about the students of the major camps, who have awakened those mimicry, and remembered them. It's terrifying to think about it. She came prepared. In an instant, the noisy military school students were like a group of sharks that smelled blood. The wind direction in the live comment area reversed on a large scale, and the military school students, who had already left the live broadcast room, rushed back one after another. Chapter 50. Thunder roared in the sky, disturbing people, and heavy rain poured down. Many blooming flowers were mercilessly knocked to the ground by water droplets. They barely found a shelter under the drooping low bushes, but before they could get a breath, they were crushed into a piece of flower mud by the military boots that swept past. The group of military academy students running fast were the participating teams of the Tianji camp. Cross-country racing is an extremely important event in training and competition, because sometimes on the battlefield, the targets of starships and mounts are too large and easy to be discovered by the enemy, which cannot achieve the effect of surprise attack, and soldiers need to hide their tracks and run long distances. There are a total of 10 marked beasts, and 7 participating teams on the field. Based on the experience of past competitions, the military academy students have made a summary that each participating team has the shortest distance to a marked beast, and usually there is no repetition, but it is impossible to determine which 3 extra marked beasts are. Therefore, to be on the safe side, each team will let the main force first hunt the marked beast with the shortest straight-line distance, get a guaranteed point, and then think about whether there is a chance to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth and get the second or even the third marked beast. Therefore, the probability of conflict breaking out in the early stage of the game is low and safer. Once the game time exceeds 1/3, you must be careful of ambushes from other teams. Almost reaching the territory of the marked beast, the team commander of the Tianji camp stopped in front of a low bush and gestured to stop moving forward, and the other military academy students immediately stopped. Running for 2 hours in the storm with the star power shield always open, some lower-level military academy students were a little overwhelmed. They gasped for breath and slowly adjusted their chaotic and heavy breathing rhythm. A red-crowned white crane flew down from the treetops and turned back into human form. "How is the situation?" Commander Zhuang asked. "We have determined the specific location of the marked beast, and there has been no trace of other participating teams nearby. It is safe now, and can start hunting at any time," Scout A answered. "When carrying out hunting missions, we must not only guard against other alien creatures to join in the fun, but also be vigilant about whether there are enemies lurking, so as not to be attacked from both sides." "Okay. Xiao Yi, you take people to check the ground situation again, and the rest of you come with me." Commander Zhuang made arrangements, and led the remaining military cadets to follow Scout A to the nest of the marked beast. The team has a clear division of labor, and strives to kill the marked beast within 3 hours. Then some military cadets will transport the body of the beast back to the finish line to obtain the minimum points, and the remaining military cadets on the field will wait for an opportunity to obtain the second marked beast. If the plan succeeds, at least the top 3 can be achieved. The marked beast they are about to hunt is called Wolf-Eye Spider, an S-level beast with extraordinary second-level combat power. It is characterized by strong defense and fast speed. When it senses a life-threatening attack, it will enter a rampage state, greatly increasing its combat power. The combat power configuration of the Tianji camp in this medium-sized camp competition is 10 extraordinary first-level talents, 39th level talents, 48th level talents, and 27th level talents. This is also the regular configuration of the medium-sized camp competition. Among them, the number of 9th level talents and the number of 8th level talents are fixed by the rules and cannot be changed. The maximum number of talents in the extraordinary realm is 15, but few camps will arrange it this way. Instead, they will select 7th level talents or 6th level talents and let them observe and learn more to ensure that there will be no gaps in the backbone of the camp. The reason why the Yaguang camp has become a mess is because there have been leaders who only care about points and rankings, regardless of the development of the camp ecology. He selected the military academy students who participated in the medium and large camp competitions according to their strength, so that the strong became stronger and the weak had no chance to accumulate experience and improve their strength. After the graduation of those strong military academy students, the Yaguang camp without successors collapsed like a pyramid without a solid foundation and never got up again. The heirs of the totem family entered the Xingyao Military Academy for learning and experience, and every military academy student who graduated from the Xingyao Military Academy may become the mainstay of the totem corps one day in the future, so it is naturally impossible to do such a thing of drying up the pond to catch fish. The spider rainforest has high precipitation and a warm and humid climate. Most spiders will build their nests at higher places to avoid a sudden rainstorm that will flood the nests they have built with great effort. The wolf-eyed spider's nest was built on a rock wall more than 10 meters above the ground. The hole was a standard circle with a diameter of more than 7 meters, which meant that a big guy lived inside. The white spider silk laid out layers of dense webs at the hole. Raindrops fell on it and could not stick to it, so they continued to roll down, accumulating a wet ditch under the rock wall. In heavy rain, most exotic beasts would choose to curl up in their nests. If the participating team of the Tianji camp wanted to hunt this wolf-eyed spider, they had to lead it out of the cave first. Commander Zhuang had been enrolled in Xingyao Military Academy for 3 years, and had participated in no less than 100 camp competitions of all sizes. He was experienced. Before the game, he made various preparations for possible situations on the field. The current situation did not exceed his pre-game predictions. He calmly gave the order. Xiao Bing, you take the bamboo mantis to lure the enemy. The bamboo mantis is the favorite food of the wolf-eyed spider, which is an unparalleled temptation to them. Xiao Ding, when the wolf-eyed spider leaves the nest, you immediately collapse the hole. Xiao Wu, check the cage star array again to make sure that the wolf-eyed spider can be trapped. Others, wait for my instructions before taking action. The sound of tides came from the star snail one after another, and the action team that received the order immediately began to carry out the task. The atmosphere became tense, but not many people in the live broadcast room paid attention to the impeccable task arrangement of the Tianji camp, but focused most of their attention on a large tree with lush branches and leaves in the distance. There, a golden crow and 2 kittens quietly poked their heads out, with a layer of light halo floating on the surface of their bodies, and a shadow covering them, completely hiding the breath of the 3 little ones in the rain curtain. It is not allowed to bring alienated crystals, star weapons, and other items that are expressly prohibited by the competition rules. Therefore, after the 3 landed, Shinji went to hunt sea-level alien beasts, and obtained a lot of alienated crystals. Shi Yuan drew the water-avoiding star pattern on the alienated crystal, and used its internal star power to supply the water-avoiding star pattern to operate. 1 crystal can last for about 4 hours. When the water-avoiding star pattern takes effect, a thin circle of water halo will be formed to cover the energy fluctuations brought by the star power shield. With the help of Shinji's concealment talent, they successfully avoided the detection of the Tianji camp, and hid in this place only more than 300 meters away from the wolf-eyed spider's nest to secretly observe the situation. The live broadcast room exploded because of their series of actions. A group of people were wondering what the 3 of them were up to. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But the main forces of the Tianji camp were all here, and the 3 of them, even if they were weak, could not be the oriole. Another group of people focused on Shi Yuan's current ability. Let's not talk about whether Ji Qingyuan happened to recognize the scout of the Tianji camp, or whether she had indeed made a detailed understanding. Seeing her calmness and composure in drawing the communication star pattern and the water-avoiding star pattern, with the sea-level alienation crystal, and drawing the structurally stable compound water-avoiding star pattern, proved that she was at least a junior star pattern master. She actually learned star patterns. The threshold for a star pattern master is not high, but it is too difficult to learn well. It takes a lot of time and energy. From entry to junior, it takes at least 3 to 5 years of accumulation, and you have to spend money to buy materials. Wasn't Ji Qingyuan a poor little girl before she returned to the Taotai family? Where did she get the money to learn the star pattern? It's impossible that she learned it after returning to the Ji family in Tiandu. This guess was too outrageous, and was unanimously ruled out by the military academy students. The live broadcast room was getting hotter and hotter, And at this time, Xiao Bing from the Tianji camp had led people to lead the wolf-eyed spider out of the cave. Several military academy students jumped off the rock walls skillfully, and did not forget to take out the A-level alienation crystal engraved with the bursting star pattern by the star pattern master in the team, and smashed it at the wolf-eyed spider, making sure to attract its hatred, and buy time for Xiao Ding and others to collapse the cave. The wolf-eyed spider is snow white all over, with a layer of jade-like luster on the surface. The 8 long legs are densely covered with fine and tough bristles. There is a circle of gray-black hair around the eyes. The black eyes are like round and plump glass beads, and looking at them will produce a creepy feeling. As an S-class attacking beast, it has thick skin and flesh, so it is impossible for it to be injured by a few A-class alien crystals. Instead, it became even more angry because of the provocation of the military cadets. The wolf-eyed spider opened its ugly mouthparts and roared threateningly. The spiders in the nearby forest, which were curled up in their nests or rolled into spider balls to avoid the rain, sensed its anger and either spread their 8 legs to run quickly or curled themselves up tighter, trying to reduce their presence to avoid being discovered by it and becoming the target of attack and hunting. The heavy rain washed away the smell left by the military cadets' activities nearby. The wolf-eyed spider climbed down the rock wall vertically, rolling its 8 several-meter-long legs to catch up with Xiao Bing and his men who intended to lure the enemy deep into the depths. Lightning surged across the sky, and there was only a boom, thunder and explosion sounded at the same time, and Xiao Ding led his men to blow up the wolf-eyed spider's nest. At the same time, the wolf-eyed spider stepped into the range of the cage star array. Commander Zhuang shouted loudly, "Now!" The cadets who were lying in the bushes or hiding in the mud pits came out in droves. The cadets in charge of setting up the cage star array immediately injected star power into the array base. Green light beams rose from 8 directions, forming 2 corresponding star disks on the ground and in the air, with cage star patterns flowing in the middle of the star disks. In an instant, a short star power vacuum zone was formed in the air. The 8 light beams spun and shrank, turning into star power ropes that climbed on the wolf-eyed spider, limiting its mobility and weakening its combat effectiveness. Commander Zhuang led 9 cadets of extraordinary realm to rush to the front. Talented people with level 8 and 9 combat power were responsible for long-range attacks, and talented people with level 7 were alert to the surrounding situation and rescue companions in danger in time. Tang Xia saw this kind of attack scene with clear division of labor for the first time. She slightly widened her eyes and muttered softly, "They are well prepared." In comparison, the Yogwang organization looks like a makeshift team that may collapse at any time. No wonder the forum is full of complaints. The Tianji camp, where the military academy students cooperate so well and strictly, ranks second from the bottom among the 7 camps. The Yogwang camp is simply not worthy of being together with them to be a crouching dragon and phoenix chick. Shinji had never seen such a scene before, and said nervously, "Will our plan work?" The Tianji camp did not do those fancy things, splitting the team into 2, but concentrated on hunting the first smart beast to minimize the risk. This kind of not greedy camp is the most difficult to deal with, because it is stable enough and it is difficult to find loopholes. Sure, Yuan didn't think the bone in front of him was so hard to chew, and chuckled. Why not? Isn't the opportunity here? First knock out their eyes, so that they can only be afraid of the consequences. After she finished speaking, she jumped down from the branch, transformed into a cat, and shuttled through the dark rain forest like a shadow, and finally stopped on a treetop somewhere, almost blending into the dark shadow of the tree trunk. After a while, the red-crowned white crane patrolled from the other side. Because of the heavy rain and thunder and lightning in the sky, he didn't dare to fly too high. The trees in the rainforest were particularly tall, so the distance from the treetops was a bit close. Patrolling back and forth in such heavy rain weather was a big burden for him. He was inevitably a little tired mentally, and couldn't use his mental power to pay attention to the situation nearby all the time. So, when a slender figure jumped up from under the treetops, and grabbed his neck and pulled him down from the air, he didn't even react to what happened. Sure, Yuan acted decisively, and smashed the life sensor light on the red-crowned white crane, easily eliminated him, and took away his competition star snail. The red-crowned white crane turned back to human form, with a confused look on his face, and there was still a feeling of being pinched on his neck. He swallowed his saliva and saw Sure Yuan standing on the branch like a light feather to check the contents of the star, and his pupils shook. You. Where did you come from? You are already dead, don't talk to me. Sure Yuan patted his shoulder, jumped down from the treetop, turned back into a kitten and landed on Tang Xia, who flew over, and disappeared in the fine and dense rain curtain. In the next half an hour, scouts such as Cheong Yuan and New Shu were eliminated by Shi Yuan one after another. She carried a row of star snails, and sent messages that everything was normal according to their reporting frequency. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely stunned by her actions. After a strange silence, an amazing discussion broke out. Fuck. 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 I knew that the young lady would not fight an unprepared battle. I just pulled back the progress bar, and carefully calculated their reconnaissance route. I found that the ambush location was not chosen randomly, but after observing that they would relax their vigilance before preparing to rest after concentrating on patrolling for a period of time. Ji Qingyuan took this opportunity to catch them off guard and easily eliminated them. The military academy students competed with each other, of course. It was impossible for them to fight with white knives in and red knives out. Everyone was equipped with a life sensor lamp. As long as the life sensor lamp was broken, the military academy student would be eliminated. Hiss, seeing this, no one should say that Ji Qingyuan is commanding blindly. I am looking forward to the next game now. Did you notice? Her ability to conceal her breath is so strong that even the 9th level talent didn't find her hiding in the tree canopy preparing for a sneak attack. Ah! When Songshu has brought people to the vicinity. Don't you think this timing is just right? The scouts of the Tianji camp were wiped out by Ji Qingyuan. If they want to make trouble at this time, the main force that is hunting wolf-eye spiders will be dead or alive. When Songshu was startled by the sudden appearance of Shinji, he barely stopped the attack that was about to be released. After confirming that Shinji was Shinji, and not someone pretending to be from another camp, he still did not relax his vigilance and kept paying attention to him and asked, "Why are you here?" He had observed this secretary, who had little presence. He did things in a proper manner, neither outstanding nor out of the ordinary. As for combat power, he was born in a civilian family. At his age, he could be considered outstanding to be a 6th level talent, but in the Xingyao Military Academy where talented people are born, he was barely above average. Shinji briefly told the story of Tang Xia bringing him and Shi Yuan here. And when Songshu's hesitant eyes, he brought up the business. The participating team of the Tianji camp is hunting wolf-eye spiders in front. The president asked me to tell you. He approached Wen Songshu and whispered a few words to him. A trace of doubt flashed across Wen Songshu's eyes, and then a faint light soon lit up. He slowly smiled and replied affirmatively, "No problem. The defense and vitality of the S-level wolf-eye spider are terrifyingly strong." After nearly an hour of siege, the main force of the Tianshu camp finally forced it into a rampage state. The pure white spider let out a deafening roar, and its head, back, and 8 legs climbed up the red violent star pattern one after another. Its abdomen, which had gradually shrunk due to spitting out too much spider silk, became bulging. Commander Zhuang saw this and immediately adjusted the battle deployment. Teams 1, 2, and 3 should take turns to attack and don't stop. Team 4 should reinforce the cage star array. The wolf-eyed spider's rampage state will only last for 10 minutes at most. As long as we survive these 10 minutes, it will be ours. The military cadets, who were exhausted by the high-intensity battle, cheered up and launched a new round of offensive to welcome the upcoming victory. The wolf-eyed spider seemed to have anticipated the end it was about to face, and spit out a sticky and slippery spider silk, pushing the 3 military cadets, who were rushing in the front to the dead branches and leaves flying in the rainstorm, and tied them tightly in the muddy depression. The rest of the people did not care about their companions who had lost their fighting power and continued to launch attacks. The 7th level talent in charge of logistics would look for opportunities to rescue their companions entangled by spider silk. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed by, and when the wolf-eye spider's dark eyes gradually climbed up the violent star pattern, a sharp-boned sickle came through the wind. The cold sickle blade reflected a ray of skylight, cut through the tight rain line, and defeated the cage star array that bound the wolf-eye spider with lightning speed. The emerald green star power rope was shattered, and the wolf-eye spider suddenly got free. Because it had no time to stop struggling, it staggered on the spot and rolled twice on the ground. The round belly like white jade was stained with gray-black mud. It shook its head, and after reacting, it rushed out of the encirclement of the military cadets and disappeared into the dense forest in front. The incident happened so suddenly that 5 cadets were knocked out more than 10 meters away. The rest of the people had no time to stop the wolf-eyed spider, which was running away with its speed talent. They watched its figure getting smaller and smaller. It was Commander Zhuang who came back to his senses first. He followed the trajectory of the white-boned sickle, looked up at the high cliff, and shouted angrily, "Who? Where is the reconnaissance team? What happened to the reconnaissance team?" The reconnaissance team, all of whom had been killed, sat on the starship in the air, listening to Commander Zhuang's extremely angry roar in the live broadcast room. and covered their faces one by one in the teasing eyes of the instructors. This time it was a big shame. A group of talents of level 8 and 9 were eliminated by a talent of level 4. Looking at the competition field again, the silver-white bone sickle broke through the rain curtain and was firmly held by a white and slender hand. The shallow halo repelled the dripping raindrops. The girl was wearing a black combat uniform, standing sideways on the top of the rock wall. Her slender figure looked particularly thin in the heavy rain. The wind lifted her hair and made it dance freely in the air. Her silver-blue eyes were like two bright lights in the dark night, allowing people to accurately recognize her identity. Ji Qingyuan. Commander Zhuang's pupil shrank slightly, wondering if he was hallucinating. Before he could think about it, Shi Yuan raised his hand and shook the 9-star conch strung together, smiling and whispering, "Are you looking for them?" The military cadet, who was responsible for connecting with the reconnaissance team, suddenly opened his eyes wide, holding the star conch at his waist tightly, but happened to receive the sound of 9 tides. They have been eliminated. In the crackling rain, the world was terribly quiet. Commander Zhuang pulled the corner of his mouth with a fake smile. "Where is Ji Qinqi?" Of course, he went to collect spiders. She smiled with curved eyebrows, turned the huge bone sickle in her hand that was much taller than her, and took back the spiritual power spring, and said in a relaxed tone, "Thank you all for your generous gift. See you next time." She waved and retreated, and fell straight from the other side of the rock wall in the eyes of the unwilling and angry people, like a scattered butterfly, disappearing from everyone's sight. Xiao Bing cursed loudly, and wanted to chase them without thinking, but was stopped by Commander Zhuang. "Commander, don't you want to chase them?" Xiao Bing looked at him puzzled. Commander Zhuang shook his head. "We just experienced a battle, exhausted, and the reconnaissance team was wiped out by them. It's easy to fall into a trap if we chase them now. If we are ambushed, we will have no chance of turning the game around. Fuck. Yoguang's group is so insidious. They actually plotted against us in secret." Xiao Ding couldn't suppress his anger and cursed several times. There are 9 people in the reconnaissance team. How were they killed silently? If Ji Qinqi arrived first, with his strength, it would not be difficult to kill the reconnaissance team quietly. Careless. I thought Yoguang was destined to be a laughing stock, but I never thought that he would be slapped hard in the face now. They must have planned to snatch food from the tiger's mouth early, so they didn't look for the marked beast closest to them, and the Tianji camp happened to run into the gun. Commander Zhuang took a deep breath and barely controlled the throbbing veins on his forehead. It's too late to say these now. There is plenty of time to review after the game. The most urgent thing is to formulate the next action plan. What they didn't know was that there was no Ji Qinqi at all. There were only 13 contestants from the nearby Yoguang organization, and there was only one talented person in the extraordinary realm, Wen Song Shu. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, clang, 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 as if a huge monster was approaching. Everyone released their mental power to perceive the direction of the sound. It's spiders. A large group of spiders are approaching. Xiao Ding, who was still roaring angrily just now, almost broke his voice at the end. The group of people from Yaoguang. They are playing dirty. Commander Zhuang couldn't help it anymore and cursed, "Let's go!" Besides, when Shi Yuan turned into a kitten and fell on Tang Xiao's back and left, she saw Shenji and others carrying the dead wolf-eyed spider from a distance, and asked Tang Xia to fly over with her. Shenji breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them. "Are you okay? If they can come back safely, then nothing will happen. After the wolf-eyed spider's rampage ends, it will enter a 3-day week period. If it can survive the week period, it is not impossible to make a comeback. But Shenji has already waited for it on the road it must take to escape, and sent it to see the King of Hell." Shi Yuan turned back to human form, pretending not to notice the 4 military academy students carrying the wolf-eyed spider secretly looking at him, and smiled. "It's okay, they were bluffed by my second brother." Tang Xia hurriedly agreed. "Didn't you see their faces in command? Blue and purple, purple and blue, wanting to chase but not daring to chase, ha ha ha. Qingyuan is so smart." Shenji, who had seen how Tang Xixing was fooled by Shi Yuan, nodded vigorously. "Then let's go next." Shi Yuan turned his head to look at the woods behind him, his eyes accurately falling behind a hazy rain curtain. When Song Shu led 5 military academy students out of the shadows, spread his hands to the crowd, and smiled gently and harmlessly, mission accomplished. Shi Yuan smiled at him. Then next, I Trouble Sr. went to lead the team to send this wolf-eyed spider back to the finish line first. When Song Shu had already vaguely guessed her intention, looked at her deeply, and replied, "I will live up to the president's expectations. I trust all the seniors, see you after the game." After saying that, Tang Xia took her and Shinji and disappeared in the rain again. Looking at their figures going away, someone whispered, "Brother One, we got a marked beast so easily. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming?" The people who acted with Wen Songshu were all military academy students, who had once been members of the Konggu group. They all participated in medium-sized camp competitions, but which time was not full of danger. There was really no situation where they easily picked up a marked beast and ran away. "I want you to dream," Wen Songshu replied meaningfully. After getting used to big fish and meat, who would want to go back to eat porridge in side dishes? Ji Qingyuan played this trick so beautifully. Look, the person he brought up has tilted the scale in his heart towards her. The military school student who just asked the question scratched his head, and the others looked at each other, not understanding what he meant. When Songshu did not explain, "Let's go quickly. Don't make mistakes on the road, we have to win this game." Everyone immediately responded, and happily carried the wolf-eyed spider one by one, and did not complain about the continuous downpour, and walked briskly towards the finish line. Win! You will definitely win. At this time, in the live broadcast room, the barrage flowed past, and words such as hack and 666 almost filled the screen, and the comment area was refreshed every second. Come on, come on! Where are those who jumped the most fiercely before? Come out, and let me see. You keep calling our Yuanbao a fool. If you can be so foolish, your parents must be praying to your ancestors. Knocked down to the eldest lady. I scolded my younger brother too early before. This empty city plan is really awesome. I was stunned. Oh my god, after this game, the contestants of the Tianji camp must be sick to death. Ji Qingqi didn't even come. They scared themselves to death. But if it were me, I wouldn't have guessed that she was so brave that she dared to charge into battle with two weak brothers. Ha ha ha, it's still our brother Qi who can keep the situation under control. My sister just calculated that they couldn't guess that she would break up the entire participating team and easily snatch the food from the tiger's mouth. In less than 4 hours, the wind direction in the live broadcast room comment area and forum was completely reversed. Originally, I thought sure Yuan must have other plans, but because the previous plan was indeed too outrageous, I held my breath and dared not speak. Now, I can be said to be a slave who turned over and sang, pushing up all the posts that were more ugly than each other. In GCU's yard, Feng Shiyuan and Rong Miao clapped their hands face to face, and their wild laughter could almost be heard hundreds of meters away. Sister is so smart. She is worthy of being our sister, Feng Shiyuan said happily. Rong Miao also touched his chin and said with great joy, this is a good start. And Qing Qi has killed a marked beast alone, and is looking for Qing Yin and the others to join up. The top 3 are guaranteed. GCU said lazily, what top 3? She only cares about the first place. Feng Shiyuan said without turning her head, the current situation is very good, and the first place is not impossible. I am optimistic about my sister. Rongyan naturally agreed. I am optimistic about my sister too. GCU glanced at the two of them. Be careful that she will mess with the Tianxian camp's team next. Feng Shiyuan paused. She is the leader of the Tianxian camp. If her own team is also fooled by her sister, she will have no face to speak of. The president of Fenghui said with a stern face, if they lose, they should learn a lesson, so that they won't be laughing all day and not taking the game seriously. GCU said bluntly, it's obviously you who don't take the game seriously the most. Feng Shiyuan, you have the nerve to say that to me? Look in the mirror first. Gods are fighting. Rong Miao dare not say a word. Bang! A round red ball fell into the dark ball bag, and the slender club slowly pulled back, revealing a pair of white hands adorned with white and green nails. Oh! President Qi is in such a good state today? Are you going to clear the table with one shot? Ing Hung sat on the pure black leather sofa with his legs crossed like a boneless person, turning the golf club that he propped up on the ground from time to time. His hair is pure black, and his eyes are the cold lake blue where the snow meets the sky. From a distance, they look cold and deep, but when you get closer, you will find that they are clear and lazy. If you encounter good things, you will be in a good state of course. Feng Nancheng leaned against the sofa with one hand on his cheek, and his golf club was held in the hand of the girl with twin ponytails standing behind him. Good things? Tang Shixing, who was at the top, sat upright on his sofa, leaning his golf club diagonally and caressing the golden red gemstone inlaid on it. Ing Hung laughed a few times. Your Highness, you must know, right? Today, Ji Qingyuan personally led the team to participate in the camp competition. Our President Qi sent his confidant to test the depth of the little Tao Tai. Everyone is waiting to see the joke. He deliberately bit the word confidant. When he said the joke, Lung Holland's pupils flashed a hint of teasing, and his eyes were fixed on Chi Chinyu's profile. For a moment, it was difficult to judge who he was talking about. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he deliberately looked around the hall. His eyes shifted from Feng Nancheng to Tang Xixing, and then looked at Ji Yuanyu, who had been silent from beginning to end, and sighed. Why didn't Feng Shiyuan come? If I had known she wouldn't come, I wouldn't have come either. Feng Nancheng's eyes turned slightly cold when he heard Feng Shiyuan's name, but he quickly concealed this strangeness and said in a normal tone, She has always done her own thing. Isn't it normal for her not to come? Ing Hung sighed lightly, threw the club to the attendant behind him, and muttered, Then I will do my own thing in the future. Chi Chinyu glanced at him coldly, and did not continue to hit the ball. Instead, she sat aside, and took a sip of the juice handed by the servant. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince asked us to come here. Is there something? I see that some people are already waiting impatiently. Ing Hung didn't care that she was implying on him. He slowly opened his light brain, and prepared to go to the forum to check the progress of the game. Tang Xixing handed the club to Qin He, straightened his sleeves, and said with a straight face, I came to you today to talk about something. You should all know about the robbery of the Red Wolf? His eyes swept across everyone present, and finally paused on Ji Yuanyu, who was born a commoner but became the leader of the Yuan camp, but quickly moved away. Ing Hung casually agreed, I know. I know. Isn't it the wanted criminal who caught Little Tao Tai and Little Tongue Snake, and was finally caught by you and GCU? Hey! I heard that GCU broke the hands and legs of a wanted criminal. He is worthy of him. Well done. The others remained silent. Tang Xixing pulled the corner of his mouth and continued, The kidnapping was instigated by Black Iris. Ing Hung paused in browsing the forum. Feng Nancheng frowned and said, Black Iris? Had they already reached Xianyao Star? Chi Chinyu sneered, Blood roses are almost dead, how dare they be so arrogant? Immediately, she looked at Tang Xixing. You specifically came to us to tell us this. Could it be that Black Iris is hiding in Xingyou Military Academy? Tang Xixing nodded. I recently dealt with a batch of Purple Iris, and when I raided, I happened to run into them contacting Black Iris, and the place where the other party's title sound disappeared was in Xingyou Military Academy. You all know how cunning Black Iris is. I need you to cooperate with me to find this culprit. Feng Nancheng turned the space ring on his left index finger and said with a smile, Catching spies. It is my duty. Chi Chinyu was about to speak when Ing Hung suddenly jumped up from the sofa, pointed at her and laughed. Chi Chinyu. You are going to become a joke. The serious atmosphere in the ballroom was like glass hit by a stone, shattered in his rising tail tone. Ing Hung glanced at Feng Nancheng and Tang Xixing, who were frowning at the same time sitting on his left, and then glanced at Chi Chinyu, who was slightly green, and Ji Yuanyu, who was sitting on his right, pretending not to notice anything. Eating melons is important. Family members. Go to the forum. Chi Chinyu was the first to open the light brain, and the shocking title hit her field of vision. I did 100 push-ups. Chi Chinyu is going to be slapped in the face again. Ing Hung was still groaning. What's 100 push-ups? I did a whole set of training programs. Chi Chinyu is definitely no match for Mao Mao's sister. Everyone present except Chi Chinyu. You don't have to say it. Chapter 51. No matter how gentle and polite the heirs of the totem family are, there are actually few who have a good temper, not to mention that Chi Chinyu is arrogant by nature. How could she bear being provoked by Ing Hung? She smashed the juice in her hand on the spot, and almost got into a fight with Ing Hung. Fortunately, there were so many people in the ballroom, and Tang Xixing was there to keep the place together, so they didn't really tear the ceiling off. The noise here did not affect the ongoing camp competition. Ji Qingyan's task was simple, leading a few freshmen directly to the finish line of the competition. The 5 freshmen, including Wen Qian, only had a 4th-level combat power, which was the weakest 5 people in the entire game. Moreover, they had no combat experience and their mimicry was nothing special. To use the words on the forum, they were a group of drags. Due to the level limit, their cross-country speed was limited, and they could not keep up with the 9 teams that needed to rush to the target location quickly even if they ran their legs off. Therefore, Shi Yuan made other arrangements for them to transport the bodies of the marked beasts back to the finish line. The rules of the competition allow some cadets in the team to send the marked beasts they have hunted back to the finish line first, but the cadets who have entered the finish line cannot return to the competition venue, and the points will not be settled until the end of the competition or there are no members of the team on the field. The configuration of the participating members of the other 6 participating teams has been carefully considered and arranged. Everyone has their own tasks and positions, and there will be no such embarrassing situation. Therefore, They will all participate in the action of hunting marked beasts, or interfering with other teams hunting marked beasts. Ji Qinglian led them to avoid the alien beast's territory, and led Ji Qingqi about 1/3 of the way to the finish line, taking away the marked alien beasts he hunted, which not only saved time but also ensured safety. Sure, Yuan calculated that with Ji Qingqi's speed, he would have enough time to hunt the marked alien beasts closest to the starting point of the Yaoguang camp, and then chase them. And each team was watching the situation in the territory of the remaining 8 marked alien beasts, and it could be confirmed that the other participating teams did not send people to ambush near the finish line. Ji Qinglian and others could carry the alien beast through in a swagger, and he could even turn back after the freshman entered the finish line and occupy the field of vision near the finish line. The two sides met at the agreed coordinates. Ji Qinglian saw a gray-black spider approaching with one hand, flicked his tongue, and also wanted to fight. After all, he was thinking about the task promised to Sister Mao Mao, so the young master did not act willfully, but called 5 freshmen to carry the spider. The freshmen who were only responsible for the journey were stunned when they saw the scene of a man and a spider approaching from afar. When they heard his words, they hurried over, and each of them carried a spider leg and rushed to the finish line. Ji Qingqi saw their figures slowly disappear in the rain, took out the star snail to contact Shi Yuan. The marked beast has been handed over to Qinglan. Where should I go next? Even he only knew the preliminary plan, and his sister did not tell him what to do next. Shi Yuan's soft voice came from the star snail. Go to the location of the number 2 beast. No one has hunted that beast yet, but the people in the Tianji camp went in that direction. I guess they will attack it. You can just go there and reap another wave of leaks. Ji Qingqi, okay, but they just had their wolf-eyed spiders robbed by you, and they are going on a long cross-country trip. Will they fight? The competition time is 1 natural day. If they only hunt 1 marked beast, this competition time arrangement is more than enough for each participating team, and they can also have time to rest. But the wolf-eyed spider that the Tianji camp spent a lot of time and effort to hunt was robbed by Shi Yuan, and was chased by the spider group led by Wen Songshu all the way, exhausted. Even if they want to seize the time to get a marked beast, they have to consider whether they will be intercepted again. Shi Yuan chuckled and said, of course. The number 2 alien beast they were targeting was a fish that slipped through the net. Apart from our team, there were no people from other camps nearby. Tianji's commander can know from the star map which marked alien beasts have been killed and which have not. I stole the number 1 wolf-eyed spider. He will definitely leave people along the way to watch if we followed him, and finally find out that we have left. The number 3 mark is still on. Either number 3 alien beast is also a fish that slipped through the net, or the team hunting it has not yet solved it. Calculate the time required to rush from the number 3 alien beast's territory to the number 2 alien beast's territory. As long as the Tianji camp kills number 2 alien beast within an hour, they can take it away. Finally, Shi Yuan concluded, you can just pick peaches if you go there now. Ji Qingqi, okay. The military academy students, who were watching the live broadcast, were stunned by their conversation. What the hell? People are doing things? 666. Wait until the barrage almost fills the entire screen. The military academy students of the Tianji camp, who had previously laughed at Shi Yuan, and the Yaoguang camp in the comment area were completely unable to laugh now. They wanted to immediately airdrop to the competition venue to remind their own participating teams not to hunt the number 2 alien beast. The military academy students of the other camps were also in danger, fearing that their participating teams would also be targeted by them. Some people suddenly realized that in just a few hours, Shi Yuan had reversed the situation that everyone was not optimistic about, and became the target that everyone did not want to provoke. The heavy rain that lasted for more than 5 hours gradually became smaller, and the drizzle was flying in the air. The sun showed its head from the gradually thinning clouds, bringing the damp heat of the rain. Qing Yuan, the rain is going to stop. Tang Xia shook her wings and added, it's not easy to move next. The rain stopped, and the scouts of each camp could fly to a higher place to observe the situation in the rainforest. The wider field of vision would limit their actions, and it would not be so easy to succeed in a sneak attack. Shi Yuan was lying on her back, feeling very comfortable. He yawned lazily. There are ways to sneak attack in rainy days, and there are also ways to fight in sunny days. Tang Xia immediately put her heart back in her stomach after hearing her say this, nodded her head, and wrote down her words. Recently, she has learned a lot, such as Wen Songshu's tactfulness and human relations, Ji Qingqi's absolute strength, and Shi Yuan's cunning and changeableness when he faced the Tianji camp alone not long ago. Use your strength when you have it, and take advantage of your momentum when you have it. Her Highness was like opening the door to a new world, absorbing knowledge that she had never known like a sponge. Shinji also listened silently, trying to analyze what to do next based on this sentence, but found that he had no clue. After struggling for a while, he realized that Yuan's previous arrangements had nothing to do with the words careful and rigorous. It was completely a matter of acting according to circumstances and responding to each move. People who are cautious and prudent are difficult to deal with, but opponents who are flexible are better, because no one can guess how she will break the situation and what kind of trap she will set. What's more terrifying is that Ji Qingyuan has both. When she set up the situation, even Tang Shixing, who was calm and self-controlled, could not escape her five fingers mountain and was always led by her. When she broke the situation, Zhuang Ji's careful arrangement was full of flaws, and his next move was completely within her expectations. Shinji was shocked and broke into a cold sweat, and when he glanced at the extremely cute little kitten beside him, he felt a subtle sense of relief. What is he afraid of? He has already boarded the pirate ship, and he is the eldest lady's own people. The ones who should be afraid are those who are not on the ship. Yuan saw that he was stiff and trembling, and he was too lazy to think about what he was thinking. He said to Tang Xia, "Stop a little ahead." Tang Xia observed the surrounding environment and landed on a thick branch with him. Yuan took out the star plate and looked at it. Only 5 marked beasts survived. She took out the star snail and contacted the 2 teams ambushed in the territories of the number 3 and number 2 beasts. From them, she learned that the team of the Yuan camp killed the number 3 beast 10 minutes ago, and half of the people escorted it to the finish line. The remaining part of the people rushed to the location of the number 2 beast, and the team of the Tianji camp had already started hunting the number 2 beast. Yuan asked the team responsible for tracking the number 3 beast to follow the escort team of the Yuan camp from a distance, and not be discovered by them. The team members couldn't figure out what she was thinking, but she was the team leader, so they had to follow her orders. The current situation of the Yaoguang camp being independent was a headache, but there was one thing that other camps couldn't compare to. Because there was no big tree to rely on, each group needed to spend more time and energy to gain points. The group leaders had developed the skills of being cautious and experienced in the living environment of being attacked from all sides. They had extraordinary abilities of lurking and escaping, and knew how to grasp the degree of surveillance. From the beginning of the game to now, no one had been exposed. Ji Qingqi's task of cutting leaks should not go wrong. Yuan was very confident in him, and contacted other teams instead. Except for Wen Songshu, who had already taken the wolf-eyed spider to the finish line, all 8 teams arrived at the location she designated and quietly followed. She sorted out the current known information. The participating teams of Tianxian camp were divided into 2. One team of 30 people went to the territory of number 5 alien beast. They happened to meet the participating team of Tianshu camp hunting number 5 alien beast, so they interfered and were being hunted by the military academy students of Tianshu camp. The other team of 70 people had hunted number 4 alien beast, and appointed 40 people to escort it to the end. The remaining people did not go to join the people being hunted, but went to the territory of number 7 alien beast to see if there was any loophole to pick up. The Kaiyang camp divided the participating teams in half. 50 people hunted number 7 alien beast, and 50 people went to the territory of number 6 alien beast to try their luck. If someone hunted it, they would harass it, and if no one hunted it, they would take action immediately. Coincidentally, no one was targeting number 7 alien beast, but because Kaiyang camp was hunting 2 alien beasts at the same time, the speed was much slower than other teams that focused on hunting 1 alien beast, and they happened to be bumped into by Tianxian camp, who came to make trouble. 30 people against 50 people, they can't win, but they can definitely disrupt the situation. Under the leadership of Feng Shiyuan, the Tianxian camp became the most troublemaking camp among the 7 camps. It was quite hated by people, and had always been at odds with the Kaiyang camp. So, the number 6 alien beast ran away, and the people of the Tianxian camp and the Kaiyang camp started the game mode of you escape and I chase. Lei Lai secretly sent a message, President, Tianxian and Kaiyang are completely at odds. I am secretly following the number 6 alien beast. It has been tortured half to death by the people of Kaiyang. Do we want to? Of course we want to. Yuan's crisp voice sounded from right above Lei Lai, almost scaring Lei Lai, who was hiding in the cave with a layer of grass on his head, away from half of his soul. Lei Lai's hiding method was very simple. He dug a hole in the ground and covered it with a layer of grass. Although he was covered in mud, his hiding effect was excellent. If he just used his mental power to sense and scan it, he would not be found hiding underground without carefully checking every inch of grass. He poked half of his head out of the damp and dim underground in shock, and just saw a pair of black military boots falling in front of him. The young lady stood on the grass without any cover, fearing that others would not find her. Lei Lai hurriedly said, "President, why are you here? There are people from Kaiyang nearby. Why don't you hide?" He also kindly moved aside to make room for a second person. Shi Yuan gave him a disgusted look. The people from Kaiyang went to chase the red-spotted spider, and there is no one nearby. Lei Lai, huh? How did you know? I also know that there are only 15 people chasing the red-spotted spider. Bring your people and follow me. As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped onto the treetops and appeared 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. What a fast speed! Lei Lai's eyes widened, and he quickly climbed out of the mud pit, while chasing and sending messages to other members of the team with a stark honk. Fuck. Tianxuan's group of dogs. The reincarnation of a shit stirrer. They almost let the red-spotted spider escape. Military Academy Student A from the Kaiyang camp said indignantly. Military Academy Student B was also speechless. When will the president come up with a way to punish them? It's even more disgusting than the shit in the pit. Military Academy Student C sighed, "Don't talk about this first. Killing the red-spotted spider is important. Kill it quickly and take it away, so that those flies won't stick to it again." As soon as he finished speaking, Military Academy Student A shouted, "It's in front." Outflanking. The team immediately separated 5 Military Academy students to go around to the left, and the other 5 Military Academy students went around from the right. The 3 teams cooperated well, and the 15 people spread out and surrounded the red-spotted spider, which was already at the end of its strength, in a circle. "Finally I caught you." Military School Student B smiled, and swung the scimitar in his hand. The blade light flowed and approached the red-spotted spider, which was hissing and threatening. The red-spotted spider felt the danger, its round eyes widened a little, raised its forelimbs high, and rushed towards Military School Student B without saying anything. It had no spider silk, and could only fight with its scarred body. The other Military School students would naturally not stand by and watch, and they were divided into 3 waves. The first wave of melee attack, the second wave of long-range attack, and the third wave to make up for the first wave of attack. As time passed, the red-spotted spider's attack became weaker and weaker, and its reaction gradually slowed down. Military School Student B saw the opportunity to jump on it, and pierced its head with the scimitar in his hand. Just as he was about to dig out the alien crystal inside, a dangerous cold light suddenly flew down from the treetops. The bone sickle, more than 2 meters high, was more agile than the narrow dagger. The sharp blade cut through the light spots of the tree shadows, and hit the Military Student B at the moment when time was condensed to the extreme. The instinctive perception of danger made the Military Student B look up reflexively. Facing the dangerous blade light, he opened his eyes wide in horror and tried to avoid the bone sickle that was getting closer and closer, but found that his body was imprisoned in place as if by an invisible force, unable to move. The cold wind rustled, and the crisp click sound was drowned in the last wail of the red-spotted spider. The greedy holy sickle shattered the life sensor light on the shoulder of the Military Student B. Shi Yuan appeared behind everyone like a shadow, and held the long handle of the bone sickle and twisted it behind her. Just then, a golden red feather arrow brushed her flying hair and broke through the wind. Crack! The life sensor light on the shoulder of Military Student A shattered. Shi Yuan stretched out his left hand and gave a thumbs up to the back, and the next moment he swung the greedy holy scythe to kill the Military Student who had not yet recovered. Lei Lai's mouth opened into an O shape. He did not dare to waste time and immediately led 9 military students to fight. The only 2 military students with extraordinary combat power among the 15 people were eliminated by Shi Yuan and Tang Xiao one after another. The remaining 13 people did not expect such a change, and were a little panicked for a while. Military Student C barely caught the bone sickle swung by Shi Yuan in a panic. When he was about to fight back, Shinji, who came out of nowhere, pinched the life sensor light on his shoulder and eliminated him with a click. Thunderous power surged around Lei Lai, and he smiled excitedly. He put his 5 fingers together and used his hand as a knife to split the life sensor lamp of a military school student in 2. I got a bargain. I got a bargain. I got a bargain. In less than 10 minutes, all the military school students of the Tianquan camp who were attacked fell to the ground. Lei Lai and the 7 members who were not eliminated picked up the red-spotted spider on the ground and said happily, "President, we will go first. See you at the finish line. Be careful not to get caught by Kaiyang's people." After speaking, a group of people ran at full speed and ran 100 meters in a moment. From the grass debris flying up from the ground, it can be seen how excited they are at this moment. Chapter 52. Lei Lai and the others ran away so fast that Shi Yuan did not stay there either. Tang Xia took him away from the crime scene immediately. When the support from Kaiyang camp arrived, they only saw the eliminated military academy students on the ground, and the red-spotted spider disappeared without a trace. The leader could not help but curse, "Damn Yogwang! Wait for me!" As soon as the voice fell, the star conch on his waist rang. He saw the information inside, and could not help but curse again, "Damn Tianxian!" As time went by, the 10 marked beasts were all hunted down by the participating teams, and the situation on the field became more chaotic. The first and second guerrilla teams of Tianxian successively provoked the Tianshu camp and the Kaiyang camp, and were chased all over the field. The team of Yogwang camp that followed them accidentally exposed their tracks, and 10 people were besieged and eliminated. Shi Yuan lost their location information, but soon learned from another team that the Tianshu first guerrilla team was still chasing the Tianxian first guerrilla team. On the way, they found the team of the Tianquan camp transporting the number 8 alien beast. The two sides instantly turned enemies into friends and attacked the Tianquan camp together. The three parties fought and eliminated many people from each other. At the critical moment, the people of the Yuheng first guerrilla team suddenly appeared and carried the number 8 alien beast and ran all the way to the finish line. This stirred up a hornet's nest. The three teams stopped fighting and divided into 3 groups to encircle the Yuheng first guerrilla team. Coincidentally, the Yuheng second guerrilla team touched the territory of the number 2 alien beast and wanted to take the opportunity to make trouble, but unexpectedly plunged into the trap set by the Tianji camp. A total of 20 people were eliminated. When Ji Qingqi was about to reach the location of the number 2 beast, Leng Yu, who had extraordinary second-level combat power in the Kaiyang camp, led people to block him. The plan to cut leaks was forced to terminate, and a war broke out between the two sides. The current distribution of the beasts on the field is: the Tianshu camp hunted the number 5 beast, and a 50-man transport team is escorting it to the finish line. The Tianxian camp hunted the number 4 beast, and a 40-man transport team escorted it to the finish line. The Tianji camp lost the number 1 wolf-eyed spider, and fortunately ran away with the number 2 beast when the people from the Kaiyang camp surrounded Ji Qingqi. The Tianquan camp did not conflict with other camps in the early stage, and successfully hunted the number 8 and number 10 beasts. Now the number 8 beast has been robbed, and the number 10 beast is temporarily safe. The Yuheng camp hunted the number 3 beast, and lost 4 military academy students in the process, so a 48-man team was assigned to escort the beast to the finish line. The only remaining first guerrilla team just snatched the number 8 beast from the Tianquan transport team, so they had 2 beasts in hand. The Kaiyang camp hunted the number 6 beast, and the number 7 beast was originally theirs, but because the Tianxian second guerrilla team suddenly ran out to disrupt the situation, it was snatched away by Shi Yuan and others hiding in the dark. Finally, the Yogwang camp had 3 beasts, number 1, number 7, and number 9 hunted by Ji Qingqi, and the wolf-eyed spider had reached the finish line. With 3 beasts in hand, as long as there is no accident, it is enough to ensure that the Yogwang camp will become the first in this camp competition. The various camps ambushed and killed many people, but because the information can only be transmitted through the star snail on the field, the contestants cannot count how many people were eliminated. In a hidden valley somewhere, Tang Xia saw Shi Yuan remain silent after reading the information in the star snail, and couldn't help but ask, "Qing Yuan, what's wrong with you? Isn't the current situation very favorable to us? They are the team with the most exotic beasts at present, and there is absolutely no problem in ranking in the top 3. The harder the other camps fight, the more advantageous it is for them. This is also the norm in the camp competition. When the competition enters the middle and late stages, almost every participating team is thinking about how to plot against other participating teams and create opportunities to take advantage of the situation." From the news sent back, Yogwang has only lost 15 people since the start of the competition, and it is almost certain that it is the team with the least losses among all participating teams. Only Ji Qingqi was dragged down by the people of Kaiyang camp, and he has not gotten rid of them until now. Shi Yuan pondered for a while, and suddenly smiled. It is very advantageous. Other camps should also notice that Yogwang camp has unknowingly become the most advantageous camp in this game. The mark of number 9 exotic beast disappeared first, and they could easily guess that it was Yogwang camp that got number 9 exotic beast. After all, only Ji Qingqi in the entire arena had such a strong strength to fight against S-level attacking exotic beasts alone, and with the cooperation of other team members, it was natural that he would be fast. Although they didn't know that he had hunted the number 9 marked beast alone without anyone's help, it didn't stop them from locking in that Yogwang already had a marked beast. The Tianji camp was caught off guard by her empty city trick, and they reacted after shaking off the spider swarm, but it was too late. From this, they could guess that Yogwang had 2 beasts. The Kaiyang camp was missed by her number 7 beast, and they could also guess that Yogwang had already got 2 beasts. They would definitely not sit idly by and watch Yogwang accumulate further advantages. It seemed that only eliminating 15 people was a cover-up, and many of the star snails from the other teams might have fallen into their hands. In this case, I will help them. Sure, Yuan took out the star snail and set a new order regardless of whether the other side was his own people or the enemy. Bring all team members to gather at the coordinates 365, 617, 22 to prepare to ambush the Tianji camp. She didn't care what the team leaders replied, stood up and stretched, and said to Tang Xia, "Start working." Whoosh! Tang Xia once again carried the 2 kittens into the sky and glided along the wind all the way to the finish line. The blade was like a rainbow, and it swung out across. The 2-meter-wide tree was split into 2, and it was pressed down to both sides with a rumble, bringing a series of crackling sounds of broken branches and leaves. The remaining raindrops on the branches and leaves fell down with a crackling sound, playing an exciting symphony. The 5 fingers with distinct joints held a pure black hilt, and the cold fangs lay on the blade. The sharp narrow blade was pulled back, reflecting Ji Qingqi's calm and indifferent eyes. Mimicry weapon, Tao Tai Jinlu. Broken branches and leaves were flying in the air. Leng Yu barely blocked the cross blade swung by Ji Qingqi. He leaned on the sword and knelt on one knee on the ground. A trace of blood flowed from his lips. Beside him, the military academy students of the Kaiyang camp fell to the ground. Fortunately, the life sensor was not broken. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, looked at the boy who was tiptoeing high up, stood up with the hilt of the sword, and laughed softly. "Ji Qingqi, you really deserve the name of a fierce beast. Too strong." Also at the level of the 2nd level of transcendence, he led a whole 7 first-level talents to defeat him. Such a terrible gap in strength is simply despairing. Ji Qingqi swung the blade down, his tone even. "Do you want to get out yourself, or do you want me to do it?" Leng Yu shrugged. "You are strong, but you can't eliminate so many of us by yourself." After speaking, he shouted, "Go!" The 7 military academy students who got up from the ground in a panic, together with Leng Yu, immediately fled in 8 different directions. Ji Qingqi frowned slightly. It would be difficult to chase them if they ran separately. Then he should kill Leng Yu first. He was about to chase them, and the long-tail sound of the clash of weapons suddenly came out from the forest. Leng Yu, who was attacked by surprise, fell out of it with the star power shield. Ji Qingqi narrowed his eyes slightly, and met Wen Songshu's gentle and smiling eyes. He said calmly, "Leng Yu, if we are included, you can't run away." Leng Yu stared at him, trying to see his soul through his skin, but unfortunately, no matter how sharp his eyes were, Wen Songshu seemed to have no feeling. The sound of fighting rang out from all over the forest at the right time. When Songshu blinked, "Qingqi, the president asked me to help. As for the wolf-eyed spider, it has been handed over to Ji Qinglan." Ji Qingqi nodded. "Don't leave any." Buzz buzz buzz, Tao Yu stopped her steps and took off the star snail on her waist. After seeing the information inside, she frowned slightly. The people following her also stopped one after another. Someone asked, "Captain, does the president have any instructions?" The group was the participating team of the Yaoguang camp. More than an hour ago, they received an order to go to the destination coordinates and prepare to intercept the Tianji camp. "Nothing, just let us report the situation nearby." Tao Yu really couldn't figure out what Shi Yuan wanted to do, but she respected the game very much and always acted according to her orders. Someone couldn't help but complain, "What is there to report? The other camps are probably already taking the beasts back to the end, and we are the only ones running around." In order to avoid the exposure of the surveillance team and the leakage of the news that the star snail was seized, which would lead to the people of other camps uniting to target Yidwang, Shi Yuan did not tell the team that was investigating the situation outside that they now had 3 marked beasts. Tao Yu glanced at him. "Don't talk, find a place to hide first." Coincidentally, the military cadet in charge of the investigation in the team flew down from the sky and said anxiously, "Captain, I found a scout from the Tianshu camp in front. They must have found me too. We have to retreat quickly." Tao Yu was shocked. "Why is the Tianshu camp here?" Immediately, she reacted, "Oh no, the order given to us by the president was leaked. They are here to besiege us, retreat." At this time, the team coming from another direction also found traces of the Tianquan camp. One piece of news after another gathered in Shi Yuan's hands, and she thought to herself, as expected, the Tianji camp and Kaiyang camp were robbed of their marked beasts by her, so they must be unable to swallow the anger in their hearts. Now it seems that they are cooperating and even pulling in the Tianshu camp and Tianquan camp. These people are really flexible, and they were fighting each other to death before. I think Tianji and Kaiyang got the news and found that Yoguang had 3 marked beasts, and they were ready to bite a piece of meat from her. In simple terms, whoever has more beasts will be targeted. Shi Yuan sent a message to all again. The message was leaked, and the mission to intercept the Tianji camp was cancelled. Immediately, she sent separate orders to the 4 teams that reported accurate information. The team whose whereabouts have been exposed split into 2 groups. One group attracts firepower, while the other group detours and waits for an opportunity to attack the transport team of the Tianji camp and try to seize the number 2 exotic beast. The team whose whereabouts have not been exposed is responsible for the response. We have transported the number 1 and number 9 exotic beasts to the finish line. Please feel free to act. When the message was sent out, 20 members of the Tianshu camp, 67 members of the Tianji camp, 20 members of the Tianquan camp, and 20 members of the Kaiyang camp began to conduct a carpet search from 4 directions, in order to catch all the military academy students from the Yaguang camp who came here at the same time. Shi Yuan met up with Lei Lai at a quarter of the distance to the finish line, and the red-spotted spider was handed over to Tang Xia and Shinji to find a place to hide. Not long ago, Ji Qinglian asked the 3 freshmen guarding outside the finish line to send the wolf-eyed spider to the finish line. Almost as soon as he found a place to hide, the transport team of Tianshu and Yuheng arrived outside the finish line. The 2 sides tacitly agreed not to fight. The Tianshu camp sent 1 person to send the number 5 beast to the finish line, and the rest of the people ambushed near the finish line, waiting for the prey to fall into the trap after being beaten and bleeding. The Yuheng camp also sent the number 3 beast to the finish line, but they still had the number 8 beast snatched from the Tianquan camp. The rest of the people turned back and prepared to join the guerrillas, who hid after snatching the beast. The patrol of the Tianshu camp was very strict. Ji Qinglian could not continue to occupy the vision near the finish line, so he had to come back to find Shi Yuan. From the beginning, Shi Yuan's target was not the Tianji camp, but the Kaiyang camp that was transporting the number 6 beast to the finish line, and the Yuheng camp that snatched the number 8 beast. President Ji, you only brought so few people here, how can we cooperate? Luo from the Tianxian camp glanced at the people standing behind Shi Yuan. Only Lei Lai was a first-level extraordinary talent. There were 8 people, including Ji Qinglian, 2 at level 9, 3 at level 8, and 3 at level 7. There were only 10 people in total, and Shi Yuan was only at level 4. Shi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't it enough for us to have someone who can fight 100? Where is he?" Luo didn't listen to her nonsense. "Behind you." Shi Yuan pointed to a tree in the distance. Luo turned around immediately. A pair of black military boots, with a little mud on them, stepped out from the shadows. The long legs had perfect lines, and when they took steps, it was obvious how powerful the explosive power was hidden under the muscles. Luo unconsciously tensed up his nerves. The fact that Ji Qinqi appeared here meant that the people who besieged him in the Kaiyang camp had been dealt with by him. 1 extraordinary 2nd level, 7 extraordinary 1st level. It is indeed a fierce beast, Shi Yuan whispered. How about it? Can we cooperate? According to the previous discussion, we will help you grab Kaiyang's exotic beast first, and then you will help me grab Yuheng's exotic beast. Luo turned his head and said, "You robbed one of them, and now you want to grab the second one? Too bad, right?" Shi Yuan said in surprise, "You caused them to lose one, and now you want to cooperate with me to grab the second one, who can be worse than you?" Ha ha ha. Luo laughed out loud without hesitation. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Shi Yuan high-fived him. The 2 smiled at each other, and there was another scene in the live broadcast room. Fuck. Ji Qingyuan actually wants to cooperate with Tianxian. How can this not be said to be a case of a turtle and a mung bean falling in love? This trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain is really a trick. Even if the 4-party alliance finds out that something is wrong, it is too late to rush over. But how did Ji Qingyuan guess that his people have turned into ghosts? Have you forgotten how she fooled the Tianji camp at the beginning? People with a bad heart think all kinds of dirty things. Besides, even if there was no ambush on the Tianji camp side, Ji Qinqi would have gone straight over after escaping from the trap, and it would not have been a loss to cut another wave of leaks according to the original plan. Kaiyang was equipped with 2 extraordinary 2nd-level talents this time. How could he have ended up in such a miserable state now? It's so funny, Kaiyang is just courting death. Isn't he happy to have taken the first place quickly with his strength advantage? He had to provoke Ji Qinqi, and was thinking about encircling and annihilating Yogwang and eliminating Ji Qingyuan. Now, the number 6 alien beast is also going to lose. Ji Qingyu is going to lose face this time. I heard that she almost fought with Ying Heng during the day, and it was said that it was because of Ji Qingyuan. He Shuang's eyelids twitched a little bit. More than an hour ago, he couldn't contact Leng Yu, and there was no news about the people who went with him to block Ji Qingqi. The reason for this situation is very simple. Leng Yu and his 8 men have been eliminated. He believed that Leng Yu and his men could not beat Ji Qingqi, but it was an exaggeration to say that Ji Qingqi could keep them all. Could it be that something else happened? If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have agreed to let him intercept Ji Qingqi. As a result, Ji Qingqi was not eliminated, Ji Qingyuan was not found, and time was wasted, and 8 extraordinary realms of combat power were lost. And the damn Tianxian. It stuck to them all the way like a dog-skin plaster, and it came up to bite them from time to time, slowing down their progress. Forget it. It's useless to think about these things now. The most urgent task is to send the alien beast to the end point quickly. After that, whether to block Ji Qingyuan or snatch the alien beast, they will be freer than now. While speeding, the scout flew down from the sky and hurriedly said, "Commander, I didn't see any people from Tianshu on the road. I guess they have sent a strange beast to the end point. The people from Yuheng have turned back and are going in another direction." "Where are the people from Tianxian?" He Shuang asked. "They are harassing Tianquan behind us." "Okay, keep an eye on them. The rest of you should speed up and pay attention to the people from Tianshu. Those bastards are squatting at the end point this time. They are even more disgusting than Tianxian." Before the word people came out, He Shuang saw a figure standing in the dim night, slender but tough, like a green bamboo, standing tall. She turned around in the mottled shadows of the trees, and her silver blue eyes, with a faint glow, were like 2 strange ghost fires in the dark scene, making people shudder in this humid rain forest. "Ji Qingyuan," He Shuang blurted out, "why are you here?" The team stopped suddenly, and the military academy students formed a circle, protecting the number 6 monster in the center. "Of course I'm waiting for you." Sure Yuan pressed down the flying hair on her temples, and laughed crisply and pleasantly. 2 figures walked out from behind her one after another. Ji Qinglian, carrying the blade of Wujian, said happily, "Finally, it's my turn to fight." God knows how anxious he has been since the start of the game. Ji Qingqi pulled out the Cinder Killer from the vortex of star power and reminded lightly, "Don't underestimate the enemy, you pick the 8th and 9th level ones to fight." Ji Qinglian was furious. "What do you mean? Are you saying I'm a loser?" Ji Qingqi, "No. You'd better be." Ji Qinglian snorted coldly. Sure Yuan laughed softly, "Then I will wait here for my 2nd and 3rd brothers to return victorious." Their conversation was arrogant. He Shuang could not stand this insult and sneered, "Just the 3 of you? Of course there are more." Luo Luo snapped his fingers, and the military academy students of the Tianxian camp rose from both sides of the forest. Lei Lai, who was at the back of the team, shouted, "Kaiyang, just surrender if you know what's good for you. Our president didn't intend to use you as a scapegoat. Who told you to block our vice president?" Before He Shuang could say anything, Ji Qinglian had already jumped up from the ground holding the Wujian blade in his hand. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? I will teach Ji Qinyu a lesson today. Stop bullying my sister." The sharp sword light broke through the dark night, and Ji Qingqi rushed over. When he passed by Ji Qinglian, he said with a headache, "Don't rush to the front when fighting." Without waiting for Ji Qinglian to jump up again, he blocked He Shuang's attack with his sword, and said coldly, "Your opponent is me." Luo Luo laughed and rushed forward with the military school students of Tianxian camp. After harassing for so long, it's finally time for a meal. One after another, the mimicry phantoms rose into the air, and the sound of fighting was heard in the hot forest. Sure Yuan tapped the ground with her toes, like a phantom rushing into the battle, but she didn't fight with someone, but looked for military school students who showed flaws, and defeated their life sensor lights in one fell swoop. Luo Luo noticed her actions, and was still shocked. What a fast body movement! What a strong reaction! Is it a mimicry talent? Tao Tai doesn't seem to have a talent for speed. Before he had time to think, the chaotic battle forced him to concentrate on the battle in front of him. Lei Lai did not fight with the people in the Kaiyang camp, but took advantage of the chaos, and took a few people into the hole dug by his younger brother with Earth-related talent, and went straight to the location of the number 6 alien beast, and took out the spider with his black hand. He also shouted, "The alien beast was taken away." People who were close knew that the alien beast fell to the ground, but people who were far away didn't know, and subconsciously wanted to see where the alien beast was. Sure Yuan seized the opportunity to eliminate it in a moment of distraction. More than half an hour later, all members of the Kaiyang transport team were eliminated. Tian Xian lost 1/3 of its manpower, and Lei Lai's younger brother eliminated too. Sure Yuan did not play tricks, and handed the number 6 alien beast to Luo Luo. Coincidentally, at this time, when Song Shu and others hurried over and joined everyone to make up for the lack of manpower. Luo Luo also kept his promise, and joined them in a surprise attack on the Yuhan camp. With Luo Luo and other notorious troublemakers responsible for attracting firepower, Ji Qingqi unexpectedly snatched the number 8 beast and ran away. The team of the Tianquan camp transporting the number 10 beast had received the news of the failure of the encirclement and suppression of Yeguang, and learned from the survivors of the Kaiyang camp, who were still with the encirclement and suppression alliance, that Tian Xian and Yeguang cooperated to wipe out the Kaiyang transport team. Suddenly, they were overwhelmed and prepared to find a place to hide and wait for their own guerrillas to join. The Tianshu camp, which was ambushing near the finish line, had already spotted them, and immediately showed up to snatch the number 10 beast and ran to the finish line. The two sides chased each other, and just happened to see Tian Xian and Yeguang rushing into the finish line with 2 beasts each. Then, the 4-party alliance broke up, and the Tianji camp, as the only team with beasts on the field, was besieged by the other 3 teams in reverse. In the chaos, Tao Yu led people to snatch the number 2 exotic beast, but before they could deliver it to the finish line, they were discovered by the Yuhan camp and unfortunately eliminated. Yeguang already had 4 exotic beasts and firmly occupied the first place. After confirming that there were no other survivors on the field, Shi Yuan led Ji Qingqi and others to the finish line. Before the Yuhan camp reached the finish line, it encountered another melee, and finally the number 2 exotic beast was taken away by the Tianshu camp, and the game ended. The Yeguang camp successfully transported 4 exotic beasts, ranked first, and obtained 200 points plus 40 additional points. The Tianshu camp successfully transported 3 exotic beasts, ranked second, and obtained 180 points plus 30 additional points. The Tianxian camp successfully transported 2 exotic beasts, ranked third, and obtained 150 points plus 20 additional points. The Yuan camp successfully transported 1 exotic beast, ranked fourth, and obtained 110 points plus 10 additional points. Tianji, Kaiyang, and Tianquan failed to win, and the 5th place was cancelled, earning 0 points. The live broadcast room was closed, and the forum was in an uproar. First place. How long has it been since Yeguang camp won the first place in the medium-sized camp competition? The first place in the medium-sized and large camp competition has always been taken by Tianshu, Kaiyang, and Tianquan camps in turn, and Tianxian, Yuan, and Tianji can take it once or twice with good luck. Only Yeguang has not won the first place in the medium-sized camp competition for a long time. The military school students began to look through the competition records, and finally found that it was 3 years ago. The last time Yeguang won the first place in the medium-sized camp competition was by luck. As for the large camp competition, they were not among the top 5, and basically no one wanted to be the first. The cadets who were thinking about quitting the Yeguang organization founded by Shi Yuan a day ago, and going back to their own homes and mothers completely forgot about this matter. They were so excited that their faces flushed, and they posted crazily on the forum, "Is my great Yeguang finally going to be glorious? I declare that Ji Qingyuan is the leader of Yeguang from now on. At Hanmei Shuri, you two still have time to hug your thighs now. I believe the president will not hold you accountable for what happened before. Ha ha at Ji Qingyu, didn't Kaiyang send elite troops? How come you qualified with 0 points?" The cadets in the Yeguang camp were going crazy, but the people in other camps would not tolerate it, especially the camp that had fallen. An overwhelming quarrel immediately broke out on the forum, and they also made an appointment to go to the training ground to fight. The cadets were so excited that they beat each other up at the training ground, and then they laughed inexplicably, and went to the cafeteria to eat and drink with their arms around each other. When Shi Yuan and others passed through the Star Gate and returned to the waiting area of the Xingyou Military Academy, they were shocked by the thunderous cheers of the Yeguang Camp Military Academy students waiting there, and covered their ears. There was also a group of people with red faces, apologizing to Shi Yuan one by one. She really didn't expect such a scene, and showed a little dazed expression. Lei Lai rushed over, slid to his knees in front of her, put his hands together and said, "President, I'm sorry. I used to judge others by my own meanness. From today on, I will be the watchdog of our Yeguang. Whoever dares to talk nonsense, I will bite her to death." The military academy students, who lined up to apologize, all looked at him. "What are you doing, Go to line up. Several military academy students rushed out immediately and took him away. Ji Qingqi saw his sister's dazed look for the first time, and suddenly realized that she seemed to have never really shown the passion and innocence of a young man. Those smiles and those coquettish words were all measured, disguised, and false. He pursed his lips, raised his hand, and patted his sister's shoulder, and said seriously, "Are you happy?" Shi Yuan was stunned. She seemed to have not thought about this question for a long time. Is she happy? Shi Yuan looked around at the noisy military school students, and suddenly saw Feng Shiyuan and Rong Miao standing outside the crowd, waving to her enthusiastically. Ji Siyu leaned against the tall support column with his head tilted up, holding a glass of juice in his left hand, and a thermos box in his right hand. Seemingly noticing her gaze, he turned his head and looked over, blinking mischievously, as if to say, "Are you hungry?" Chapter 53. Shi Yuan fought a brilliant comeback, completely reversing the reputation of all parties, and the outstanding leadership she showed in the game also forced those who originally despised her to re-examine her. People who are cautious and prudent are difficult to deal with, and people who are flexible and adaptable are even more terrible. After all, the battlefield changes rapidly, and there are not many people who can truly remain unchanged in the face of changes. A leader of a legion can be weak, but he must not be without the ability to judge the situation. Previously, Shi Yuan was most criticized for her combat power, which was the lowest in the school. If she was not born in the Ji family of Tiandu, and could enter the school without examination, how could she be qualified to be compared with the pride of heaven? The unfair treatment caused by her status and position is unpleasant, and it is natural to magnify her shortcomings. As long as she makes a mistake, someone will bite her tightly, not to mention the competition between the totem families, who can find 3 points of fault for her even if she is right. For example, slacking off during military training. Aren't there other people from the totem family who do this? Of course there are, but most people take it for granted that strong people slacking off is lazy, and weak people slacking off is not making progress. Now, Shi Yuan has shown the ability that the heir of the totem family should have in the eyes of the military academy students, and those who suppress her will naturally be drowned out by the public's voice. After this competition, people's hearts belong to her. No matter Han Mei or Su Ri, it is impossible to shake her position in the Yaguang camp. Away from the noisy crowd, Wen Songshu stretched. After a little relaxation, the fatigue brought by the high-intensity combat surged up, making him yawn several times. He grabbed a handful of hair soaked by the rain, and prepared to go back to take a shower, drink a tube of nutrient solution, and have a good sleep. But before he took a few steps, a series of footsteps sounded from behind him, and 4 people wearing the Kaiyang camp badge surrounded him. Lung Yu put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked out of the corridor next to him. "Vice President Wen, the people of Yaguang are busy over there. Why are you here alone?" The 7 floating islands are usually not open to military academy students from other camps, but there is an exception during the camp competition. The Star Gate of the Spider Rainforest is currently fixed on Kaiyang Island, and military academy students can only go to the competition venue from here. When Soshu turned around to meet Lung Yu's slightly depressed gaze, and said calmly, "I'd like to enjoy the joy of victory alone." When he spoke, the corners of his lips were raised, and the tails of his eyes were slightly raised. It was a very relaxed smile, coupled with a warm and polite temperament, which easily made people feel good. Lung Yu still looked gloomy, and even sneered when he heard the word joy. "I hope you can talk like this in front of the president. Take him away." For military school students stepped forward, and when Sonshu waved his hand calmly, "Don't bother you, I do it myself." He had no intention of struggling for help, and stepped forward with ease. The landmark building of the Kaiyang camp is an umbrella-shaped building called Kaiyang Yu, which is also 9-story and decorated with platinum and gold. It is tall and gorgeous, and it is daunting. Pushing open the door of the office, when Songshu saw Qi Qinyu sitting on the office chair with his back to him. The 2 vice presidents of the Kaiyang camp stood on the left and right of the desk and looked at him coldly. He smiled and said, "Hello, President Qi, you called me here in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being seen and causing unnecessary misunderstandings?" "What misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding that you are a slave of 2 families?" Qi Qinyu turned his chair, raised his hand and pressed on the table, leaned over and pressed on the edge of the table and asked back, "Is this a misunderstanding? Look at what President Qi said. I am a good person. How can I become someone's slave?" When Songshu calmly went to the water dispenser to get himself a glass of water and drank it sip by sip. Such a casual move. Those who don't know would think he is the master here. "It seems that you have forgotten how you climbed to your current position. Do you want me to help you think about it?" Qi Qinyu raised his hand, and the green wind blade appeared without warning, nailing straight into Wen Songshu's eyeballs. He decisively turned his head, a strand of black hair was rolled up by the residual wind, and a blood mark slowly cracked on his cheekbone, and blood gushed out, winding to his jaw. Wen Songshu stuck out his tongue, drew a trace of blood and put it on his teeth. His dark pupils reflected Qi Qinyu's face. President Qi, do you know? Qi Qinyu narrowed his eyes at the unclear words. Wen Songshu laughed softly. Qi Qinyuan would never use such a low and mean way to threaten me to be loyal to her. Instantly, Qi Qinyu's pupils dilated, and dangerous winds surged, filling the entire office. How dare you compare me with that wild girl? Wen Songshu seemed to be unaware of how dangerous the wind around him was. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood that was about to drip from his chin, and said softly, Wild girl. Qi Qinyu, who are you? Puff. The wind blade pierced Wen Songshu's shoulder, blood gushed out, and instantly soaked his combat uniform. Wen Songshu seemed to feel no pain, and laughed more and more wantonly. What? President Qi can't listen to the truth? You are proud of your identity as a pure-blooded tongue snake, but in the end, you are also an illegitimate daughter. There are so many pure-blooded tongue snakes in the Qi family of Qinxiong. Is it your turn to inherit the position of the head of the family? Qi Qingyuan is different. She is the only pure-blooded Taotai, and she is also the biological daughter of Marshal Ji Wu. Even a strong person like Qi Qinqi can only follow her orders. Looking at Qi Qinyu's increasingly gloomy face, Wen Songshu pulled out the wind blade that pierced his shoulder blade with his bare hands, and regardless of the bloody palm that was twisted, he squeezed it to pieces. A wise bird chooses a tree to rest on. You can't compare with me in status and position, nor can you be my opponent in mind and wisdom. Am I mentally ill? Do I have to wait for it to sink to the bottom of your broken boat? After saying this, he said to Leng Yu, who was standing at the door and trying to reduce his presence, Leng Yu, it must be hard to follow such a moody president. Why don't you transfer to our Yaguang? I can't say anything else about our president, but he will definitely not show his displeasure to his subordinates at every turn. He also turned on the light brain and showed the score information he received not long ago. The total points of the camp this month have not been settled yet, and she has already given us a competition subsidy. She is generous and beautiful than some people. Every time he said a word, the atmosphere in the office became more depressed. Leng Yu was sweating coldly on his back, but he couldn't resist his curiosity and took a very, very, very subtle peek at the score information. 5,000. Hiss. Winning a medium-sized camp game gives you 5,000 student points. What kind of rich woman is Qi Qingyuan? He only gets 2,000 student points for winning a medium-sized camp game. Wen Songshu was not finished yet. With blood on his shoulder, he smiled at the two vice presidents of Kaiyang. If you are interested, I can also introduce you. Yaguang is willing to pay the points you need to transfer camps. The two vice presidents, Qi Qinyu laughed in anger. Does Qi Qingyuan recognize you as a dog? Are you so loyal to her? Just at this moment, a communication request popped up on Wen Songshu's light brain, and the message showed Dear President. Leng Yu, you are really a good dog. Wen Songshu answered the call, holding the wound on his shoulder, his smiling face turned pale in an instant, his eyes were cold and tough. Qi Qinyu. Stop dreaming. I will not betray the president. Everyone present, Huh? A faint breath came from the virtual screen, followed by an anxious tone full of worry. Senior One, where are you now? How did you get hurt? Wen Songshu seemed to have just realized that the call was connected, and his eyes showed a slight panic, but he quickly calmed down. I'm fine, President. It's just a small trouble. It will be solved soon. What do you want to talk to me about? Sure, Yuan asked instead of answering, and said in a serious tone, Are you with Qi Qinyu? Wen Songshu pursed his lips slightly. I'm sorry, President. I explain to you when I get back. He was about to end the call. Sure, Yuan suddenly scolded coldly. Qi Qinyu, if you have the guts, come to me. Don't be like a rat in the gutter, only doing small tricks behind the scenes. Senior, I asked my second brother to come and pick you up. Qi Qinyu, if I don't see you in 5 minutes, I overturn your Kaiyang Yu. Wen Songshu gave Qi Qinyu a thumbs up, and then turned 180 degrees downward. Crack! The desk cracked with a sound, and the two vice presidents were startled and immediately stepped forward to stop Qi Qinyu. Leng Yu decisively opened the door of the office and half pulled and half dragged Wen Songshu out of Kaiyang Yu. Qi Qinqi came slowly and saw Wen Songshu standing in front of the Kaiyang Yu building, with his head down, covering the wound on his shoulder, looking so pitiful. He walked around him twice and said bluntly, Don't pretend, it doesn't look like it. Wen Songshu, The stream was gurgling, Song was taking a nap in its stable, and Bao Bao was kicking his legs to chase butterflies in the yard. The sound of horse hooves was crisp and loud, adding to the excitement that was not usually there. GCU sat under the grape trellis wearing disposable gloves, patiently crushing grapes one by one and putting them into glass bottles to prepare wine. After Shi Yuan instructed Wen Songshu to write a review report on this competition, the communication ended. The vicious neighbor's puppy climbed the wall and played a clumsy trick of self-torture. After all, it was her own puppy in the future, so she was happy to cooperate. She picked up a piece of braised pork and ate it, sighing happily. Adlet's dishes are still the best. Since Adlet came to Xianyao Star from Tiandu Star, they have been given extra meals every few days, and Shi Yuan eats the most and is the happiest. The kitten squatted on the table, curiously watching GCU tossing grapes, and occasionally tentatively stretched out his short legs to try to touch the grapes on the plate, as if he also wanted to pinch them. Whenever this happened, GCU would use his other hand to push its short legs away, and smiled and told it to stop making trouble. But the kitten would stay quiet for less than 2 minutes before showing its claws eagerly. GCU was not tired of it, and would take the opportunity to push its furry ears. Shi Yuan thought that he was not brewing wine, but was just passing time to tease the kitten. GCU put the last grape into a glass bottle, sealed it, and carried it into the small building. When he came out, he saw the kitten jumping to the ground, chasing a round grape and stepping on it with its short legs. Paw! The grape juice splashed out. GCU held his forehead with a headache, walked over and lifted its neck skin, and said to Shi Yuan, "You don't care?" Shi Yuan drank a mouthful of soup. "You are still young. Why do you care?" Mimicry behavior will reflect the owner's inner thoughts to a certain extent, and GCU did not expose her little thoughts of doing bad things. He flicked the short leg stained with grape juice with his fingers, took out a large bowl from the space ring, brought in stream water, soaked the kitten in it, and prepared to wash it. He saw it start paddling very skillfully, and the whole cat was spinning in circles in the bowl. GCU didn't know what to say. When he looked at Shi Yuan again, she was eating happily, and didn't care about the little bad cat who was entertaining herself. He simply sat down and let the little bad cat paddle in the bowl. The fluffy white hair floated on the water like a cotton ball. He poked it with his index finger, and then poked it again. He poked the little cotton ball as he wanted. GCU raised the corners of his lips slightly, and had a lot of fun. Suddenly, the kitten turned his head and slapped his fingertips with a claw, splashing a blood mark, and the round blood beads fell into the bowl, spreading a blood pattern. GCU was stunned for a moment, but he was not angry. Instead, he pinched the kitten's paw and criticized, "You have a bad temper." Shi Yuan stopped drinking soup, staring at the blood beads slowly flowing out of the scratch, and said absent-mindedly, "I will teach it a lesson later." The kitten whimpered softly, tilted its head to the tip of GCU's finger, and gently licked his wound with its soft little tongue with barbs. GCU felt a little itchy from being licked by it, so he picked it up with his backhand and touched its belly with his fingers. "Now you know how to please me?" "Oh, whoa." The kitten cried again, and took the initiative to put its head under his hand and rubbed it. Shi Yuan picked up the soup bowl. Half of his eyes appeared from the edge of the bowl, and gulped down a large bowl of soup. "Good boy, I take you to have a snack tonight." Chapter 54. Twilight fell, and the golden earth was gradually covered with a layer of black gauze. Birds fluttered their wings and sped up their return to the nest. Tang Xixing stood in front of the French window of the office on the top floor of Tianshu Xinghuan, overlooking the lights of thousands of houses on Xingyao Island that were lit up one after another, and the blurred coastline in the distance. The lights were not turned on in the office, and the dim light and shadow enveloped his handsome eyebrows. He put away his habitual gentleness and laughter, and his sword-like eyebrows showed a sharpness that he had never had before, and his golden red eyes were full of ambition. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Tang Xixing lowered his eyes, gathered all his outward emotions, and said loudly, "Come in." He pushed the door open, and saw that the office was dark. He was stunned and said, "Your Highness, why don't you turn on the lights?" Tang Xixing smiled. "The scene at sunset is unique." "Turn on the lights." The lights were bright, illuminating the golden crow totem behind the desk. The complex and mysterious textures were connected to each other, and finally merged into the blazing golden crow's eyes. Just looking at it, it was as if a majestic and hot fire was blowing towards you. He didn't dare to look at the golden crow totem drawn by Tang Xixing himself. He lowered his head, and transferred 2 files to his optical computer. "Your Highness, this is all the information that can be found about Ji Qingyuan, as well as the information of people who have had contact with her. Before this, Tang Shixing had someone check Shi Yuan, and the information obtained was very limited, irrelevant, and unclear. It was obvious that the Tianduji family had blocked the news. With the Taotai family blocking the way, the Black Goat family did not dare to act rashly, and added Ji Qingyuan's name to the list of special people whose information was not sold. Tang Shixing had to grab the part of the information currently known, and send people to Xiamengxing for on-site investigation. He flipped open the file. Qin He took the initiative to say, "Your Highness, the Tianduji family kept Ji Qingyuan's past a secret. GC wiped out all traces of Ji Qingyuan before he found her. I can only find out that she used a fake identity called Ji Yuan to become a mercenary on Xiaomeng Star. I can't find anything further. I also asked someone to check the population database of Rose 404 Star, but no one who looks like her was found. Either she has never been to Rose 404 Star, or she is an unregistered black household in the slums. The former is unlikely. She came to Xiaomeng Star from Rose 404 Star through the Star Forest." Tang Shixing's expression did not change. Continue to check the slums and several surrounding planets. As long as she existed, she must have left traces. Qin He nodded in agreement. Tang Shixing opened another file. There were not many people listed in the list. Apart from the butler and bodyguard of the Taotai family, the first name was Tang Xia. He clicked on Tang Xia's photo, chuckled and shook his head. "I asked her to find a way to win Ji Qingyuan over, but she became someone else's follower." Qin He lowered his head and dared not answer. No matter what, Her Highness the Princess was still Her Highness the Princess, and he could not judge her. Tang Shixing didn't dwell too much on Tang Xia's affairs, and read out the next two words, "Shenji?" Qin He answered, "He is an orphan from a remote planet, with good talent. He got to know Ji Qingyuan during military training, and recently he often went to the blood-forbidden land with her to hunt alien plants. When Ji Qingyuan was captured by the Red Wolf in the blood-forbidden land, Shenji happened to team up with her to complete the task of hunting alien plants. After that, he began to have more contact with her. On the day you were attacked, Shenji stayed in the dormitory all day and didn't come out. I think it's not normal. Either he is Black Iris, or he is Black Iris's spy. And I found something very interesting. Ji Qingyuan only used C-level black crystals to exchange points, not even a single B-level one, and Shenji never exchanged any points at all." A glimmer flashed across Tang Shixing's eyes, and he tapped the table lightly with his fingers. After thinking for a while, he said, "If I remember correctly, when GCU took Ji Qingyuan away that day, he wrapped her up tightly. What's the saying about crying like a little cat?" Tang Shixing did believe it before, but after the camp game, he realized that he underestimated Ji Qingyuan. How could a little glutton who grew up on a marginal planet be a daughter? Wild thorns are more in line with her vengeful character. Qin He thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness, do you think Ji Qingyuan could be a black talent? She has awakened her mimicry for only 3 months. When she entered school, she was still a first-level talent. In just over a month, she has risen to the 4th level. Even if she is a pure-blooded Taotai, it is too exaggerated. Black talents cannot inherit the totem legion. If the pure-blooded Taotai that the Tianduji family has finally found is a black talent, in order to maintain the glory of the Taotai family, the news can only be kept secret so that people cannot find out. This matter may have been discovered by Shenji, who is suspected to be the eyes and ears of Black Iris. So Black Iris was able to manipulate Ji Qingyuan to prevent Tang Shixing from controlling the situation on the day when the Red Wolf was robbed. In the end, she could not delay it any longer and had to send out Purple Iris. Once the elements of the event can be fully connected, a logical closed loop will be formed." Tang Shixing had a guess in his heart, but did not make an arbitrary conclusion. No matter how perfect the inference is, it needs to be based on facts. "Your Highness, do you need to test it?" Qin He asked cautiously. Tang Shixing looked at the smiling girl in the information and replied, "Tell Qin you about this." He didn't need to do it himself. Someone would be the vanguard. The bright moonlight enveloped the entire blood-red forbidden land, and the mottled shadows of the trees were like ghosts with bared fangs and claws, making people panic for no reason. Tang Xia successfully hit a fast-moving alien plant, clenched her fist and said, "Yeah." Shenji dug out the black crystal of the alien plant for her, and threw it to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan caught it easily, and put it into the space ring. The kitten hid under her hair, revealing half of its head, and let out a small howl. She was about to move forward, but suddenly, she noticed something and looked back in a certain direction behind her. Before she could focus her sight, an alien plant came out from the bushes in the distance and ran into the depths of the dense forest. Tang Xia asked curiously, "Qingyuan, what are you looking at?" Shi Yuan retracted his gaze and shook his head. I must have made a mistake. Let's go a little further. Tang Xia did not doubt him, hummed twice, and took the lead with the sun bow. Compared with the initial panic when she encountered the alien plant, her current reaction can be said to be at ease, and she also performed quite well in the camp competition. Although she did not receive unanimous praise from everyone like Shi Yuan, she was already very satisfied. At least no one would say that she was a useless princess, who could only be a pendant. She will become stronger and stronger, and her future will be bright and brilliant. Shinji looked at Shi Yuan and made her smile, so she retracted her gaze and followed Tang Xia. Shi Yuan touched the kitten's head and whispered, "A little mouse is following us." She showed her amazing perception ability in the medium-sized camp game. The little mouse that followed her obviously did not ignore this, and was extremely cautious. The kitten was listless and didn't bother to agree with her. It was probably because it hadn't absorbed much black crystals in the past 2 days, and was greedy. Shi Yuan smiled and tapped its forehead, took out a black crystal, crushed it, and put it in front of the cat ancestor, making it jump up and bite it with a wow. The Taotai totem shook hurriedly, took the baby back to the spiritual power spring, snatched the unpurified violent star power from its little kitten teeth, and gently patted its little, but with its white star power hand. The kitten was not happy, and jumped into the spiritual power cradle to bite the bald rose mark. At the same time, the pupils of the eyes hidden in the dark dilated, and after reacting, a touch of irrepressible joy emerged. Black talent. Ji Qingyuan is actually a black talent. He quickly shrank into the shadow of the tree, and ran all the way to the outside of the blood-forbidden land. Not long after, a new post appeared in the forum. Does anyone know what level of talent Ji Qingyuan is now? First floor. She seemed to be only level 1 when she entered school? But looking at the strength she showed in the faction competition, I think she is not inferior to level 6 or 7 talents. Fifth floor. Oh! Finally someone has the same idea as me. Is the pure-blooded Taotai so strong? I haven't seen the combat power of the pure-blooded bloodline of other totem families at this stage, but I feel that she seems to be a bit outrageous. 17th floor. Is there a possibility that the fierce beasts of the Taotai family are so strong? Here, for example, my brother Qi is not on the same track as other extraordinary second-level talents. Maybe only His Royal Highness the Crown Prince can compete with him? 31st floor. Pure-blooded Taotai is as powerful as the top mimicry. I don't deny it, but I'm sorry to say that going from a level 1 talent to a level 4 talent in 3 months is really too outrageous. Even the unspeakable Yongyao's first genius didn't have this speed of advancement, only black talents. 49th floor. It seems that the one who kidnapped Ji Qingyuan and Qi Huan before was a black talent. Qi Huan took almost half a month to recover from his injury before he was released from leave, and Ji Qingyuan came back for military training in 2 days. It's impossible that the two were caught, and the black talent beat Qi Huan violently but deliberately showed mercy to her, right? 62nd floor. If a black talent absorbs black crystals, it seems that he can recover quickly. Ji Qingyuan can't be. The reply was deleted by the forum administrator when it reached here, and all accounts that replied in the post were permanently banned. For a while, the forum was as quiet as water, but the cadets were chatting enthusiastically with the star snail. In less than an hour, someone reported Ji Qingyuan to the Xingyao Military Academy Black Talent Investigation Office that she was a black talent, and said that she was now hunting alien plants in the blood-forbidden land. The reporting information of the Black Talent Investigation Office was published in real time. Someone took the risk of being blocked and took a screenshot to the forum, which instantly caused a stir. When Principal Chu Yanning received the news had already spread thoroughly. Many cadets who were eager to watch the fun surrounded the blood-forbidden land, waiting to see if Shi Yuan would come out. The Black Talent Investigation Office was even more confused. They had never received any reporting information that the heir of the totem family was a black talent. They immediately took people to the blood-forbidden land and tried to evacuate the cadets. How many of the cadets who dared to join in the fun were honest and obedient? They were like tree poles, sticking there and couldn't be pushed. Tang Xisheng, Feng Shiyuan, Feng Nancheng, Ji Yuanyu and others arrived one after another, each with a solemn expression. Qi Qinyu arrived later, and her eyebrows and eyes also showed a bit of solemnity, which made Ying Heng, who was late, mutter hypocrisy. When Chu Yanning came over, she saw the military school students surrounded here in 3 layers, frowned and shouted coldly, "What are you all doing here? No classes or training tomorrow, right? How can ordinary people resist the power of the Saint Domain Strong?" The military school students were shocked and their blood was surging, and they quickly stepped back. Tang Xisheng as the crown prince of the empire, was the first to speak. Principal, calm down. Everyone is also concerned about the safety of the empire. The pure-blooded heir of the totem family was reported by real name as a black talent. It is reasonable that other people from the totem family should be at the scene to confirm whether the report is true. Now that the matter has become so serious, almost everyone in the Xingyo Military Academy has heard the news. A secret handling will only make the rumors spread. Only an open investigation can convince the public. Chu Yining looked at him intently. Tang Shixing's expression did not change. From his position, saying these things was neither targeted nor out of line. Qi Qingyu also smiled and said, "Yes, Principal, Ji Qingyuan is a pure-blooded Taotai. If nothing unexpected happens, she will inherit the Taotai Corps. If she is a black talent, wouldn't it put the entire empire in danger?" Before he finished speaking, a loud shout rang out from the sky. "Qi Qingyu, what the hell are you talking about?" Ji Qinglan jumped off the marshal's back, pulled out the blade of no stream from the vortex of star power, and rushed towards Qi Qingyu. The wind was about to rise, and an invisible force grabbed Ji Qinglan's collar first, and took him away from the spot in an instant. Song and Ling Dang let out high-pitched hisses in succession, and the pure black wings and pure white wings intertwined, revealing the figures of GCU and Ji Qi. GCU raised his hand, and pressed on Ji Qinglian's shoulder, and the blade of Wujian disappeared inch by inch in the swirling dark silver star power. Ji Qingqi stepped forward, with a cold look in his eyes, and pulled Ji Qinglian behind him. GCU nodded slightly to the principal, and glanced at all the military academy students present, and chuckled. "You are all in a good mood, watching the fun and seeing the head of my Tianduji family?" It was obviously a very relaxed tone, but it made the military academy students feel cold, and they wished they could disappear on the spot. Feng Nancheng shrugged. "See you. Such a big thing has to be explained." "That's right." GCU nodded in agreement, and then looked at the person in charge of the Black Talent Investigation Department. "Where is the informant?" His eyes were indifferent, without any emotion. Director Sun's scalp was numb when he looked at him, and he waved to his subordinates behind him. A short and thin young man with drooping eyes came out, pursed his lips, and his expression was visibly nervous. GCU sneered. "How much money did you receive?" "I will give you 100 times, tell me who instructed you." The short and thin young man didn't expect him to say that. He was stunned for a moment, and his eyes subconsciously glanced to the side, and then he immediately realized something and quickly retracted his eyes. "No! How could anyone instruct me? It was my own." Puff! A silver light flashed, and a blood line extended from the left neck of the short and thin young man to the right neck. Red blood gushed out, and instantly wet his clothes. He raised his hand in fear, but before he could touch his neck, he fell to the ground with a thud, staring with his eyes wide open and dead. GC raised his hand slowly, loosened his tight collar, and smiled. "You don't want money or life, you are a man of integrity." Silence, death silence enveloped the empty training ground. Until a light exclamation sounded. "Why are there so many people? Brother? Second brother? Third brother? What are you doing here?" Chapter 55. A faint smell of blood drifted along with the cool night breeze, and the military school students were silent, suddenly remembering how strong and overbearing the style of the totem family was. Regardless of whether Ji Qingyuan was a black talent or not, or whether it was Ji Qingyuan, who was reported as a black talent today, he had already blocked his own way out by making such a big fuss. The totem family would never allow anyone to challenge their authority. Thinking of the Tingsha family that once slaughtered an entire planet, some people felt a chill down their spines, and they regretted rushing over in a fit of rage. The crazy Tingsha family did not even take the Qilin family, which was also a totem family, seriously. If the Taotai family was furious, they might not dare to massacre the Xingyao military school. But now, the principal and the heirs of the major totem families were all there, and even the military school students, who were at the outermost edge, did not dare to sneak away at this time. They could only bite the bullet and reduce their presence, praying that they would not be liquidated afterwards. Shi Yuan's clear voice broke the deathly silence that enveloped the training ground. The military academy students turned their heads in shock and saw her standing at the exit of the blood-forbidden land. Her beautiful silver-blue eyes were full of curiosity. Her well-behaved expression made people unconsciously wonder how she could be a black-endowed person. Tang Xiao and Shinji stood on her left and right, one with a puzzled look and the other with a slightly frowned brow. At this time, no one paid attention to the two of them. There was only one thought left in their minds. Ji Qingyuan really entered the blood-forbidden land in the middle of the night to hunt for alien plants. Then she was a black-endowed person. Some people took a breath quietly, feeling that they were going to die soon. This is a scandal. The scandal of the totem family. The military school students dared not say a word. Tang Shisheng and the others kept silent and pretended to be dead. Shi Yuan looked around and accidentally met GCU's eyes. After exchanging glances, he looked at the principal Chu Yining with a nervous expression and hesitated. Why are you here too? Chu Yining glanced at the short and thin young man lying in a pool of blood, then looked at GCU who looked calm, and finally set his eyes on Shi Yuan and said, Ji Qingyuan, someone reported you as a black talent. Do you have anything to say about this? Shi Yuan slightly widened his eyes, and immediately retorted, How could I be a black talent? Who reported me? Her tone was urgent and fast, which was completely in line with the reaction after being slandered. Shi Qinyu hated her pretentious face the most, and sneered, The person who reported you has been killed by GCU. Hey! That one on the ground is really awesome. Shi Yuan followed her gaze, uttered a small ah, and gave GCU an inquiring look. He smiled and said, No better than those rats who like to play tricks behind the scenes. Qingyuan, since so many people want to know if you are a black talent, let them see clearly, so as not to say that my Tiandu Ji family is protecting black talents for 100 years of glory. Immediately, his eyes turned and said to Chu Yining, What do you think, Principal? Xingyao Military Academy implements a highly autonomous management rule for students, and there are 3 vice principals responsible for controlling the general direction. Chu Yining is almost a hands-off boss with the title of principal. But this month, it is the 3rd time she has come forward to deal with student-related incidents. The totem family's little brats are young, but they have as many tricks as a hornet's nest, and each one is more arrogant than the other. Chu Yining didn't want to care, but she had to. She said lightly, It would be best if we could find out on the spot, so let's do it. Ji Qinglian was unhappy, and was about to speak when Ji Qingqi held her shoulder. The two looked at each other. Ji Qinglian gritted his teeth, and forced himself to suppress the urge to curse Ji Qingyu. Shi Yuan pursed his lips. How do you prove it? Director Sun wiped the sweat from his forehead, took out a transparent crystal ball from the space ring, and said with a smile, Just drop a drop of blood on the detection crystal. If the detection crystal turns red, it will be judged as a black talent. Shi Yuan responded with a yes, and condensed the star blade to cut the tip of his left ring finger. The round blood beads slid down and dripped on the crystal ball, and were slowly absorbed by the sphere. Rong Miao, who came from behind Feng Shiyuan, quickly threw a God blessing to her. The green light enveloped the small wound on Shi Yuan's fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, she recovered as before. She was stunned for a moment, blinked at Rong Miao, and made a thank you shape. Rong Miao scratched his head, and retreated to Feng Shiyuan in public, receiving an admiring look from the latter. The bright red blood was completely absorbed by the detection crystal, and the pure white star power flowed and surged in the crystal clock. 5 seconds passed. Half a minute passed. 1 minute passed. The detection crystal did not change at all. Director Sun breathed a sigh of relief and was about to announce the result, but an unbelievable voice took the lead. How is it possible? Qi Qinyu looked at the detection crystal that gradually released the star power and returned to its original state, and reflexively questioned it, but as soon as she said it, she realized that she had said the wrong thing in shock. As expected, everyone's eyes converged on her. Some were curious, some were clear, some were suspicious. Shi Yuan chuckled and asked back, Why is it impossible? She stepped forward, and the crowd spontaneously dispersed to both sides, leaving her a wide path. Shi Yuan stopped in front of Qi Qinyu and leaned over to look at her. Senior, I'm not a black talent. Are you disappointed? Qi Qinyu had never stood so close to her before. Looking at those smiling eyes, somehow, an indescribable coldness rose in her heart, as if the one looking at her at this time was not a well-behaved and pretty girl, but a ferocious beast that might choose to eat people at any time. She subconsciously took a step back, and when she realized what she had done, she was immediately furious. What does it have to do with me whether you are a black talent or not? You are not upright, and was reported by others. Do you want to put the blame on me? Shi Yuan blinked. I just asked casually, why do you look like you ate a bomb? If you don't know, you might think you are guilty. Qi Qinyu saw that she was biting back, and immediately said, You. Okay, since it's a misunderstanding, don't gather here and waste time. Chu Yining interrupted Qi Qinyu's words, and her sharp eyes swept through the military academy students, who looked well-behaved but actually had their own little thoughts, disperse. Feng Nancheng pointed at the body lying in a pool of blood, and said, Principal, Ji Qingyuan was misunderstood, but why did the dead person report her? You can't just make a joke out of boredom, right? If this joke is made on me, I can't let him live to see the sun tomorrow. Feng Shiyuan glanced at him. He seemed unaware and said with a smile, "See you acted too hastily. People who don't know would think you were trying to silence someone." Qi Qinyu seemed to have found an ally and echoed, "Yes. Flies don't bite seamless eggs." Sure, Yuan goes to the blood-forbidden land every night to hunt alien plants, but only uses sea-level black crystals to exchange points. Isn't it too strange? Would you like to explain? She pointed the gun at Sure Yuan again and said to Director Sun, "What can a detection crystal measure? Take out a few more. Don't make a mistake and wrongly accuse a good person." She bit the word good person and didn't know who she was referring to. Sure Yuan screamed and said in a brisk tone, "Principal, I report Qi Qinyu as a black talent under my real name. Should she take the test with me?" GCU straightened his sleeves. "Then I will also report Feng Nancheng under my real name. He doesn't look innocent." Feng Nancheng sneered, cut his finger, flicked the blood drop on the detection crystal with his finger, and showed everyone his calm and generous attitude. He also spread his hand to let everyone look at it. This silently told the people present that he had a clear conscience. If Sure Yuan was the same, what would happen if he spread his hand to let people check it? A few words, and a move pushed everyone involved in this matter tonight to the forefront. Qi Qinyu, who was the first to be attacked, was inferior to him. Tang Xishan curled his lips slightly, and stood aside calmly, to watch the incident. Sure Yuan glanced at Feng Nancheng. This was her first time meeting him. Putting aside the label, evaluations of people are distinguished by their abilities, and they are gentle but quite strong. His current actions have directly told her that this person is not a good person. He seemed to be targeting her, but he did not help Qi Qinyu. Instead, he muddied the water and forced the participants to a point where they had no way out. Whether Qi Qinyu was behind the scenes or someone had caught her, no matter who fell, it would not prevent him from watching the fun. The detection crystal did not change at all, and the training ground was silent. Chu Yining resisted the urge to press everyone to the ground, and said to Sure Yuan, "Ji Qingyuan, you frequently enter and exit the bloody forbidden land, but you have not handed in black crystals above grade C. What's the reason?" Sure Yuan dared to be a pusher behind the scenes, so she was naturally not afraid of others using black crystals as an excuse to attack her. She took out a small box from the space ring and handed it to Chu Yining. "I made a little thing. Please take a look." The small box contained round B-grade black crystals one after another, but compared with the ones just dug out from the alien plant, there was an extra layer of repeated patterns on the surface. Chu Yining picked up one of them and looked at it. She recognized the extra texture on it and asked in surprise, "Explosive star pattern?" Sure Yuan nodded obediently. "That's right. I've been learning to engrave explosive star pattern recently. I feel that the power of ordinary alienated crystals as energy supply is a bit lacking, and I need to make up for it with levels. However, high-level alienated crystals are not easy to obtain, so I thought of trying the black crystals that condense violent star power." "What's the result?" Chu Yining asked. Sure Yuan said happily, "The power of sea-level black crystals engraved with explosive star pattern is comparable to that of B-level ordinary alienated crystals engraved with explosive star pattern. Violent star power is harmful and not beneficial. After the Empire recycles the black crystals, it is either destroyed or purified at a great cost and used as ordinary energy. It's not that no one has thought of using black crystals as energy to support the operation of star patterns, but violent star power is complex and difficult to control. Most star pattern masters can't connect violent star power with star pattern anchor points. If they are not careful, they may be injured by black star power. In addition, black crystals are controlled by the Empire. Gradually, not many star pattern masters mentioned this theory. Chu Yining sensed the stability of the bursting star pattern on the black crystal in his hand, and showed an admiring look. "Well done, but this thing can't be sold on the market. Although the bursting star pattern is engraved, the nature of the violent star power has not changed, and can still be absorbed by the human body." Sure Yuan nodded and said, "I keep it for my own use. This kind of bursting crystal is powerful, and has helped me hunt many alien plants." Chu Yining put the black crystal back into the box and looked at Qi Qinyu. "Any doubts?" The whereabouts of the high-level black crystals have been explained, and the detection crystal has also proved Qi Qingyuan's innocence. What happened tonight was a farce. Qi Qinyu received Chu Yining's slightly cold eyes, and said with gritted teeth, "No more." The principal was already angry. If she kept holding on, she would only lose herself. Even if she was unwilling, she could only give up. Chu Yining looked at GCU again. GCU did not stop there. Instead, he used his star power to draw a drop of blood from the short and thin young man, and threw it on the detection crystal in Director Sun's hand, which was quickly absorbed by it. Qi Qinyu's eyebrows jumped. After a few short seconds, the detection crystal burst out with a dazzling red light. The military school students were all stunned and in an uproar. The person who reported Ji Qingyuan was a black talent. At the same time, a gentle and respectful figure led a group of people into the training ground. Bodyguard Captain Chu Jia pushed several young men and women who were tied tightly with ropes in front of Chu Yining. Adlet nodded politely to Chu Yining. Principal Chu, these are several military academy students from your school that I caught by chance. Tonight, they spread rumors on the anonymous forum of Xingyao Military Academy that Ji Qingyuan, the future heir of my Tiandu Ji family, is a black talent, which has seriously affected the reputation of the Tao Tai family. He also pushed a light screen in front of Chu Yining. In addition, I accidentally discovered that there are military academy students from your school who colluded with the Black Talent organization and sold black crystals in underground casinos. One of them is the person who reported Miss Qingyuan tonight. I suspect this is a premeditated frame-up targeting the entire Tao Tai family. Please be sure to deal with this matter seriously. Every time Adlet said a word, Chu Yining's face became uglier, and she no longer had the idea of keeping things quiet. Whether it was the farce tonight or the students of Xingyao Military Academy privately selling black crystals, they all didn't take her, the principal, seriously. Chu Yining's cold eyes swept over the several students who were tied up. The pressure from the Saint Domain strongmen was like a tsunami, forcing them to kneel down one after another, with a fishy and sweet smell of blood in their noses. Tell me, who instructed you to spread rumors that Ji Qingyuan was a black talent? Qi Qinyu's fist hanging at her side tightened slightly, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back unconsciously. There were only 2 words left in her mind. It's over. She brought the matter to the forum to escalate the situation so that the principal could not cover up the fact that Ji Qingyuan was a black talent in private. The purpose of letting the black talent report Ji Qingyuan was to expose her identity as a black talent, and then to prove that she sold black crystals privately, and completely crush her. Her idea was not wrong, and she was cautious enough, but she was too impatient. She did not expect that Shi Yuan and GCU would have such a tacit understanding, one inside and one outside, to lure her into the game, and then use thunderous means to block all her calculations. What to do? What to do? At that moment, the clothes under Qi Qinyu's coat were completely soaked with sweat. She saw Tang Xishan calmly fiddling with his cufflinks, Feng Nancheng with a playful expression, Ing Heng gloating, and Feng Shiyuan muttering that he was courting death. As far as the field of vision could see, Ji Qingqi's eyes were cold, and Ji Qinglan gave her a middle finger from behind him. Yes. Yes. One of the military academy students, who was kneeling on the ground, said several yes in a trembling voice, and glanced at Qi Qinyu with a frightened look. In her sharp eyes, he closed his eyes, and gritted his teeth, and said, "It was President Qi who asked us to do this." Boom! Qi Qinyu seemed to hear thunder in the sky. One person spoke, and the rest of them also spoke incoherently about how they were instructed by Qi Qinyu like a dam bursting. The training ground once again fell into a chilling silence. Just then, a light laugh sounded, and Shi Yuan glanced at Qi Qinyu, saying in a contemptuous tone, "Senior sister, it turned out to be you. If you have any dissatisfaction with me, you can just say it directly. It's too vicious to frame me as a black talent." She raised her left hand, revealing 5 fingers as white as green jade. "And you made me cut myself, it hurts." She smiled and approached Qi Qinyu, whispering in her ear, "If you cut off a finger, I will pretend that this tonight never happened. How about it?" Chapter 56. The wind blew the leaves, making a noisy and oppressive rustling sound. The moonlight cast a layer of silver gray on everyone on the training ground. Shi Yuan's voice was very light, and it was blown away by the wind, but it made Qi Qinyu suddenly open her eyes wide, and her fingertips unconsciously felt a sudden pain. After a moment, the slight panic she felt because her scandal was exposed disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a sharp look like a knife. She suppressed the anger in her heart and said word by word, "You are dreaming." Shi Yuan blinked lightly, as if to say, "Then you should think of a way to get out of this unscathed, and see if I agree." Qi Qinyu hated her attitude of having everything under control, and took a deep breath. She is a pure-blooded tongue snake, and she represents the tongue snake family when she walks outside. If she bows to Ji Qingyuan in public and cuts off a finger, her father will never let her go, and she will not be able to stay in Xingyao Military Academy. But things have developed to this point, and it is impossible to completely sever ties. The only way is to minimize the losses. Qi Qinyu ignored the few people who knelt on the ground and exposed her, and pointed at the thin and short young man who was dead and could not die anymore and said, "Principal, I listened to the slander and had someone report Ji Qingyuan, But I didn't know that Zhang Yang was a black talent, and the forum matter had nothing to do with me. It must be Zhang Yang or someone else who asked them to do this in my name. When giving orders, she used a private star snail to prevent the news from being leaked and someone getting evidence to nail her. Unless she was caught on the spot passing messages to these people and her location was locked through the sound of the tide, the physical evidence would no longer exist as long as the star snail was destroyed. Now that Zhang Yang is dead, she can put all the blame on him. Qi Qinyu showed an angry expression of being used, and continued, Zhang Yang is on duty at the Points Exchange office. Today he told me that Ji Qingyuan basically goes to the blood-forbidden land to hunt alien plants every night. With her strength, hunting B-level alien plants is not a problem, but from the beginning of school until now, she has only used C-level black crystals to exchange points. He guessed that Ji Qingyuan is a black talent. I think this is a serious matter, and cannot be based on conjecture and speculation. Let him speak with evidence. Tonight, he secretly followed Ji Qingyuan entered the blood-forbidden land, and told me that he saw her crush the black crystal and feed it to the mimic. I had some conflicts with Ji Qingyuan before, and he instigated me to agree to his proposal to report it. Now that I think about it, there must be someone behind him, trying to use me to plot against Ji Qingyuan and make the Tingsha family and the Tao Tai family hostile. At this point, she gritted her teeth and said, "It's the black iris." Hearing this, a glimmer flashed across Shi Yuan's eyes. She was not surprised that Qi Qinyu knew the existence of the black iris, but at this juncture, she couldn't just aim at a target and shoot, otherwise if something happened in the future, everyone would just blame the black iris. Could it be that Tang Xixing has already found out that the black iris lurking on Xianyao Star is in Xingyao Military Academy, and has also communicated with Qi Qinyu and the others? Looking at the others, Feng Nanqing's eyes were clear. Ying Heng yawned lazily. Feng Qiyuan snorted coldly. The invisible man Ji Yuanyu still had a calm expression, and Yu Shiza, who had been standing at the back with his arms crossed to watch the excitement, did not look surprised. It seems that the leaders of the major camps, and the heirs of the totem family all know about this, and only she is excluded. Don't take her to play? Qi Qinyu added affirmatively. There is Black Iris in Xingyao Military Academy. The Military Academy students looked at each other in confusion. Unlike the notorious Blood Rose, the assassin Purple Iris, and the spy Black Iris raised by the Hudson family are rarely known. Chu Yining frowned slightly and glanced at Tang Xixing, who was standing aside, and didn't say much. She knew that there was Black Iris on Xianyao Star. After all, Tang Xixing was assassinated by Purple Iris in the Sea of Biqiong not long ago. If she hadn't arrived in time, she would have had to use the totem blessing on her body. During this period, Tang Xixing's search for Purple Iris on Xianyao Star was not small. Chu Yining did not participate in the imperial government, so she did not intervene. A report incident actually involved Black Iris? Chu Yining's sharp eyes swept across Qi Qinyu, trying to see from her face the traces of a random shield she had pulled out to protect herself. At this time, Qi Qinyu's forehead was sweaty, her lips were straight, and her eyes were full of resentment for finding that she was being used. It didn't seem that she was lying. However, the little cubs carefully raised by the totem family, let alone lying, would kill without blinking an eye. What they said could not be believed, nor could it be disbelieved. This matter involved spies from other countries, and the two totem families, so it was naturally impossible to solve it in front of so many ignorant military school students. Chu Yining's eyes swept across the faces of several people with their own ulterior motives, and finally said, "You guys come with me," the others disperse. Immediately, her tone became extremely stern. "No one is allowed to mention what happened today, otherwise you will be expelled." Her voice was loud enough, and it also contained the might of a Saint Domain powerhouse, shocking the military academy students to not dare to act rashly. Although they were curious about what Black Iris was, they no longer had the mind to gossip, and left the training ground one by one with their tails between their legs. Adlet was invited by the vice president to the lounge for reception. In the principal's office, Chu Yining looked coldly at the row of lamps in front of her, and fixed her eyes on Qi Qinyu's face. "Let's not talk about other things for now. If the matter is really as you said, how can you be sure that the mastermind behind Zhang Yang is Black Iris?" Without waiting for Qi Qinyu to answer, Chu Yining warned coldly, "You better not make random accusations to shirk responsibility. If I find out that the Black Iris thing is false, I don't mind letting Marshal Qi Jing come to take you back in person." Qi Qinyu felt a chill on her back, and her palms were wet, and she felt panic again. She bit down the tip of her tongue hard, forcing herself to calm down. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. If she didn't put the blame on Black Iris, she would be punished now. Compared with deliberately framing the only pure-blooded Taotai of the Tianduji family, the reputation of being careless and framed by Black Iris is nothing. She said resolutely, "Not long ago, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince told us that there was a Black Iris in Xingyou Military Academy, and asked us to cooperate to find him. At present, all the bases related to Black Iris destroyed by the Empire are gathering places for people with black talents. Since Zhang Yang is a black talent, he is also selling black crystals privately outside the school. The probability that he is a spy of Black Iris is very high." Speaking of this, Qi Qinyu turned his head and looked at Tang Xixing. "Right, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Tang Xixing had already cursed Qi Qinyu for being stupid in his heart when he heard her mention Black Iris. Now that he was dragged into the water by her, he could no longer be the fisherman on the boat. He could only nod and say, "I did mention the matter of Black Iris, but I still have no idea what identity the other party is hiding in Xingyou Military Academy." What President Qi said is not unreasonable. He paused, and his eyes met with Qi Qinyu's, and then separated in an instant, and added seriously, "What happened tonight needs to be investigated in detail. If Zhang Yang is really related to Black Iris, I must find him out. If not, then President Qi, how do you explain Qing Yuan being reported by Zhang Yang?" His eyes were smiling, but they were cold and frightening. Qi Qinyu had been forced to do something, so how could she be afraid of his words? She sneered, "Maybe there are others behind him who are instructing him. After all, the Winston Empire is not the only one in the world that wants the Totem family to turn against each other." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the conference room gradually became cold. Ing Hung seemed to be unaware, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes. Yes. There are also many spies sent from the Chaos Star region. But I think whether there is anyone who instructed Zhang Yang is not the focus of our discussion now. The focus is that Sister Qing Yuan was framed by President Qi for no reason. The evidence is already solid, but President Qi, you are here to avoid the topic and not even apologize. Are you trying to divert everyone's attention and fool this matter?" He imitated Feng Nanqing's previous troublemaking trick. She muttered quietly, "If anyone dares to frame me like this, I will make sure she doesn't see the sun tomorrow morning." Feng Shiyuan, who had been silent all this time, also hugged her chest and sneered, "You just said that flies don't bite cracked eggs. If you weren't vicious and wanted to kill Qing Yuan, how could you have made such a scene in public? You were caught but refused to admit it, and even dragged Black Iris into it to divert attention. Is it you who are the cowards that the Tingsha family has cultivated?" Feng Nancheng smiled, "Shiyuan, the Tingsha family is the Tingsha family, and President Qi is President Qi. How can we generalize? If this gets to Marshal Qi Jing's ears, it will be difficult for my mother to be." Several people spoke one after another, some were blunt, some were insinuating, forcing Qi Qinyu to grit her teeth and no longer be arrogant and domineering. Chu Yining had a headache and had to knock on the table with her fingers. "All right. Shut up." The principal's office was quiet again. She announced in a cold voice, "Qi Qinyu, you slandered your classmates as black talents for your own selfish desires, and caused a great impact. I think you are no longer qualified to be the leader of the Kaiyang camp. From now on, you will be expelled from the Kaiyang camp. You will randomly join one of the other 6 camps in 3 days, and apologize to Qi Qingyuan." Instantly, Qi Qinyu opened her eyes wide. "No. Principal, Chu Yining didn't want to listen to her quibbling anymore. "I am notifying you, not discussing with you. If you have any objections to my punishment, you can choose to drop out." "Drop out?" "Dropping out will make you lose the qualification to inherit the Totem family." "How can she drop out?" "Qi Qingyuan, what do you think of this punishment?" Chu Yining looked at Shi Yuan, who was framed innocently. She was standing behind Ji Siyu and secretly touching the cat's head. She was caught off guard by the principal. She quickly held the cat and put her hands behind her back, then stepped out and stood still. The principal's decision is naturally fair and just. I have no objection. For Qi Qinyu, who hated her illegitimate birth and had a twisted heart and flaunted her noble status, the most unbearable pain was falling from the clouds to the dust. After the punishment announcement, everyone will know that she failed to frame Shi Yuan and lost her position as the leader of the Kaiyang camp. She used to manipulate foreign public opinion behind the scenes to ridicule and mock Shi Yuan's remarks, and all of them will fall on her. Now, the situation of the other 6 camps has been stabilized. No matter which camp Qi Qinyu joins in 3 days, she will not be supported by others, like she was in the Kaiyang camp, let alone make a comeback. The principal has grasped Qi Qinyu's weak spot, and wants her to pay a sufficient price for her suicidal behavior tonight. Moreover, Tang Xixing wanted to search for Black Iris secretly, but Qi broke it in front of so many people, which has already alarmed the snake. With the means of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he will never let her off easily. Qi lost everything in this drama tonight. I think other pure-blooded snakes would laugh out loud in their dreams when they knew that she had committed such a big suicide. Chu Yining was quite satisfied with her behavior of stopping when she saw the opportunity. The school will also cooperate with the investigation of the Black Iris matter, so we stop here today. See you, please stay for a moment. When leaving the principal's office, Shi Yuan saw Qi Huan with his hands behind his head, sitting on a chair in the corridor, with a lazy and comfortable posture. He immediately realized that it was not Qi Huan, but Qi Xian, who appeared at this time. When he heard the door open, he opened one eye, and after glimpsing Shi Yuan's figure, he immediately stood up, blinked at her in the surprised eyes of everyone, and then pulled the pale Qi over, said something rude, and took her out of the office building. "Let me go!" Qi was dragged and pulled by him all the way to a quiet and deserted corner. The moonlight pressed down on the branches, illuminating the swaying shadows of the trees. Qi Xian let go of his hand and looked down at his half-sister, who had been so arrogant in front of him. He laughed softly. "Qi, that's all you have, and you still dare to plot against Qi Qingyuan? You performed really beautifully in today's play." Qi looked at him coldly. "What? You are used to being a dog at her feet, and now you want to add insult to injury?" Qi Xian stopped laughing. "Aren't you used to being a dog at my mother's feet?" "What? Are you still being so arrogant?" Qi pupils shrank suddenly. Qi Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. "You better have some self-knowledge. From today on, stay in your doghouse, and don't provoke Qi Qingyuan again." He was about to leave, but Qi grabbed his sleeve. She asked in panic and fear, "You are not Qi Huan. Who are you?" Qi Xian turned his head. The hair on his forehead reflected the bright moonlight, and his cold and indifferent profile gradually overlapped with the unreachable person in Qi memory. When their eyes met, Qi Xian leaned over and chuckled. "Does it have anything to do with you?" He pinched Qi wrist and slowly pushed her away. "Today's advice is given because you are the only one who remembers Qi Huan's birthday. Put away your self-righteous little cleverness, otherwise you will not lose the position of leader of Kaiyang camp next time." Qi Xian completely pushed Qi away, and walked into the shadow of the night under her incredible eyes. "Why didn't you call me when you went to the blood-forbidden land to hunt alien plants?" Qi Qingyuan looked angry. "If I were here, Qi Qingyu, that crazy woman would definitely not have the opportunity to frame you." Shi Yuan blinked and whispered, "I want to improve my strength. If I am always with my third brother, you will definitely deal with those alien plants by yourself. How can I have the opportunity to practice?" Qi Qingyuan thought about it, and felt that it seemed to be true. "Fortunately you are okay, otherwise I will have to skin that poisonous snake. Third brother, you are the best. I'm a little hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria for a midnight snack, okay?" Qi followed them silently. Seeing Qi Qingyuan being fooled by the cat sister, he couldn't help but sigh. The incident happened suddenly tonight. It was Qi Qingyuan who first saw the news on the forum and notified him and GCU in time. GCU contacted Adlet, checked the information of the reporter as soon as possible, and found the forum administrator, screened out the account that led the rhythm on the forum, locked the person hiding behind the light screen, and arrested them all with thunder. After sending Adlet away, he fooled Qi Qingyuan to go to the cafeteria to order food first. Shi Yuan and Qi Qinqi stood outside the office building waiting for GCU. Qi Qinqi was a little stiff, his shoulders were tensed, and the little kitten squatted on his shoulder, raised his head, and made a small howl, and his short tail swept left and right against his school uniform, and his little ears were folded back into airplane ears. "Come closer." The tiny furry thing was pressed against his side face, rubbing against it comfortably. Qi Qinqi held his breath. Shi Yuan laughed. "Second brother, don't be so nervous, it won't break." Qi Qinqi was a little embarrassed when he heard this, and hummed softly, tentatively tapping the kitten's short legs with his fingers. Soft and small. So cute. No wonder GCU was reluctant to let it go. Qi Qinqi seemed to have opened the door to a new world, gently touching the kitten's short legs, then stroking the soft fur on its back with his fingers, and tentatively touching its ears. The kitten was much more polite to him than to GCU, and never waved his claws once, allowing him to stroke its fur. Shi Yuan asked curiously, "Second brother, why did the principal want you to stay? Is it because he killed that black-gifted person, and the principal wants to punish him?" She felt that GCU was a little strange tonight. He didn't have the patience to make wine, and sit by the stream to fish. Although he had deliberately restrained himself, she still sensed a trace of cruelty and bloodlust when she approached him. That feeling was exactly the same as the murderous intent he showed when he pinched her neck when he came out of the ruins of the sacred tree. Ji Qingqi teased the kitten and answered, "Didn't he mention it to you? The principal is his teacher." Sure Yuan looked at him in surprise. Seeing that she wanted to know, Ji Qingqi continued, 12 years ago, the principal had not yet become the principal of Xingyao Military Academy. He had lived in Tiandu Star for a while. When he was invited by his mother to visit Xingman City, he happened to meet my eldest brother, who was self-studying star patterns. He thought he had talent, and accepted him as a student. "Is the principal a star seal master?" Sure Yuan asked back. Chu Yining was a very low-key person. There was very little information about her in the materials prepared by Adlit. There was no mention of her being a star pattern master, or star seal master. Ji Qingqi shook his head. "I don't know either, but since she can teach my brother to engrave star seals, I think she should be one." As he was talking, Ji Siyu appeared at the door of the office building, his eyelids drooping, lazy, and a little listless. "Was this?" Scolded, Ji Siyu saw that the two of them were still there, and walked over slowly. "What are you doing? Why don't you go back to sleep so late at night?" Sure Yuan raised his head slightly to look at him carefully, and he covered his forehead with one hand, covering his eyes. "What are you looking at? Aren't you tired after singing such a show tonight? It's so hot." The next moment, Ji Siyu seemed to realize that his body temperature was abnormal, and immediately retracted his hand. "You two are not tired, but I am. Let's go first." He turned over and rode on Song. When Song flapped its wings and flew high, Sure Yuan caught a glimpse of a golden red light in his pupils. Looking at the man and horse disappearing in the sky, Sure Yuan hesitated for a moment, took the kitten in Ji Qingqi's hand, rode on the baby, and said loudly, "Second brother, I have something to do and leave first. You and third brother can have supper." Ji Qingqi looked at the flying baby, and then looked at his empty palm. Lingling came over, and put the horse's chin in his palm. Ji Qingqi laughed, touched its mane, pulled the reins, and rode it into the sky. Winston Empire, Iris Manor. In the banquet hall, the guests were drinking and drinking. Exquisite desserts were placed on the table, and the guests were served. The various wines in the glasses were filled with the light of the chandelier, reflecting the magnificent and sacred iris totem on the top of the venue. The band played relaxing and comfortable music. The man in a black suit and an iris mask let go of the graceful partner in front of him, and left the dance floor gracefully. Warm applause sounded, and other noble daughters immediately surrounded him, and tried to invite him to be their dance partner. The man smiled and rejected their invitation. The young butler came over, and whispered a few words to him. He stopped laughing, and left the banquet hall, and went to the lounge on the second floor. Chris Hudson had dazzling blonde hair, which was the hair color only the nobles of the Winston Empire had. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. When he sat on the sofa, his trousers were straight, revealing his solid and powerful leg muscles. He took off the gorgeous and sacred iris mask, and when the straps slipped off, his wild and aggressive eyebrows were exposed. The young housekeeper said at the right time, "Black Iris, who is lurking in Xingyao Military Academy, sent a message that someone used Black Iris's identity to order Purple Iris to assassinate the Crown Prince of Yongyao Empire. I want to know if it was an order from Iris Manor." Now, Purple Iris, who we planted in Xianyao Star, suffered heavy losses. Tang Xixing found him, and his current situation is a bit bad. Rose Manor did not issue an order to assassinate Tang Xixing. I thought someone was impersonating Black Iris. Chris Hudson folded his hands, and his left index finger pressed the back of his right hand and beat the rhythm. Who can impersonate Black Iris? Black Iris's token is closely related to his life. If the token is broken, the person will die. It is not that Black Iris has been caught by Yongyao Empire in the past, but when the token was broken, he closed his mouth forever. The only one who can control the token is Chris Hudson, who has signed a contract with the Iris Totem. The young butler did not respond. The result is obvious. Either there is a traitor inside Black Iris, or someone caught Black Iris, controlled him, and used his token to do this. He contacted Iris Manor to reveal the news in order to continue to lurk. But there is a fatal problem. Since the other party has controlled Black Iris, why does he need to use his token to order Purple Iris to do an impossible task and expose himself to Tang Xixing's vision? Chris Hudson closed his eyes and thought, and opened his eyes in surprise after a short half-minute. It's her, my Hyacinth. Leo. The young duke stood up and paced excitedly in the lounge. It's her. It must be her. No one can kill my Purple Iris so easily except her. Leo. Go check on Seals Garcia immediately. I want to know if she has given up on that madman. That madman. I knew she would give up on him sooner or later. She should be my duchess, the owner of the Iris crown. Leo hesitated. But that hyacinth stabbed you and almost killed you. How could she be your duchess? As soon as GCU landed, double images appeared in front of his eyes. The flames that shot up into the sky made him unable to open his eyes. The shrill screams pressed on his eardrums and stretched into a sharp tinnitus. Kill them! Hysterical shouting drilled into his brain, blue veins climbed up his forehead, and it throbbed wildly. Bloodlust and killing tore at his reason and pushed him to the edge of the abyss. No, calm down. Calm down. It's not time yet. I don't want to wait any longer. Destroy it. Destroy it all. At the moment when the murderous aura burst out, a white hand reached out and grasped the back of his hand with bulging veins. Slightly cool and soft. GCU suddenly opened his eyes and punched forward without hesitation, but was easily avoided by the other party. The silver-gray hair raised a soft arc under the moonlight, and the silver-blue eyes were like a cold pond, reflecting his almost crazy face. It's me, brother, Shuryuan said softly. She firmly grasped his pinching hand, met the pair of eyes covered with a layer of golden-red fire, and stood on tiptoe to touch his forehead. At such a short distance, the girl's light breath blew on his cheek, revealing a sweet coolness. The shadow of the sacred tree totem emerged from behind her, and emerald green light was drawn out from her spiritual power spring, binding the high-temperature burning GCU, and surrounding them to form an emerald green light cocoon. Totem blessing divine revelation. The emerald green star power invaded GCU's lungs, and the golden red flames burned out, devouring it inch by inch. The power of the sacred tree did not retreat, slowly melting the surging fire flowing in his blood. The hysterical roar was like a bound beast, locked in a cage woven by the power of the sacred tree. It struggled and clamored to escape, but retracted its claws in the soft light of the sacred tree. GCU closed his eyes slightly, relaxed the strength in his hands, and slowly loosened the slender 5 fingers that restrained him. Shuryuan's body softened, and she took a step back with some difficulty, breathing heavily. Her forehead was covered with sweat, her cheeks were pale, and the star power in her body was almost exhausted. Given her current situation, it was indeed too much of a stretch to use the power of the sacred tree. Why did you come? GCU gathered the last bit of out-of-control reason, opened his eyes, and looked at the girl in front of him, and put his fingers on her fair and slender neck. Smart people should learn to close their eyes. Shuryuan was not only not afraid, but also tilted her head to press his 5 fingers, feeling his body temperature, which was only slightly higher than that of normal people, and chuckled. I discovered your secret. Are you going to kill me? In the quiet courtyard, Song stopped his anxious steps, pushed away the baby who wanted to come forward, and snorted loudly. GCU looked at the pale girl, raised his hand to wipe the thin beads of sweat on her forehead, let the crystal drop from his fingertips to his palm, and said in a low and gentle voice, Can I bear it? Shuryuan blinked lightly. You said it so tenderly. If someone else stood here, I'm afraid he would fall in love with you. She never thought that the totem blessing given by the immortal tree could extinguish the burning fire of the golden crow. At this point, just as she was reluctant to kill GCU, who had the blood to suppress the rose curse, GCU certainly couldn't bear to kill her, who had the ability to suppress the golden crow curse. GCU leaned over and picked up Shuryuan, who was about to lose his balance, and walked into the small building with a low smile. It sounds like you are not moved. Shuryuan relaxed and leaned on his shoulder. The silver-gray hair and the black long hair intertwined with each other, entangled in the cool night breeze. She narrowed her eyes and said, After all, you are too dangerous and a little too crazy. You are hiding such a big secret, and still wandering around in front of Tang Xixing. I am afraid that you will die without a burial place if you are not careful. GCU sighed. How can I compare with you? You can even easily control the purple iris. I am afraid that even if Chris Hudson comes, he will have to respectfully carry your shoes. After waiting for a while, he did not hear the girl's hidden voice. GCU lowered his head. She had fallen asleep in his arms, and a red shadow was looming on her slender neck. He retracted his gaze, and looked at the full moon outside the window. It turned out that there was another person in this world, who was cursed by the totem like him, but did not die. Chapter 57. After leaving the office building, Tang Xixing and Tang Xiao walked side by side on the way back to the dormitory. Since Tang Xixing enrolled in Xingyao Military Academy, he has been getting busier and busier. The brother and sister haven't walked together like this for a long time. In the past, Tang Xiao must have been very happy, but not long ago, Ji Qingyuan was framed by Qi Qinyu. She was completely depressed and felt like a big stone was blocking her heart. She was very uncomfortable. She couldn't say what kind of feeling it was, but it was so oppressive that it made her breathless. Perhaps at that moment, she suddenly realized that the identity of the heir of the totem family could not exempt her from anything. When facing oppression, if she did not have enough self-protection ability, becoming a prisoner would only take a blink of an eye. Ji Qingyuan had a good relationship with her brothers, and did not need to fight for power and profit, but she still had to face the calculations from the outside world. The reason why Ji Qingyu framed her was simply because he hated her. Ji Qingyuan, as the only pure-blood heir of the Taotai family, had to prove the rumors herself. If she was the one being framed today, what would she do? Nervous? Panic? Waiting for her brother to save her? Tang Xixing noticed her absent-mindedness and asked with concern, "Xiaoya, why don't you speak?" His voice slightly drew Tang Xiao's attention back. She said in a depressed mood, "Brother, it was obviously Qi Qinyu who provoked Qingyuan first. She was just fighting back, but she still hated her. She also framed Qingyuan so excessively that she was a black talent. What if the detection crystal was tampered with? Wouldn't Qingyuan have no way to defend herself?" Qi Qinyu bit out the black iris. Even if she was really used, anyone with a discerning eye could see that she couldn't be as innocent as she said. She had to have been behind the whole thing. The black iris was just a fig leaf she pulled. Tang Xixing smiled, "Xiaoya, you don't need a reason to hate someone." Qi Qinyu's personality had only two outcomes. Either she was extremely capable and killed a group of brothers and sisters and eventually inherited the Tang Snake family, or she was too conceited and offended someone she shouldn't have offended, and died without a burial place. She was obviously not the former. If she didn't have the blood of a pure-blooded Tang Snake, and was raised by Madame Qi, she would never have come to this day. He added, "And have you ever thought about why Qi Qinyu didn't tamper with the detection crystal if she wanted to frame Ji Qingyuan?" Hearing this, Tang Xiao was stunned, recalling the scenes that happened on the training ground before, especially Qi Qinyu's reaction from beginning to end. At first, she was full of confidence, as if she had expected that Ji Qingyuan would not be able to escape the test, so she lost her composure when the test crystal did not react. Tang Xiao suddenly realized, could it be that she did something, but something went wrong in the middle, so she failed to frame him successfully? Tang Xixing, He patiently reminded, if Ji Qingyuan is really not a black talent, no matter what Qi Qinyu did, she would not be able to frame him successfully, and Tianduji clan would not let her throw this basin of dirty water on Ji Qingyuan's head. Obviously, in this farce, the party being calculated is not a good person. Tang Xia frowned again, thought for a while, and hesitated. "Brother, do you mean that Qi Qinyu was indeed deceived by Black Iris and thought Qingyuan was a black talent?" Tang Xixing, He sighed helplessly. "Xiaoya, what kind of person do you think Ji Qingyuan is?" He has thought about this question many times, and each time he gets a different answer. From a beautiful vase beside Ji Wu, to a clever wild girl, to a two-faced person, who appears to be cute but is actually vindictive, to the clever and changeable Yi Jingji now. It can be said that his evaluation of her has changed dramatically. No wonder Ji Wu dared to send her to Xingyao Military Academy less than 2 months after she returned to Tianduji clan. It was not because he trusted Ji Siyu to block the open and secret arrows for her, but because she had the ability to protect herself in Xingyao Military Academy. In this test today, he lost Qi Qinyu's butcher knife that could charge into battle. Tang Xia didn't know what he was thinking. He thought seriously for a long time, and thought of many adjectives. In the end, he only choked out one sentence, "I think Qingyuan is very powerful." Such an empty evaluation. Tang Xixing glanced at her tangled eyebrows and asked again, "You have been hunting alien plants with her in the blood-forbidden land for so long, have you learned anything?" Tang Xia blinked, and her tone finally became a little more cheerful. "She taught me archery, and my hit rate is much higher now than before." Even in front of her most respected brother, she did not tell Ji Qingyuan about killing the black talent like a cat playing with a mouse. Unless the other party asked her to make it public, she would keep her mouth shut. "Then why didn't I see you use the black crystal to exchange for points?" Tang Xixing asked naturally. Tang Xia did not doubt him. "Qingyuan wants to learn to engrave star patterns, and I gave her all the black crystals I got as tuition." Tang Xixing smiled. Even the principal recognized the bursting star pattern she engraved on the black crystal. "I think she has made great achievements in star patterns. She must have studied for quite some time, right? Ordinary star pattern masters don't have this ability. I didn't notice it, but she often went to GCU to learn star patterns." Tang Xia said with some envy. "They have a really good relationship." Tang Xixing stopped and gently hugged her shoulders. "I'm too busy, and have no time to take care of you recently. If you have anything, come to me directly or contact Qin He." Hearing what he said, Tang Xia unconsciously remembered the look Yunjing gave her on the 9th floor of Yoguang Dome that day. A sour feeling suddenly surged in her heart, and she moved her lips to express her grievances. The words came to her lips, but she couldn't say them. Yunjing is my brother's capable subordinate. What can she do if she says that? It's just that the daughter complained to the tree that its branches were too dense and blocked the sunlight from the horizon, but the daughter originally depended on the tree for its survival, so how could the tree cut off its branches for her? Tang Xia pursed her lips and shook her head, trying to smile. What's wrong with me? With you here? Who dares to bully me? Tang Xixing seemed not to notice her changing mood. That's good. It's a good thing that you are on good terms with Qing Yuan. You can learn more about her and learn from her strengths. Tang Xia nodded vigorously, retracted the tears in her eyes, raised her smile and said, Brother, then I go back first. Tang Xixing watched her figure trotting away and chuckled. Qin He walked out of the shadows in the distance and whispered, Your Highness, I checked the detection crystal, and there is no problem. Qing Yuan is indeed not a black talent. The violent star power cannot be hidden. Once it touches the detection crystal, it will react. Qing Yuan cut his finger in public, so there is no chance to cheat. Tang Xixing narrowed his eyes slightly. That's interesting. If Qing Yu hadn't been sure that Qing Yuan was a black talent, how could she have made such a big fuss? Qin He hesitated and said, Why not ask her directly? She should answer our questions. Tang Xixing shook his head. She was outwitted by Qing Yuan, and she couldn't get any valuable information even if she asked. But Qing Yu bit madly in public tonight. I think the Black Iris hiding in the dark has already known what we found out about her in Xingyu Military Academy. It may not be easy to catch her again. At this point, he whispered a few words to Qin He. When Shi Yuan woke up, it was already the next morning. The sound of the stream gurgling in the yard came, crisp and pleasant, quiet and peaceful. She turned over with her quilt in a confused state of mind, and unexpectedly smelled the faint scent of tuberose. She suddenly remembered what happened last night, and sat up from the bed. The unfamiliar bedroom layout, school uniform jackets hanging in the half-open closet, curling sandalwood rising from the window, and a book spread on the cabinet at the head of the bed. Shi Yuan thought it was a book about star patterns, so he picked it up and took a look. Escape from Marriage 99 Times. The Imperial Marshal's Unbridled Love. Shi Yuan, I didn't realize that my cheap brother had such a hobby. Just thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. She quickly put the book back, cleared her throat and said, Come in. GCU pushed the door open, and saw his cheap sister fiddling with her hair a little uncomfortably. He glanced at the books that were shifted on the cabinet, and was silent for 2 seconds and said, I'm not reading it, it's... He didn't give a reason. Shi Yuan hummed twice perfunctorily. The book that appeared in your bedroom. If it wasn't you reading it, who was reading it? Your mistress? Turning his head again, he saw that there were several rows of romance novels with fancy covers on the bookshelf on the right, and each of them had signs of being flipped through. GCU noticed her gaze, and fell silent again. Finally, he changed the subject and said, Get up quickly when you wake up. You stayed in my room all night, so I had to sleep on the sofa. Shi Yuan raised his hand and pointed at himself. I stayed? GCU nodded calmly. There are new toiletries in the cabinet in the bathroom. Take them yourself. Immediately, he turned around and left, and closed the door. Look at his ability. He didn't even know who was the person who almost fell to the ground and rolled on the ground last night. Shi Yuan muttered something about not knowing what was good for him, stepped on the large slippers beside the bed, and walked quickly into the bathroom. When she finished washing and changing clothes and went downstairs, a figure suddenly swept in from outside and said in a lively manner, You. Qing Yu's punishment announcement is out. The forum is very lively now. When will you invite your sister to celebrate? Before the last word celebrate came out, Rong Miao saw Shi Yuan coming down from upstairs wearing GCU's large slippers. His pupils trembled instantly, and he said incoherently, You, what you? Feng Shiyuan walked in from behind him, and after being petrified for 2 seconds, she rushed to GCU, who was holding breakfast on the table, and dragged him out of the small building. Shi Yuan blinked. Rong Miao also blinked. Sister, did you stay here last night? Shi Yuan nodded honestly. Rong Miao took a breath. GCU, that nitpicking guy, he was so sleepy before, and wanted to borrow his sofa to sleep, but he didn't agree. His sister actually came down from upstairs. That's his private area. When the instructor came to check the dormitory, he dared to close the door, leaving the living room for the instructor to check if he wanted to, and the points would be deducted at will. What's wrong? Shi Yuan asked curiously. No. Rong Miao rushed out of the small building and almost fell into the stream. Fortunately, he stopped in time, but heard Feng Shiyuan's startled voice, "Jisiu. So you are a child foster husband?" "Jisiu, eh?" Rong Miao fell into the water with a splash. Chapter 58. The principal was probably really angry this time. The school acted quickly, and announced the punishment for Qi Qinyu early the next morning. It was also publicized on the official website of Xingyou Military Academy. The military academy students were curious about the follow-up of the reported incident. When they heard from those who came back to watch the excitement that the principal had issued a gag order, they sighed and scratched their heads, wanting to know what happened. But the posts related to Ji Qingyuan on the forum disappeared, and few military academy students dared to discuss the matter. Just when everyone thought that the matter would be over, the punishment announcement came out. The target was not Ji Qingyuan, but Qi Qinyu. There was no need for anyone to describe the details of the incident. The military academy students directly imagined a fight between the heirs of the totem family. Sure, Yuan was fine. She was the innocent party framed. In addition, she had fought a great turnaround before. With Qi Qinyu, who had always had a bad reputation, as a control group, many people sympathized with her for being a villain and took a gloating attitude towards Qi Qinyu. Depriving her of her status as the leader of the Kaiyang camp and expelling her from the Kaiyang camp almost destroyed the foundation that Qi Qinyu had laid in the Xingyou Military Academy for 3 years since she enrolled. The principal did not give her any face. She offended Ji Qingyuan because of this incident, which was equivalent to offending the entire Tao Tai family. Her competitiveness in the Tingsha family must have been greatly reduced. If she had not been given the opportunity to reverse her reputation, she would have had almost no chance of becoming the future head of the Tianqiongqi family. The Kaiyang camp suddenly lost its leader, and there would definitely be chaos within it for a while. It might even split into multiple groups, like the Yaoguang camp. Sure, Yuan didn't pay attention to how lively the forum was. After having breakfast at his cheap brother's place, he went straight to class. The learning tasks of Xingyou Military Academy are definitely not easy. There are fixed training tasks every day, compulsory and elective cultural courses, small camp competitions in the evening of study days, and a medium-sized camp competition on the weekly rest day. Fortunately, not everyone has to participate in a camp competition every day. Military Academy students who are willing to participate can register according to the allocation within the camp. Small camp competitions are mostly the home courts of talents below level 7, and freshmen participate more. Sure, Yuan is not interested in playing small camp competitions, so he basically doesn't participate. It's enough to participate in medium-sized camp competitions once. Leaders of other camps only participate in large and full camp competitions. In addition, when Song Shu and several other experienced group leaders help manage the Yaoguang organization, she can control the general direction and feel at ease as a hands-off boss, and spend the same time on learning star patterns. She knew little about star patterns before, and she didn't realize that she had talent in this area. Now that she has noticed the various uses of star patterns, she naturally wants to improve her proficiency. The next period of time was calm. Xingyou Military Academy did not find out anything about Black Iris, and Tang Xixing seemed to be waiting for the opportunity, and there was no movement. It is quite interesting that Qi Qinyu was randomly assigned to the Yuhan camp where civilians gathered by the teaching system. With her style of using nobles and civilians to distinguish people, no one in the Yuhan camp paid attention to her, and she might even step on her a few times, so she completely lost the chance to make a comeback. That night, on the 9th floor of the Yaoguang Dome, at the weekly meeting, Lei Lai reported the results of the camp competition in the past week. The medium-sized camp competition won by Shi Yuan inspired the military academy students of the entire Yaoguang camp. Not only did the Yaoguang organization achieve remarkable results and get rid of the last 2 ranks, but most of them ranked 4th or 5th. Ane and Shuri also worked hard and rushed to the 3rd or even 2nd place in the subsequent medium-sized camp competition. The military academy students who had just joined them were originally hesitant about whether to switch to the Yaoguang organization because of Shi Yuan's outstanding performance in the medium-sized camp competition, but after they showed their strength, they gave up the idea. The result of the whole camp's joint efforts was that in the first month of the camp competition, the Yaoguang camp got rid of the perennial last place ranking and was promoted to 6th place, and was only 100 group points away from the 5th place. As soon as the ranking was announced, countless military academy students in the Yaoguang camp cried with joy, and the total points settled were also remitted to the group leaders according to the participation of each group. After Shi Yuan settled the points account for the past month, he distributed all the remaining points to the military academy students who participated in the camp competition according to their work, which won a lot of cheers. Lei Lai finished his report and said happily, "President, we will work harder next month, and it will not be a problem to get the 5th place." Shi Yuan smiled and replied, "I can do it." Lei Lai, however, the first large-scale camp competition of this school year will be held at the end of next month. In previous years, we would participate as soon as we had enough people. Does the president have any arrangements this time? Shi Yuan turned his eyes to Wen Songshu. What do you think, senior one? Wen Songshu is still the only vice president of the Yaoguang organization besides Ji Qiqi, but Shi Yuan promoted several assistant presidents, including Lei Lai, the 4 camp leaders who performed well in the first medium-sized camp competition. They take turns to report on the weekly camp competition. Wen Songshu is mainly responsible for personnel arrangements, while Shenji, Tang Xia, and Ji Qinglian supervise from the side. Ji Qingqi has resumed his free and easy life, but he will participate in a medium-sized camp competition every other week to stabilize the morale of the troops. When Songshu was suddenly called out, and he came back to his senses with an "oh." Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he felt a little embarrassed for a moment. He was just in a daze. Shi Yuan said patiently, "Regarding the large-scale camp competition next month, what do you think, Senior Wen?" When Songshu wiped his face, apologized, and said, "The first place in the large-scale camp competition can get 500 team points, which is a considerable number, and the upper limit of the number of participants is 1,000. There are 3 games held at the same time each time. Hame and Suri must participate. According to the selection rules of the academic affairs system, we can only participate in 1 game at most. So, I think it is best to select the best contestants and strive to get the first place in a certain game. Since Shi Yuan is a common enemy, Hane and Suri will definitely continue to work hard to prevent the loss of group members, and they will surely get a good ranking in the other 2 large-scale camp competitions. In this way, Yaoguang will definitely get 5th place in the camp ranking next month." Other military academy students attending the meeting expressed their agreement and added some of their own ideas. The atmosphere was lively, and there was no trace of the first regular meeting. Tang Xia and the other 2 were concentrating on taking notes of the meeting. They also had to write down their thoughts and suggestions after the meeting, because Shi Yuan wanted to check. At first, Ji Qinglian's brows were almost tied into a knot, but he still gritted his teeth and recorded the key points of the meeting. His thoughts unconsciously followed the others, and occasionally new ideas would pop up, which was considered to be getting better. Seeing this, Ji Qingqi secretly took a photo of him and turned on the light brain to send a message to GCU. "I have a bell. The sun rises from the west." Picture. GCU. "You are so idle? My sister didn't ask you to do anything? I have a bell. I have a lot of points. Do you need them?" GCU. "What bad idea are you up to?" "I have a bell. The air in the Yaoguang Dome is really good. You haven't been there, right?" GCU. "Thanks for the invitation. I won't go. The chat is over." When Ji Qingqi is not participating in the competition, he is just a mascot, not caring about things and not causing trouble. Everyone tacitly ignores his behavior of slacking off in the meeting and almost discusses a charter. Shi Yuan asked Wen Songshu to be responsible for this matter and announced the end of the meeting. After everyone left the meeting room, Tang Xiao lay on the table and took a long breath, muttering softly, "I'm so tired." More than an hour of meeting, always concentrating on listening to the key points, is a big burden for her brain that has not been used much in more than 10 years. Ji Qinglian rarely has a common language with her, muttering, "Why do we have to do this?" Shenji silently closed his mouth. Shi Yuan smiled and replied, "Of course it's because I trust you. Meeting minutes are so important, how can you let others come? What if you miss it?" Ji Qingqi, If the teachers of his younger brother from childhood to adulthood were as good at coaxing as his sister, he would not be tired of learning to fail all the theoretical courses, and some even got 0, making his mother repeatedly doubt whether he was his biological child. Ji Qinglian felt that something was wrong, but who could resist the praise of his cat sister? He ignored that point and revived with full blood. It was late at night, and after a simple packing, the few people left the Yaoguang Dome. When they went downstairs, they happened to meet Yunjing and others who had just finished a meeting. The 2 looked at each other, and Yunjing was the first to greet Shi Yuan with a smile. "President Ji, what a coincidence." Shi Yuan also greeted her. Yunjing led her subordinates into the elevator, occupying the other half of the space. "It's rare to meet President Ji in the Yaoguang Dome, but it's a coincidence today. I don't come here very often, so it's normal that you don't meet him." Shi Yuan responded calmly. He was so confident when he was the boss. Yunjing sneered in her heart. Because of the medium-sized camp competition that Shi Yuan participated in, Su Ri and Han Mei were forced to fight. If they performed worse than Yoguang, it would shake the morale of the army. She and Yao Linghan could only participate in the medium-sized camp competition to stabilize the camp ranking, and I don't know how much precious time they wasted. Yun Jing, I really envy President Ji. You don't have to worry about so many things. Ji Qinglian couldn't stand her sarcasm. If you really envy us, why don't you bring all the members of Rising Sun to join us? Qing Yuan promises not to assign you any work. Yun Jing was choked by him. Ji Qinglian saw that she couldn't speak, and snorted coldly, if you don't want to, just shut up. We are not familiar with you. Just then, the elevator door opened, and Tang Xiao was the first to walk out. She felt that she seemed too obvious, so she slowed down her pace. Shi Yuan followed her and smiled. Let's go? Tang Xiao immediately hummed twice, and warned herself in her heart to be calmer and more relaxed. The few people separated, and Shi Yuan rode the baby back to the dormitory downstairs, and then let it fly back to GCU's courtyard. When she pushed the door and entered the dormitory, the star snail in her pocket vibrated, and an unremarked title sound came over. Who are you? These three simple words made Shi Yuan slightly raise her lips. She ignored the other party, put down the star snail, took her clothes, and went to take a shower. The little mouse, who thought he was hiding well, suddenly found himself exposed, and naturally felt anxious and nervous. It's time to be nervous, otherwise how can you raise a mouse at home? At the same time, in the single-family villa where Tang Xixing lived, his capable subordinates gathered together. Yun Jing was the last to arrive. When she entered the door, she glanced at her colleagues. Qin He, Xia Ran, Luo Xia and others were all there. Realizing that she was late, Yun Jing immediately stepped forward and leaned slightly to Tang Xixing. Tang Xixing didn't care about such a small matter. After motioning her to sit down, he said, "Tell me about your recent investigation results." "Yun Jing, you go first." Yun Jing didn't dare to neglect it. She sorted out her thoughts and said, "Your Highness, I have been keeping an eye on Shinji recently. He has not made any unusual movements, and I have never detected him emitting long-wave tidal sounds. Moreover, he does not use the star snail very frequently. He mostly uses the optical brain to communicate with Ji Qingyuan about the affairs of the Yaoguang camp. Based on these alone, it is impossible to determine whether he is related to Black Iris." Qin He frowned slightly, maybe because of the alarm that night. Black Iris was afraid of being exposed, so he let his men lie dormant. Therefore, they investigated and investigated, but they could not find any more valuable clues. Luo Xiao laughed. "In my opinion, alarming the snake is not only harmless, but also has many benefits. It is to make Black Iris realize that he is about to be exposed, so that he will show his feet." Xia Ran didn't agree with his rash idea. Black Iris is not an ordinary spy. They have enough patience, and won't lose their composure because of some trivial things. What if he gives up his identity as a lurker and escapes when he determines that the risk of being exposed is high? At that time, we may end up with nothing. Luo Xia and her have always had different views. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Isn't the situation clear now?" Xia Ran didn't understand what he meant by clear and cast a questioning look. Luo Xia explained, "The first possibility is that Shinji is Black Iris, but the probability is not high. Black Iris will not put herself in such a dangerous position, so if he has a problem, it is likely that he is Black Iris's spy. The second possibility is that Ji Qingyuan is Black Iris." When this was said, everyone in the room was shocked. Why did they suspect that Shinji was Black Iris's spy? Because he was an orphan from a remote planet. It was too easy for Black Iris to control him. Similarly, Ji Qingyuan also grew up on a remote planet, and even has the identity of a refugee who fled from Rose 404 to Little Mang Star. In addition to her untraceable past, she is more likely to be Black Iris. Luo Xia was quite satisfied with everyone's reaction and continued, "Your Highness, Ji Qingyuan has changed a lot since she entered Xingyang Military Academy. From a useless young lady that everyone laughed at to the leader of the Yaoguang camp that everyone respects, she also stepped on Qi Qinyu to the point where she couldn't turn over. If she was really just an ordinary refugee, how could she have such a scheming method? I carefully investigated her actions during this period, and found one thing very suspicious. After Qi Lang was captured, she took a box of black crystals, and asked the prison guards to whip Qi Lang to avenge her capture. When Qi Lang escaped from the starship, he suddenly burst out with power, and destroyed the cage that imprisoned him. Is it possible that she didn't go there for revenge at all, but to help Qi Lang escape?" What he said was well-reasoned, and the people in the study room became more and more frightened as they listened. Tang Xixing remained silent. Yun Jing couldn't help but ask, If she and Qi Lang were in the same group, why did Qi Lang capture her in the blood-forbidden land? It was Qi Huan who accidentally ran into Qi Lang at that time. She noticed Qi Huan's star power fluctuations, and went to check the situation before being captured. It was obviously an accident. Qi Lang was arrested for this matter. There is no need for her to create trouble for herself, right? Luo Xiao rolled her eyes at her. When did I say that they were in the same group? The secret of Qi Lang is of great importance. Ji Qingyuan may have learned something when he was captured, but he couldn't take Qi Lang away openly, so he planned the subsequent robbery of the prison van. What she wants is the secret of Qi Lang, not Qi Lang. Yun Jing still felt that this conjecture was too vague, and asked back, what about those wanted criminals? How to explain? They disappeared without a trace after Qi Lang was robbed. Luo Xia did not directly refute her this time. Indeed, there is no news about those black talents so far. They are either dead or deliberately hiding. There are some things that cannot be explained, but I still think this conjecture has a certain rationality. Everyone does not doubt her, because she is a pure-blooded Tao Tai. When she graduates from Xingyou Military Academy, she will have a glorious future. The position of Tao Tai Corps Commander is not comparable to Black Iris, whose life is controlled by others. Thinking about it carefully, there are obvious loopholes in the assassination attempt on His Highness. It is impossible that Purple Iris did not know that His Highness was blessed by the totem. They were carrying out an assassination mission that was almost impossible to complete. If their immediate superiors betrayed and wanted to find an opportunity to kill them and get rid of the shackles of the past, wouldn't it be more reasonable? Tang Xixing raised his eyes and said, Ji Qingyuan cannot be Black Iris. Luo Xiao was stunned, not understanding why he was so sure. Tang Xixing added, pure-blooded Tao I cannot be Black Iris. Tiandu Ji clan will not allow such a scandal to occur. Everyone looked at each other. One of the more troublesome issues in this matter is whether Marshal Ji Wu knows Ji Qingyuan's past. If she knows, no matter whether she was Black Iris in the past, she will only be Ji Qingyuan in the future. Tiandu Ji clan will never sit idly by and watch the pure-blooded Tao Tai that they have finally found be slaughtered. If she doesn't know, Luo Xiao licked her dry lips. Then we must find enough evidence to nail her to death, and let the Tao Tai family pay enough to cover up this scandal. Tang Xixing glanced at his subordinates with different expressions and issued an order. Luo Xia, you take people to catch Shenji immediately. Don't disclose the news to the outside world after catching him. I want to know whether the person behind him is Ji Qingyuan. Luo Xia's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the order and left the study. Yun Jing, you keep an eye on Ji Qingyuan. Report any action she takes to me, especially her reaction after she found out that Shenji was missing. Qin He, let the Jinwu guards be on standby at any time in case of emergency. Xia Ran, you pay attention to GCU's reaction, and the Ji family mansion in Tiandu. If there is any movement, report immediately. Qin He and others responded in unison, and went to carry out the tasks assigned to them without stopping. After everyone left the study, Tang Xixing sat back on the chair with his hands folded, lowered his eyes, and stared at the chaotic chess game on the table, and the corners of his lips slowly rose to reveal a smile. GCU, if Ji Qingyuan is Black Iris, how will you deal with it? I am not that idiot Ji Qingyu, who will let you humiliate me in public. Chapter 59. Qingyuan, where is Shenji? Why can't I see him? Tang Xia finished her long run, took a breath, and asked Shi Yuan, who was doing stretching exercises. Maybe he was delayed by something? He should come later. Shi Yuan answered. They completed basic training at the number 9 training ground almost every day. Tang Xia usually came the earliest, followed by Shenji. Shi Yuan came early or late, and the time was not fixed. After the training, the three of them would go into the blood-forbidden land to hunt alien plants together. Tang Xia also became a level 5 talent after working hard during this period. He and I took the same course. He didn't come today. I sent him a message, but he didn't reply. Will something happen? Tang Xia was a little worried. Shi Yuan heard this and stopped stretching. He took out the star snail from his pocket and sent the sound of the tide to Shenji. The sound of waves hitting the coast was layered, but there was no movement at the other end of the star snail. Tang Xia came over. How is it? It shouldn't be that he ignored me on purpose? After asking, she muttered softly, he wouldn't dare to ignore me even if he had 10 guts. Shi Yuan frowned slightly. He didn't reply. Did something really happen? I asked my third brother to go to his dormitory to check. Yeah. Tang Xia nodded repeatedly. Shi Yuan sent the sound of tide to Ji Qinglian again. Although Ji Qinglian had the temper of a young master, He didn't dislike the small dormitory assigned to freshmen by Xingyao Military Academy, nor did he ask Ji and Ji Qingqi for points. He lived on the floor above Shinji. A few seconds later, Ji Qinglian's voice sounded, "What's wrong, Qingyuan?" Shi Yuan asked, "Third brother, are you in the dormitory? Can you help me check on Shinji's dormitory? He has been missing all day today, and he didn't reply when I sent him the sound of tide." Ji Qinglian immediately said yes, and without interrupting the sound of tide, asked her if she was going to the blood-forbidden land to hunt alien plants again. Shi Yuan told him that he was in the training ground and would go to the blood-forbidden land later. Ji Qinglian stopped in front of Shinji's dormitory and knocked on the door, but got no response. It seems he's not here. He was about to leave when he suddenly found that the dormitory door was open a crack. He was slightly surprised and pushed the door open after a brief hesitation. It was clean and tidy inside. The quilt on the bed was neatly folded. A book was spread on the desk. The water cup fell over. The water wet half of the table, and the pages of the book were smudged with shallow marks, and the chair was pulled diagonally. It seemed that Shinji had been sitting here reading, but someone suddenly appeared at the door of the dormitory, startling him so much that he accidentally knocked over the water cup and stood up subconsciously. Before he could clean up the overturned water cup on the table, he was taken away by the person who appeared. Ji Qinglian failed all the theoretical courses, but in terms of sensitivity, he was definitely far superior to the military academy students, who had not yet graduated. He noticed something was wrong and said in a deep voice, "Qingyuan, Shinji may have been taken away. Did he offend anyone?" It was no secret in Xingyao Military Academy that Shinji was Miss Ji's little follower. Even if someone didn't like him, they had to consider Ji Qingyuan standing behind him. And there were only a handful of people who had the courage to come to the dormitory and take him away openly, and made him dare not resist. Ji Qinglian said reflexively, "Is it Qi Qinyu? Qi Qinyu must be resentful of her sister after she got into trouble with her sister, but she didn't dare to do anything to her sister in the short term, as Shinji might become her punching bag." Shi Yuan's eyes moved slightly. "It's hard to be sure. Third brother, please go find the dormitory manager and check the dormitory surveillance to see if there is anything to find. If it is confirmed that she is missing, please ask the school to help find her, and I will handle the rest." Ji Qinglian said yes, and immediately went to find the dormitory manager, but learned that Shinji was taken away by the Jinwu guards to cooperate with the investigation. What did the Jinwu guards need Shinji to cooperate with the investigation? Thinking of Tang Xixing, who had been harboring ill intentions towards his sister since the beginning of school, Ji Qinglian's eyebrows jumped. What tricks will the old crow come up with? He immediately told Shi Yuan about this and warned him, "No matter what that guy asks you, don't agree." Shi Yuan couldn't help laughing. "What can he ask of me? Don't make a fuss, third brother." Ji Qinglian was disappointed. Who knows what the old crow is planning? Anyway, it must be bad intentions. Shi Yuan obediently responded twice, ending the sound of the tide. The smile on his face faded, but the arc of the corners of his lips did not change. Tang Xiao asked nervously, "What happened?" Shi Yuan sighed. Shinji was taken away by the Jinwu guards, saying that he had to cooperate with the investigation. Tang Xiao slightly widened her eyes. "How could it be?" "I don't know either." Shi Yuan shook his head, then seemed to remember something, and hesitated. "Is it related to the Black Iris? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince seems to have been investigating this matter recently." Tang Xiao was suddenly startled. How could Shinji be related to the Black Iris? Shi Yuan shook his head again. Tang Xiao pursed her lips slightly, took out the star conch, and sent the title sound to Tang Xixing. In the few seconds of silence, her heart beat as fast as a drum, and she felt extremely confused and helpless. Shinji was her friend. In Xingyao Military Academy, only her brother could command the Jinwu guards. They must have received orders from her brother to capture Shinji. But a whole day had passed since he was captured, and her brother had never mentioned this to her. Even if he had informed her that Shinji might be related to Black Iris, even if he had reminded her to be careful of Shinji, or asked her to help keep an eye on him, she would not have felt so wronged as she is now, so wronged that she could hardly control her tears. Is she untrustworthy? Or is she not important at all? Pa! Tang Xiao threw Xing Lu out and collapsed on the ground, tears flowing down like pearls with a broken string. She did not dare to seek answers. Or rather, there was no need to ask. My brother has so many capable people under his command. Some of them were born in poverty and lacked a way to move up. Some were born in a famous family, but were suppressed by the family and had no ambition at a young age, and some knew him since childhood and had a brotherly friendship. They all got his appreciation, got rid of the shackles, and became the pride of others. My brother discovered so many talents and trained them to become his right-hand men. Among so many people, she was the only one missing. She was a waste princess in everyone's eyes. She awakened the pure-blood Jinwu bloodline early, but she was only a level 5 talent. No one sincerely respected her. Her glory came from her identity as a royal princess, not Tang Xia. Tang Xia covered her face and cried bitterly. Shi Yuan looked down at her. It feels painful to have your dream shattered, right? After the pain, it's time to grow up. She didn't say anything to comfort her, but let the little princess digest the pain of feather shedding alone. Tang Xia doesn't need to rely on another big tree. She can walk from the shadow to the sun with strength. The star snail that fell on the ground vibrated gently, and the sound of the tide said it was annotated with the word brother. Shi Yuan walked over to pick it up and put it to his ear. Xia, what's wrong? Tang Xixing's gentle voice came from the star snail. Shi Yuan's eyes swept across a corner of the training ground, pretending to be nervous, and said, Senior, it's me. I accidentally said something wrong and made Xia cry. Tang Xixing was surprised and said, Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After he finished speaking, he reacted, his eyes slightly fixed, and added, Where are you now? Shi Yuan slowly raised his lips, here at the number 9 training ground. Tang Xixing responded with a yes, and tried to probe implicitly, What did you say to Xia? Why did she cry for no reason? Shi Yuan whispered, I said Yunjing is not your subordinate? How dare you be so excessive to give her a bad look? Xia started crying. I didn't mean it. Tang Xixing paused. What did Yunjing do? Shi Yuan exaggerated Yunjing's behavior and said deliberately at the end, Senior, Xia admires you the most. She always tells me about you. She is afraid that you will be embarrassed when she is wronged, so she dare not say it in her heart. Tang Xixing slowly exhaled. Thank you for telling me this. I will be there in a while. He put down the Xing Luo, his eyes were emotionless, and asked Qin He behind him, What is Yunjing's attitude towards Xia? Qin He was startled and didn't know how to answer. Yunjing seems to be good at dealing with people, but in fact, she is arrogant and doesn't think much of Tang Xia, who has no ability and has to be dealt with by Tang Xixing. Most of the time, she can still do some superficial work, but she can't hide her true thoughts in her heart no matter how kind she behaves when she despises someone. Qin He's silence has already told Tang Xixing the answer to his question. He sneered, Did you ignore my words? Xia is my sister? She doesn't need to be outstanding, just be a carefree princess. Qin He immediately said, I failed to notice, please forgive me, Your Highness. Tang Xixing took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. I go to the number 9 training ground. You keep an eye on Shinji and pry his mouth open as soon as possible. Don't make any mistakes. Yes. Qin He lowered his head slightly and watched him get on the star shuttle. In the not-so-spacious interrogation room, Shinji was handcuffed and tied to the interrogation chair. There was a cut at the corner of his mouth. His school uniform jacket was nowhere to be found. His hair was wet and drooping on his face. His shirt was close to his body, outlining the muscles on his chest. He was forced to look up at the glaring interrogation light, his pupils slightly dilated. Luo Xiao looked down at him. Shinji, why bother? Water torture is uncomfortable, right? As long as you confess who Black Iris is, His Highness will not only not pursue what you did in the past, but will also help you change your identity and completely get rid of Black Iris's control. Shinji gritted his teeth and continued to remain silent. Luo Xiao clicked his tongue. You are really stubborn. It has come to this point. Are you willing to keep the secret even if it means death? Black Iris is worth you doing this for him? After speaking, he whipped the interrogation table with a whip, and the heavy crackling sound shocked people. Xiaoran glanced at him. Shinji, are your family members controlled by Black Iris? As long as you are willing to tell us, we can help you rescue them. Of course, you can also tell us what your family is like now, and when we rescue them and bring them to you, you can tell us who Black Iris is. Your Highness has always been generous and keeps his word. If you are worried, we can also find other people from the totem family to witness. We will never cross the river and burn bridges. Shinji remained silent. The two looked at each other, and Xiaoran said again, You can think about it carefully. We will come back in half an hour. Luo Xia, turn off the lights. Luo Xia threw the whip on the table in dissatisfaction, turned off the interrogation light, and left the interrogation room first. The two met Qin He outside. Xiaoran shook her head and said, We have tried all the methods, and she didn't say a word. You don't eat soft or hard, like a stone in the pit, smelly and hard. Luo Xia complained. Qin He nodded, Something happened to the third princess. His Highness has gone there. You two should be careful and show due respect to His Highness. Luo Xia raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Yun Jing caused trouble? Qin He glanced at him and said nothing, which was considered as tacit agreement. Luo Xia laughed. I knew that she would be taught a lesson sooner or later. No matter what, the third princess is still the sister who grew up with His Highness. Is it her turn to be picky? Immediately, he changed the subject. If I remember correctly, the third princess should be at the number 9 train ground with Ji Qingyuan at this time? Yun Jing was just staring at someone. How did she offend them? Without waiting for Qin He to answer, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Isn't this Ji Qingyuan's trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain? As soon as the voice fell, there was a violent vibration on the ground, and the lights above the three people's heads shook. Xia Ren was shocked. Luo Xia, has your mouth been blessed? Luo Xia didn't expect there would be any movement, and hissed, I don't know whether it has been blessed or not, but this time I want them to come and never come back. Boom! The explosion sounded through the layers of high walls of the prison and reached everyone's ears. Qin He said calmly, there are Jingwu guards outside. Our mission is to keep a close eye on Shenji. This time there must be no mistakes, otherwise we will all have to go to see His Highness with our heads raised. Luo Xia pursed her lips slightly, and didn't dare to delay, so she followed Qin He into the interrogation room. Shenji was resting with his head down and eyes closed, and he didn't seem to feel the vibration from the outside world. Seeing him so calm, Luo Xia chuckled and said, Are you happy? Someone is here to save you. Shenji did not respond. If he had not felt his breath, Luo Xia would have almost thought he was dead. He hated people who couldn't say a word after being beaten with a stick, so he deliberately said, Don't be happy too early, you have been exposed, maybe they are here to kill you. Boom! There was another violent explosion, and the prison shook even louder. The Jingwu guards surrounded the interrogation room tightly, and Qin, he was using the star snail to understand the situation outside. Suddenly, a group of purple irises appeared. Each of them had extraordinary combat power, and they fought hard with the Jingwu guards. Qin He's face was very ugly. In the past month of investigation and encirclement, they killed more than 30 purple irises, but they never thought that there were so many hiding. Bang! A huge force hit the wall behind the interrogation room, shaking the entire interrogation room. Then a dark scimitar pierced through the wall and pointed directly at Shenji on the interrogation chair. Qin He's pupils dilated, and he raised his hand to release a honeycomb-shaped pure white shield, firmly blocking the black scimitar in front of him. Clang! The scimitar tip and the shield collided with each other, making a dull sound. Xia Ren stabbed the wall fiercely with a long sword in hand. Black Iris, come in person. Luo Xia's eyes trembled, and excitement surged in his eyes. Shenji, you are more valuable than I could imagine to let Black Iris come to deal with you in person. After speaking, he punched the cracked wall, and the heavy metal wall was hit by the violent energy and shattered in an instant. Xia Ren pulled out the long sword that had stabbed in vain, and then looked at the dark scimitar, which was retracted horizontally. At the moment when the metal wall broke, it flew out from behind the wall and stabbed Shenji, who was tied to the interrogation chair, with a thunderous force. Qin He snorted coldly, and the white shield immediately extended to both sides, surrounding Shenji tightly. The cold white energy wall rushed out from above the shield, forcing back the scimitar that was about to cut Shenji's throat. The metal wall collapsed with a bang, and a figure slowly walked out of the prison behind. He was wearing a pure black tight combat uniform, and the whole person almost melted into the darkness. It could only be barely identified that he was a man over 1.8 meters tall. In the shadow covering him, a flamboyant and gorgeous black iris bloomed unscrupulously. The man held a black scimitar that was blocked back, and the curve of his lips slowly pulled up, revealing a dangerous and weird smile. Black Iris. It's really Black Iris. Shenji's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he tried to turn his head. In his peripheral vision, he saw a man with red hair and blue eyes walking out from behind Black Iris. Red Wolf. Luo Xia blurted out the other person's name. Red Wolf clenched his fist and tilted his head. Long time no see. I came to thank you for your hospitality last time. Black Iris suddenly swung down the scimitar in her hand, and a vague and hoarse voice sounded, Kill him first. Shenji suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 60. Your Highness, Ji Qingyuan contacted Ji Qinglian and went to Shenji's dormitory. She already knew that Shenji was taken away by us. Then she chatted with the princess for a few words, and somehow the princess started crying. Yun Jing respectfully reported what happened before. Tang Xixing nodded with a slightly cold face. He already knew that Ji Qinglian went to find Shinji, and it was he who allowed the dormitory manager to reveal the news that he was taken away by the Jinwu guards when someone asked about Shinji. But he didn't expect that someone would openly go to the dormitory manager to ask about Shinji, and it was Ji Qinglian. And Ji Qingyuan didn't hide the fact that she was the one who asked Ji Qinglian to go, and it was so frank that it was hard to doubt her intentions. Tang Xixing was about to enter the number 9 training ground when the star conch on his waist suddenly shook. It was the sound of the tide set by Qinhe. Black Iris led Purple Iris and Red Wolf to the prison where Shinji was imprisoned, with the purpose of killing Shinji. So fast, Tang Xixing narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the two girls sitting on the steps in the number 9 training ground from a distance. Ji Qingyuan was comforting Tang Xia, who was holding a bottle of water and looked listless, completely without the usual liveliness and excitement. He asked, "Since Ji Qingyuan found out that Shinji was missing, has the sound of the tide been sent out?" Yunjing shook her head. "No, the entire number 9 training ground is within our surveillance range, and we have not captured the third waveband of the sound of the tide." Indeed, he arrested Shinji on a whim, because Luo Xiao's speculation and investigation were reasonable enough. Ji Qingyuan did not have the ability to predict the future, and could not make arrangements in advance. She did not communicate with Shinji during the day today. It was when Shinji did not come to the training ground for a long time at night that she felt something was wrong. It was only 20 minutes. How could she determine Shinji's exact location? Not to mention planning a thorough assassination. Wasn't it her? But this was too coincidental. He had just returned to Xingyao Military Academy when something happened in the prison. Black Iris had the iris mark and could use the power of the iris totem, so no one could impersonate him. Red Wolf also appeared, proving that he was indeed kidnapped by Black Iris. If Ji Qingyuan knew the secret of Red Wolf, how could he let him out to show off? Black Iris personally brought people to kill Shinji. It seems that Shinji must know a great secret. Thinking of this, Tang Xixing was not in a hurry to go back to take charge of the situation, but glanced at Yunjing. "Are you very dissatisfied with Xie? Yunjing was horrified and immediately said, "I haven't." Tang Xixing looked at her carefully. "Really?" It was only a short 2 or 3 seconds, and Yunjing broke out in a thin layer of cold sweat on her back, and she was annoyed that Tang Xia actually complained to Tang Xixing. It was obvious that she was not good enough to do things, but she was useless as a pure-blooded golden crow. It was fine that she was mixed with Ji Qingyuan every day, but at the critical moment, she couldn't tell her position and followed her behind as a yes-man. Yunjing held her breath and said solemnly, "I dare not offend Her Highness the Princess." Tang Xixing retracted his gaze, gently brushed off a petal that fell on his sleeve, and walked straight into the training ground. Feeling his breath away, Yunjing breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't understand why Her Highness, who hated stupid people so much, wanted to protect Tang Xia, that idiot. Tang Xixing shouted, "Qingyuan Xie." He walked hurriedly, his hair was a little messy, and he was obviously in a hurry to get here. Tang Xia didn't expect him to come, and looked at him in surprise. Seeing his worried expression, she immediately raised her hand to wipe the tear-stained corners of her eyes, trying to pretend that nothing happened. But her eyes were swollen like 2 light bulbs, and it was obvious that she had cried hard. It was hard for Tang Xixing not to see her embarrassment. "Senior, you are finally here." Sure Yuan raised his voice slightly. Tang Xixing walked over quickly, looking at her expression at this time without leaving any trace, trying to find loopholes in it, but unfortunately, she was not nervous or anxious, as if she didn't know that Shinji was caught by him. "Brother, why are you here?" Tang Xia turned away, and asked in a low voice. Tang Xixing sighed. "Qingyuan said you cried. I was worried, so I came to see if you were wrong somewhere." Tang Xia pursed her lips and said nothing, but Sure Yuan looked surprised. "Senior, if Xiaoyao wanted to tell you, she would have told you long ago. Why would she wait for you to ask in person? If she didn't tell you, she must be afraid of embarrassing you." Tang Xixing frowned slightly. Sure Yuan looked at him, then at the silent Tang Xia, laughed softly, and said straight to the point, "Why did His Highness take Shinji away?" Her words were so straightforward that the two people present were not mentally prepared. Tang Xia immediately looked up at her, somewhat envious of her being able to ask the questions she wanted to ask so frankly when facing Tang Xixing. Tang Xixing also turned his gaze to her, without any emotional changes in his golden red eyes, but in his heart he was thinking about the purpose of her asking this question. Is she innocent, and not afraid of his suspicion? Or is she deliberately creating confusion, and having other plans? Sure Yuan met his gaze, and smiled coldly. "Shinji is my Yogwang man. As the leader of Yogwang, I should be informed, right?" But he was arrested last night, and I only learned the news now, which makes me look like a joke. This was the first time she showed displeasure in front of Tang Xixing, which was very different from the way she greeted him cheerfully just now. Was it because she felt that her authority was ignored and made Tang Xia cry? But was it true that she wanted to find him to punish her? It was really the arrogance and domineering nature of the Tianduji family. Tang Xixing was unhappy, but he also knew that he couldn't turn against Ji Qingyuan at this time. He was not an arrogant person, and he knew that all forbearance was worth it before achieving his goal. Qingyuan, I'm not hiding it from you, but Shinji is related to Black Iris. In order not to leak the news, I can only do this. Tang Xixing showed a helpless expression. If I have offended you, I apologize here. Sure, Yuan was surprised. What? How could Shinji be related to Black Iris? He is usually taciturn, and can't be more honest. Tang Xixing looked at her and said patiently, you must have been deceived by him. Black Iris is the best at disguise. Today he is a taciturn and honest man in front of you, and tomorrow he can be a warm and cheerful good brother in front of others. At this point, he smiled. Now, Black Iris is leading people to besiege prison number 7, where Shinji is imprisoned, and wants his life. How could it be? Sure, Yuan raised his hand to cover his lips, with a bit of disbelief in his eyes. Tang Xixing invited, you've been back for a short time, you probably haven't seen such a scene. Now that you've come across it, do you want to go with me to take a look? He looked at Tang Xia, who was sitting on the steps holding the water bottle tightly. Xiaoya, don't go to the bloody Forbidden Land today. I have someone take you back to the dormitory to rest, okay? Tang Xia moved her lips, wanting to say I go too, but when she met Tang Xixing's gentle but unyielding gaze, the words on her lips seemed to be restrained by an invisible force, and she couldn't say them no matter how hard she tried. Tang Xixing seemed unaware, and walked over to touch her head. Go home, and have a good sleep tonight. I let Yanjing apologize to you tomorrow. He raised his hand, and immediately 2 people walked in from outside the training ground, and stopped in front of Tang Xia. Tang Xixing smiled at Sure Yuan and said, do you want to go? Xing Yuan? Sure Yuan looked hesitant, as if he didn't know what decision to make. Finally, in his slightly playful eyes, he gritted his teeth and nodded, go! Tang Xixing chuckled, then let's go? Let him see if this wild thorn growing outside has anything to do with the Black Iris. Bang! 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 Luo Xia and Qilang collided with their fists, triggering waves of star power, and the rubble and stones on the ground trembled slightly. In the midst of the dust, Luo Xia sneered, you don't take the road to heaven, but you come to hell? Today, I let you taste the feeling of having your shoulder blade pierced again. Red Wolf threw a punch. Everyone can talk big, but I don't know who was beaten to death last time. I help you see the King of Hell later. The fists collided again, and the veins on the foreheads of the 2 men bulged, and the muscles in their arms were knotted. Circles of star power vortexes were thrown down from their shoulders. When they collided with each other, the huge reaction force made their arms numb, and they fell back several steps. In the not-so-spacious prison, Xia Ran and the Jinwu guards resisted the sharp-edged Black Iris together. Qin He cut the rope on Shinji, and took him out of the interrogation room quickly under the protection of a group of Jinwu guards. But in the passage ahead, Purple Iris and the Black Talent appeared one after another, and they were desperate to kill Shinji. Fortunately, Qin He's absolute protection was strong enough, otherwise Shinji would have been seriously injured if not dead. The fighting Purple Iris and Golden Crow guards completely blocked his way, and everyone couldn't get out for a while. Qin He half-supported Shinji, who was exhausted after a day of interrogation, and said calmly, Black Iris has appeared. As long as we catch him, you will be useless. Shinji's eyelashes trembled slightly. Qin He continued, but I think he is willing to expose himself to kill you, so you must have a higher value. You are a smart person. If you don't want to die, you should know that His Highness is your only way to survive. Shinji seemed to have his defenses broken, and took a deep breath. I can say it, but I have to survive first. Finally spoke. A glimmer flashed across Qin He's eyes, and he comforted, we will naturally protect you. Just at this moment, Xia Ran was hit by the power of Black Iris, and the whole person flew over and hit the white shield erected by Qin He. A heavy muffled sound pressed on everyone's eardrums. Black Iris stepped out of the prison at the back with a scimitar in hand, and a stream of blood flowed down from the blade. Behind him, several Golden Crow guards fell in a mess. Each of them was pierced through the chest by a knife, and died on the spot with a ruptured heart. Qin He barely caught Xia Ran, who held his arm, coughed out a mouthful of blood, and said in a deep voice, he used the totem gift. His current combat power is comparable to the top level 3 extraordinary. Without his highness, we can't use the power of the Golden Crow totem, and we are not his opponent. The totem gift can increase the combat power of the gifted in a short period of time. It is a blessing given to believers by the 5 holy totems of the Winston Empire. The blood dripped on the ground, and was completely covered by the surrounding fighting. The slowly approaching Black Iris was like a demon messenger from hell, as if he would stab his butcher knife into the heart of everyone present in the next second. Qin heart was beating like a drum, and he blocked Shinji behind him without hesitation. The 3 flying white shields released a light golden light, ready to meet the attack of Black Iris at any time. Don't panic, they have made full preparations, just waiting for the prey to fall into the trap. Black Iris came here, there is no way to survive. At the same time, several extraordinary third-level auras approached rapidly, and the loud cry of the Golden Crow sounded from the sky above the prison. The strange smile on Black Iris's lips froze, and she swung the scimitar in her hand at the wrong moment. The swirling black moon arc was wrapped in a strong murderous intent, and the blood stained on the tip of the knife was thrown out, leaving a dripping blood stain on the wall, and then hit the white shield protecting Shinji in an instant. Clang! The low humming sound was immediately replaced by a crisp shattering sound before it could be prolonged. The white shield was shattered into pieces. He suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and watched the swirling blade slash toward Shinji's neck. At the critical moment, Shinji suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the black scimitar hit nothing, and in a moment, a long shadow was pulled and disappeared from Qin's sight. Crack! 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 The indoor lighting equipment was all destroyed. In the pitch darkness, the scimitar that missed the attack silently overwhelmed the rustling fist wind, shattering Luo Xiao's sternum with lightning speed, and crushing his heart in the next second. Blood splashed out, and splashed on the side of the red wolf's face. The pair of dark green eyes seemed like wolf eyes lit up in the dark night, emitting a bloodthirsty and murderous light. Intense pain attacked Luo Xiao's nerves. He opened his eyes in disbelief. He saw a faint light piercing through his chest, brushing against Qilang's flying red hair, and disappearing into the shadows in the distance. Qilang raised his lips and blew a whistle, then decisively raised his fist to hit Luo Xiao's head, knocking him to the ground, and did not forget to say, "Be careful behind you, buddy. Don't you know that we are assassins? Retreat." A hoarse word was thrown over, and Qilang immediately groaned and chased after the disappearing shadow. The purple iris, who was born to kill, withdrew from the prison like a tide. He knelt on the ground, blood gushed out of his mouth and nose, but he didn't care about the pain caused by the violent shattering of his mimicry. In the darkness, he protected Shinji, who had turned into a black cat and escaped. On the island, where the 7th prison is located, the blazing flames almost submerged half of the island, and the sound of waves hitting the coast could not suppress the sound of large pieces of exploding energy crystals. Tang Xixing leaned against the window of the Star Shuttle, overlooking the ground where the flames were soaring into the sky. Purple Iris and the instructors of the Xingyu Military Academy, who came to support, were fighting each other, and the scene was very chaotic. Why can't I see Black Iris? Sure, Yuan half lay in front of the car window, curiously searching for the location of Black Iris. Purple Iris is indeed a killer carefully trained by the Hudson family. It is no problem to fight one against many. The fighting style is flexible and changeable. She accurately grasps the opportunity to sneak attack the opponent. It seems that she is fighting alone, but in fact, they support each other. The flying purple scimitar is hard to defend. But many ants can kill elephants. No matter how powerful Purple Iris is, it is still difficult to fight 4 hands with 2 fists. She gradually falls into a disadvantage. She is either caught or killed. The caught one will not hesitate and self-destruct to die in mimicry. Tang Xixing saw Shi Yuan slightly turned his head away, as if he couldn't bear to see such a bloody scene, and smiled and said, "Maybe they are still in prison, but don't worry, none of them can escape." Shinji was arrested because he was indeed a suspect, and even involved Ji Qingyuan. If he could catch Black Iris through him, everyone would be happy. Now Black Iris took the initiative to deliver himself to the door, which was a complete surprise, saving him the trouble of finding someone to arrest him. This time, he was not a chess piece being played by others, but a chess player who looked down on the overall situation. He wanted to make Black Iris regret provoking him. Shi Yuan looked at him in surprise. "Senior, you have already prepared?" "It's just in case." Tang Xixing smiled calmly. Looking at the ground again, a dark arc of light suddenly appeared, and a cold light flew past. The Golden Crow guards, who were fighting with the Purple Iris, were hit hard and flew backwards one by one. If it weren't for the Golden Crow armor that blocked a considerable part of the attack, They would have died on the spot. Sure, Yuan couldn't help but say, "Senior, is that the Black Iris?" There was fire everywhere, but the man who walked out of the prison with his hands hanging down was completely shrouded in darkness. No one could see his figure clearly, and no one could tell what he looked like. He was like a ferocious beast growing in the shadows, and his murderous aura was chilling. Tang Xixing stood up slightly, and looked intently at the figure hidden in the darkness. Before he could take a closer look, the other party seemed to have noticed something, and looked up and gave him a sinister and weird smile. The next moment, Black Iris turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The military academy instructor and the Golden Crow guard sensed that he was about to escape, and decisively went to chase him, but saw that his body was divided into 9, rushing away in 9 different directions. The pursuers could only split into 9 groups, and hurriedly chased the distant breath and disappeared. Sure, Yuan said anxiously, "Your Highness, what is his trick? He won't just run away like this?" Tang Xixing had no time to care about her at this time, and quickly released his mental power to track the specific location of the Black Iris, but when his mental power sank into the forest, it was like falling into an abyss, and he could not sense any situation inside. A careful observation will reveal that the forest was covered with a thin layer of ash due to large-scale fires and explosions, and that layer of ash was sprinkled with star sand that can shield mental power. Tang Xixing's face suddenly sank. Just at this moment, his star conch shook, and it was Qin He who sent the sound of the tide. Qin He's voice was hoarse, and there was a trace of grief. "Your Highness, Shen Ji is fine, but Luo Xia died in battle. Red Wolf and Black Iris ran away." Sure, Yuan blinked lightly, and looked at Tang Xixing with a puzzled look. Tang Xixing's face was terribly cold, completely devoid of his usual elegance and composure, like a sparrow returning to its nest after foraging and seeing its eggs being pushed to the ground and broken into pieces by a cuckoo. He forced a smile. "Do you want to go with me to see Shenji? He's fine, and he's willing to tell me who's behind it." As he spoke, he stared at Sure Yuan without blinking, trying to see panic and fear on her face. But there wasn't. She gritted her teeth and said, "Shenji is actually involved with Black Iris. I trusted him so much and left everything to him." Then, she raised her eyes. "Senior, after he confesses, can you hand him over to me?" Tang Xixing suppressed the emotions in his heart and said, "What do you want him to do?" Sure Yuan looked at him strangely. "Of course, kill him. He betrayed my trust and might even want to use me to achieve some purpose, so he has to pay the price." Tang Xixing no longer wanted to play along with her, and refused bluntly, "That won't work, he has other uses." Sure Yuan was not very happy. He wanted to say something but seemed to be concerned about Tang Xixing's identity, so he just said, "Okay then." The Black Iris was not caught, the Red Wolf also took advantage of the chaos to escape, and the captured purple irises all self-destructed and died. Tang Xixing's face was terrible, especially when he saw Luo Xia's body being carried out. He smashed the crumbling outer wall of prison number 7 with one punch. Luo Xia had known him for many years, and they were both subordinates and friends. He would only feel at ease if he handed over many important things to Luo Xia. And Luo Xia had a flexible mind and a keen sense of smell. He could usually notice many details that others could not notice, providing him with new directions for thinking. Such a capable general died at the hands of Black Iris. Tang Xixing wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Sure Yuan stood aside and watched him take a deep breath, cut off a strand of Luo Xia's hair, carefully put it in the storage box, and told the sleeping young man that he would definitely avenge him. During this period, she felt that many eyes fell on her. Some were looking at her, some were displeased, and some were on guard. After a brief loss of composure, Tang Xixing put away his anger and his expression returned to calm. He covered Luo Xia with a white cloth again and said to Xia Ran, "Leave it to you here. I go see Shenji first." Xia Ran nodded with red eyes, asked the doctor to treat the wounded, and carried the dead Jinwu guards into the temporary tent. Tang Xixing looked back at Sure Yuan, who looked reluctant, and said, "Let's go." Xia Ran then realized that Sure Yuan was also there. She paused as she was walking out. Her fist hanging at her side tightened slightly, then quickly loosened. Ji Qingyuan was not Black Iris. Luo Xia's guess was wrong, but he was right when he said that catching Shenji would lead to the real Black Iris. Xia Ran took a deep breath and forced herself to turn her head. No matter how many times she met Ji Qingyuan, she could not have a good impression of her. Sure Yuan did not care about other people's likes and dislikes of her, and followed Tang Xixing to see Shenji, who was taken to another interrogation room. She was left outside the interrogation room by Tang Xixing, and could only observe him through the one-way visual glass. At this point, did he still not forget to test her? Sure Yuan calmly pulled out a chair and sat down, holding his chin with one hand and looking at the situation in the interrogation room. Shinji was not handcuffed again. He was sitting on a chair with a cup of hot water and drinking it silently. His eyes were staring at the front without focus, as if he had suffered some kind of major blow. A team of Jinwoo guards guarded the interrogation room tightly inside and outside. He sat opposite Shinji and let the mimic doctor treat him. Hearing the footsteps, he made a stop gesture to the mimic doctor, stood up from the chair, and leaned slightly to Tang Xixing, "Your Highness." Seeing his pale face, Tang Xixing patted his shoulder and asked him to sit down. He looked at Shinji, restored his usual gentleness and calmness, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Shinji turned his eyes stiffly and met his calm gaze. This time he did not remain silent, but said in a hoarse voice, "I don't know who Black Iris is." As soon as these words came out, both Tang Xixing and He frowned. Without waiting for them to ask, Shinji continued, "In fact, I have not had much contact with the Black Iris hidden in Xingyo Military Academy." He tapped the table with his fingers. "Then why did he come to kill you?" Shinji held the water cup tightly. "Because I have a map of the Purple Iris base lurking in Yongnao Empire." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. Tang Xixing was not overwhelmed by the news he revealed, and pointed out the loopholes in his words. "You haven't even come into contact with Black Iris. How did you get the base map?" Shinji let out a long breath. "When I was a child, I always thought I was an orphan, until 3 years ago, someone suddenly found me and said he was my brother. He put me at the door of the orphanage to keep me away from danger and to protect me. I thought it was ridiculous at the time, but later I found out that he was Black Iris, who had always wanted to get rid of the control of the Hudson family. But he didn't find a way to get rid of the Iris totem, and he died on a mission a few months ago. I found a relic he left behind. Atlas. At that time, I didn't know that it was the base map of Purple Iris in Yongnao Empire, so I put it away. I don't want to be a puppet controlled by the Iris totem, and I'm afraid that other Iris will find out about my relationship with him, so I came to Xingyo Military Academy." He smiled bitterly at this point. "I didn't expect that the place I thought was absolutely safe was the nest of Black Iris for a long time. I found someone was watching me, so I approached Ji Qingyuan, and the person who was watching me really restrained himself. But I also know that this is not a long-term solution. Since Black Iris has set her sights on me, she must know about my relationship with my brother, and may even know about the hot potato I accidentally put away. Before Qilang was robbed, a star snail appeared in my dormitory. Black Iris told me that as long as I handed over the base map and tried to persuade Ji Qingyuan to hold you back on the day Qilang was sent out of Xianyao Star, he would let me go. I had no choice but to do what he said." He frowned. "Since you don't want to be controlled by Black Iris, why don't you hand over the base map to His Highness?" Shinji smiled coldly. "So many of you protected me tonight, and I almost died at his hands. Tell me, how long can I live if I hand over the base map to you? I'm afraid I'd be dead on the street that night." He laughed at himself, raising his hands to cover his face. "I originally thought that as long as I didn't say anything, he might consider that I knew the base map and saved my life, but the result was, I have said what I should say, believe it or not. Anyway, in your eyes, I am just an insignificant minion. I have fallen into this situation. I will die anyway. It's better for you to kill me now, so that I don't have to worry day and night." Tang Xixing smiled and said, "The base map has not been drawn yet? It's not your turn to die for the time being." Shinji pursed his lips. "After I draw it, can I still live? People who have something to ask for are best controlled, and people who are afraid of death are even more so." Tang Xixing said patiently, "Of course, I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. If the base map you handed in is real, it would be a deduction for my crime. Why should I kill you? It's just that time is urgent. Black Iris can't kill you, so he must have guessed that you will turn against him. Maybe he has already spread the news. You must quickly draw the base map so that I can capture them and record your contribution. What do you think?" Shinji pursed his lips slightly, and his expression was obviously moved. Tang Xixing did not urge him, and waited patiently for him to make a decision. Finally, Shinji gritted his teeth and said, "Give me the light computer." Tang Xixing smiled with satisfaction. When he walked out of the interrogation room, he saw Shi Yuan's unhappy expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Shi Yuan seemed to be furious, and he spoke like a machine gun. "I treated him so well and cultivated him as my right-hand man. He actually used me. If this incident makes you suspect that I have bad intentions towards you, won't I be unable to defend myself? Damn Black Iris. Damn Shinji." Since he approached me to seek shelter, why didn't he tell me the truth directly? Can't I protect him? She became more and more angry, and wanted to rush into the interrogation room to question Shinji. Shinji was drawing a base map. Tang Xixing couldn't let her disturb him, and quickly stopped her. He is blind and doesn't know a great man. I'm afraid he doesn't have the face to see you now. You followed me here today, you must be tired. Why don't you go back and rest first? As he was talking, Tang Xixing's star snail shook. It was a message from Xia Ran. GCU is here. Tang Xixing frowned slightly. This guy is really haunting, he is everywhere. Sure, you and Star Snail also shook. She calmed down, listened to the sound of the tide coming from it, and muttered to the Star Snail, where will it be dangerous with Senior? Okay. I come out now. She put away the Star Snail, met Tang Xixing's gaze, sighed and said, Senior, my brother is here to pick me up. After that, she complained in a low voice. I should have known that I would not tell him that I came to prison number 7 with you. I'm not a 3-year-old child. What can happen? Tang Xixing smiled. Brothers are always worried about their sisters. Can I take you out? Sure, Yuan nodded, completely shifting his attention away from Shinji, and walked out quickly. In the ruins filled with smoke, GCU, wearing a school uniform, stood beside a fire with Song and Bao Bao. The firelight reflected his profile, making him even more handsome. Hearing the light footsteps, he looked sideways, and his tied black long hair drew a tiny arc in the air, against his shoulders, and a light golden halo appeared in the fierce wind. Brother! Sure, Yuan shouted and trotted over, without any impatience that he had just complained about being too nosy. Baby heard her voice, and turned his head first, making a low neigh. GCU looked her up and down. Have you become so capable? You dare to come to such a dangerous place casually? Don't you know your own weight? Sure, Yuan was scolded before she could even stand firmly. She puffed up her cheeks and whispered, I didn't participate in the battle. GCU looked at her. Sure, Yuan didn't dare to speak, and pinched the baby's reins. Tang Xixing came over with a smile. See you are watching too closely. I won't take risks with Qing Yuan. GCU showed a formal smile. I believe in your highness, but Qing Yuan has just returned home, and I don't know how many people are concerned about her life. She must learn to be careful, so as not to die unclearly like Qi Xian did back then. Tang Xixing paused for a moment, and quickly said, You are right, we should be more cautious. The black iris has not been caught yet, and it is not safe inside or outside the school. I see that your highness is still busy, so I won't bother you anymore. GCU got on the horse, too lazy to argue with him. Sure, Yuan quickly rode on Bao Bao. 2 unicorns, one black and one white, disappeared into the night. Xiaorang came over and asked in a low voice, Your highness, is Ji Qingyuan in trouble? Tang Xixing shook his head. The reaction is normal. Shinji didn't know she was here, and didn't identify her. Then Shinji. Xiaoran hesitated. Tang Xixing sneered. His words are 9 points true and 1 point false, right? You can't believe them all or not. Now that he is at the end of his rope, he naturally has to find ways to sever his relationship with Black Iris, and find a way to survive from me. Back in the courtyard, Song walked into the stable, and Bao Bao squeezed in skillfully. After this period of time of occupying the magpie's nest, Song has learned to turn a blind eye, and consciously move to the side to make enough space for Bao Bao, but Bao Bao likes to squeeze him, and I don't know where he learned this bad habit. After taking off his school uniform jacket, GCU sat down on a rattan chair under the juju tree, looking at the girl who took off her shoes, and stepped into the stream to play in the water. Did you have fun tonight? Not bad. Sure, Yuan responded with a smile, and looked back at him in the sparkling moonlight. Brother and Xianzhu have worked hard tonight. GCU did not comment. He took out the cat's eye gem from his pocket, and put it on his hair, then took out a black iris token and looked at it in the moonlight. You really have all the good stuff. Pulling Qilang out for a walk confirmed that he and Black Iris were in the same group. If Tang Xixing traced him again, he would only look at the Hudson family. This Black Iris token can easily mobilize Purple Iris. The last time Tang Xixing was assassinated, it was indeed related to his cheap sister. Today, he also used this token to find the hidden Purple Iris, and used the Iris mark to gain their trust, playing a trick of borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Xianzhu emerged from behind his shoulder, circled the token twice, and proudly gathered the star power to draw a black iris mark. GCU pinched the black iris floating in the air with his fingers, but without the endless star power as a support, it quickly dissipated in the air. If there were outsiders here, they would be shocked. GCU's mastery of the star seal was so strong that he could draw the mimicry mark derived from the totem at will, and even call on its power. I picked it up casually. Sure, Yuan lied. Tang Xixing thought he had set a trap, but he didn't know he was in a trap within a trap. When Qi Qinyu broke the news that there was a black iris in Xingyao Military Academy, she knew that Tang Xixing would find out about her and Shinji sooner or later. With his caution and carefulness, if he didn't get solid evidence to eliminate Shinji's suspicion, he would keep watching him and would also suspect her. It has always been the truth that there is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as a thief who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Since Shinji's suspicion is difficult to clear, then he will be confirmed as the Black Iris spy, and let him surrender to Tang Xixing with the Purple Iris stronghold map she got from the Iris Manor. Of course, with the cautious and suspicious character of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he will definitely not believe Shinji easily if he comes to his door directly. In this case, she arranged this assassination tonight as Tang Xixing wished, giving him a reason to believe Shinji. Shi Yuan sat on the bluestone on the shore and kicked the water, sighing, "Brother, your Xianzhu is really beyond the scope. No one can pretend to be Black Iris because every Black Iris has an iris mark on it, and can borrow the power of the iris totem." GCU was originally powerless, but the token given to him by Shi Yuan happened to have an iris mark. With his talent in star marks, he easily drew the iris mark, just like he dealt with those black mercenaries in the Stargate ruins of Xiaomong Star before, and called on the power of the iris mark to make everyone in prison number 7 preconceive that he was Black Iris. Everything that followed was logical. Black Iris wanted to kill Shinji, and he turned against her in order to save his life and gave out the base map in his hand. Tang Xixing might suspect that she was not telling the truth, but he could never refuse the base map that could hit Black Iris hard. In his opinion, Shinji had no way out and could only rely on him, and he could be used as a chess piece in the future. In this way, not only will Tang Xixing's suspicion of her be dispelled, but Shinji can also stay with Tang Xixing in the future and be her insider. Killing several birds with one stone. Tang Xixing probably never dreamed that he was just making wedding clothes for her with all his efforts. Xianzhu shook in the air, condensed the star power to draw 4 words, "Thank you for the compliment." GCU saw its useless appearance, and then looked at his cheap sister who was having fun playing in the water, and sighed, "Finally it's my turn to work for you, right?" 3 brothers, none of them were spared. Shi Yuan laughed softly, "The more capable, the more work. Besides, aren't you happy to torment Tang Xixing, brother?" With the golden crow curse, he was probably thinking about how to kill the Tongqi royal family day and night. We are now accomplices in the same boat. GCU threw the token to his younger sister, lazily lying on the rattan chair, spreading his hands and saying, "Benefits, I won't do anything without benefits." The kitten skillfully jumped on him, happened to land on his belly, and stepped on the perfect abdominal muscles under his short legs. GCU felt a little itchy when it stepped on him, so he quickly grabbed the little guy, flicked its eyebrows with his fingers, and bargained, "I also helped you solve a difficult guy. This benefit should be calculated separately, right?" Shi Yuan stood barefoot on the bluestone and stretched. How can a brother and sister be so petty? GCU didn't buy it. Brothers and sisters should settle accounts clearly, let alone we are not. Shi Yuan walked into the small building in slippers, and said mercifully, "Well, next time you roll on the ground in pain, you can come to me." "Where are you going?" GCU looked back vigilantly. "I'm sleepy. Let me lend you my sofa for a night." "Brother, you won't be so stingy as to reject me, right?" The voice entered the house, and soon the sound of running water came from the bathroom on the first floor. GCU retracted his gaze, and flicked the cat's short legs that were fluttering in his hand again. "Sleep with me tonight?" "Awoo!" The kitten tilted its head and refused.